Chapter 173. Gathering Han Li found himself utterly bewildered, steadfastly asserting that his current cultivation was entirely the result of relentless perseverance. When questioned about his astonishing speed of advancement, he recounted a carefully concocted tale of an extraordinary encounter from his childhood, wherein he had inadvertently consumed a mystical fruit. Thus, he attributed his remarkable progress to this fabled fruit. This narrative had been meticulously prepared for such an eventuality. Han Li understood that a lie must possess a semblance of truth to be deemed credible. Hence, the fruit he described was not a mere figment of his imagination, but rather a legendary entity known as the dragon scale fruit, which had been recounted through the ages. It was said that those who consumed it could undergo a profound transformation, ascending to celestial heights. Whether such a fruit truly existed remained uncertain, as no one had purportedly partaken of it. The erudite Master Wang, upon hearing Han Li's description of the mystical fruit, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He promptly retrieved an ancient tome titled Records of Curious Entities, wherein he discovered the very dragon scale fruit that Han Li had mentioned, and sought his confirmation. At this juncture, Han Li naturally acquiesced, allowing Master Wang to marvel at the revelation. He further informed him that once the fruit was plucked, the parent plant would wither and die, rendering any subsequent search for another fruit futile. This assertion effectively extinguished any inclination Master Wang might have had to pursue the fruit's origin further, sealing any potential inquiries. As for whether Master Wang might succumb to greed and embark on a quest for a second celestial fruit elsewhere, Han Li deemed it irrelevant. He could busy himself with such pursuits if he so wished. Moreover, Han Li was acutely aware that despite Master Wang's apparent enlightenment and genuine demeanor, the extent of his belief in Han Li's tale remained uncertain. It was likely that Master Wang harbored a mix of skepticism and credulity. Thus, Han Li resolved to maintain a cautious distance from Master Wang in the future, keenly aware of the need for vigilance to prevent any suspicion from arising. However, he was confident that once he successfully established his foundation in cultivation, his status would undergo a significant transformation. Even if Master Wang retained lingering doubts, he would likely refrain from provoking Han Li, as the realm of cultivation revered strength above all. Consequently, Han Li managed to deftly navigate the inquiries regarding his techniques. And Master Wang, perhaps feeling apologetic for the earlier scrutiny, displayed no inclination to complicate matters further. He facilitated the completion of all necessary formalities with ease, while also imparting essential advice regarding the impending expedition into the Forbidden Grounds, urging Han Li to prepare adequately. With heartfelt gratitude, Han Li took his leave. Upon returning, he informed the old man of his decision to temporarily relinquish his responsibilities in the medicinal garden, in order to devote himself fully to the forthcoming blood trial. The old man, upon hearing this news, fell silent for a moment, casting a peculiar look at Han Li that suggested dire consequences awaited him, leaving Han Li feeling uneasy for quite some time. To his surprise, however, Master Ma, before departing, unceremoniously handed Han Li 2 vials of elixirs without uttering a word. He coldly remarked, one for internal use, the other for external application, before departing on his flying apparatus with an indifferent demeanor. This gesture instilled a flicker of warmth within Han Li's heart. After 2 years of acquaintance, he had come to understand the peculiarities of the old man. Though his temperament was somewhat eccentric, he possessed a warm heart beneath his cold exterior, merely engrossed in the art of alchemy. The way he treated him now indicated that Master Ma had begun to regard him as a junior relative, which made Han Li feel somewhat honored. 3 days prior to their expedition into the Forbidden Grounds, Master Wang finally sent a communication talisman to Han Li, urging him to gather at the assembly hall for their imminent departure. Upon his arrival, he found a multitude of disciples who had signed up for the blood trial, all congregated and sizing each other up. The number of Qi refinement disciples within Huangfeng Valley exceeded 10,000, and naturally, Han Li could not recognize them all. Yet, among the crowd, there was one woman he knew all too well, Chen Shimi, the very one who had nearly fallen victim to Brother Lu's illicit intentions. Indeed, after Han Li had dealt with Brother Lu, a minor commotion had ensued in Huangfeng Valley. Although this individual had yet to establish his foundation, he was nonetheless a possessor of an extraordinary spiritual root, thus garnering attention as a low-ranking disciple of considerable interest. Upon Chen Shimi's return, for reasons unknown, she chose not to speak of that fateful night to anyone, remaining tight-lipped about the incident. Consequently, Brother Lu, who had vanished for an extended period, was treated as a missing person. Despite extensive inquiries within the sect, the lack of any results led to the matter gradually fading away. This was not the first time someone had mysteriously disappeared from the valley. Brother Lu was neither the first, nor would he be the last. Once the initial stir had subsided, no one within Huangfeng Valley mentioned him again, as if he had never existed. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Han Li, yet it also sent a chill down his spine. It was evident that many cultivators were emotionally detached. Should he ever disappear, the sect's response would likely mirror this scenario. With his absence swiftly forgotten, and no effort made to ascertain his fate, it appeared that maintaining a low profile and exercising caution since entering the sect had been the right approach. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with uncertainties, and the likelihood of encountering unforeseen events was substantial. If he attracted attention and engaged in foolish acts to showcase himself as a low-ranking cultivator without connections or backing, he could be easily crushed by some insurmountable force along his journey. The prospect of reincarnating and embarking on the path of cultivation again was nearly non-existent. Originally skeptical of the concept of rebirth, Han Li began to harbor doubts after his exposure to the world of cultivation. Chen Shimi's demeanor was markedly different from before. Perhaps the betrayal of a lover had cast a shadow over her spirit. She now bore an air of cold elegance, her beauty accentuated by her aloofness, exuding a vibe that repelled those who approached. Several young men, attracted by her looks, attempted to engage her in conversation but were met with disheartening failure. It seemed that men were often foolish. Her haughty expression did not diminish her beauty but rather enhanced her enigmatic allure, causing the surrounding male disciples to steal glances in her direction. This allure surpasses the delicate, bird-like charm she once exhibited in front of senior brother Lu, wielding a significantly greater magnetism. Yet, as Han Li observed, a grimace of discontent emerged within him. It was evident that this world had gained another woman who regarded men as if they were venomous scorpions. Following the betrayal experienced in her previous romantic entanglement, it seemed unlikely that she would readily show any affection towards men again, perhaps even contemplating a life of solitude. This junior sister Chun failed to recognize Han Li, and after he deliberately paraded around her a few times, all he garnered in return were her frosty glances, clearly perceiving him as merely a show-off. Han Li exhaled in relief. The enchanting influence of the Huan Dan was indeed formidable, leaving no impression of him in her mind. Thus, his final traces of anxiety dissipated entirely. It could be surmised that her participation in this bloody trial was largely a consequence of his own actions. Deprived of the foundational pills, she would have to seize her chance to establish her foundation just as he had. After all, this expedition into the Forbidden Grounds remained the only avenue to acquire such foundational pills. The disciples from Huangfeng Valley participating in this expedition were truly formidable, comprised of the elite. Among them, 5 or 6 disciples were at the peak of the 13th layer. The remaining disciples were predominantly at the 12th layer, with junior sister Chen positioned at a mid-tier level within that rank. As for the 11th-layer disciples, only 3 were present, besides Han Li. There was a venerable elder with white hair and a youth of merely 16 or 17 years, which sent a chill down Han Li's spine. It seemed they were destined to be mere fillers and cannon fodder. According to past conventions, the lower-tier disciples permitted entry into the Forbidden Grounds from the 7 major sects could not exceed 25. The number could only be fewer, never more. Historically, they struggled to gather enough participants, with only a dozen or so joining the bloody trials. However, this time not only did the numbers reach their maximum, but the presence of so many elite disciples indicated that this endeavor would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary standards of previous excursions, with the survival rate likely to dwindle to less than a quarter. Faced with this anticipated scenario, Han Li could only curse inwardly, feeling utterly powerless. It was clear that these elite disciples had been promised greater rewards by the higher-ups within their sect. Otherwise, they would not have been present at this juncture. Chapter 174. Master Li. After listening to the encouraging exhortation from sect leader Zhongling, 2 disciple attendants entered the hall, each carrying a tray. One tray bore a storage bag adorned with golden silk edges, while the other held a small mound of colorful mid-tier spirit stones. It appeared to be the moment to fulfill prior promises, serving as a pre-battle motivation. Han Li mused with a hint of malice. The mid-tier spirit stones were generally available for free selection based on individual needs. Han Li already possessed 1 earth and 1 fire attribute spirit stone, so he took a blue water spirit stone from the tray without contest. However, when it came time to draw spirit tools from the storage bag, the expressions of the disciples grew solemn. This storage bag is quite distinct from ordinary storage bags. While other bags merely require one to extend their consciousness within and input spiritual energy to extract items, this particular bag prevents the probing of a cultivator's consciousness and does not necessitate the input of spiritual energy. One simply needs to reach inside, and they can retrieve a spirit tool that has been reduced in size by several times. However, the nature of the item extracted remains uncertain, relying solely on the tactile sensation for judgment. It appears that this storage bag has been specially crafted for the extraction of spirit tools. Otherwise, its practicality pales in comparison to that of conventional storage bags. Who would choose to use it? Although the contents uniformly consist of high-grade magical artifacts, defensive artifacts are evidently rarer than their offensive counterparts. Moreover, whether they are exclusively offensive or defensive high-grade artifacts, the disparity in quality and utility is significant. Securing a suitable artifact would undoubtedly enhance one's chances of survival in the blood-red trial, prompting those particularly lacking in artifacts, especially disciples, to be more attentive. Han Li, however, paid little heed to this. During his last visit to the market, he had cleared out the treasures that Wanbao Pavilion had collected for many years, obtaining 2 top-tier magical artifacts, not to mention later acquiring the Azure Flood Dragon flag and several other high-grade artifacts. The prospect of acquiring another high-grade artifact did not evoke much excitement in him. By the time Han Li stepped forward, most individuals had already made their selections, and the nature of the artifacts obtained remained unspoken, with no one daring to reveal them to others. As Han Li reached into the bag and randomly rummaged about, a peculiarly shaped object materialized in his hand. Intrigued, he instinctively pulled it from the storage bag and stole a glance at it. After a moment of surprise, he promptly concealed it. At that moment, someone behind him eagerly approached, prompting Han Li to wisely yield his place and return to where he had previously stood. The selection of artifacts had just concluded when a new group of individuals entered the hall, many of whom Han Li had encountered during his initial foray into Huangfeng Valley, including the elderly figure whom both he and Master Wang held in disdain. These individuals, typically brimming with arrogance, now displayed a demeanor of utmost respect. Surrounding a square-faced elder at their center, none daring to engage in idle chatter. The elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his hair tinged with gray. Yet he exuded vitality and vigor, his complexion robust. His piercing tiger-like gaze commanded respect without uttering a word, revealing a character of undeniable fortitude. As his eyes swept across the gathered disciples, Han Li felt as though his very insides were laid bare before this man, sending a shockwave of alarm through him. At that moment, Grandmaster Zhong, upon noticing the elder's arrival, hastily approached, repeatedly addressing him as Uncle Li with a hint of flattery, leaving the disciples utterly astonished. However, the other stewards maintained their composure, showing neither disdain nor disfavor. Instead, after the elder casually exchanged a few words with Zhong Ling, their expressions reflected envy and admiration, as if merely conversing with him or calling him uncle was a rare honor. Amidst the astonished gazes of Han Li and others who were unaware of the situation, Grandmaster Zhong introduced this elder to the disciples. It turns out that the esteemed Master Li, whom he mentioned, is indeed one of the legendary figures in the realm of nascent soul practitioners that Han Li and his companions had long heard of but never encountered. This excursion into the forbidden grounds would be led by Master Li, accompanied by 5 other overseers, including Master Wang. Once Headmaster Zhong concluded his introduction, Master Li, with a decisive utterance of "let us depart," brought their initial meeting to an abrupt close and promptly exited the grand hall. Han Li and the others exchanged astonished glances, momentarily taken aback, but under the urging of the other overseers, they hastily followed suit. Upon stepping outside, the disciples collectively inhaled sharply. Before them, suspended in the air outside the hall, loomed a colossal creature, a magnificent silver serpent measuring over 20 zhang in length. The oppressive aura emanating from its immense form induced a sensation of breathlessness among the onlookers, while Master Li stood atop the beast's head, observing them with a detached gaze. Han Li rubbed his eyes, his heart racing as he scrutinized the sight further, and only then did he discern that it was indeed a rare silver giant python. Its size astonishingly imposing, adorned with a dark, formidable horn upon its head, rendering it even more fearsome. This exemplified the prowess of a nascent soul cultivator, capable of effortlessly subduing such a formidable beast, something utterly astonishing. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Master Li's capabilities. The mere thought that he too could one day wield such immense power upon reaching the nascent soul stage sent a rush of exhilaration through his veins. Prior to encountering Master Li, Han Li had been somewhat vague about his path in cultivation, lacking a clear vision. However, after witnessing this unsettling display of Master Li's profound might, he found in the figure of the Master a definitive inspiration to pursue his own cultivation, solidifying his confidence in attaining enlightenment. "Everyone, gather round and stand still," Master Li commanded, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic scene below him. "My silver-armored horned python's flight speed surpasses your flying tools by far. We shall arrive at our destination in just 2 days." Thus, with hearts pounding, Han Li and his companions stood atop the giant python, embarking on a non-stop journey that lasted 2 days and nights, ultimately arriving at an unnamed desolate mountain. Master Li had indeed spoken the truth. The creature's speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of any flying vessel the disciples possessed, a fact largely attributed to their lack of superior flying artifacts. Upon arrival, the disciples learned from the overseers that this location was a designated meeting point agreed upon with other sections. Only when all 7 major sects gathered would they proceed to unlock the forbidden grounds, as no single sect possessed the strength to enter it alone. The appointed time for their assembly was the following morning. However, since the forbidden grounds lay within the territory of Jianzhou, and Huangfeng Valley served as a semi-host, their sect typically arrived a day in advance to await the other factions. Now free to act, the disciples dispersed across the mountain, each engaged in final preparations for the imminent battle. Thus, over 20 disciples clad in yellow robes were engaged in various activities. Some sat cross-legged, conserving their energy. Others meticulously polished their magical artifacts, while a few appeared lost in thought, wearing expressions of deep concern. However, there were also a handful who maintained a calm demeanor, conversing jovially as if they were merely on an outing. Han Li took special note of these individuals. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, causing Han Li to furrow his brow. He had deliberately chosen a discreet corner to avoid drawing attention, so he was taken aback by the arrival of others in this secluded spot. "Junior brother Han, I bow to you," a voice, aged yet shrewd, resonated. "I wish to discuss the matters concerning tomorrow's forbidden grounds. This is a matter of life and death for you, and I wonder if we might converse together." The ostentation of this proclamation tightened Han Li's brow further. Although he had not yet seen the speaker's face, he had already labeled the individual as cunning and untrustworthy, suspecting that this encounter would bring no good. Nevertheless, Han Li understood the wisdom in avoiding enmity with gentlemen while being wary of scoundrels. Despite his reluctance, he turned to face the pair behind him, a seasoned elder and a youthful novice. Upon recognizing their faces, Han Li inwardly sighed. They were 2 disciples like himself, possessing only the 11th level of cultivation. One had a weathered visage, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of craftiness, while the other was a naive youth, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world. This peculiar duo's approach took Han Li by surprise. However, with a fleeting thought, he began to surmise their intentions. "Do you have business, esteemed seniors?" Han Li inquired politely, his tone cool and distant, unmistakably conveying his desire for solitude, aiming to dissuade them from further engagement. Evidently, the elder's tenacity exceeded Han Li's expectations. Undeterred by the frosty reception, he responded with warmth, "Hee. Might I inquire if junior brother Han has any strategies for tomorrow's expedition to the Forbidden Grounds? You see, we 3 possess the weakest magical prowess and are likely to be the first casualties in any confrontation. Perhaps we should collaborate and devise a plan?" Upon hearing this, Han Li blinked a few times, remaining silent, yet fully grasping the ulterior motives behind the elder's words, which he could almost predict. It seemed this cunning elder intended to rally the weaker disciples for a joint endeavor, thereby enhancing their odds of survival. However, Han Li recognized the inherent drawbacks of such an alliance. With everyone congregating, the area they could explore would diminish significantly, leading to a meager discovery of spiritual herbs. Moreover, even if they did uncover some, the question of ownership remained murky, likely determined by strength. Han Li harbored no interest in this proposed coalition. Not only would he likely gain nothing, but he might also find himself relegated to the role of cannon fodder. As for the old trickster, he likely harbored no noble intentions, seeking merely to stir the waters and find an advantage amidst the chaos. The elder, noticing that Hanli remained silent after his speech, felt a tinge of impatience and, unable to contain himself, proposed, "I have an idea, though I wonder if my junior would be interested in hearing it. It could ensure everyone's safety during this venture." The old man adopted an enigmatic demeanor, his expression shrouded in mystery, with the wrinkles on his forehead converging, eliciting both amusement and irritation from Hanli. Meanwhile, the young fellow with yellow hair seemed to regard this old trickster with great admiration, silently displaying an attitude of following his lead. Since Hanli had no intention of joining the other's alliance, he chose to cut the conversation short and promptly declined, saying, "I apologize. I am not accustomed to acting in concert with others, nor do I have such plans this time. If my senior wishes to collaborate with someone, it would be best to seek out other brothers." Hanli spoke with utmost candor. He understood that only by asserting his status as no mere novice could he dissuade the other from further pursuit. Otherwise, with so few peers around, the elder might cling to any shred of hope and persist in his attempts. Hanli preferred to avoid such incessant annoyance. Upon hearing this, the elder realized he had misjudged his target. Despite Hanli's youthful appearance, his eloquence revealed him as a seasoned veteran. With a hint of disappointment, the elder ceased his chatter and took his leave. They departed toward another disciple who was meditating upon a rock. Hanli smiled faintly and turned his attention back to observing a few noteworthy peers. However, this time he noticed Sister Chun standing alongside an unremarkable-looking woman. While a few self-proclaimed young talents loitered nearby, Hanli's lips twitched slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he found those individuals quite displeasing. Ultimately, he decided to retreat to a secluded spot, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Thus, by the following morning, all disciples reconvened atop the mountain, standing in orderly formation, awaiting the arrival of other sections. They waited for several hours, yet no figures appeared, which incited Hanli's ire and made him suspect that the other sects were deliberately dragging their feet to exhaust the strength of the Huangfeng Valley disciples. Compounding Hanli's frustration was the coincidence that, during the arrangement of standing positions, Sister Chin stood directly to his right, her familiar feminine fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Stirring memories of that intoxicating night. To mask his discomfort, Hanli reluctantly lowered his head, feigning a demeanor of unease, all the while berating himself for his lack of composure, realizing that a mere attractive woman could so easily unnerve him. Yet, Hanli held a profound admiration for the venerable Master Li, who stood resolutely at the forefront, his gaze fixed upon the heavens for an astonishing duration without the slightest movement. One could only speculate whether he was lost in transcendental thought or contemplating some profound matter. Suddenly, Hanli sensed a stir among the crowd, as if some momentous event was unfolding. Unable to contain his curiosity, he lifted his gaze. All around him, his fellow disciples craned their necks, peering towards the distant horizon, and Hanli followed suit. Before his eyes, the azure sky was adorned with twinkling lights resembling stars, which gradually expanded in brilliance. Moments later, a series of dark silhouettes emerged beneath them. Beneath these shadowy forms, silvery glimmers danced, suggesting that these figures were traversing the firmament aboard beams of starlight. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, the crowd's excitement intensified. "Silence! What manner of behavior is this? This is the flying artifact of the Qingshu sect, the snow rainbow silk. Do not cause an uproar and disgrace our Huangfeng Valley," a stocky middle-aged overseer admonished, his expression darkening as he turned to chastise the onlookers. His words proved effective, as the commotion subsided, though hushed murmurs persisted. At this juncture, the dark silhouettes became clearer. They were cultivators clad in gray robes, most of whom were genuine Taoists, wielding dusters and adorned with topknots. However, a few appeared merely in robes, with their remaining attire wholly mundane, suggesting they were lay disciples yet to renounce their worldly ties. As Hanli observed closely, he discerned that beneath their feet lay an immaculate white rainbow bridge, resplendent with shimmering silver flecks, its brilliance captivating and enigmatic in its embellishments. While Hanli was engrossed in this spectacle, the white rainbow bridge had already borne the members of the Qingshu sect down to the mountain, alighting directly opposite the assembly of Huangfeng Valley. The leading middle-aged Taoist approached Master Li with a gentle wave of his hand, followed by a flash of white light, causing the rainbow bridge to vanish, leaving him with a satin-like object in his grasp. "To my surprise, it is once again you," Master Li, leading the way. This humble Taoist, floating cloud, extends my greetings, he said with a beaming countenance, indicating a familiarity between them. Humph, just because you, with your inflated ego, can come, does it mean I cannot? Master Li retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. Within our respective sects, you and I were the last to reach the golden elixir stage. If we do not undertake this errand, who else shall? The Taoist remained unfazed, flicking his duster while maintaining his jovial demeanor. You, with your cunning tricks, caused me great distress last time. Do not think to employ such tactics again. Master Li warned, his tone laced with irritation. What do you mean by that, Master Li? Accepting the terms of a wager is only natural. There is no question of one deceiving the other. The Taoist chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Master Li's eyes glinted with a cold light, as if anger were about to surface. Yet he quickly reconsidered, his demeanor tempering with a hint of reluctance as he lamented. That piece of iron essence I refined into your Qingjun sword must have augmented its power significantly. After toiling for over a decade, I managed to procure but this single fragment, and you, this inflated ego, have reaped the benefits. His words dripped with a palpable sense of grievance over the precious iron essence. It appears that the illustrious Master Li, renowned far and wide, is indeed quite invested in a mere fragment of iron essence. Well, I have brought forth another treasure this time, one that undoubtedly surpasses that iron essence. Should we emerge victorious in this wager, it would sufficiently compensate for your previous losses, the Taoist said, stroking his beard with a smile. Chapter 176. The bet I refuse to gamble. Absolutely not again. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Master Li shook his head vigorously, resolutely declining the offer. Not gamble? Has Master Li's discernment ascended to such heights that even the inner core of the bloodline serpent no longer captivates your interest? The Taoist feigned astonishment, unable to believe his ears. However, Master Li felt an undercurrent of insincerity in the Taoist's demeanor. The inner core of the bloodline serpent. Initially determined to sever ties with the Taoist, Master Li's expression abruptly shifted upon hearing the name, his voice quivering slightly. Indeed, it is said that Master Li spent over 30 years at the perilous banks of the Panlong River in the Yuanwu Kingdom, only to leave empty-handed. Thus, this humble Taoist has expended considerable resources to procure it for you. The Taoist spoke with calm assurance, exuding an air of confidence as if he had secured the upper hand. Impossible. The bloodline serpent is not so easily captured, let alone preserving its inner core. Are you merely spouting nonsense to mock me? Master Li snapped back, shaking off his excitement and revealing his skepticism. As a practitioner of the Tao, I would never utter falsehoods. You may examine it for yourself, the Taoist replied, unwilling to engage in further explanations. With a flick of his wrist, a white sphere, laced with veins of crimson, materialized before Master Li's eyes, igniting a spark of desire within him, as if he wished to seize it at once. If your silver-armored python were to consume this pill and cultivate for a decade or two, it would surely leap from mid-foundation to late foundation. With another 100 years of diligent practice, reaching the core formation stage would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The Taoist's words dripped with temptation. Master Li let out a cold snort, maintaining a stern facade, seemingly unfazed, yet the flickering of his gaze betrayed the turmoil within. Such a rare wager. And you hesitate for half a day? Do you truly hold such low regard for the capabilities of my disciples from Huangfeng Valley? The Taoist smirked, employing a tactic of provocation. Our disciples from Huangfeng Valley are not subject to your judgment, Master Li retorted, his expression darkening. He then glanced over the individuals accompanying the Taoist, quickly assessing their abilities, which seemed comparable to those of Huangfeng Valley's disciples. Very well, I shall wager. However, what treasure of mine do you have in mind? After careful contemplation, Master Li concluded that the odds were evenly matched, and driven by an overwhelming desire for the inner core, he finally nodded in agreement, though he casually inquired for clarification. I am not interested in your other treasures. I simply hope that should fortune favor me in this wager, you will provide me with 2 more pieces of iron essence of the same size within the next 20 years. The Taoist smiled with narrowed eyes, though a hint of cunning lingered in his words. Do you need 2 more pieces of iron essence? Master Li's expression darkened, and he nearly sprang to his feet. Are you intending to make me a laborer? How could that be? As long as you win, you shall not need to endure such toil. That is the inner core of a 5th-level demon beast. Equivalent to the early stage of our cultivation's golden core, it is certainly worth this price. the Taoist proclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Master Li's countenance fluctuated between hope and despair. After a prolonged silence, he slowly extended a hand and coldly inquired, "Shall we adhere to the previous rules? First, we shall see which family gathers the most spiritual herbs, then the quality, and ultimately, the number of those who walk out of the forbidden ground alive. Of course, everything remains the same." The Taoist rejoiced, hastily extending his palm to strike against his counterparts, thereby solidifying the wager. A crisp sound echoed as their palms met. However, the Taoist's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he looked despondent. He had not struck Master Li's outstretched hand, but rather an unexpectedly filthy hand that had materialized between them, covered in grease and grime, as if it had not been washed in ages. The disciples from both sects, who had been attentively observing the conversation between their masters, were left speechless by this eerie spectacle. "Predecessor Qiong," they called out in unison, their faces paling. "What predecessor? I dare not claim such a title. I am merely at the same stage of golden core as you, having entered a few years earlier." A languid voice resonated between the two, and a peculiarly dressed figure gradually took shape. This individual donned a blue robe patched with numerous cloth pieces, sported hair a few inches long, and carried a faded blue bag tied at the waist, suggesting a penchant for cleanliness. Yet, his face was marred with grease, obscuring his true visage. Years? More like centuries. Upon discerning the newcomer's appearance, both Master Li and the Taoist exchanged bitter smiles, acknowledging the truth of their thoughts while daring not to show any sign of disrespect. This eccentric figure was not only astonishingly old, having 1 foot in the nascent soul stage, but his unique method of formless evasion was renowned throughout the realm of cultivation, known even to the sects of several nearby nations. Whether it was due to the impending end of his lifespan or some other reason, his temperament had grown increasingly peculiar over the past century, delighting in tormenting golden core cultivators. Indeed, the few dozen high-ranking practitioners from the 7 major sects had often found themselves in embarrassing predicaments at his hands. Yet, these cultivators, who were usually revered as ancestors within their own sects, found themselves utterly powerless against him. In terms of profound magical ability, he was unparalleled among golden core practitioners. Concerning influence, he hailed from the most powerful sect, the Hidden Moon sect. Attempting to summon a high-ranking figure from their own nascent soul realm to discipline him was futile, as many of these elders either knew him or, if unfamiliar, were reluctant to involve themselves in trivial matters. As such, this figure had firmly established himself as a tyrant and rogue within the upper echelons of the cultivation world, with the general consensus being that anyone who encountered him must simply hope for the best. One could only wish for his good humor on any given day. Otherwise, a trifling jest or hardship was inevitable. The sudden arrival of such a venerable elder left both Master Li and the Taoist in a state of astonishment, their hearts heavy with trepidation. After all, they had both endured his trials in the past. Given the nature of their wager, it would indeed be rather dull with just the two of them. Let this old man, despite his age, join in. The esteemed elder Qiong appeared to be in good spirits, yet he uttered words that caused the two to lament. "Do not jest, dear fellows. How could our disciples possibly compare with the esteemed students of the moon-concealing sect? It is certain that we would lose without a doubt. So let us simply bow to your superiority." The Taoist forced a smile, attempting to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. Master Li remained tight-lipped, yet his expression betrayed a complete agreement with the sentiment expressed. Upon hearing this, Elder Qiong chuckled coldly, rolling his eyes as he declared, "Would I engage in such deceitful conduct? Rest assured, should the combined achievements of your 2 sects surpass those of my own, I shall concede defeat. And then you may battle for victory amongst yourselves." Is that truly the case? The Taoist exhaled in relief, recognizing that despite the elder's capricious nature and whimsical words, he had always upheld his promises with unwavering resolve. Thus, the wager seemed fair, and in fact, it appeared to favor the two of them slightly. These 3 intangible needles, crafted during idle moments, served as a fitting wager, as I have no descendants to inherit them. With a wave of his hand, the elder revealed 3 talismans adorned with 7-colored needles, only to swiftly conceal them once more. Master Li and the Taoist exchanged glances, unable to mask their astonishment, each detecting a glimmer of greed in the other's eyes. In discussing these intangible needles, the 2 Taoists had long revered their formidable reputation. This treasure, forged from the essence of 5 metals, and imbued with a unique technique of invisibility, was capable of striking without a trace and inflicting harm in the shadows, making it exceedingly powerful. It was said that even cultivators at the nascent soul stage found themselves greatly troubled when confronted with such a weapon, and it was one of the reasons for this elder's dominance. Even possessing merely the talisman of these intangible needles was no small boon, for their miraculous ability to remain unseen rendered them a life-saving treasure. At the very least, those at the core formation stage would struggle to contend with such an extraordinary artifact. Very well, I shall accept Elder Chion's proposal and place my bet. The Taoist, after a brief contemplation, found no reason to object and readily acquiesced. Master Li, envisioning the immense benefits of winning the wager, gritted his teeth and also consented. With a clap, the trio struck their hands together, formally sealing their agreement. Elder, what brings you to this place? Is it you who leads the delegation from the moon concealing sect? Just as they were about to disperse, the Taoist suddenly recalled something and posed the question. Led, would they trust me? The one in charge of our sect this time is the young Lady Yichang. I merely came to observe. Let us see if any formidable newcomers have emerged from the various sects, remarked the elder Chiong, casting a disdainful glance. At present, they seem rather mediocre. If there truly exists a disciple of noteworthy talent among you, I suspect your esteemed apprentices would be reluctant to reveal them, cherishing them like precious gems. Yet, have you considered this? Without experiencing numerous significant trials, what use is exceptional talent? When faced with the dark forces, they would undoubtedly be dispatched like lambs to the slaughter. This elder appeared to harbor considerable criticism regarding the practices of the various sects, his expression suggesting that they were all gravely mistaken. Li Shizu and his companion displayed no outward signs of dissent, but internally, they were filled with scorn. It is easy for this ancient one to speak so lightly. Do you think it is simple for our sects to acquire a disciple of such talent? To send them to partake in this almost certain death trial? As if we were fools. Furthermore, there are countless significant events where they could gain experience without having to venture into this bloody forbidden ground. Of course, such sentiments could only remain unspoken within their hearts. They dared not voice them before this individual. To do so would be to invite unnecessary discomfort. The two Taoists were quite perceptive. This also served to reaffirm the simple truth within the realm of cultivation. Those with greater power dictate the truth. The disciples of the two sects listened intently as the matter of these three individuals wagering on their perilous expedition became clear. A wave of unease rippled through the crowd, each face betraying a myriad of peculiar expressions. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to openly accuse the trio of wrongdoing, even if they felt justified. They could only harbor their indignation in silence. After all, a mere flick of a finger from the elder could extinguish the lives of these novice cultivators. Upon observing the departure of the two, Li Shizu turned to sweep his gaze over the disciples from the Huangfeng Valley, and then, in a tone that left Han Li and the others utterly astonished, he uttered words of shocking candor. I understand that you may perceive our wager on your lives as a profound disrespect. Were it anyone else, they might concoct numerous excuses to excuse themselves. However, I, Li, disdain such trivialities. Allow me to elucidate the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Consider it my counsel. Listen closely. Within the realm of cultivation, whether from orthodox sects or nefarious factions, the ultimate pursuit is to defy the heavens, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. The orthodox sects advocate a gradual progression, where success is achieved through steady effort and gentler practices, often masquerading under the guise of righteousness while engaging in duplicitous actions. Conversely, the dark sects seek rapid advancement in their powers, obsessively pursuing formidable techniques, often resorting to malicious and insidious methods. They claim to act freely, showcasing their true nature. Yet as their powers deepen, they become increasingly extreme, losing their humanity, and may even descend into bloodthirsty savagery. Regardless of the rhetoric espoused by both the righteous and the wicked, the reality remains that all factions practice the law of the jungle. We cultivators are not mere mortals. Those of higher cultivation levels regard lower-tier cultivators as insignificant, and it is not uncommon for a mere disagreement to result in instant annihilation. At this juncture, Li Shizu paused, his tone revealing a dismissive attitude toward the so-called dichotomies of righteousness and wickedness. This attitude left the disciples before him somewhat bewildered. One bolder disciple could not resist asking, "Master Ancestor, are we of the righteous sect or the wicked sect?" "Neither righteous nor wicked," he retorted with a smirk. For the same can be said of the other 6 sects in the kingdom of you. He curled his lip and continued with a cold laugh. You are still young and have only recently entered the fold, hence you remain unaware of the origins of the cultivation world in our kingdom. A millennium ago, our kingdom of you, like many others, was embroiled in the conflict between righteousness and wickedness, with the 7 major sects merely being obscure minor factions. In order to survive, we vacillated between the 2 opposing sides, aligning ourselves with whichever faction appeared stronger. We were looked down upon by the significant righteous and wicked sects of that time. However, a cataclysmic battle later ensued between the righteous and wicked factions, during which all their elite warriors were deployed. The aftermath left both sides severely weakened, rendering them incapable of suppressing our modest sects like Huangfeng Valley. Eventually, we 7 sects united and uprooted both factions entirely, obliterating their legacies to prevent any resurgence. Much of the cultivation techniques you learn today are, in fact, the spoils left behind from that era. This established our 7 sects as the dominant forces in the kingdom of you. Should any righteous or wicked sect attempt to encroach upon our territory, we will immediately band together to repel them, allowing them no foothold. Thus, the techniques we impart encompass both righteous and wicked practices, along with some that are uniquely ours. In terms of allegiance, we belong to a neutral sect. As he spoke, an air of self-satisfaction crept onto Li's face. You have spent your time diligently cultivating within the valley, and those who have ventured beyond have merely circled within this tiny expanse of the kingdom, remaining oblivious to the true cultivation world, let alone its darker, blood-soaked realities. In truth, the realms of righteousness and wickedness, alongside the 5 major schools of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons, and monsters, coexist in a chaotic tapestry far beyond your imagination. Acts of murder for treasure or the annihilation of clans are commonplace, with the wicked often holding the upper hand, resorting to brutality to assert their dominance. At this point, his expression grew solemn, conveying a sense of gravity. However, he soon relaxed slightly and remarked coldly, "Enough of this awakening. It is merely to prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. Remember, in the cultivation realm, if one lacks strength, one should refrain from uttering foolish notions of respect. Such notions can only exist among those of comparable strength. Otherwise, they merely lead to one's own demise." He chuckled ominously. "I wonder how many of you will truly grasp these words in the days to come." Han Li and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. All of this was far beyond their expectations. Now let us discuss the matter of the wager. You should be aware that this upcoming gamble is of great significance to me. Should I emerge victorious, I assure you, I will not neglect your rewards. Those disciples who assist me in securing victory will be generously compensated, with the greatest contributor being taken under my wing after the foundation establishment. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley, still grappling with the earlier sage council, were instantly invigorated by the prospect of such grand promises. What does it mean to have a cultivator at the core formation stage join one's ranks? In the entirety of Huangfeng Valley, such fortune is a rarity, with only a handful of individuals ever experiencing it, truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Observing the crowd before him, excitement bubbled as individuals eagerly contemplated their prospects. Masterly smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied. Should he secure victory in the upcoming wager, acquiring 3 or 4 additional disciples would be a mere trifle. He could easily find a suitable place to settle them and impart some rudimentary techniques, thus effortlessly managing the situation. Han Li felt a stirring within him. He was acutely aware that possessing a wise mentor to provide guidance on the path of cultivation could significantly reduce the detours he might encounter, greatly benefiting his practice. Yet, he also recognized that Master Li was not easily deceived. With numerous secrets concealed within himself, prolonged interaction could lead to potential exposure. If pressed for information, he would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Furthermore, from the wise counsel he had overheard, it was evident that this master was not one to uphold the bonds of teacher and disciple. Instead, he would likely engage in a ruthless struggle for treasures, extinguishing any threats along the way. As Han Li contemplated these thoughts, he became more subdued. The other disciples of Huangfeng Valley, however, bore no such burdens. They were eager and spirited, fighting not only for survival, but also for their futures. Han Li instinctively glanced at Sister Chun, noting her flushed cheeks and clenched fists, her eyes sparkling with determination. Sighing softly, he decided to turn his attention away from the others in Huangfeng Valley and instead focused on the distant Qingshu sect. The Taoist there was animatedly addressing his followers, his fervent words eliciting waves of cheers from the enthusiastic young disciples, who appeared thoroughly captivated. However, a few older Taoists remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the fervor surrounding them. Han Li found the scene amusing, engrossed in the unfolding drama, when suddenly a voice pierced through the air. "Look, the people from the Yin Yu sect have arrived. That is the Tianyue divine vessel." Startled, Han Li lifted his gaze skyward. A small white light flickered on the horizon, swiftly approaching. Before long, it hovered above the desolate mountains, revealing itself to be a colossal ship crafted from green jade, its exterior adorned with gilded dragons and phoenixes, exuding opulence. A massive white light shield enveloped the vessel. On board stood a multitude of men and women clad in white, with a captivating young woman at the forefront. Her every movement was enchanting, radiating an allure that was utterly mesmerizing. As the jade vessel descended and the light shield dissipated, she gracefully parted her lips and addressed them. "Greetings, esteemed brothers and Uncle Qiong. This is an Ichong." Master Li and the Taoists hastily returned her greeting, yet the venerable Qiong simply grinned broadly, his form becoming indistinct before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a bemused chuckle and a parting remark. "In 7 days, I shall return to this place, so prepare the wager in advance. This time victory is assured." The Taoist priest and Master Li exchanged glances, perplexed by the old man's unwavering confidence. They had just assessed the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. While they were indeed superior to the disciples of their two sects, such boastfulness seemed unwarranted. A beautiful young woman, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired about the wager. Upon grasping the details, she could not help but burst into laughter, her mirth causing her delicate frame to tremble, captivating all who beheld her. The allure of this young woman left many of the young male disciples from the three sects spellbound, their gazes fixed and mouths nearly watering. Yet, the two men, oblivious to the beauty before them, felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, realizing they might have been outmaneuvered. Was it possible that the Hidden Moon sect possessed a trump card capable of overpowering both their sects? Though they were dignified, their hearts heavy with frustration, they hesitated to inquire further from the enchanting woman. Meanwhile, the ethereal beauty, the celestial maiden, delightedly feigned ignorance and shifted the topic to other amusing matters. The male disciples from Huangfeng Valley, including Han Li, had already turned their attention to the new contingent of female disciples. They had long heard that the Hidden Moon sect advocated dual cultivation, ensuring that at least half of their recruits were women of exceptional beauty. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they found the rumors to be true. Each woman was more enchanting than the last, captivating their imaginations. Han Li, though momentarily taken aback, managed to regain his composure and focus. He soon noticed that the female disciples seemed accustomed to being the center of attention, engaging in laughter and conversation without a hint of embarrassment, some even casting flirtatious glances that left their admirers weak-kneed and bewildered. In stark contrast, the male disciples exhibited a fierce protectiveness, glaring at anyone who dared to gaze upon their companions, particularly the girl at their side. Han Li smiled subtly, recognizing that the pairs standing together were likely not merely random companions, but rather partners arranged for their cultivation. Thus, the male disciples' ire was understandable. They had undoubtedly come to view their female counterparts as possessions, regardless of the women's own sentiments. To Han Li's amusement, he noticed that the ire of the male disciples was not confined to those from Huangfeng Valley, but extended to the young Taoists from the Qingshu sect as well. Curiosity piqued, he turned to observe, finding that the young Taoists occasionally stole glances at the maidens, only to hastily avert their eyes as if fearful of being caught. Exhibiting an amusingly furtive demeanor, Han Li stifled a laugh, wary of betraying his amusement. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were more inclined to tease the young Taoists than those from Huangfeng Valley. This left him speechless for a moment. However, a sobering thought crossed his mind. They were not here for frivolous flirtations, but rather to engage in a life-and-death struggle within the confines of this forbidden land. If the young disciples of various sects were to encounter the female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage even before the battle commenced. After all, it is not an ordinary person who can muster the resolve to strike fiercely against such enchanting women. What perplexed Han Li even further was the youthfulness of all the disciples from the Hidden Moon sect, regardless of gender. There was not a single elder among them. which seemed utterly illogical. To suggest that these individuals were ageless beings, maintaining their youthful appearances, was beyond Han Li's belief. Observing their frivolous demeanor, they appeared to be merely in their 20s, devoid of any semblance of maturity. Yet this blood-red trial was notorious for its perilous nature, making it improbable that so many young individuals would willingly march towards death. Even if there were a few, it was inconceivable that they would all possess such profound bonds. Willing to face life and death together, Han Li could not accept that. In stark contrast, both the Yellow Maple Valley and the Clearvoid sect had a number of elders present in their ranks, driven by the impending end of their lives. Even if they did not participate in this forbidden journey, their time was limited, and thus they sought a final opportunity. If they could indeed acquire a Foundation Establishment pill and fortuitously enter the Foundation Establishment stage, it would mark a significant turnaround in their fate. Although not many elders harbored such hopes for participating in the blood-red trial, the two sects combined had 7 or 8, while the Hidden Moon sect had none, which struck Han Li as rather peculiar. It seemed that Master Li and the Taoist also sensed something amiss, their expressions darkening. Although they continued to converse with the enchanting disciple of the Hidden Moon sect, their distracted demeanor was evident to all. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 4 sects arrived one after another. Most striking to Han Li were the members of the Giant Sword sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. The Giant Sword sect consisted entirely of men, all clad in black, each bearing a towering, sheathed great sword on their backs, their expressions cold and menacing. In contrast, the members of Spirit Beast Mountain donned flamboyant, eye-catching attire, with an array of pouches and skins, some of which appeared to contain living creatures that stirred restlessly, causing unease among the disciples of other sections. The members of the Blade Forge and the Heavenly Quarters, while dressed in diverse garb, seemed relatively normal in Han Li's eyes. Akin to the disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley, many of whom were whispering and displaying signs of tension. As the leaders of the various sects conferred on the procedure to unlock the forbidden grounds, Han Li remained vigilant, observing the formidable figures of each sect. When confronted with those masters at the pinnacle of the 13th level, Han Li intended to evade whenever possible, to flee if he could, and if all else failed, to strike from behind. He had no desire to find himself drained of all spiritual energy as he had during his previous battle with Senior Brother Liu. It is crucial to note that this scenario was entirely different. This time, he was not facing a single opponent, but rather a multitude of frenzied cultivators. If one does not conserve their strength and maintains a constant readiness for counterattack, it is certain that among the first to be eliminated, he will undoubtedly be one of them. While observing and pondering this, Han Li suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. A slight shock coursed through him, compelling him to glance in the direction of the gaze. A female disciple from the Spirit Beast sect was looking at him with a hint of shyness, her exquisite features strikingly familiar. Han Li was taken aback, mentally filtering through the women he knew, and a delicate figure emerged in his mind. It was her, the girl who had sold him the golden brush at the Tynan conference. How had she come under the Spirit Beast sect and participated in this bloody trial? Han Li finally recognized the now even more resplendent maiden, yet a sense of curiosity lingered in his heart. He vividly recalled her bashful demeanor, which had left a profound impression on him, evoking a sense of fondness. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile at her. The girl, clearly noticing, blushed deeply. Her cheeks flushed just as they had been before, still easily embarrassed. A bearded man stood behind her, seemingly aware of the interaction between her and Han Li. His expression darkened, and he suddenly barked something at her, causing her to turn pale, lowering her head in silence, no longer daring to glance in Han Li's direction. The man, unwilling to relent, shot Han Li a venomous glare, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Han Li furrowed his brow. It seemed the girl was not faring well at the Spirit Beast sect. This bearded man was evidently one of the formidable figures he had noticed earlier, possessing the strength of the 13th layer. Undoubtedly, the girl had endured considerable hardship under his watch. However, Han Li, not being a member of the Spirit Beast sect, felt no obligation to protect the arrogant brute. With a sudden burst of nonchalance, he made a face at the man. This act infuriated the bearded man. His face contorted with rage, yet he found himself powerless against Han Li, resorting instead to hurling a few more harsh words at the girl, prompting the nearby disciples of the Spirit Beast sect to cast disdainful glances her way. Anger welled within Han Li as his heart swelled with compassion for the girl, yet the distance rendered him unable to discern the specifics of the man's words. To spare her further humiliation, Han chose not to provoke the unrefined brute, confident that he possessed sufficient means to incite a furious reaction from him, yet without consequence. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various sects concluded their discussions and returned to their respective ranks, leading their juniors into the air, soaring toward the fabled forbidden ground. This journey was brief. After several hours of flight toward the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, they descended before an expansive, barren expanse of yellow earth, devoid of even a single blade of grass, stretching endlessly before them in a sea of yellow. Could this truly be the place? Like the others, Han felt a sense of surprise. This certainly did not seem like a location capable of nurturing the treasures of heaven and earth. A group of accomplished practitioners at the core formation stage convened once more, engaging in brief discussions. Suddenly, a robust figure from the giant sword sect stepped forward, striding several paces before halting. He extended his left hand, from which a golden light surged forth. With a swift motion towards the ground, he summoned a stream of yellow earth, which coalesced in his grasp into a colossal sword forged from yellow clay. With a gentle swipe of his finger along the blade's hilt towards its tip, a brilliant white light ignited wherever he touched, transforming the clay sword into a weighty gray stone sword in an instant. This intermediate spell, transmuting mud into stone, left the disciples from the 7 sects in awe, broadening their horizons. Yet, the adept from the giant sword sect did not cease his display. Gripping the stone sword with both hands, he pivoted sharply and bellowed, launching the stone sword skyward with the swiftness of a shooting star. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. The stone sword, having traveled merely a few dozen paces, seemed to trigger something, and with a sudden tremor, it disintegrated into dust. Subsequently, an overwhelming azure light erupted in the void, enveloping all present, casting their skin in a shade of blue. As the disciples trembled in trepidation, the azure light surged wildly, transforming into countless blades of wind that howled and whipped about incessantly, forming an impenetrable wall of razor winds. Gazing along the expanse of this wind wall, it stretched endlessly into the horizon, filled with an ominous chorus of howling winds. It was evident that any soul daring to breach this barrier would face a gruesome demise, subjected to 1,000 cuts by the chaotic blades. This was indeed the formidable restriction of the area, astonishingly powerful. One could only wonder what ancient sorcery enabled such a vast and fearsome array. In comparison, the protective formation of Yellow Maple Valley seemed trivial, akin to a child's plaything. Unworthy of mention, mused Han quietly. At that moment, the adept from the giant sword sect shook his head and turned back. Meanwhile, the other leaders declared that the time was not yet ripe and instructed the disciples to rest briefly before commencing their exploration of the forbidden grounds. Thus, every hour, the adept from the giant sword sect repeated this exercise to gauge the strength of the restriction. It was only when the 4th stone sword was cast that the azure light and the wind blades emanating from the forbidden area noticeably diminished. Observing this, the other 6 core formation practitioners instinctively sprang into action, gathering together. Masterly extended his hand, from which emerged a ruler-like object, radiating a silvery glow as it shot forth. The Taoist struck the back of his head, opening his mouth to release a stream of azure light, which elongated in the wind, transforming into a flying sword several feet long. The remaining 5 also summoned dazzling artifacts: a pink ribbon, a dragon-shaped staff, a jet-black giant sword, a long knife glowing with crimson light, and a golden seal flickering with brilliance. Together, the 7 practitioners, each with their unique items, formed a radiant circle, charging directly towards the wall of wind blades. These artifacts were the fruits of their arduous cultivation and refinement since reaching the core formation stage. The disciples from various sects dared not to be negligent. Under the command of the elders in the foundation establishment stage, they all stood behind the 7, forming 7 lines, prepared to enter the forbidden ground at any moment. A colossal roar erupted as the 7 magical artifacts clashed with the wind blades, vibrant colors bursting forth and occasionally emitting eerie howls that left the onlooking disciples in a state of tense anticipation. The ruler of Masterly spun incessantly, its silver light fluctuating, as if possessed, shattering countless wind blades. The azure flying sword transformed into a dragon several dozen feet long, each strike producing a haunting sound that could rattle the soul. The other 5 magical artifacts also displayed their unique powers. Notably, the yellow seal of the master from Tianke Fortress was the most imposing, growing to the size of a small mountain with each strike, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. Yet, when it returned, it shrank back to its original form, appearing somewhat clumsy in its movements. Although the might of the 7 magical artifacts was astonishing, they struggled immensely against the diminished wind blade formation, each advance through the wind wall requiring considerable effort. And soon beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the 7. After 3 or 4 hours of fierce combat, the 7 were drenched in perspiration. Yet their magical artifacts finally gained the upper hand, creating a circular passageway about a foot high through the wind wall, shrouded in darkness within, obscuring all visibility. "Hurry! We cannot hold on much longer," the Taoist cried out first, as he possessed the shallowest magical power among the 7 and was sweating profusely. The disciples of the 7 sects, upon hearing this, wasted no time and began to intersperse among each other, flying in batches into the passageway. At this moment, everyone fell silent, their expressions somber. They all understood that once they entered the forbidden ground, they would become mortal enemies, even among fellow disciples. Han Li found himself positioned towards the middle of the line, with disciples from the Giant Sword sect in front and those from the Blade Workshop behind. The passage was not long. In the brief distance of 20-odd feet, Han Li flew out of the exit, and before he could discern the situation ahead, he felt a dizzying swirl, and then he vanished without a trace from the exit. Chapter 180. The Wulong Pool. Upon regaining consciousness, Han Li was met with a grotesque scene. The gray-black, decaying ground, bubbling murky puddles, oddly contorted trees, unknown blood-red grasses underfoot, and an acrid, pungent odor permeating the air. Without pausing to question this bizarre environment, Han Li cautiously scanned his surroundings, wary of other presences. For the greatest danger often arose from the fellow disciples who had entered the forbidden ground alongside him. It seemed he was relatively fortunate, within several dozen feet. He was alone. He let out a breath of relief. However, he did not lower his guard. One hand clutched a talisman, while the other brandished the set of golden mother blades, preparing for any eventuality. At this moment, Han Li was able to calm his mind and carefully observe the peculiar surroundings. He was not surprised to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Prior to their expedition into the forbidden area, the overseers had provided each disciple with detailed information about the location. The documents indicated that anyone who stepped into the forbidden land would be instantaneously transported to various corners of the realm by a certain active teleportation array, with the specifics depending on one's fortune. It was possible to be sent to the most central area, where one would be greeted by an abundance of spiritual herbs. A stroke of great luck indeed. Alternatively, one might find themselves face to face with several ferocious beasts, where survival would necessitate a fierce battle. The most unfortunate could even be dispatched directly to a perilous location, meeting their demise almost immediately, though such occurrences were rare. More commonly, individuals like Han Li would find themselves in the outskirts of the forbidden area, compelled to navigate their way forward. According to the conjectures of those seasoned practitioners, such occurrences were attributed to the improper manner in which they breached the restrictions of the forbidden land, triggering certain minor prohibitions and resulting in unforeseen circumstances. As Han Li cautiously wandered around the vicinity, he cross-referenced the information he had retained with the surrounding scenery, ultimately uncovering valuable insights accumulated by previous disciples who had successfully exited the forbidden area, which would undoubtedly prove beneficial for newcomers. The Wulong Pond was located in the northeastern corner of the forbidden land, centered around a deep pool spanning several tens of zhang. Surrounded by a radius of over 10 miles, abundant with withered bone flowers and snake-like trees, which could be utilized in the creation of poisons, albeit of little value. At the heart of the Wulong Pond, along the water's edge, some cold smoke grass would randomly appear every few years. This remarkable herb had various uses, and if possible, it should be collected to exchange for rewards within the sect. However, caution was advised, as deep within the waters lurked a group of low-tier ice toads, known for their gentle nature, posing no danger unless provoked. After recalling the information multiple times, Han Li felt reassured. Logically, the closer one approached the center of the forbidden land, the more rare spiritual entities and formidable guardian beasts would emerge. The Wulong Pond was situated slightly towards the periphery, yet not at the outermost layer. If he hurried, he could reach the central area within a day. With this thought in mind, Han Li refrained from using his flying technique and instead leaped into a densely foliaged tree, surveying his surroundings before determining his direction and descending once more. The pond lay to the south of Han Li, directly along the route to the heart of the Forbidden Land, making it an opportune detour. Employing a concealment technique, Hanli set forth with agile steps, proceeding cautiously. Perhaps due to his heightened anxiety, he traveled several miles without encountering any mishaps, seemingly the only presence in the entire Wulong Pond region. It was only upon hearing the sound of flowing water that Hanli finally relaxed his taut nerves. As Hanli parted several twisted branches obstructing his path, a verdant deep pool came into view. Even before approaching, a chilling aura caused him to shudder. Is this the infamous Wulong Pool? Hanli mused, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. The pool itself was not particularly large, nestled amidst a sea of serpentine trees. Yet wisps of visible frost emanated from its surface. In fact, a crystalline layer of ice had formed along the edges, attesting to the water's frigid nature. Indifferent to these phenomena, what piqued Hanli's interest was a cluster of a dozen fluffy white herbs growing in a low-lying area near the pool. Each stem bore 5 leaves, immaculate in their whiteness, exuding a faint ethereal mist, almost as if shrouded in smoke. Indeed, they bore the unmistakable appearance of spiritual roots. Indeed, this was the famed Hanyin grass, precisely as described in the literature. Hanli murmured to himself, harboring a flicker of joy in his heart. Though this herb bore no relation to his foundational elixir, the ease with which he had encountered it was a promising omen. Habitually, Hanli glanced to his sides and prepared to approach, but suddenly his expression shifted. He crouched low and retreated a few steps, concealing himself once more behind the foliage. His countenance now devoid of emotion as he observed the dense thicket to his left. Before long, a figure emerged, a man clad in blue who appeared to be from Tianke Fortress. This individual moved with utmost caution, glancing back frequently and scanning his surroundings. Judging by the tightly clenched fists, he seemed well prepared for an ambush, and his trajectory led directly toward the cluster of Hanyin grass. With a sigh, Hanli realized that his efforts may be in vain. The man's vigilance rendered a stealthy approach impossible, and he had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation over a few inconsequential herbs, as the risk far outweighed the benefits. "Come out. I see you. Stop hiding," the blue-clad man shouted, halting just a few paces from the Hanyin grass. Hanli was taken aback, fearing he had inadvertently revealed his position. However, he soon found himself bemused, for despite the man's loud proclamation, his eyes darted about erratically and did not even glance in Hanli's direction. It was merely a ruse. Feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement, Hanli observed the blue-clad man's antics for a while before feeling secure enough to approach the Hanyin grass. However, the man's self-satisfied bravado led Hanli to contemplate whether to seize the opportunity and strike from behind while he was distracted. Yet, before making a decision, the blue-clad man swiftly harvested 3 or 4 of the white herbs, evidently aware of the adage that prolonged endeavors often lead to unforeseen complications. Hanli shook his head inwardly, ultimately deciding to withdraw. His primary objective remained the 3 essential ingredients for his foundational elixir, and preserving his strength was the wisest course of action at this juncture. With this resolve, Hanli stealthily retreated, only feeling assured enough to hasten his departure once he had put a considerable distance between himself and the herbs, lest the man pursue him after completing his harvest. Yet his figure had not fully emerged when a chilling scream echoed from the direction of the pool, unmistakably the dying cry of the man in blue. Hanli shivered instinctively. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and stealthily circled back, determined to uncover the truth to avoid meeting the same grim fate. As Hanli returned to the vicinity of the pool, he noticed 2 men with fierce countenances lurking by the water's edge, adorned in flamboyant attire. They were clearly disciples from the spirit Beast Mountain. At that moment, they were gleefully rummaging through the storage bags of the Tianke Fortress disciples, while a dozen blue giant toads lay sprawled nearby. The man in blue had multiple gaping wounds all over his body, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. "Brother you, what a splendid idea. Instead of confronting that fool head-on, we cleverly hid near the Wulong Pool and scattered some beast-repelling powder into the water. This entire brood of ice toads obediently followed our commands." Who would have thought that merely creating a slight commotion would divert his attention, allowing the magical beasts to launch a surprise attack from behind? A torrent of ice spikes struck him down in an instant. That fool likely never imagined he would perish at the hands of a pack of low-tier magical beasts. However, this fellow certainly has considerable value. "Brother, why don't we follow the plan and remain hidden here until others take the bait? We can use these cold smoke grasses as bait. After dividing the spoils, the younger of the two men viciously kicked the corpse of the Tianke fortress disciple, greed glinting in his eyes. Chapter 181, Colorful Butterflies and the Fight to the Death. I've finally returned to upload for everyone. Staying up all night is quite the ordeal. How naive. One should think critically. The fact that we brothers managed to teleport together is already a stroke of fortune, at the very least. Our chances of survival far exceed those of others. The luck in eliminating that man was purely coincidental. Do they truly believe they possess such prowess? Concocting this foolish plan of lying in wait. Aren't they afraid of encountering someone formidable who might shatter their teeth and jeopardize their lives? Moreover, in such a desolate place, it is unlikely that anyone would come by. It would be far wiser to head to the central area and fish in troubled waters. The elder disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain was evidently more dominant and cunning than his younger counterpart. While reprimanding him, he frequently scanned the surrounding dense forest with vigilance. Observing this, Hanli became increasingly cautious, maximizing his concealment technique to suppress his presence completely, daring not to reveal even a hint of himself. As for the foolish notion of facing two opponents, Hanli had never entertained such thoughts, let alone act upon them. One of the men possessed initial stage cultivation at the 12th level, while the other was at the high stage of the same level. If they joined forces, Hanli knew his chances of victory would be minimal. He did not possess the extraordinary powers to single-handedly confront 100 foes. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as they stripped the last few cold smoke grasses from the pool's edge and incinerated the body of the Tianke fortress disciple until nothing remained. Finally, the two men collected the ice toads into a red leather bag and vanished into the dense woods across the way. After the two departed, Hanli did not immediately rise, but rather took a moment to shake off the fallen leaves clinging to him, straightening his posture as he contemplated the direction in which they had vanished. Clearly, he was not alone in his thoughts. Many others shared similar ambitions. It is hardly surprising, given that those daring enough to participate in the blood trial would naturally aspire to acquire the celestial treasures of the central region. A fierce confrontation was inevitable. After all, the generation and maturation of celestial herbs were exceedingly limited, scarcely sufficient for distribution among the factions. With a somber expression, Hanli stood still for a while, reflecting bitterly. Witnessing the blue-clad figure, who exhibited caution no less than his own, silently disappear from the world instilled in him a sense of foreboding. One could only wonder how many similar occurrences transpired in the hidden corners of this forbidden land, causing his confidence in achieving his goal to waver significantly. Was this expedition into the forbidden land a misstep? Perhaps, if he merely consumed those 2 foundation establishment pills, he could successfully establish his foundation without venturing into such perilous risks. Discouragement seeped into his thoughts, and a faint inclination to retreat began to surface. After all, it is far easier to speak than to confront the chilling shadow of death looming over one's heart. Several hours later, Hanli set forth from the location, his chosen path still leading towards the heart of the forbidden land. After some deliberation, reason prevailed over his earlier misgivings, revealing that those fleeting thoughts were merely excuses for his own cowardice. Thus, he steeled himself and resumed his journey. Hanli did not follow closely behind the duo but opted for a slightly longer route, advancing in a roundabout manner. Even though the route taken by the two from Spirit Beast Mountain was undoubtedly the most direct and swift, his concern was not that they would discern his presence through their own capabilities, but rather a deep-seated apprehension regarding the peculiar beast-controlling techniques employed by Spirit Beast Mountain. He pondered whether they possessed any special means to detect his stealth, and thus chose to maintain a respectful distance. It is worth noting that he had once utilized a small, sentient cloudwing bird to discreetly track certain individuals from afar. He could only surmise that the same methods employed by Spirit Beast Mountain would be even more clandestine and enigmatic, for they were cultivators, and their techniques surpassed those of mere mortals. Reflecting on the cloudwing bird filled Hanli with regret. Upon entering Huangfeng Valley, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, he had released the bird into the Taiyue Mountains to roam freely. Initially, the creature frequently returned to seek out its master, requesting its favored yellow chestnut pills. However, as time passed, its visits became increasingly rare. By the time Hanli recognized his error, the bird had fully reverted to its wild nature and had vanished without a trace after one of its flights. This loss weighed heavily on him, for otherwise, It could have proven quite useful during this expedition into the Forbidden Land. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his decision to take a roundabout route had indeed spared him from a calamity. The two individuals from Spirit Beast Mountain, since departing from Wulong Pool, had released a multitude of colorful moths from their respective pockets. As the resplendent insects took flight, they immediately dispersed, covering the area within 100 paces with their vibrant hues, which gradually shifted and merged with the surrounding scenery, creating a camouflage that was nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. Even if some astute observers happened to notice the moths, they would likely assume them to be native to this forbidden region, harboring no suspicion. Thus, these colorful moths became the natural sentinels for the two individuals, alerting them instantly whenever someone approached their realm, allowing them to prepare in advance for any eventualities. This living network of insects served as an impeccable alarm system, a hallmark of the disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain. Even if disciples from other sects were aware of this phenomenon, they found themselves powerless against the moths, unable to evade them for a stealthy ambush. In truth, Han Li had once enjoyed a stroke of fortune at the Wulong Pool. The duo from Spirit Beast Mountain had not released the colorful moths while at the pool. They commenced their operation only after departing, or else Han Li would have certainly fallen prey to their search. It was not due to a momentary lapse or oversight on their part, but rather because these moths possessed an innate fear of the cold. A slight drop in temperature would lead to their inevitable demise. It was indeed a lamentable circumstance. The waters of Wulong Pool were inherently frigid, rendering the vicinity akin to a winter's day. Under such conditions, they would not dare release the moths to their own peril. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who had narrowly escaped a calamity, he stood beneath a peculiar cliff, gazing silently at the two corpses below him, each bearing a harrowing visage. One of the bodies, clad in a black bodysuit, was imposing in stature, with large hands and a slender line of crimson blood tracing the neck. The eyes were wide open, filled with a lingering sense of resentment, suggesting a death that was far from peaceful. It appeared to be a disciple of the Giant Sword sect. The other body, of average build, was a grotesque sight, its features obliterated, having been impaled by a massive sword that pierced through the face and exited at the back of the skull, anchoring the individual to the ground, with blood and brain matter pooling around. Yet, curiously, a spiraled strand of translucent thread encircled the ring finger of the right hand, glistening faintly under the sunlight. Han Li scrutinized the corpse of the Giant Sword sect disciple for a long moment. Suddenly, he raised his foot and gently kicked the head with the crimson line on its neck, resulting in the large head rolling effortlessly aside, requiring little exertion. This person had long been split in two. With a sigh, Han Li turned his attention to the other corpse, whose identity was unmistakable despite the absence of facial features. The yellow robe, identical to his own, served as undeniable proof. Alas, he pondered, which brother from Huangfeng Valley had met such a fate? It was evident that the two had perished together in a mutual demise. Han Li lifted his gaze toward the unmoving cliff top, his mind already reaching a conclusion, envisioning the scenario of their encounter, wherein they had unleashed their full strength against one another. From various indications, it was apparent that the individual from the Giant Sword sect possessed superior prowess compared to Han Li's brother. The lifeless body clad in yellow was a grotesque sight, marked by blood and injuries, while the expression of resentment on the black-clad figure's head bore testament to the event that transpired. This unknown fellow disciple, although seemingly at a disadvantage, was evidently a cunning individual, wielding a transparent, thread-like artifact. He must have exploited the overconfidence of his opponent, who anticipated imminent victory, to launch a surprise attack at the last moment, severing the opponent's head and resulting in the demise of the member from the Great Sword sect. However, he seemingly underestimated the black-clad figure, who, for reasons unknown, still managed to invoke his colossal sword in his final moments, striking down the yellow-clad disciple, either due to overwhelming injuries rendering him unable to evade or because he had fallen prey to the same error of presuming victory. This led to a brutal clash devoid of victors. Chapter 182. The Maiden and the Thread having discerned the causes of their deaths. Han Li could only wish the departed brother a smooth journey to the afterlife, hoping for a swift rebirth, and he unceremoniously began to search both bodies. With the deceased no longer among the living, it was only natural for him to claim their storage pouches. After a thorough search, he found nothing. His expression turned grave, and he meticulously combed through once more, yet still found naught. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, his heart racing with a quickened tempo. There was a fourth presence here, the very individual who had taken the storage pouches. Though it was highly probable that this person had long since vacated the area, he could not discount the possibility of being observed nearby, using the two corpses as bait to seek out his weaknesses. Across the precipice lay a vast expanse of tall grass, easily concealing a person's movements, and Han Li, with his back turned towards the thicket and crouched over the bodies, felt an unsettling anxiety. Perhaps that individual was lurking just behind him. Remaining in his crouched position, Han Li did not move, appearing to be intently focused on the corpses before him. In truth, he was fully alert, discreetly retrieving his artifact and talismans, his consciousness silently extending outward to identify any potential snipers. The findings of his mental probe did not surprise him. Everything in the vicinity appeared normal, devoid of any unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy. This was hardly astonishing, for if someone indeed concealed themselves nearby, they would undoubtedly employ techniques to suppress their own aura, rendering them undetectable. The intent behind Han Li's mental search was merely to stir the grass and startle the snake. At the very least, it would deter any imagined opponent from acting rashly. As he anticipated, either he was merely being overly cautious, scaring himself with baseless fears, or the observer deemed the situation too precarious and chose to remain hidden, suppressing their aura and opting not to strike. After a brief moment, Han Li stood, turned towards the expansive grassland, and scrutinized it coldly several times before suddenly leaping into the air without uttering a word. After a few graceful descents, he became a mere black, gradually fading into the distance. As Han Li's figure vanished entirely, the previously tranquil thicket erupted into a cacophony of rustling sounds. A slender figure emerged, revealing a girl clad in flowing white garments. She appeared youthful, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Yet her features were pure and her countenance exuded an innocent charm. In such a perilous realm, encountering a creature as ethereal as she seemed was truly astonishing. Judging by her attire, it was likely that she belonged to the Moon Concealment sect. The girl glanced in the direction where Han Li had vanished, a playful smile gracing her lips as she spoke to herself with an air of maturity, courage, and intellect, quite commendable. However, his magical prowess leaves much to be desired, and his potential appears limited, offering little to exploit. Otherwise, upon escaping, he could have been a formidable asset. Nonetheless, his final escape demonstrated a skill akin to the lightness of foot found in the secular world, and not without merit, I must say. It is rather intriguing. With a delicate hand, she cupped her pointed chin, her large eyes reflecting a growing curiosity. Had Han Li heard her observations, he would have been left speechless, for her astute remarks incisively pinpointed both his strengths and weaknesses, as if she knew him better than he knew himself. I shall grant you this reprieve for now. I must attend to my own matters. However, when we meet again, dear boy, you shall find it far less easy to slip away, she said, wrinkling her nose playfully, a fleeting frown gracing her features, reluctant to part from what she perceived as a new and captivating toy. Ultimately, with a pout, she produced a talisman and, with a flick of her wrist, vanished in a dazzling flash of green light. Had anyone witnessed this spectacle, they might have lamented her frivolity, for she had carelessly squandered a rare talisman of the wood escape technique, a treasure of great value in the cultivation realm. This was a mid-tier talisman, typically cherished as a family heirloom, reserved for life and death situations, serving as an optimal means of escape. Unbeknownst to Han Li, such a remarkable young woman had taken an interest in him. He remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts, instead reveling in his fortunate evasion of danger. Regardless of whether there were indeed hidden threats lurking, Han Li resolved not to pursue the matter further. After all, the closer one drew to the center, the greater the number of foes that awaited. Deceptive ambushes and attacks would soon become commonplace, and preserving his own life while avoiding unnecessary conflicts was Han Li's guiding principle at present. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed from the two corpses. With this thought, he extended his hand, revealing a nearly transparent ball of thread that had caught his attention as he departed. It was the linear magical artifact that had slain the disciple of the giant sword sect. Infusing it with a modicum of magical energy, the thread gradually straightened, extending to nearly 10 zhang in length. As Han Li deftly manipulated the line, he immediately sensed its remarkable potential. When wielded correctly, this object could indeed serve as an exceptional weapon for stealthy endeavors. With its nearly invisible characteristics and remarkably sharp cutting ability, Han Li was confident that he could sever an enemy's head before they even grasped the situation. He was curious about the material from which this thread was forged. If only it were longer, its potential applications would be boundless. Fueled by his enthusiasm, Han Li wielded this thread to effortlessly slice through a dozen nearby large trees, bringing him immense joy, far surpassing his expectations. Unbeknownst to him, a short distance away in the grasslands, two groups of disciples from the blade refining workshop and the Qingshu sect were embroiled in a fierce battle. Both sides numbered around 5 or 6, showcasing balanced strength and skill, creating a competitive standoff. This marked the first significant clash in the Crimson Trial, as both factions aimed to be the first to enter the central region and harvest spiritual herbs. Naturally, if they could eliminate their opponents nearby, it would be even more gratifying. Ultimately, the Taoists from the Qingshu sect proved to be superior, dispatching most of their adversaries, while the remaining 2 from the blade refining workshop, injured, fled. The Qingshu disciples were the first to breach the central area. Within this core zone, a plethora of extraordinary flora and fauna thrived, guarded by formidable first-tier demonic beasts capable of rivaling Peak Foundation establishment disciples. Each time a beast was slain and its herbs collected, new spiritual herbs would emerge, accompanied by the inexplicable reappearance of these beasts, though not necessarily of the same kind as before. This phenomenon left the esteemed experts of various sects bewildered. Could it be that these beasts were birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth? This notion diverged significantly from their prior understanding. They believed that demonic beasts were akin to wild creatures, evolving into entities imbued with demonic power only after years of unconsciously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The likelihood of such evolution was not significantly higher than the emergence of cultivators among humans. Moreover, over the years, disciples from various sects could only gather spiritual herbs on the periphery of the central region. Venturing closer to the core would subject them to active restrictions and traps that could ensnare or obliterate them. Furthermore, the deeper one ventured, the more formidable the demonic beasts became, rendering these mere pawns incapable of fending them off, thus relegating them to a life of circumspect wandering on the outskirts. Leaving aside whether the Qingshu disciples could seize the initiative and collect the spiritual herbs, Han Li now faced the gravest crisis of his journey into the forbidden area. At a narrow intersection, he found himself trapped between a man from Ling Beast Mountain and another from Tiankei Fortress. The burly man from Ling Beast Mountain was someone Han Li recognized, the bearded brute who had once glared at him, now grinning menacingly at Han Li. Exuding an aura of impending doom, Han Li felt a bitter taste in his mouth, realizing that despite his utmost caution, he had fallen prey to an ambush. And the situation was dire, facing multiple foes. He found himself in a perilous region known in the records as the Narrow Sky, where the environment was exceedingly treacherous. Without the ability to fly, there was only this single narrow path leading to the central area. On either side of the narrow path stood perilous and steep peaks, so treacherous that even someone as skilled as Han Li, adept in worldly martial arts and possessing commendable agility, would not dare to attempt the ascent lightly. As for soaring overhead on a flying artifact, that was an entirely different matter, an unequivocal act of folly, tantamount to inviting a deadly assault. There was no need for it. Disciples from various sects would never engage in such reckless behavior. Moreover, the harrowing experiences of their predecessors served as a stark warning. Flying within this forbidden zone was strictly prohibited, with dire consequences awaiting those who defied this rule. When Han Li entered this treacherous realm, he hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately opting not to take the shortcut across the mountain peaks. Thus, he resigned himself to tread slowly along the narrow path. Naturally, given the perilous nature of this place, Han Li exercised utmost caution, keeping his senses alert at all times. Yet, as he emerged from the path's mouth, still unable to exhale in relief, he was unexpectedly confronted by 2 individuals who blocked his retreat. Observing the fierce countenance of the bearded man, Han Li realized that any verbal sparring would be futile. He swiftly conjured a defensive water shield and summoned the flying shield, simultaneously preparing his artifact, the golden flea mother blade, along with a few rudimentary high-level talismans, including the earth prison spell. The bearded man and his companion scrutinized Han Li's every movement, displaying no intent to thwart or strike first. Their apparent confidence suggested they felt assured of their ability to subdue him, which contributed to their calm demeanor. This was hardly surprising. The man behind him appeared to be at the peak of the 12th layer, while the bearded man practiced a 13th layer technique. Naturally, they viewed Han Li, a novice at the 11th layer, as an easy target. Noticing their overconfidence, Han Li licked his lips, stifling a cold chuckle. Given their arrogance, he was determined to exploit this to his advantage. Subtly, he shifted his position to create a triangular formation with the two assailants, preventing an attack from behind. As expected, they did not seize this opportunity to strike. Facing what was arguably his most formidable adversaries since entering the realm of cultivation, Han Li felt little trepidation. Although he endeavored to avoid confrontations, this did not imply a lack of confidence in his own abilities. He considered that while his magical prowess might fall short, his top-tier artifacts and talismans were more than sufficient to bridge the gap. Moreover, if worse came to worst, summoning the Thunderbolt Child to eliminate one of them would be a relatively simple task, though whether he would be willing to employ such a measure remained another matter. Nonetheless, a flicker of confusion crossed Han Li's mind. Why had the bearded man and the disciple from Tianke Fortress not engaged in combat against one another? Instead, they had allied themselves, which might be expected among brothers of the same sect. However, the two were clearly not from the same school of thought. "You have quite the audacity," the bearded man snarled, his menacing demeanor evident. "To mock me outside the forbidden zone, and to flirt with that wretched woman. Now you shall pay with your life." Turning his gaze to the disciple from Tianke Fortress, he continued, "Brother Yin, this brat has a score to settle with me. Leave him to me. I intend to make him experience my hospitality. He must understand that the realm of cultivation is not as easy as it seems. In his next life, before offending anyone, he ought to open his eyes and see clearly." The person from Tianke Fortress shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Do as you please. I shall merely keep an eye on things from the sidelines. Just don't find yourself in a predicament like last time, or you'll owe yet another debt of gratitude." That incident was certainly an anomaly. Now, facing this novice, I need only exert half of my strength to prevail effortlessly. The man with the bushy beard initially flushed, but then sneered disdainfully. "Cough. Take care of yourself. I would prefer not to hear of your demise someday. After all, we have been drinking buddies for years, and it would be quite challenging to find another companion with a temperament to match." The Tianke Fortress individual shook his head, seemingly exasperated by the bushy-bearded man's arrogance. However, he did not perceive the current opponent as a genuine threat to his old friend. After all, he was standing watch. Han Li, observing from the sidelines, listened intently to their unabashed exchange, gleaning insights and resolving his lingering doubts. It became evident that these two were indeed friends, and their camaraderie appeared quite solid. This posed a significant challenge. The two were undoubtedly more synchronized in their collaboration against foes, making them far more formidable than an ordinary temporary alliance. From their banter, it seemed they had coordinated successfully on multiple occasions. Han Li felt a surge of frustration. It appeared that the only way to proceed was to unleash a fierce assault, prioritizing the elimination of one opponent, making the other far easier to handle. Yet, how bizarre was this situation? Originally, disciples from various factions were randomly teleported. Yet these two had somehow ended up together in the same location. What an outrageous twist of fate. Han Li pondered bitterly, feeling both incredulous and indignant at their remarkable luck. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the individual from Tianke Fortress was reveling in this very thought. As he observed the bushy-bearded man approaching Han Li, his mind began to wander, contemplating the key role of the fusion spirit talisman in bringing friends together. This high-grade talisman proved to be remarkably effective. By activating it simultaneously with a friend just before entering the forbidden zone, their energies could be temporarily linked, allowing them to be transported together to the same location. Though it was said that the success rate hovered around 50% and its cost was exorbitantly high, far exceeding that of ordinary advanced talismans, they had succeeded nonetheless. They lay in ambush here, having eliminated several disciples from various factions who passed through, reaping substantial rewards. Furthermore, Sir Yen, was no fool. Spending a fortune on such a perilous venture in the Forbidden Zone was not merely for the coveted spiritual herbs that many eyed hungrily. It was to have a legitimate opportunity to kill and seize treasures without any repercussions. He believed that as long as they worked together and avoided those seemingly formidable opponents, they could easily achieve their objectives. Eventually, when the time was right, they could retreat to a hiding place and wait until it was safe to depart. This was an exquisitely perfect plan, one that only he could conceive. As the individual from Tianke Fortress contemplated the promising future that lay beyond, He could not help but succumb to a sense of self-admiration, his thoughts drifting away from the imminent battle. At that moment, a bearded man approached Han Li with a sinister grin, seemingly poised to strike. However, perhaps influenced by the warning of a companion, he paused midway to invoke a talisman, summoning a verdant barrier that fortified his defenses. Observing this development, Han Li furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had originally harbored great apprehension towards the tactics of the spirit beast mountain, planning to exploit this man's momentary lapse to eliminate him swiftly. Yet, with the protective spell now in place, such an endeavor would not be easily accomplished. Of course, if he were to summon the Thunderbolt Child, no amount of defenses would avail the man, but that was a one-time consumable, and Han Li was reluctant to deploy it unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Given that this adversary was no longer a viable target, Han Li shifted his focus to another disciple of Tianke Fortress. Noticing that this individual stood with arms crossed, gazing skyward in contemplation, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, Han Li felt a surge of excitement, recognizing an opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a talisman inscribed with the Earth Prison technique towards the bearded man. The talisman transformed mid-air into a beam of yellow light that struck the man, encasing him within a larger yellow barrier that effectively immobilized him. The bearded man, upon witnessing Han Li summon another talisman, remained unfazed. His wooden shield was remarkably resilient against ordinary attacks. He dismissed Han Li's capabilities, considering him merely a novice of the 11th layer of cultivation. Incapable of wielding any formidable talismans, at most, he presumed it to be of a low intermediate grade. Thus, he continued forward, opening the mouth of his pouch as if to release something. However, when he found himself unexpectedly ensnared by the yellow barrier and recognized the Earth Prison technique, his expression shifted as he sensed impending trouble. At that moment, a green serpent adorned with a pair of purple fleshy wings emerged from his pouch. Upon its arrival, the creature emitted a series of shrill cries, violently slamming against the yellow barrier, causing it to quiver under the force of its assault, revealing considerable strength. The bearded man felt a flicker of optimism and quickly retrieved another pouch, intending to unleash another spirit beast to shatter the Earth Prison. He was confident that he would soon extricate himself from this predicament, at which point he would exact his vengeance by breaking the ribs of his opponent one by one. Meanwhile, Han Li paid no heed to his ensnared adversary. In a flash, he darted towards the disciple from Tianke Fortress, his movements so swift that he appeared almost ethereal, leaving behind a trail of phantoms that heightened his spectral presence. Simultaneously, he lightly tapped his waist pouch, replacing the original golden blade of the golden mantis with a smaller but formidable artifact, which he grasped tightly in his hand. At this moment, the individual within the Tianke Fortress finally awoke from a delightful slumber, only to behold an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. His countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated, flipping his palm to reveal a talisman that materialized in his grasp. At this juncture, Han Li was still at least 8 or 9 zhong away, which offered him a momentary sense of relief, as he believed he had ample time to invoke the talisman. However, before he could channel his spiritual energy to activate it, he was astonished to witness Han Li rushing towards him, suddenly bestowing upon him a mysterious smile. With a casual wave of his hand, akin to a familiar greeting, Han Li performed a gesture that was both disarming and unexpected. Simultaneously, the man felt a slight itch on his neck, as if a mosquito had taken a bite. Stunned, the man from Tianke Fortress was yet to comprehend the intentions of his adversary when the world began to spin, followed by an engulfing darkness that rendered him unconscious. "Brother Yan," exclaimed the bearded figure from Ling Beast Mountain. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the entire scene unfold. He had seen firsthand how, upon closing the distance of mere feet, Han Li merely waved his hand, causing his longtime friend's head to tilt unnaturally before it rolled off, severed from the body. The headless torso staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, gushing forth a fountain of crimson blood. The bearded man felt a chill sweep through him, his limbs turning cold and a shiver racing down his spine. The method employed by Han Li to slay his friend was utterly otherworldly. It was evident that no spells had been cast. "You wretched child, once I escape, I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths." Despite the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and a profound sense of sorrow for his friend, he summoned the courage to maintain a fierce facade, grimly enduring the situation. Yet inwardly, He had resolved that the moment he broke free from the earthbound prison, he would flee without hesitation. After all, a gentleman avenges his friend. But it is prudent to ensure one's own survival. The seemingly ferocious bearded man was, in fact, a coward at heart, easily intimidated and prone to cower before strength. This revelation was indeed surprising. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the bearded man had unleashed a pangolin-like creature to join forces with a peculiar serpent, both of them launching a fierce assault on the yellow barrier. Meanwhile, Han Li summoned a pair of iron rod-like artifacts, aiding the two beasts to relentlessly batter the protective shield, causing it to flicker erratically. Recognizing the imminent collapse of the earthbound prison, Han Li promptly retrieved the talisman. The golden light brick, cradling it in one hand before him, his gaze fixed intently upon it as he concentrated on channeling its power. He was far from confident in using any ordinary artifact. After all, his adversary was a formidable master at the 13th level. If a single strike failed to vanquish him, the consequences upon his escape would be dire. He vividly recalled the arduous battle with senior brother Liu, who was merely at the 12th level. Although he had unexpectedly dispatched a fellow 12th level opponent with the transparent thread, it did not guarantee that the prepared bearded man would afford him the same ease of victory. Under the influence of the earth prison technique, the bearded man felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Han Li's peculiar gesture of holding the talisman. His black iron rods urged him on with increasing urgency. Yet, the yellow light barrier of the earth prison technique proved formidable, even in its deformed and dimmed state. It valiantly maintained its integrity, nearly inciting the bearded man to the brink of bloodshed and frustration. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy soaring from Han Li, causing him to pause and gaze upward. There, Han Li's hand radiated a resplendent golden light, as a brilliant rectangular object slowly ascended, floating in midair. The surging spiritual energy emanated from this very object. The bearded man's complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out in fear, recognizing the origin of the golden brick. However, unbeknownst to him, Han Li's face also turned pale, filled with terror. The floating object was relentlessly siphoning his magical power, an unending torrent that could not be halted, seemingly intent on draining Han Li dry. In silent agony, Han Li cursed the Wanbao pavilion that had sold him this item, lamenting that it was not a talisman, but rather a life-sucking vampire. Yet, when a third of his magical energy had been extracted, the talisman finally ceased its frenzied consumption, calming down as control returned to Han Li's hands. Without hesitation, he pointed, and the golden brick talisman shot forth, hurtling towards the bearded man still ensnared within the earth prison technique, rendering him as pale as the grave, his spirit nearly fleeing. The golden brick expanded with the wind, swiftly growing to the size of a room, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and radiating brilliant light. An awe-inspiring sight. When it hovered above the bearded man's head, it descended like a small mountain, unceremoniously crashing down. With a resounding boom and the bearded man's anguished scream, the ground shook violently. Han Li felt a mix of astonishment and delight, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could it be that he had just annihilated the 13th-layered creature? Han Li found it hard to believe. As he retracted the talisman, the golden brick reverted to its original form, flying back into Han Li's hand. While beneath where it had struck, a massive pit, over 10 feet wide and more than a yard deep, had formed. The bearded man and his spiritual beast had been reduced to a mere puddle, indistinguishable from one another. Had he truly perished? Han Li felt a moment of bewilderment, akin to delivering a punch that encountered no resistance at all. Was it that the bearded man was simply inadequate, or was the golden brick's power overwhelmingly great? Han Li found it difficult to ascertain. However, given the tremendous noise created, it was indeed unwise to linger here. After a brief moment of confusion, Han Li regained his composure. He destroyed the two corpses and collected 5 or 6 unexpectedly found storage bags before departing the area, stepping into a narrow passageway. Ahead lay a vast expanse of woodland, an ideal locale for ambushes and killings, where perhaps another fierce battle awaited. Before entering, he resolved to find a suitable spot to rest, recuperate his lost magical energy, and bolster his ability for self-preservation. One may peruse the signature work of a friend, Lord of Slaughter, where one finds the phrase, inebriated. One rests upon the lap of beauty. Awakened, one wields the power of life and death. Ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth. Those who conform shall prosper. while those who resist shall perish. This grand fantasy epic is rife with ruthless conflict, indulging in the exquisite allure of the world. In the 185th chapter, titled The Strong, as Han Li discovered a verdant tree on the periphery of the forest and ascended to restore his vitality. The Forbidden Realm witnessed the inaugural climax of bloodshed within the Crimson Trial. Various formidable characters bared their fangs, initiating a thorough purge of the weaker souls nearby. The closer one approached the central zone, the more frequent and sanguine the slaughter became. Of course, when equally matched experts did occasionally encounter one another, they would often choose to remain oblivious, passing each other by, for it was not yet their moment to clash. It is noteworthy that the disciples within the Forbidden Realm could largely be categorized into three distinct groups. The first group comprises those of exceedingly weak prowess, possessing martial arts of merely the 11th or even 10th tier. Their reasons for entering the Forbidden Realm vary. Some are compelled by dire circumstances, while others harbor a sense of hope to exploit the chaos. Regardless of their motives, they occupy the lowest echelon of the Crimson Trial, relegated to the role of prey. Typically, within the first day of the trial, barring a few astute individuals with unique means of self-preservation, these weaklings are swiftly eliminated. Han Li, who can rely on extraordinary treasures to contend with formidable foes, stands as a notable exception. The second group consists of individuals like the Bearded Man, who possess considerable magical power, yet perceive their overall strength as inferior to the true experts, knowing full well that acquiring spiritual treasures is beyond their reach. They refrain from engaging in desperate battles against the elite of the Forbidden Realm, instead targeting the first group and their peers, seeking to seize the opportunity to kill and plunder for hidden wealth. These individuals are particularly active during the initial 2 days of the trial. However, as the third day dawns, the victors among them often vanish from sight, recognizing that the final 3 days are reserved for fierce confrontations among the true powerhouses. Should they encounter one another during this period, their fate is all but sealed. Yet, some arrogant souls, blinded by an inflated sense of their own capabilities, may recklessly plunge into the fray for spiritual herbs, only to meet a grim demise. Nevertheless, the majority are astute enough to retreat swiftly, often emerging as the most fortunate survivors of the Crimson Trial. In stark contrast, those of great strength frequently meet tragic ends, a bitter irony indeed. The final group is the most exclusive, representing the pinnacle of the pyramid, the elite disciples from various factions who are regarded with high hopes by their leaders. The remaining disciples serve merely as expendable pawns to divert the attention of rival factions. This elite cadre possesses profound magical abilities, equipped with formidable top-tier artifacts, united by a singular objective, to eliminate members of other factions and seize an ample supply of spiritual herbs. The commencement of this first large-scale massacre was initiated synchronously by their tacit understanding, aimed at eliminating those opportunistic characters who sought to exploit the chaos, lest they hinder their plans and give rise to unforeseen complications. Furthermore, they exhibited neither impatience nor panic upon realizing that some had already ventured into the central zone. After all, while entry may be effortless, extracting oneself with the precious elixir in hand proves to be a formidable challenge. The slaughter continued unabated. Yet due to Han Li's considerable distance from the epicenter, he remained untouched while recuperating his magical energy. Unfortunately, the other weaker individuals were not as fortunate as Han Li. Many found themselves ensnared in the carnage, desperately striving to escape in order to preserve their lives. Among them was Xiao Air from the Blade Transformation Pavilion. Currently, Xiao Air's complexion was pallid, his face etched with fear as he gazed upon a barefooted giant wielding a silver greatsword. Before Xiao Air's very eyes, this formidable figure had swiftly dispatched 2 other disciples from the Blade Transformation Pavilion who had grouped together. Under the onslaught of the giant's silver sword, no matter the quality of the magical artifacts or protective barriers, they crumbled as if made of mere paper, ultimately resulting in the gruesome severance of their bodies. However, it was precisely due to the distraction caused by his fellow disciples that the alarmed Xiao Air seized the opportunity to flee, retreating in haste. Regrettably, the giant seemed resolute in his pursuit, relentlessly tracking Xiao Air for several hours, until he cornered him once more in this very place. This left Xiao Air in a state of utter despair. "If you choose to take your own life, I shall grant you a complete corpse," the giant said coldly, devoid of any expression. "May you perish." Realizing his imminent demise, Xiao Air, in a fit of desperation, unleashed a fierce determination, and summoned his two remaining high-grade magical artifacts in a final act of defiance. Foolish, the giant retorted succinctly, then launched his silver sword skyward, effortlessly shattering the two artifacts, and subsequently cleaved Xiao Air in two. After completing this grim task, the giant did not even cast a glance at Xiao Air's lifeless form and turned away, showing no interest in the contents of the other's storage pouch. For him, the singular existence of the silver greatsword sufficed. Other magical artifacts would only serve as distractions, detracting from his cultivation. Similarly, by a small stream near the central zone, a female disciple of the Concealing Moon sect, drenched in fragrant sweat, struggled to command a scarf-like magical artifact, valiantly defending against two dazzling red flying daggers. Aware that her defenses were on the verge of collapse, could this senior brother from the Blade Transformation Pavilion not show mercy to his little sister? I am willing to serve you for a night. At the precipice of life and death, the woman finally cast aside her shame, utilizing her greatest asset to tempt her adversary. Yet, she remained uncertain of her chances of success after witnessing his prowess. Very well, put away your artifact, and I shall agree, spoke a young man clad in a blue robe, around 18 or 19 years of age, with refined features, crimson lips, and white teeth, exuding the charm of a dashing young gentleman. Upon finishing his statement, he suspended the two flying daggers in midair and gazed at the woman with a smile. The women of the Moon Conceal sect were filled with joy, hastily casting flirtatious glances toward the man. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gently lowered her silk scarf into her hands, her bosom heaving as she prepared to speak. Alas, before her cherry lips could part, a sudden murderous intent flashed across the handsome man's face. With a swift motion of his finger, two crimson flying daggers shot forth, intertwining with the speed of thunder, and the woman fell silently to the ground, blood pooling around her. How dare such a superficial creature attempt to ensnare me? Hantianya? The handsome man expressed his disdain, his voice taking on a sharp tone. He then retrieved a fragrant handkerchief from his waist, delicately wiping the dust from his face with a graceful, almost effeminate demeanor, reminiscent of a refined lady. I must hasten my journey. Perhaps I shall encounter some entertainment along the way. Musing to himself, he carelessly tossed the used handkerchief onto the woman's face and sauntered away, swaying his hips. In the forest, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain lay lifeless on the ground, while a middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood nearby, shaking his head and muttering to the sky. Behind him, several fearsome beasts lay motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of life. On a desolate mountain, an unsightly man in green frantically commanded a swarm of giant bees to attack a few individuals dressed in Taoist garb. Thus, the slaughter of the weak by the strong within the forbidden grounds was rampant. Although Han Li had not witnessed these events, he could faintly sense the metallic tang of blood hanging in the air. Yet, he paid little heed to the unfolding chaos, remaining still atop the treetops as he allowed his internal energy to gradually replenish. Time passed swiftly, and the first night within the Forbidden Grounds was already well underway. To Han Li's astonishment, the darkness here was as bright as daylight, with the sky perpetually shrouded in a gray hue that was rather unsettling to behold. Just as his magical energy was nearing its peak, he felt a sudden commotion. Hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approached from afar, as if someone were racing toward the tree where he sat in meditation. Which senior brother is here? Please save my little sister. A young woman in a yellow robe stumbled from the nearby woods, panic etched upon her face as she looked up at the tree, calling out for help, convinced that her savior awaited above. In stark contrast, a white figure ambled toward her, exuding an air of leisure that sharply contradicted the girl's frantic demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Han Li rolled his eyes in exasperation at his female companion's reckless summons of disaster. He was not surprised that she had managed to locate his hiding place. As all disciples of Huangfeng Valley embarked on their journey, they were bestowed with a form of guiding technique by the sect leader, Zhongling. This technique allowed the disciples to sense the positions of their fellow sect members within a certain range, albeit with a time limitation of 10 days. The purpose was to foster mutual support among the disciples, substantially increasing their chances of victory. It was rumored that disciples from other sects had received similar enhancements. In his moment of helplessness, Han Li cast a glance at the woman. He recognized her as a fellow disciple who had previously been in the company of his junior sister, Chun. Aside from her alluring figure, her appearance was rather unremarkable. Observing the pleading expression on her face, Han Li did not hastily leap down from the tree. Instead, he scrutinized the approaching white figure through the minute gaps in the leaves. Regardless of whether he intended to save her or not, he wished to gauge the visitor's magical prowess first. He was reluctant to stake his life for a woman he did not know. Should the white figure possess average abilities, Han Li would not hesitate to strike her down and play the role of a hero. Conversely, if her powers were formidable, he would need to deliberate whether to join forces with the disciple below to fend off the foe or to make a hasty retreat. To be prudent, he placed his hand on his storage pouch, retrieving the magical artifact, the golden mantis blade, along with a defensive talisman, and deftly wrapped an unnamed silk thread around his finger. How disgraceful it was to flee. Were the female disciples of Huangfeng Valley truly so inept? After such a long escape, had she come to seek aid from other men? Was the figure in the tree perhaps her paramour? As the white figure drew closer, her true visage was revealed, a youthful woman clad in flowing white robes. Her face bore a certain beauty, yet her brows were slightly furrowed, exuding a fierce demeanor. Though her words were directed at the disciple in yellow below, her eyes, filled with murderous intent, frequently darted towards the tree, indicating that she was not as arrogant as she claimed. She harbored some wariness towards Han Li, who remained concealed. Upon discerning the depth of the opponent's abilities through his 12th layer technique, Han Li felt a sense of relief. However, he remained puzzled. The disciple below also appeared to possess the 12th layer technique, yet she was being pursued so ruthlessly. Did her pursuer possess some extraordinary means or a formidable magical artifact? Just as Han Li pondered this, the woman in white snorted coldly, suddenly flicking her sleeves. 2 beams of white light shot forth, hurtling towards the yellow-clad disciple. "Brother, save me. My magical artifacts are all destroyed. I cannot defend myself." The yellow-clad woman's face paled as she cried out in alarm. No sooner had the words left her lips than 2 golden lights shot down from the treetops, intercepting the white beams mid-flight and engaging them in combat. It turned out that Han Li had activated the golden mantis blade in his hand. The 2 golden lights were merely 2 of its subsidiary blades. The yellow-clad disciple's expression brightened, and she regained her composure. Han Li's decision to intervene stemmed from 2 factors. He perceived that the white-robed woman posed no significant threat and believed he could handle the situation. And he sought to secure an ally for the journey ahead, lest he find himself too solitary in future confrontations. After all, a fellow disciple with the 12th layer technique could surely play a vital role in the battles to come. At last, he was willing to take action. "I had thought you would continue to feign deafness and silence." The woman in white mocked, her face betraying no surprise. With a swift motion, she unleashed a massive fireball aimed directly at the treetops. A thunderous roar echoed as the upper half of the tree ignited in a blaze of crimson, swiftly reducing it to ashes. Yet, there was still no sign of anyone emerging, which caused the woman in white to pause momentarily. "What a formidable fireball talisman. You truly are generous." Suddenly, Han Li's figure emerged from behind the charred trunk, smiling faintly as he spoke. "Level 11? The woman in white was taken aback for an instant, only to reveal a look of disdain shortly after. Meanwhile, the woman in yellow, who had just begun to relax, was immediately filled with alarm, inwardly lamenting her misjudgment. She had assumed it was a powerful senior from the sect, only to find herself confronted by a novice whose abilities were inferior to her own. "Had you simply remained a bystander, perhaps I would have spared you in a moment of goodwill. However, since you have intervened, we shall face our fates together." The woman in white's brows furrowed more intensely as she spoke in a chilling tone, her once graceful features twisting into a menacing visage. Han Li smiled subtly, silently directing the golden blades in their skirmish while casually approaching the woman. "Stop! What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her voice sharp as she raised her hand to cast a defensive spell, summoning a protective barrier. At that moment, Han Li was merely 20 paces away, which left him feeling quite regretful. After effortlessly dispatching a disciple from Tianke Fortress using transparent threads, Han Li had developed a keen interest in such tactics. Observing that the woman in white had not deployed any defensive spells while on the tree, he had instinctively sought to recreate that earlier success. Regrettably, his opponent was far too vigilant, having anticipated his move and rectified the oversight. Han Li couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that women were indeed more cautious than men. With clever tactics proving unfruitful, Han Li resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach. Disappointment lingered, and he chose not to waste words. Once the defensive spell was cast, he lightly shook the mother blade, summoning 6 identical golden blades from his storage pouch, which surged menacingly toward his adversary. Upon seeing that Han Li's talisman appeared extraordinary, the woman in yellow felt her spirits lift again. Immediately, she cast a talisman that transformed into a long fire serpent, launching itself forward. The woman in white chuckled coldly, delicately raising her hand to reveal a palm-sized mirror. She directed the mirror, and a stream of azure light burst forth, enveloping the oncoming golden blades and fire serpent, causing them to spin helplessly in midair, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Han Li's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of talisman was this? How could it be so extraordinary as to immobilize another's artifacts and spells? How was he to counter this? Do not fret, junior brother. Her talisman can only immobilize one area at a time, and its effect lasts merely for a quarter of an hour before it must be retracted. The woman in yellow, noticing Han Li's alarm, quickly offered reassurance. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a semblance of relief. But the next words from his female companion once again set his heart racing. However, this wicked woman is a descendant of a certain elder from the moon-concealing sect and possesses numerous, peculiar magical artifacts. My junior brother should exercise extra caution. Han Li was rendered speechless. No wonder this female disciple, despite her level matching his, suffered such a dismal defeat. It turns out she is a treasure hoarder. Had he known, he would not have stepped forth to flaunt his heroism. Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Foreseeing that the odds were high, he would need to fight desperately once more. In the 187th chapter, titled The Yellow Sparrow Seals the Mountain, the white-clad woman, upon witnessing her artifact successfully block Han Li's golden blade, wore a smug expression. I wondered how someone could be so reckless as to leap into the fray. It appears she possesses a top-tier artifact. She mocked, yet her hands did not falter as she produced a pink crystal orb, offering it to the air above her head. This is bad. That crystal orb can erode others' artifacts. Junior brother, you must stop her. My own artifact was utterly destroyed in such a manner. The woman in the yellow dress exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Han Li's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and hurled the silver hook that had been resting in his grasp, transforming it into a streak of silver light, aimed directly at the woman's crystal orb. The white-clad woman smirked slightly, her fingers forming a peculiar seal as she directed a beam of red light at the orb above her head. The orb, infused with her spell, flared to life, spinning autonomously while ejecting streams of pink liquid, forming a liquid cloud centered around it. Though only about 10 feet in diameter, it cast a crimson hue over the area above the woman. Han Li hesitated, unwilling to allow the silver hook to easily penetrate the red liquid. Instead, he maneuvered it to dive towards the white-clad woman below. Simultaneously, he quietly summoned another high-grade artifact, the green rope, which slithered along the ground like a phantom serpent. Advancing silently, swiftly, the white-clad woman suddenly pointed at the crystal orb, and a small section of the liquid cloud detached and descended, enveloping the white light that passed beneath it, causing it to decelerate and reveal the true form of the silver hook. Seeing this alarming turn of events, Han Li's heart raced, and with a resolute mind, he disregarded the silver hook. Instead, he commanded the approaching green rope to ensnare the white-clad woman tightly, wrapping her, along with her protective shield, into a substantial bundle. Although the woman possessed numerous treasures, she found herself momentarily flustered and unable to extricate herself. At that moment, Han Li did not hesitate to produce the talisman artifact, the golden brick, though he had no certainty regarding how long the green rope could contain his opponent. He had no choice but to take this risk, hoping to eliminate her with the talisman before she could break free. The woman in the yellow shirt, though of unremarkable appearance, possessed a certain cleverness. Even without powerful magical artifacts or formidable talismans, she relentlessly cast minor spells such as fireballs and ice spikes, striking at the liquid mass that ensnared the silver hook and the small mirror, hoping to rescue Han Li's artifacts and enhance her chances of victory. Alas, her efforts proved as ineffective as scratching the surface of a boot. They yielded no results. Humph, can mere superior-grade artifacts truly bind me? You shall soon learn the folly of your actions. Despite being trapped within the azure vine, the woman in white spoke with unabashed arrogance. Han Li, disinterested in her words, lifted the golden brick talisman, bracing himself for another wave of energy absorption. Just then, from the dense forest behind the woman in white, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, A dazzling yellow light shot forth from the woods, piercing through the azure vine, the woman's protective shield, and even her very being, leaving her lifeless before a scream could escape her lips. Initially startled, Hanli quickly recalled something and prepared to flee, but it was too late. A blue figure darted forward like a shooting star, swiftly reaching the woman's corpse and snatching the storage pouch from her waist, erupting into raucous laughter, his face alight with glee. Realizing he had arrived a moment too late, Hanli sighed in frustration, but, prioritizing his own safety, steeled himself and fixed his gaze on the newcomer. The man, a scarred middle-aged figure with narrow eyes and a hooked nose, exuded an aura of menace that sent shivers down the spine, prompting a desire to retreat. Observing his cultivation at the 13th level's pinnacle, Han Li's heart grew heavier. Feng Yu, you are the notorious madman of Tianke Fortress. To Han Li's surprise, before the blue-clad man could speak, the woman in yellow cried out in terror, her expression reflecting a fear far greater than that of being pursued by the woman in white. Haha, I didn't expect the little girl to recognize me. Just stand there obediently while I inspect my spoils before deciding your fates. The blue-clad man cast a sidelong glance at the woman in yellow, then bent down to scrutinize the storage pouch in his hands, disregarding the two of them. Han Li rubbed his nose, gazing at the man with a flickering expression. Though uncertain of the newcomer's identity, he was deeply dissatisfied with the woman's exaggerated reaction. For Han Li, no matter who the intruder was, maintaining his composure was paramount. The stronger the enemy, the more one must remain calm. Glancing at the liberated artifacts, he extended his hand to summon back the golden blade and silver hook. The golden blade appeared as pristine as ever, but the sight of the silver hook caused Han Li to gasp in shock. The once shimmering artifact had become rusty and pockmarked, resembling a shattered remnant, drastically diminished in spiritual essence and rendered nearly useless. It was then that Han Li fully grasped what the woman in yellow meant by the destruction of artifacts. The pink liquid spewed forth by the crystal ball was indeed highly toxic. Whose magical artifact encounters this, I fear, will retreat 3 paces. After expressing his astonishment, he was captivated by the dazzling yellow light emanating from the figure clad in blue. It was a peculiar small knife with a handle nearly a foot long, while the blade measured only 3 or 4 inches. Its entire body was crystal clear, radiating a blinding golden glow. Such an oddity had single-handedly slain the woman in white. Han Li fixated on this object, his expression gradually darkening, a storm cloud looming over his face, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet, the word talisman incessantly flashed through his mind. The knife's formidable power, its luminous exterior, and the astonishing burst of spiritual energy all confirmed that it, like his own golden brick, was indeed a magical artifact of considerable might. This revelation filled Han Li with bitterness. He raised his gaze to the murky sky. Even though he could not discern the hour, it was undoubtedly the morning of the second day. He began to suspect that he had exhausted all his luck on the first day, which resulted in such misfortune at the dawn of the second. First, he encountered a senior sister from his sect, who forced him to act as a shield against the formidable treasure-seeking woman from the moon-concealing sect, whose top-tier magical artifact nearly overwhelmed him. Now, he faced the madman Feng Yu, whose powers far surpassed his own and who possessed a talisman as well, making him even more formidable than the treasure-seeking woman. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? He certainly did not believe that this madman would spare them out of a generous mood. It seemed he could only fight with all his might. While Han Li pondered this, Feng Yu, having finished inspecting his storage bag, lifted his head with a faint hint of delight, suggesting he had garnered significant spoils. He grinned malevolently, preparing to utter something towards Han Li and the others, but his gaze fell upon the small mirror and crystal ball lying on the ground. A flash of greed crossed his eyes as he extended his hand, attempting to draw the 2 artifacts to himself. Unfortunately, before the artifacts could rise, a small fireball flew in from a distance, interrupting his actions and forcing him to take a step back. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a similar fireball to destroy it. This incited Feng Yu's fury, his face contorting into a fierce scowl. The fireball was cast by Han Li, who, having witnessed the power of the small mirror and crystal ball, would never allow them to fall into the hands of his adversary. The woman in the yellow robe was startled by Han Li's actions, nearly crying out in alarm. Feng Yu slowly turned his gaze toward Han Li, his scarred face twisting grotesquely like writhing worms, instilling a chill in the heart. After a moment of menacing scrutiny, he suddenly spoke. How would you prefer to die? Shall I flay you alive with my knife, or roast your flesh slowly with fire? The yellow-robed woman trembled at his words, her face ashen, unable to suppress her fear any longer. She furtively glanced around, contemplating other options. I wish for your demise, Han Li replied with a smile, exuding an air of cheerfulness and ease. Feng Yu's grotesque visage was exceedingly unpleasant, and he could scarcely believe that his adversary dared to mock him. A surge of fury ignited within him. Although he had not yet achieved foundational mastery in his earlier days, he had garnered a fearsome reputation among the lower-tier disciples of various sects, thanks to a few formidable magical artifacts and his ruthless methods. It is worth noting that he had once imprisoned other cultivators in a dark chamber, tormenting them for 3 days and nights, their incessant wails echoing through the air before he ultimately extinguished their lives. For ordinary disciples, encountering him in person was terrifying. Even hearing his name would pale their faces and send them fleeing in terror. Such a notorious reputation should have prompted the foundational cultivators who looked upon him with disdain to seek retribution. Yet, Feng Yu was cunning. While he exhibited unparalleled savagery towards lower-tier cultivators, he would swiftly retreat at the sight of those with superior strength, seeking refuge in the Tiansha fortress. The inhabitants of the fortress, valuing their own reputation, would never surrender him. Consequently, those who sought to hunt him down found themselves in a quandary, helplessly watching him roam freely. Once the fervor of the hunt subsided, Feng Yu would brazenly emerge from the fortress to wreak havoc upon other cultivators. After several such episodes, even the more powerful figures had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation, weary of pursuing the matter. Feng Yu was astute enough to discern the boundaries. He never targeted those with powerful backing, ensuring that he would not harm their close associates. Thus, his infamy grew within the 7 sects, and he became increasingly audacious, fostering a sense of unparalleled arrogance, believing himself above all others. Apart from a few disciples of equal renown from other sects, he regarded lower-tier cultivators with utter disdain. However, now, this novice Han Li, who had only reached the 11th layer, dared to utter threats against him. This audacity incited Feng Yu's wrath. In a fit of rage, Feng Yu resolved to end Han Li's life without delay. He transformed a small dagger into a streak of golden light, aimed directly at Han Li's head, intending to sever it in one swift stroke. He was confident that despite Han Li's protective blue water shield, his talisman would shatter it, leading to the demise of his opponent. Yet, Han Li was not one to acquiesce easily. With a calm demeanor, he raised a hand, and a small black shield materialized from his grasp, expanding as he launched it forth. It positioned itself 2 yards away, effectively blocking the golden radiance. Upon contact, the golden light and the black glow emitted a screeching sound of friction. Although the golden light initially gained the upper hand, forcing the black glow to retreat, the small shield valiantly persisted, releasing a steady stream of black light in staunch defense. Thus, the golden radiance found itself unable to breach the shield. Witnessing the turn of events, Feng Yu was taken aback, while Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Feng Yu had not anticipated that Han Li possessed such a rare and formidable defensive artifact. Conversely, Han Li felt reassured by the accuracy of his assessment. Utilizing the flying shield to withstand the opponent's talisman was not without its risks. Had Feng Yu's talisman been more potent than anticipated, Han Li would have already lost his head. On that day, during the confrontation with senior brother Liu, Han Li found himself able to contend with him for half a day merely by wielding a top-tier magical artifact, the Azure Flood Flag. Even though Feng Yu's dagger was somewhat more powerful, Han Li believed that his flying shield could withstand the attack for a brief moment. With this consideration in mind, he dared to take the risk. Finding himself momentarily safe, Han Li immediately grasped the golden light brick talisman in his hand, preparing to invoke it and strike down his opponent. However, before he could channel his spiritual energy and begin to cast his spell, Feng Yu suddenly bellowed from across the way, "Wretch, where do you think you're going?" In an instant, he flashed to another part of the dense forest, blocking the path of a fleeing figure. To Han Li's surprise, the one attempting to sneak into the woods was the woman in the yellow dress. It appeared that she, realizing the odds were against her and fearing Feng Yu's notorious reputation, had decided to seize the opportunity presented by Han Li and Feng Yu's battle to escape. Han Li had already noticed her intentions, feeling a twinge of annoyance, yet he was disinclined to intervene, since she could offer no assistance. Her decision to flee was her own to make. However, She had betrayed their alliance first, and thus, he would neither impede her escape nor offer any further aid. Allowing her to fend for herself, Han Li attempted to disregard her, but the enraged Feng Yu was not easily fooled. He had already begun to harbor resentment towards the woman in yellow due to Han Li's earlier words, and seeing her attempt to flee, he was determined to thwart her escape. Thus, he soared forward to block her path. Han Li's senior sister, witnessing this scene, was so terrified that she turned to flee like an ordinary person, forgetting all her spells. Seeing this, Feng Yu's grotesque face twitched a few times before he spun around, once again positioning himself in front of the woman with an eerie swiftness. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, thrusting a large, glowing yellow hand through her chest. Emerging from her back, now a gruesome blood-soaked appendage. The woman's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open yet devoid of vitality. Perhaps in her final moments, she regretted her hasty decision to abandon Han Li's side, but in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Confident that his opponent was bereft of magical artifacts and powerful talismans, Feng Yu withdrew his hand after killing the woman in yellow, deliberately licking the droplets of blood from his fingers before casting a sinister grin at Han Li. Observing Han Li, who was concealed within a protective barrier. His complexion had turned ashen, lips tightly sealed. Though he did not cry out, it was evident that he was utterly shaken. Feng Yu reveled in his triumph, reflecting that his previous victories had largely been due to his fearsome reputation. Any adversary, upon contemplating the dire consequences of falling into his hands, would already be seized by dread before the battle commenced, significantly diminishing their resolve and making defeat an inevitability. Now, as Feng Yu noted Han Li's expression, it appeared that his tactics had indeed taken effect. With a secret delight, Feng Yu playfully swayed his feet, returning to the original position where he faced Han Li. Han Li's expression was indeed grim, and he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. However, his discomfort was not due to the other's bloody tactics, but rather the exasperation caused by Feng Yu's lightning-fast agility. After Han Li had utilized the golden brick talisman once, he had already discovered that this seemingly powerful artifact, which surpassed flying sword talismans, possessed significant flaws in actual combat. Its destructive capability was indeed astonishing. Any low-level cultivator struck by it would have no chance of survival, regardless of the number of protective artifacts or shields they possessed. Yet, the weaknesses of this talisman were equally apparent. Not only did it require an immense amount of the user's spiritual energy to manipulate, but its speed and agility were also quite lamentable. If one could entangle or confine the opponent beforehand, this talisman would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats, making it an exceptional weapon for exterminating foes. However, attempting to rely solely on the golden brick talisman to defeat an enemy was a futile endeavor. Unless the opponent's spiritual energy was completely depleted, even a few enhancement spells could easily allow them to evade its attacks. Thus, the golden brick talisman was not akin to the flying sword talisman or Feng Yu's dagger talisman, which were designed for prolonged engagements, but rather a pure instrument of immense power, comparable to the grand seals of the Jindan stage cultivators from the Tianke fortress. With no means to ensnare his adversary, Han Li had initially planned to use several golden blades to entrap the enemy before launching a surprise attack with the golden brick. In Han Li's mind, though success was not guaranteed, he should at least have a 50% chance. However, after observing Feng Yu's movements, Han Li realized that such hopes were utterly delusional. Given the speed displayed, which rivaled that of Luo Yan's steps, it would be a trivial task for Feng Yu to extricate himself from the entanglement of artifacts. Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, mingled with curiosity. Could it be that Feng Yu, like himself, hailed from the world of martial arts? Though perplexed by Feng Yu's swiftness, Han Li knew that now was not the time for contemplation. Reluctantly, he retracted the golden brick talisman and, with a flick of the mother blade of his golden moth talisman, unleashed all the sub-blades in a frenzy, transforming them into 8 dazzling arcs of golden light. Fiercely aimed at Feng Yu, he hoped to leverage the sheer number of blades to secure victory amidst the chaos. If the opponent chose to withdraw and defend, that would be even better, as it would at least maintain a stalemate. However, Han Li held little confidence in this outcome, given Feng Yu's considerable reputation. His strength was surely more formidable than it appeared. This assault also served as a test. Indeed, upon seeing the golden blades soar towards him, Feng Yu showed no sign of panic whatsoever. He let out a series of cold, mocking laughs before revealing an object he had just retrieved, a yellow, umbrella-shaped magical artifact. Feng Yu did not part with this umbrella. He calmly waited until 8 beams of golden light approached him before unfurling the umbrella. As a result, a perfectly round, shield-like yellow orb immediately enveloped his entire being. When the golden blades struck the orb, a cacophony of bizarre sounds erupted, easily repelling all the blades. This was indeed a top-tier defensive artifact, and judging by its power, it undoubtedly surpassed Han Li's flying shield. Han Li's expression shifted drastically, his countenance paling. Meanwhile, Feng Yu erupted into boisterous laughter, his face alight with triumph. It was no wonder, since acquiring this yellow umbrella, he had not suffered any harm from low-level cultivators. Witnessing Han Li's astonishment brought him immense satisfaction. Feng Yu valued this umbrella far more than the small knife talisman. After all, the talisman had limited uses, and once its power was exhausted, it became mere scrap paper. However, this yellow umbrella could save him innumerable times. Han Li sighed, forming a hand gesture to summon back all the golden blades, which returned to his grasp, revealing their original forms. Uncertain of Han Li's intentions, Feng Yu, secure in his protective barrier, wholeheartedly commanded the yellow light to launch an exceedingly fierce offensive. The small knife danced around Han Li like a bolt of lightning, attempting to exploit any lapse in Han Li's defense to slip past the shield and directly strike him. Yet, unbeknownst to Feng Yu, while the flying shield might not possess the formidable defensive power or range of his yellow umbrella, when it came to agility, this small shield far surpassed ordinary defensive artifacts. Consequently, no matter how urgently Feng Yu urged the yellow light or how skillfully it spiraled, it was resolutely kept at bay by the shield. At that moment, he realized that unless he completely destroyed this shield, he would never be able to approach Han Li. With a disgruntled expression, he reluctantly returned to the old tactic of using the small knife's yellow light to gradually wear down the iron shield's defenses. Despite the black light on the shield having been significantly diminished, what remained was still sufficient to hold him at bay for a brief moment. At this juncture, Han Li, recognizing that victory was unattainable, gritted his teeth and made a heart-wrenching decision. He stowed the golden blades into his storage pouch and retrieved another small, dark green gourd. Raising it high, from within, he ejected 7 or 8 black orbs that floated gently towards Feng Yu. Naturally, Feng Yu observed Han Li's actions with keen interest. Momentarily taken aback, the gourd artifact appeared exceedingly ordinary. Nearly all low-level cultivators were familiar with this affordable and practical artifact and had likely used something akin to it. Regardless of whether the container for the orbs was a gourd, bottle, or pot, the orbs it released were known as Hunyuan pearls. However, their power was relatively trivial compared to top-tier artifacts, barely qualifying them as mid-grade artifacts. Yet, precisely because of this, Feng Yu became somewhat suspicious. Without waiting for the orbs to approach, he swiftly summoned an ice spear talisman, which he then cast forth, transforming it into a crystalline white ice spear that hurtled toward the approaching orbs with great force. With a crisp crack, the ice spear shattered after striking 3 or 4 spherical objects, scattering white ice shards like celestial flowers in the air, creating a miniature hailstorm that was extraordinarily beautiful. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yu finally felt at ease and shifted his focus back to Han Li. At that moment, Han Li wielded a large azure flag, upon which a blue dragon writhed and clawed, poised to leap forth as if it were real. Feng Yu, possessing vast experience, recognized immediately that this was undoubtedly a top-tier magical artifact of exceptional quality, its power not to be underestimated. Han Li was skillfully waving the flag, gradually gathering azure spiritual light upon its surface, dazzlingly radiant and imposing. Although Feng Yu had unwavering confidence in his yellow umbrella, his inherently cunning and cautious nature compelled him to keep a vigilant eye on the azure flag, wary of any unexpected peculiar abilities that might breach his defenses. As for the several mixed-element pearls, he had long deemed them mere distractions released by his opponent, and thus they were disregarded. With their meager power, they could hardly hope to affect his defenses, even if they circled around the yellow umbrella for an entire day. However, Feng Yu felt a growing sense of trepidation and confusion at Han Li's continuous unveiling of top-tier magical artifacts. He speculated that Han Li, like the treasure girl, was a descendant of a formidable figure, intensifying his desire to eliminate him. He feared that if Han Li were to escape alive, it could lead to endless troubles. Moreover, Han Li had witnessed the entire process of his murderous plunder, Should the treasure girl's elder be summoned, he would inevitably face significant repercussions. Just as Feng Yu was captivated by Han Li's azure dragon flag, and his murderous intent surged, the mixed element pearls finally reached him, colliding against the defenses of the yellow umbrella. After a few crisp sounds of impact, the initial pearls were effortlessly rebounded. Upon hearing the noise, Feng Yu instinctively glanced down. How foolish to think these mixed element pearls could attack me. Not to mention them, but wait. This one is so small and blue. As Feng Yu scoffed, he suddenly noticed that one of the mixed element pearls, upon being deflected, revealed a smaller blue orb hidden behind it, no larger than a marble. Significantly inferior in size to the ordinary mixed element pearls. Feng Yu paused momentarily, yet before he could contemplate further, the blue orb made contact with his spherical shield. Brilliant white light. Dazzling, resplendent white light. This was the final hue that Feng Yu beheld in this world, followed by a warmth enveloping him, and then he knew nothing more. On the opposite side, Han Li witnessed the moment the blue orb touched the yellow light, erupting into a silver-white sphere nearly 10 feet in size, silently enveloping much of Feng Yu's form. Moments later, the white light vanished without a trace, revealing Feng Yu's astonished visage, seemingly unscathed. A weight settled in Han Li's heart, and before he could act, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Feng Yu's body to crumble like grains of sand, transforming into flying ash. Only 2 severed lower legs and a pair of boots stood forlornly on the ground, an unsettling sight indeed. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li felt no fear. Instead, he sank onto the ground, exhaling deeply as the anxiety that had lodged in his throat finally dissipated. After employing his ultimate weapon, the Thunderbolt, and executing a series of deceptive maneuvers, he had succeeded in erasing Feng Yu from existence. Yet, Han Li's face bore no signs of joy. Rather, it was marked by self-mockery and a bitter smile. It was hardly surprising, for this expedition into the Forbidden Land had only reached its second day, and he had already exhausted his treasures, even his final trump card. How could he possibly feel elated? The thought of encountering countless formidable foes like Feng Yu in the remaining 3 days weighed heavily on his heart. Without the Thunderbolt, he was certain he would not escape unscathed, as the flying shield was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, having slain this foe, he had not only acquired the opponent's top-tier artifact, but also the treasures of the treasure-seeking maiden, leaving him decidedly enriched rather than at a loss. Reinvigorated by this realization, Han Li quickly cast his gaze across the expanse. However, upon doing so, his mouth fell agape, speechless for a considerable time. For where Feng Yu had once stood, apart from the legs still clad in boots, nothing remained. The storage bag of treasures he had envisioned was utterly absent. Han Li sprang to his feet, urgency propelling him forward as if he were aflame. He scoured the area where Feng Yu had vanished, yet after a prolonged search, the storage bag remained elusive. Could the thunderbolts might be so great that it reduced both man and storage bag to ashes? After circling the small areas several times, Han Li reached a profoundly disheartening conclusion. Reluctant to concede, he expanded his search radius several-fold, but the outcome remained unchanged. However, he did manage to retrieve the treasure-seeking maiden's small mirror and crystal ball, along with a small dagger talisman that had reverted to its talismanic form due to its master's demise. Gazing at these 3 items, Han Li contemplated the loss of the thunderbolt, the silver hook, and the azure rope, both of which were superior artifacts, as well as the storage bag destroyed by the thunderbolt, and he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, one could argue that he emerged victorious from this great battle, certainly better off than the ashes of Feng Yu. Uncertain whether he had gained or lost, Han Li could only reflect on his predicament with self-deprecating thoughts. With Feng Yu in mind, he instinctively glanced at the remnants of this individual's existence, the lower half of the severed legs, and shook his head gently. Raising his hand, he unleashed 2 fireballs the size of fists, directing them toward their target. Since the individual had already been eliminated, it was only natural to completely destroy this object to prevent any potential complications from being discovered by others. With 2 soft thuds, flames swiftly engulfed it, and in the blink of an eye, all that remained were a pair of black boots, the rest reduced to ash. Han Li nodded in satisfaction, intending to depart from the scene. But the boots? Something was amiss. How could an ordinary pair of boots withstand the fireball technique unscathed? Just as Han Li took a step forward, he realized his oversight and quickly turned back, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he gazed upon the seemingly ordinary boots. Upon closer inspection, he indeed detected something unusual. The boots not only remained intact under the fiery assault, but bore no signs of scorching. And they subtly emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. A magical artifact? Han Li mused, a mix of surprise and suspicion filling his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the boots, bending down to retrieve the pair. Thin and supple, yet remarkably resilient, they were evidently not mere cloth or silk boots, resembling instead footwear crafted from some kind of animal hide. Han Li contemplated for a while, drawing a conclusion. Being nearer, he could sense the subtle spiritual energy emanating from the boots more clearly. Indeed, they were a magical artifact, most likely fashioned from the hide of a mystical beast. As he regarded the leather boots, an inkling of realization dawned upon him. Eagerly, he removed his cloth shoes and donned the magical boots. They felt incredibly comfortable and soft, as if he were wearing nothing at all. This was Han Li's immediate impression upon slipping into the boots. He scrutinized them for a while, noting that nothing extraordinary had yet occurred. With a slight furrow of his brow, Han Li cautiously took a small step forward. In an instant, his form flickered, and he found himself floating a good 10 feet away. The wind control technique. No, it was far swifter than that, Han Li thought, filled with delight. At that moment, the secret of the swift movement technique of Feng Yu was finally revealed to him. It was evident that the individual had relied on these boots to execute such bizarre and lightning-fast movements. Wearing the boots, Han Li began to stroll across the small clearing, gradually familiarizing himself with their capabilities. With each step, he picked up speed, ultimately employing the wherein technique to accelerate further. If Han Li's movements had previously reached a limit where his form became indistinct, even leaving behind shadows, then with the boots on, he moved so swiftly that multiple identical phantoms appeared in the clearing, all performing the same actions with the same smile. As all the phantoms drew closer together, they merged into a single Han Li, standing at the center of the area. Han Li stood there, momentarily frozen in thought. Suddenly, he burst into boisterous laughter, bending over as tears nearly streamed from his eyes. After a hearty laugh, as he continued to bend at the waist, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the entire area was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional rustle of the wind stirring the sand beneath. A thunderous cacophony erupted suddenly, causing the nearby trees to bizarrely split apart, their severed edges smooth and polished like a mirror, yet the surroundings were eerily devoid of life. The speed at which the trees disintegrated grew increasingly rapid, and within moments, all that remained within several dozen yards were bare stumps. Han Li, enveloped in a faint azure glow, finally revealed himself, drenched in sweat. Yet his lips curled into a slight smile, betraying his uncontainable joy. With the aid of the Luo Yin step, enchanted leather boots, and the wind control technique, Han Li was able to swiftly elude the gaze of ordinary mortals, as if he had vanished into thin air. He estimated that even the most perceptive cultivators, endowed with heavenly sight, would perceive him merely as a faint shadow, capable of posing a formidable threat before they could activate their protective spells. At present, Han Li could traverse several yards in the blink of an eye, even covering distances of tens of yards with merely a breath. However, this extraordinary speed, surpassing the limits of his physical form, could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Prolonged exertion would lead to his complete collapse, as his current body was ill-equipped for such high-speed maneuvers. Nevertheless, this brief interval was ample enough for him to dispatch his opponents multiple times, especially when employing the thread-based magical artifact, which amplified his power exponentially. Lowering his gaze, Han Li fondly caressed his leather boots for a while, realizing how perfectly suited they were for him. Even if someone offered a talisman in exchange, he would not entertain the thought. Renewed with confidence, he eagerly surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting the corpse of the woman in yellow, he let out a gentle sigh and conjured a small fireball to create a shallow pit, where he hastily interred her remains, a modest burial that he deemed the utmost of his capabilities. Having completed this task, Han Li vanished into the thicket, determined to hasten toward the central area. Unbeknownst to him, following the first day's massacre, only a little over 70 disciples from various sects remained, a stark reduction of almost half from those who had initially entered the forbidden grounds. Most of the elite disciples had promptly gathered near the central area, poised to commence the second day of their relentless purge, targeting all whom they deemed weak without mercy. The deceased Duobao woman and the fallen Tianke fortress's Feng Yu had been tacitly accepted as part of the slaughter, yet with their demise, all traces of their existence had vanished. 3 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with a 3-eyed fire wolf. A middle-aged man clad in the garments of the Great Sword sect wielded a massive azure sword, successfully parrying much of the wolf's fierce onslaught. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a yellow robe and a young man in a gray Taoist robe flanked the beast, launching their own coordinated strikes. Before long, the disciple of the Great Sword sect, after enduring a formidable fireball, managed to sever the creature's head with a decisive blow from his sword, subsequently retracting it and laughing joyously towards the heavens. Brother Meng, your magical prowess is truly profound. You felled this 3-eyed fire wolf with but a single strike. You are indeed a distinguished disciple of the Great Sword sect. The elderly man in yellow exclaimed, hastening over in a flurry of flattery, his face betraying no sign of embarrassment. If Han Li were present, he would recognize this elder as Xiang Ji Li, the one who had once fervently invited him to form a so-called alliance of the weak. However, the young companion who had accompanied him at that time was notably absent, suggesting he had become separated during the teleportation. Were it not for Brother Xiang and Taoist Li's assistance, I would not have achieved such success so effortlessly. The middle-aged man in black, still grasping the great sword, humbly responded, No need for such modesty. The elimination of this beast is solely due to your formidable abilities. Brother Meng, this is indisputable. Another young Taoist remarked, his demeanor surprisingly composed and confident despite his youth. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile graced the face of the middle-aged man, though he quickly returned to a posture of humility. Indeed, those still engaged in battle appear rather foolish. If they were to realize that 3 individuals from different sects could unite to vanquish demons and gather herbs, I wonder if their jaws would drop in astonishment. The black-clad man abruptly shifted the topic with this remark. Indeed, this endeavor owes much to Brother Xiang's unwavering initiative. Were it not for his thorough analysis, Brother Meng and I might still be locked in a life-and-death struggle. The Taoist nodded in agreement. Not at all. Both of you are exceptionally astute individuals. I merely speak the truth. Xiang Zhili replied smoothly, dismissing their praises. There is no need for us to sacrifice our lives over something that was never meant to be ours. Instead of squabbling, we could have efficiently gathered the rare herbs in the areas outside the center. And with our combined efforts, dealing with these beasts would be a trivial matter. He chuckled, skillfully deflecting the accolades. Upon hearing this, the other 2 engaged in a lively exchange of mutual commendations. Well then, let us hasten to collect the fire dragon grass. We shall divide it equally among ourselves. The black-clad man could no longer contain his eagerness, his voice laced with urgency. With that, he strode towards several red grasses located behind the wolf's carcass. Xiang Ji Li and the Taoist exchanged knowing glances filled with significance, readily agreeing as they followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting, sinister expression crossed the face of the black-clad man as he turned away from them, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. In the southern part of the central area, a sandy expanse was home to 2 disciples of the Concealed Moon sect, a man and a woman, who were tirelessly probing the ground with ice spikes, seemingly in search of something. However, after a considerable time had elapsed, they remained empty-handed. Where on earth could that wretched creature be hiding? Upon locating her, I shall undoubtedly extract her eyes. The female disciple, possessing an enchanting beauty, spoke with a venomous tongue that sent chills down the spines of men who listened. Sister, perhaps it is best to let this go. The time stipulated by our sect is drawing near. If we do not depart soon, we shall be late. The male disciple timidly suggested, seemingly intimidated by his sister. Humph. It is entirely your fault, you worthless fool. You cannot even keep track of a mere girl at the 10th level of cultivation, allowing her to slip away right beneath our noses. If this word gets out, how will it not tarnish the reputation of my sister and me, the renowned twin beauties of the Moonvale sect? Truly, how could the sect allow a coward like you to be my cultivation partner? The female disciple, disregarding the male's protests, unleashed a tirade of scorn, causing his face to flush crimson, yet he remained powerless to retort. Nonetheless, after glancing at the sky and gauging its brightness, she hesitated to continue her pursuit, understanding the gravity of the sect's affairs. Even with her special status and formidable backing, this was no trifling matter. However, departing in such a disheartened manner left her somewhat unsatisfied. After much deliberation, she clenched her teeth and retrieved a blue talisman. A sinister smile crossed her lips as she hurled the talisman behind her, propelling herself forward until she came to a halt several dozen yards away. Turning back to observe her surroundings, the male disciple, witnessing this, inwardly lamented but dared not lag behind, promptly following her lead. At that moment, the talisman transformed into a vast expanse of black clouds, thoroughly obscuring the sky. Subsequently, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, becoming extraordinarily frigid. Before long, from the dark clouds, an array of brilliant ice spikes began to descend, initially slowly but quickly accelerating, soon filling the small area with a density reminiscent of the thorns on a cactus. After a brief interval, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a crystalline expanse of sand below. The female disciple widened her eyes, surveying the sandy terrain that offered little foothold, but discerned no anomalies. Her expression darkened with frustration, and she called out to the male disciple before reluctantly leading the way out. Naturally, her so-called cultivation partner followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to the departing woman from the Moonvale sect, in a corner of the sandy ground littered with ice spikes, a trickle of crimson liquid seeped forth, too faint to catch the attention of the female disciple. Moments later, as the sanguine fluid began to spread, the yellow sand abruptly heaved into a small circular mound, growing taller and more pronounced. Eventually, the mound convulsed violently, revealing a woman clad in green. A slender ice spike embedded in her shoulder, blood streaming down and staining half her body. She clutched a yellow silk handkerchief that shimmered with an otherworldly light, suggesting it was no ordinary item. As she gradually rose to her feet, the woman examined her shoulder wound, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. She raised her other hand and gently grasped the latter part of the ice cone. With a decisive bite of her silver teeth, she pulled it out, causing a pained gasp to escape her lips. Tears streamed from her delicate eyes as blood gushed from the wound. Ignoring the traces of tears on her face, she dared not linger for a moment. In a flurry of movements, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her storage pouch and poured some yellow medicinal powder onto the injury, which immediately halted the bleeding. Once this was accomplished, the woman in the green dress knelt down on the sandy ground, remaining still. Moments later, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and began to weep softly, stifling her cries for fear of attracting others. After Emil's time had passed, the female disciple of the spirit beast mountain finally ceased her sobbing. She lifted her head to survey the empty sandy expanse, shivering involuntarily. Biting her lip, she struggled to stand, hesitating for a long while before finally determining her direction and stumbling toward the central area. At this moment, faint traces of tears lingered on her lovely face, yet it bore an incongruous expression of stubbornness. This young woman was, in fact, the girl who had sold the golden brush to Hanli. Now, wounded and walking alone on the silent sands, she appeared more pitiful and endearing than ever. Moments later, the girl, clutching her wound, gradually vanished into the yellow sands. Chapter 192. Flying Serpent. After traversing a considerable distance, Hanli finally reached the outskirts of the central area. To his surprise, he encountered no ambushes along the way. Unbeknownst to him, those who had arrived before him had already been dispatched by the so-called elites, while those trailing behind had been dealt with by Feng Yu and Duo Bao Nu, who had come later. Consequently, even if there were a few who had slipped through the cracks, they understood their chances of obtaining treasures were bleak and sought refuge in hidden places, adopting a turtle's retreat. This was, indeed, the only strategy for survival among the weaker participants in the bloodshed trial. Hanli, intent on acquiring the primary medicinal herbs to refine the foundation-building elixir, had no intention of mimicking their behavior. At this moment, he stood before a towering stone wall, examining it with a peculiar expression. Not far from this wall, there loomed an ancient bronze door adorned with intricate carvings in a script Hanli could not comprehend. The door stood wide open, indicating that someone had already entered. According to the information in Hanli's mind, there should be 4 such bronze doors, each corresponding to one of the cardinal directions, serving as the sole entrances to the central area. Beyond these, the remaining space was enclosed by seemingly low stone walls. Anyone attempting to bypass the bronze door and leap over the wall into the central area would undoubtedly face a dismal fate, being shredded by the wind-based prohibitive magic attached to the wall. Hanli was well aware of this and certainly would not entertain the foolish notion of crossing over the wall. His peculiar fixation on the wall stemmed entirely from its strikingly unusual appearance, adorned with elements absent from ordinary walls. 3 individuals, each clad in distinctive attire, were grotesquely impaled by thick ice spikes, arranged in a cruciform manner, suspended lifelessly against the surface. Their vitality extinguished long ago. The blood that oozed from their wounds had solidified into a dark, purplish mass, staining both the wall and the surrounding ground. Hanli surmised that these individuals had likely not perished at the moment of their impalement, but had succumbed later due to excessive blood loss, a truly tragic demise. Nearby the three corpses, no traces or markings remained, yet it was evident to any contemplative mind that this was a macabre display intended to intimidate future intruders. A grim warning against entering this domain. Hanli scrutinized the tormented expressions of the deceased for a moment, then licked his parched lips before approaching the copper door with an impassive demeanor, as if the horrific fate of the trio had evoked no emotion within him. However, he was acutely aware of his own trepidation. The sight he had just witnessed sent a chill through his being. The method employed by the perpetrator hinted at a deeply twisted psyche, and should he fall into such a person's clutches, it might be more merciful to seek an end to his own life. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, Hanli was not one to flee in the face of intimidation. Ahead lay perilous trials, and he steeled himself to confront them. Thus, with a heart laden with unease, Hanli stepped through the threshold. Externally, he maintained an air of tranquility, as though strolling leisurely in his own garden. Upon entry, he was greeted by a mesmerizing realm, alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Exotic flora and bizarre trees, many beyond nomenclature, surrounded him. Silver flowers the size of bowls, blood-red trees exuding enchanting scents, and stout yellow bamboo, all rare sights from the outside world. Amidst this extraordinary vegetation, a winding path of gravel meandered from his position into the obscured distance, seemingly endless. Taken aback by the scene, Hanli paused momentarily before instinctively inhaling deeply. The air was thick with spiritual energy, infused with the essence of flourishing plant life, invigorating him profoundly. In such a celestial sanctuary, it was no wonder that divine herbs could flourish. Hanli marveled at the splendor. "Have you feasted your eyes long enough, young one?" A raspy voice abruptly interjected, causing Hanli's heart to race. He called out, demanding, "Who goes there? Since you have gazed upon it, now you may resign yourself to death." The voice disregarded his inquiry, muttering ominously to itself. At that moment, two green shadows emerged silently from the flowering thicket, stealthily advancing toward Hanli from behind. Despite facing away from the green shadows, Hanli's keen senses, ever vigilant, could not be deceived. His countenance darkened, and while his upper body remained perfectly still, his form instinctively shifted several feet sideways, allowing the two green figures to rush past him in succession. In a moment of haste, Hanli caught a glimpse of the green shadows, elongated objects reminiscent of chopsticks, adorned in vibrant green with faint black markings, their appearance decidedly peculiar. However, amidst the chaos, he had little time for contemplation. Even though he had effortlessly neutralized the opponent's assault, he wore an expression of grave seriousness, fearing even the slightest lapse in caution. The harrowing visage of the three individuals outside lingered vividly in his memory. He was determined to avoid a similar fate. With a furrowed brow, Hanli's eyes flickered restlessly as he scanned his surroundings, striving to unearth the hidden assailants. Suddenly, an eerie whistle erupted from one of the figures, sending a wave of discomfort through his heart. Hanli paused momentarily, contemplating the adversary's intent. When his expression shifted dramatically, he was propelled backward in disbelief, launching himself several yards away before finally halting. The impetus for his sudden retreat was none other than the two green shadows that had just darted past him. For now, they had twisted and writhed before him, unfurling a pair of translucent, pale green wings. These were no ordinary creatures, but winged serpents, their taut bodies having misled Hanli into perceiving them as lifeless objects during their earlier assault. With a gentle flap of their wings, they executed a swift 180-degree turn, their speed rivaling that of Hanli employing his ethereal steps. Such swiftness demanded his utmost caution. The two serpents, now poised with their heads raised and their four small green eyes radiating a chilling menace, bared their fangs in preparation for another strike. Quite the swift one, aren't you? But no matter how fast you are, can you outpace these two savage mountain serpents? Perhaps it would be wiser to let me savor your flesh, and you shall feel no more pain. The croaking voice expressed surprise at Hanli's agility, yet it was clear he possessed unwavering confidence in his serpents. Hence the mocking tone. "Fool!" Hanli silently cursed, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. It was not fear of the adversary that held his tongue, but rather the two serpents had transformed into streaks of green light, accompanied by several afterimages as they surged toward him. Midway, they abruptly split into two, curving gracefully to encircle him from both sides. Seeing this, Hanli could no longer afford to engage in banter. Besides cursing inwardly, he propelled himself backward at a speed that matched the green figures, spinning in circles within the confined space, his feet never pausing for a moment. At this juncture, he relied solely on the enchanted boots to propel him forward, refraining from utilizing his ethereal steps or wind manipulation techniques. This was not due to arrogance or underestimating his foes. Rather, it was the culmination of two fierce battles and the exhausting exertion from the rigorous training he had undergone upon acquiring these boots, leaving him still weary and recovering. Thus, on the brink of life and death, Hanli was reluctant to employ the physically taxing steps of the Luo Yin anymore. The same reasoning applied to the wind control technique. With the enhancement of the spiritual boots, further acceleration from the technique would impose an excessive burden on his body, hindering his stamina recovery. Naturally, Hanli would not allow the two flying serpents to persistently pursue him. Although he dared not casually activate a shield to slow his pace and test whether the shield or the monstrous serpents was superior, he possessed ample means to eliminate the two small snakes. However, he had recently devoted most of his attention to the master of the concealed serpents lurking nearby, which allowed the two long creatures to follow him unimpeded until now. Observing that this individual seemed resolute in relying entirely on the two flying serpents to kill him, Hanli decided it was time to cease being courteous. With determination, Hanli flipped his hand, revealing a talisman of the fire serpent technique. He pinched the talisman between his fingers, preparing to unleash it and ignite the surrounding wilderness. "Stop! I have something to say." The raspy voice suddenly recognized the spiritual boots on Hanli's feet, filled with incredulity, and immediately called for a cessation of hostilities. Somehow, he managed to command the two green shadows to halt, causing the serpents to momentarily freeze before retreating into the foliage, disappearing from sight. Hearing this, Hanli furrowed his brow and hesitated before refraining from throwing the talisman. Nevertheless, his other hand cautiously rested on his storage pouch. "How did you come to possess Old Feng's treasured boots? What is your connection with him? To my knowledge, that fellow cherishes these cloud-treading boots and would never lend them to anyone." As these words were spoken, a garishly dressed figure emerged from an unknown location, revealing himself beneath a colossal flowering tree about 20 paces away from Hanli. He was of average build, with bulging eyes, a face marred by dark spots, and appeared to be in his 40s, adorned with several pockets of varying sizes. Despite his grotesque appearance, his expression was one of utter astonishment. His gaze was fixated on the spiritual boots adorning Hanli's feet, as if he could scarcely believe their presence. "Who are you, and why did you ambush me?" Hanli did not respond to the man's inquiries, but instead retorted impolitely, unwilling to be led by the nose and suppressed in spirit. The ugly man was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in rage, his countenance transforming into a fierce visage. He raised his hand, intending to teach the ungrateful youth before him a lesson, but then recalled something, forcing himself to suppress his fury and lower his hand. Nevertheless, he spoke with malice. "Boy, do not think that just because you wear Old Feng's boots, I will shy away from disciplining you. When Feng Yu gifted you those boots, did he not mention my name, Zhongwu, of Spirit Beast Mountain? Yet, it is curious, you are clearly from Huangfeng Valley. So how could he bestow the boots upon you? Could you be the illegitimate child of Old Feng? Though, you certainly do not resemble one." As he spoke, the ugly man scrutinized Hanli with a peculiar gaze. This time, it was Hanli who was filled with indignation. His countenance darkened as he snorted coldly and remarked, "Your Excellency, do not recklessly pull connections. That scoundrel, Feng Yu, has long since met his demise. This boot was pried from his foot. Dead. The madman Feng Yu?" The brutish man, initially brimming with menace, leapt up in astonishment upon hearing this revelation, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. He involuntarily retreated a few steps, scrutinizing Hanli anew. "Did you slay him?" the ruffian inquired, taking a deep breath, his eyes darting around, his voice tinged with eagerness. The cruelty and ferocity that had characterized his demeanor vanished entirely. "Indeed, do you seek vengeance on his behalf?" Hanli clasped his hands behind his back, maintaining a composed gaze upon the other. However, The thread discreetly retrieved from his storage pouch had quietly wrapped itself around his ring finger. His calm admission of culpability was partly a show of strength, hoping to dissuade this individual from further provoking him. He had no desire to engage in a fierce battle upon entering this place, jeopardizing his plans to gather medicinal herbs. Although it appeared that this man had some prior connection with Feng Yu, Hanli was confident that the likelihood of him genuinely seeking revenge was minimal. After all, cultivators are often cold-hearted and detached, especially those as ruthless as he. Of course, should the man insist on avenging Feng Yu, Hanli understood that he would have to strike preemptively. He would exert all his energy into his swift movements, then, unexpectedly, use the thread on his finger to silently ensnare the man's head, ensuring his demise without a trace. However, Hanli was acutely aware that the chances of success in such a hasty ambush were exceedingly slim, only about 30 to 40%. The distance of 20 paces between them rendered it nearly impossible for him to guarantee a lethal strike. Moreover, if the man casually cast a defensive spell, the thread would be rendered ineffective. Vengeance. What a joke. Do I strike you as the type to engage in such trivial pursuits? As Hanli had anticipated, the brutish man chuckled dismissively at his words. I did have some prior acquaintance with that fellow, but it was nothing profound. Now that he is dead, our connection is, of course, severed. The ruffian shamelessly proclaimed, his words clearly revealing his stance, devoid of any semblance of shame. Hanli remained silent. Although he did not relax his guard, he felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed he would not have to plunge into a fierce conflict immediately upon entering this central area. However, little brother, you truly possess remarkable strength. Feng Yu is not an easy adversary, especially with those top-tier artifacts he possessed. TSK. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. The brutish man rubbed his nose, suddenly warming up to Hanli, even altering his form of address. Yet, following this seemingly casual inquiry, he subtly retreated a few more steps, increasing the distance between them. This scene elicited an inward smile of irony from Hanli. According to Hanli's estimation, even if he were to turn against his opponent immediately, the probability of success has dwindled to less than 10%. These masters are indeed cunning and experienced, not to be underestimated. Moreover, he surmised that his adversaries likely believed they had acquired all of Feng Yu's magical artifacts, which subtly manifested their wariness towards him. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Hanli remained silent, smiling without revealing whether he possessed the artifacts or not, thus deepening the villain's frustration and caution. Was the masterpiece on the wall before us your doing? Hanli inquired, recalling the scene outside. Nonsense. That was the work of the demon, Han Tianya, from the Blade Transformation Workshop. I would never engage in such trivialities. What a waste of so much flesh. How splendid it would be to feed it to my little darlings. I've heard that the blood and flesh of cultivators are highly nourishing. Initially, Hanli could listen with a smile, but as the brutish man continued, producing a large cloth bag from which he extracted a bloody piece of meat to toss inside, Hanli's smile faltered, even taking on a hint of pallor. The villain, catching a glimpse of Hanli's expression, could not help but display a smirk of satisfaction. These fellows from Yellow Maple Valley are undeniably young and inexperienced. With just a few words, I've already unsettled him. If a real conflict were to ensue, this would certainly reveal a significant flaw. Yet, it is indeed surprising that he managed to kill Feng Yu. However, he appears utterly ordinary. Hardly the formidable character one would expect to possess such capabilities. Logically, given his youth and shallow magical prowess, even with a few decent artifacts, he should be outmatched by Feng Yu's top-tier items like the Huang Luo umbrella and the cloud-treading boots. Yet, Feng Yu fell to this lad's hands. This situation is rather perplexing. Nonetheless, the cloud-treading boots are undeniably on his feet. That much is certain. Could it be that he didn't kill him, but rather stumbled upon an opportunity, or had some other reason? As Zhongwu pondered, he found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to accurately gauge Hanli's strength. However, he would never consider testing it himself. Such reckless ventures were not for someone as astute as he. After much contemplation, the brutish man stowed away the cloth bag, then blinked his small eyes a few times, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Hanli. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your esteemed surname, young brother. Might you share it with Zhong? Hanli of Yellow Maple Valley, replied Hanli, his demeanor much improved as he spoke calmly, revealing nothing to conceal. Ah, so you are Brother Han. I have never heard of your esteemed name before. You must be a rising disciple of Yellow Maple Valley. May I ask how familiar you are with this central district? Zhongwu exclaimed, displaying an enthusiasm akin to that of an old friend reunited after years. I know little, but you, Brother Zhong, must be much more knowledgeable given your experience. Han Li replied, sensing the underlying intentions and becoming increasingly vigilant. Hehe, Brother Han, if you trust me, why don't we exchange information about the Central District? It would certainly benefit us both. Zhongwu hesitated for a moment before finally whispering his true intentions. Han Li was taken aback, deep in contemplation. Although the exchange of information between disciples from different sects without the permission of their masters was explicitly forbidden, in reality, many disciples engaged in such practices. After a brief pause, he broke into a smile and said, very well, after exchanging the information, I believe both of us will benefit significantly. Haha, wonderful. I knew Brother Han was not one to dither. Come, let us input the information into the jade slips and exchange them. Zhongwu's face, dotted with numerous small blemishes, gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, clearly looking forward to Han Li's information. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly, although he maintained an agreeable demeanor outwardly. Copying the information was a rather simple task. Within the span of a single tea time, Han Li completed the process and tossed the jade slips to one another. When they received each other's slips, both Zhongwu and Han Li briefly examined the general content. Upon confirming the authenticity of the Central District information, they exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Given the brief time frame, it was impossible to fabricate false information. However, deliberately omitting key details during the copying process was an unspoken understanding between them. Following this incident, the relationship between Zhongwu and Han Li seemed to have drawn significantly closer, with the two engaging in discussions about intriguing tales from the realm of cultivation. Observing their laughter and camaraderie, one could hardly believe that only moments prior, they had nearly been at each other's throats. Evidently, both were adept at navigating the complexities of social interaction. Although Han Li wore a broad smile, appearing thoroughly engaged in conversation, he inwardly scoffed. Why engage in conversation while maintaining such a distance? With just a slight step forward, the other party would surely take 2 steps back with a beaming smile. While Han Li bore no ill intentions towards this individual, the latter's excessive caution was a source of amusement for him. Volume 3. Chapter 194. Secrets of the Central District. Yesterday, I noticed the voting for updates reached 15,000 words, leaving the author speechless. It's not that I don't desire it, but the words simply won't come. However, Han Li remained unperturbed, for the Central District of this forbidden area was indeed vastly different from the outer regions. In the other areas surrounding the Central District, the spiritual herbs and miraculous fruits grew in a seemingly chaotic manner, lurking in any corner, with the spoils going to those who arrived first, who would then swiftly depart. As such, genuine conflicts over spiritual medicines were relatively rare. Instead, it was the purges by others and the murderous actions of certain individuals seeking treasure that led to more casualties. Yet, the situation in the Central District was quite different. According to disciples who had returned by sheer luck, the Central District spanned a vast area, occupying more than a third of the entire forbidden zone. Enclosed by towering stone walls in a grand circular formation, from the 4 bronze gates inward, the entire region was divided into 3 outer layers, resembling the distinct parts of a fruit: skin, flesh, and seed, each layer clearly defined and remarkably unique. The picturesque location where Han Li currently found himself was, in fact, the outermost layer of the Central District. According to the information available, the area leading from here to the next level is rather modest, spanning merely a little over a mile in width. Within this expanse, the flora and fauna, though each specimen is rare and precious, are predominantly ornamental, with very few serving as spiritual herbs of practical utility for cultivators. Many from the 7 great sects speculate that this layer has been intentionally designed by the master of the Forbidden Land as a garden-like sanctuary, where the vibrant and striking plants are solely for the master's aesthetic pleasure. If one seeks anything of use, it would be far more prudent to explore other regions of the forbidden area. The truly valuable spiritual herbs that significantly benefit cultivators are found in the central region's 2nd layer. Most disciples from various sects enter with the intention of reaching this layer, particularly in search of the 3 primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, which are their utmost goal. Han Li, too, is resolutely determined to acquire these spiritual herbs. Upon reading the relevant materials concerning this 2nd layer, Han Li was taken aback for quite some time. This second layer is entirely comprised of a colossal circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Within this mountainous terrain, one can find natural spiritual locations such as caves, secluded valleys, and cliffs, as well as man-made structures like stone houses and palaces, where various celestial herbs thrive. The materials exchanged with the ugly man mainly consisted of maps detailing the locations of these spiritual herbs. Since no one can guarantee that the information they possess will encompass the area they enter, having multiple distribution maps is undoubtedly advantageous for locating the desired herbs. However, the density and thickness of the mountain's mist are overwhelming. Once cultivators step into this mountain, they become disoriented after only a few paces, forced to navigate cautiously through the fog, relying heavily on luck to find their way out. Compounding the challenge, countless demonic beasts inhabit the circular mountain, ranging from low-tier flame mice and wind-chasing rabbits to high-tier golden serpents and ice-fire wolves, encompassing nearly every type of first-tier demonic beast known or unknown to the 7 great sects. Those of lower strength can be easily dealt with by 6 or 7-tier cultivators, who can handle several simultaneously without difficulty. However, the more formidable ones pose a dire threat even to the elite disciples of the 7 great sects, often compelling them to flee in haste. Fortunately, these high-tier beasts are quite rare, and most have become guardians of specific spiritual herbs, making encounters with them infrequent. Thus, the majority of the more aggressive beasts are of upper first-tier strength. With a coordinated effort among several elite disciples, they can be dispatched with relative ease. Nonetheless, an individual encounter would likely result in an unavoidable bloodbath, whether contending with the mountain's mist or the lurking demonic beasts. The proud and ambitious elite disciples might have considered taking the risk to venture into the mountain for herb gathering if faced with only one of these challenges. However, confronted with both simultaneously, they can only exchange glances, for undertaking the ascent under such circumstances would undoubtedly be a one-way journey. Thus, the first few disciples who ventured into the forbidden area merely gathered some ordinary spiritual herbs from the outskirts, never daring to enter the circular mountain itself. However, after several attempts, a cultivator from the Yin Yu sect painstakingly crafted a treasure known as the Moon Sun Pearl. This artifact, while incapable of offensive or defensive actions, possesses the singular ability to emit a wondrous light that can dispel various mists and poisonous vapors, specifically designed for their expedition into the Forbidden Zone. Indeed, the disciple of the Yin Yu sect, armed with this treasure, shone brilliantly during the subsequent opening of the Forbidden Area. After banishing the majority of the mists alongside disciples from other sects, they returned from the circular mountain laden with riches. Utilizing their newfound bounty, they forged a substantial number of foundational cultivation pills and subsequently recruited numerous disciples, catapulting their sect to the pinnacle of power and solidifying the Yin Yu sect's status as the foremost cultivation sect of the Yu Kingdom. However, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that remain concealed forever. The news of the Yin Yu sect's extraordinary success in the Forbidden Area, thanks to the Moon Sun Pearl, soon spread. Before long, the other 6 sects, unwilling to let them monopolize the treasures, sought to confront them. Reluctant to invoke the ire of the others, yet unwilling to relinquish the pearl, the Yin Yu sect engaged in protracted negotiations and bargaining before ultimately surrendering the treasure, designating it as a shared possession among the 7 sections. Consequently, the pearl was to be alternately governed by each sect. After each expedition into the Forbidden Area, the sect that had previously held the pearl was required to return it, allowing another sect to take custody. Regardless of which sect held the pearl, their disciples were mandated to utilize it under the scrutiny of the other sect's disciples within a pre-established time frame, ensuring that no sect could intentionally hasten or delay the dispelling of the mists. This arrangement allowed all disciples who arrived at the central area in a timely manner to simultaneously enter the circular mountain to gather spiritual herbs, creating a facade of fairness. While it seemed that the Yin Yu sect had suffered a significant loss, relinquishing their dream of monopolizing the spiritual herbs, they had, in truth, averted the calamity of annihilation, thereby securing an opportunity for gradual growth. Now, the Yin Yu sect stands unrivaled among the 7 sects, its strength deemed unfathomable. The other sects, unless they allied, could scarcely hope to contend with it. Han Li, remaining unperturbed, continued his calm and disingenuous discourse with the unsightly man before him. For this very reason, prior to entering, The 7 sects had already agreed upon a time to dispel the mists, set for the morning of the 3rd day. Han, having neglected rest in his haste to reach the central area, did so out of fear of being ambushed en route, which might delay his ascent into the mountain. Now that he had entered the central area, there was no longer any need for impatience. Even if he were to proceed to the 2nd level, it would merely amount to staring helplessly at the mists. As for the 3rd level, the heart of the forbidden area, it remained shrouded in mystery. Standing atop the circular mountain, one could clearly observe a towering treasure pagoda, 100 feet high, majestically situated at the center of the vast expanse enveloped by the 2nd level, surrounded by a dense green forest that rendered access virtually impossible. This is the so-called 3rd level, the very core of the forbidden area. Upon hearing the disciples of the 7 great sects recount their experiences, the eminent figures immediately recognized that this was indeed the original abode of the Forbidden Land's master. Their eyes glimmered with intense desire for the treasures contained within the tower. However, at the juncture between the 2nd and 3rd levels, an unknown yet formidable barrier was still in operation, thwarting all disciples attempting to breach it. This barrier was far beyond the capabilities of mere chi refinement stage practitioners to dismantle, yet those above the foundation establishment stage were equally barred from entering the forbidden area. Thus, the true nature of the treasures within this tower remained an enigma. Han felt no intrigue towards the towering structure on the 3rd level. To him, the priority was to locate a sufficient quantity of celestial herbs within the 2nd level and retreat unscathed. That alone would be a cause for gratitude and divine favor. After patiently dealing with the loathsome man before him for a full quarter of an hour, he finally extricated himself from the man's clutches and vanished into the nearby thicket. Just before disappearing, he cast a glance back, noting that Zhongwu remained languidly stationed in place, showing no inclination to depart. It appeared that these formidable experts would not rest until they had eliminated a considerable number of other disciples attempting to take advantage of the situation. It was likely that the other 3 sects were engaged in similar endeavors. As Han pondered this, he searched diligently for something in a location distant from the copper gate. Beneath a towering tree, he discovered an inconspicuous hollow, which filled him with delight. After burrowing inside, he made some minor defensive arrangements at the entrance and then fell into a deep slumber, dismissing all thoughts. Han needed to rest well, come dawn. When he would confront the mists of the circular mountain, who could say what might transpire? His foremost strategy was to restore his condition to its peak. However, he was confident that by the morrow, the number of disciples from various sects waiting to breach the mists at the base of the circular mountain would be far fewer, and each would likely prove more formidable than the likes of Fengyu. This slumber was profoundly restful, and it was not until the early hours of the following day that Han gradually awakened. The most crucial day of his expedition into the Forbidden Land had finally arrived. After awakening, Han did not immediately exit the hollow but instead settled into a meditative posture. The spiritual energy within him surged, having fully recovered to its zenith prior to entering the Forbidden Land. The aches in his waist and legs had vanished without a trace, and he felt an abundance of vitality. After conducting an internal examination, Han slowly opened his eyes, filled with satisfaction. Only then did he rise to inspect the talismans and magical artifacts within his storage bag, making final preparations. The several storage bags obtained from the bearded man and his accomplices had previously received little scrutiny. Now, he felt it necessary to examine them thoroughly to see what useful artifacts might be contained within. To be frank, whether from the bearded men's storage bags or those they had looted, the scarcity and low quality of the artifacts left Han speechless. Among the 5 storage bags, there were a total of 23 magical artifacts, 5 low-grade, 7 mid-grade, and 11 high-grade artifacts. Within a storage pouch, there were unexpectedly only 2 inferior magical artifacts and 2 medium-grade ones, with not a single superior artifact in sight. This revelation left Han in a prolonged state of puzzlement, prompting him to reflect deeply. The disparity between the wealth of ordinary disciples and that of elite ones was indeed stark. Despite the numerous storage pouches, the absence of a single top-tier artifact was striking. No wonder the bearded man had found himself utterly helpless when ensnared by his own earthen prison technique, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Han Li's golden brick. As Han contemplated the abundance of superior artifacts possessed by duo Bao Nu and Fengyu, he could not help but feel a profound sense of resignation at the meager resources available to ordinary disciples. It was no surprise that others instinctively perceived him as weak and easily bullied, failing to consider the possibility of him wielding formidable artifacts. The scarcity of high-quality artifacts among ordinary disciples was indeed astonishing. Now, Han Li could finally comprehend why many disciples had been so excited upon the announcement of superior artifacts within the discussion hall of Huangfeng Valley. It seemed that his own sect was quite generous in providing a few dozen superior artifacts to bolster the morale of their lesser disciples. However, Han Li had still underestimated the situation. Even among the elite disciples dispatched to the Forbidden Lands, the possession of top-grade artifacts was exceedingly rare. Individuals like Duo Bao Nu, who boasted an arsenal of top-tier artifacts, were few and far between, and most were of significant lineage. The average elite disciple would find it impossible to compare. For someone like Han Li, who possessed 3 or 4 top-grade artifacts, it was enough to leave the so-called elite disciples drooling with envy. After all, before entering the core formation stage, apart from talismans, top-grade artifacts represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Each additional artifact could dramatically enhance one's capabilities. During his time in Huangfeng Valley, Han Li had been so isolated from his fellow disciples that he had remained largely ignorant of the realities of the cultivation world. He had subconsciously assumed that all elite disciples were brimming with top-grade artifacts. This misconception was understandable, given that since his battle with Brother Liu, he had encountered several opponents who possessed top-tier artifacts, leading him to wrongly believe they were commonplace. Now, although he had come to recognize the poverty of artifacts among ordinary disciples, he had yet to grasp the true value of superior artifacts. Was this ignorance a curse or a blessing for Han Li? As for the medium and inferior artifacts, Han Li naturally dismissed them, having no intention of utilizing them. He meticulously tested each superior artifact, and ultimately selected 3 that boasted the greatest power and practicality as his reserve artifacts: a shimmering blue flying dagger, a golden gong, and an emerald flask. The flying dagger and golden gong were purely offensive artifacts, requiring no further explanation. However, the emerald flask was a rare find, as it was an uncommon supportive artifact. From this flask, one could unleash a green, poisonous mist, enveloping enemies and leading to their demise. At first glance, the efficacy of this flask seemed promising, yet in reality, it was rather impractical. All 5-element shields could easily repel the toxic mist, rendering it ineffective against cultivators. Had Han Li not perceived that this verdant toxic mist could temporarily ensnare the enemy's vision, thereby causing them considerable inconvenience, he might not have opted for this artifact. After meticulously organizing his belongings, Han Li gauged the time and stealthily slipped out of the tree hollow, subsequently proceeding with caution in the designated direction. It would be utterly unwise to disperse the mist and fly directly into the circular valley. He would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless aerial beasts, leading to certain demise. Over the years, however, there had been a few paths discovered that allowed safe passage into the circular valley. Han Li promptly made his way to the nearest passage. The entrance to the passage was not far, and Han Li arrived at the location described in the materials in a short span of time. As he concealed himself behind a towering tree, gazing upon the boundless expanse of mist before him, he was genuinely taken aback. This overwhelming fog obscured the sky and sun. Not only was the entrance to the circular valley invisible, but even a distance of merely 10 feet within the mist was utterly indistinguishable to Han Li. It was no wonder that in the absence of the Moonlight Pearl, scarcely anyone dared to ascend this mountain. The mere thought of being perpetually besieged by elusive beasts within such dense fog left Han Li speechless for an extended period. The mist remained as thick as ever, indicating that the disciple of the heavenly pavilion, wielding the pearl, had yet to commence the incantation to disperse the fog. With this thought, Han Li remained poised behind the tree, silently awaiting developments. In the area where Han Li lingered, directly facing the fog, there were wild trees and overgrown grass in disarray, concealing a dozen or so individuals without issue. Although Han Li had not detected the presence of others in the vicinity, he was well aware that others must exist here, as there were only a few paths leading up the mountain. However, with the imminent ascent, no one seemed to concern themselves with his arrival. Time passed, each quarter hour slipping away. After enduring 3 to 4 hours of anxious waiting, Han Li suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanating from the southwest, followed by a towering white beam of light shooting skyward from a distant location. Above the vast sea of fog, it coalesced into a colossal sphere of light. Though the sphere had formed, the beam showed no sign of abating, continuously infusing energy into the orb. Consequently, the sphere grew larger and increasingly blinding, eventually resembling a newly risen sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Moments later, the beam abruptly vanished, leaving the enormous sphere suspended in the sky. However, the lifespan of this luminous orb was tragically brief. In the blink of an eye, it began to warp and contort, its surface resembling a doughy mass with depressions and protrusions. This spectacle left Han Li utterly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. With a resounding boom that reverberated through the air, the giant sphere finally erupted in the sky, transforming into countless beautiful motes of light that cascaded downwards, showering the dense mist below like a magnificent rain of radiance. As each white sphere plunged into the fog, it instantly animated the nearby mist, which surged towards the spheres like a dragon, desperately coiling around them. However, upon contact, the mist would swiftly dissipate, although the spheres would dim considerably. As the luminous orbs made contact with the dense fog, the entire mist-laden area transformed into a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval. With the vapor swirling and roiling incessantly, it was akin to a colossal beast engaged in a desperate struggle for survival, exerting its final efforts. Han Li, his gaze unwavering, beheld this extraordinary scene for the first time, witnessing the true power of a high-grade magical artifact. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a profound sense of envy and longing within his heart. After a fierce confrontation with the orbs, the fog gradually began to dissipate, revealing the daunting silhouette of a towering circular mountain for the first time to Han Li and his companions. "How imposing!" was the collective exclamation of all who beheld the mountain, and Han Li was no exception. The section of the circular mountain before him was indeed awe-inspiring in height. Looking up, the mountain soared to a staggering height, shrouded in clouds, obscuring its peak. The surface was adorned with grotesque rocks and sheer cliffs, while an abundance of colossal trees, too large for a single person to encircle, densely populated the entire mountain. Even more daunting was the continuous, perilous mountain range extending to the horizon, its endpoint shrouded in mystery. However, the ridge facing Han Li and his companions was surprisingly gentle, far less steep than other directions, evidently marking the path leading up the mountain. At that moment, faint growls from mystical beasts echoed from within the mountain, their chilling sounds instilling a sense of dread. Han Li found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a yellow figure darted like an arrow from the thicket beside Han Li, vanishing into the shadowy expanse of the mountain. This action seemed to trigger the instincts of all those lying in wait, as several individuals simultaneously sprang forth, rushing ahead. Just as they neared the forest, they slightly distanced themselves from one another, stealthily infiltrating the circular mountain from different locations. Han Li remained behind, intent on observing who among them would choose the same path into the mountain as he did. In a short span, a cold-faced young man clad in blue, an elderly figure with white hair resembling a Taoist, and a striking woman in green emerged in succession. Each of them, exhibiting an unspoken understanding, selected different spots to enter the dense woods ahead. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour and seeing no one else approach, Han Li finally organized his belongings and, emulating the earlier figures, quietly slipped into an uncharted direction. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his entry, the grotesque figure of Zhong Wu, whom he had encountered the previous day, appeared at the entrance of the passage. Observing the shadowy ascent, he chuckled coldly several times before releasing a dozen yellow dots that flew into the forest, following leisurely behind. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden area, at the entrance of the Broken Seal, the remaining members of the 7 major sects cast anxious glances toward the forbidden zone, where Han Li's master, Li Shizu, was among them. It remained uncertain whether his concerns stemmed from the performance of his disciple or from the greater worry of his own wager. Another cultivator from Qingshu Valley in the core formation stage was equally troubled. Since the enigmatic Elder Qiong of the Yin Yu sect intervened in the matter of the wager, his confidence has notably waned, giving way to a palpable sense of anxiety. It is hardly surprising, for the precious bloodline dragon inner elixir was no easy acquisition, having nearly drained his entire fortune to procure, should he unwittingly lose it to another. Even a Taoist of the highest composure would likely find himself tormented by sleepless nights for years to come. The Taoist discreetly observed the sole individual amidst the crowd who remained composed, the enchanting Lady Ni Chong, the leader of the Yin sect. As the only woman among the 7 elite cultivators, she had shown no sign of concern since the disciples of the 7 sects entered the forbidden grounds. Instead, she engaged in light-hearted banter with others, exuding an air of confidence in the disciples dispatched by her sect, as if they required no effort on her part. The more the Taoist beheld her cheerful demeanor, the more his apprehension deepened. Reflecting on Elder Cheong's confident demeanor during the wager, he felt as though his coveted bloodline dragon inner elixir had already slipped from his grasp, now nestled securely within another's possession. As these thoughts consumed him, the worry etched upon his face intensified. Those unaware might well assume he was fretting over the well-being of his own sect's disciples in the forbidden grounds. After a while, unable to contain his anxiety any longer, the Taoist stealthily approached Master Li, who stood at a distance, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Master Li, the disciples dispatched by your Huangfeng Valley must possess formidable skills, yes? What if we, the 2 sects, truly fall to that Elder Cheong? What do you mean? Do you look down on our Huangfeng Valley?" Master Li replied, his expression darkening at the insinuation. Certainly not. I merely find the situation regarding the disciples sent by the Yin sect rather peculiar and cannot shake my unease. The Taoist chuckled nervously, attempting to clarify. Indeed, I too have sensed something amiss, Master Li acknowledged, his brow furrowed. In past instances, the Yin sect has never sent out such young disciples, and never without pairs of male and female students. Do they think traversing the forbidden grounds is child's play? His serious tone reflected his own lingering concerns regarding the wager. The Taoist nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with Master Li's assessment. Rest assured, my friend, since I dare to place a bet, I must have some confidence in my own disciples. Their prowess will not fall short of yours, Master Li remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the Taoist, his voice imbued with a sense of boldness. Your assurance brings me great comfort. I shall take my leave now, the Taoist replied, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With a smile, he bid farewell and returned to his original spot, settling down to meditate and prepare for the outcome in the days to come. After the Taoist departed, Master Li let out a soft huff, then murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Fu Yunzi, what schemes are you concocting? Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious." The anticipation of our 2 families joining forces to surpass the Moon Concealment sect, only for your Qingshu sect to then overshadow our Huangfeng Valley, is palpable. While I am unaware of the exceptional disciple you have dispatched to the forbidden grounds, I must say that our valley has sent forth a throng of top-tier disciples, all reputed to rank among the top 3 in the Qi refinement stage. Otherwise, do you think I would engage in such a wager with you? As Master Li spoke, a cunning glint appeared on his face, erasing any trace of his prior anxiety, revealing him to be a shrewd old fox. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the intricate maneuvering of the 2 golden core cultivators outside the forbidden area was unfolding, while he found himself obstructed by a massive brown wild boar. This beast, aside from its distinctive coloration and colossal size, towering several zhong, bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary wild boar. Yet, upon sighting this creature, Han Li immediately recognized it as one of the most common low-tier demonic beasts in the crater, the pushing mountain beast. This creature, known for its thick hide and substantial strength, possessed only a natural stone skin technique and exhibited remarkably low intelligence, rendering it relatively easy to deal with. At that moment, the pushing mountain beast snorted several times, and in a flash of yellow light, a layer of white, rock-like armor enveloped its body before it charged furiously at Han Li. Maintaining his composure, Han Li remained still, awaiting the beast's onslaught. As it closed within 7 or 8 zhong, he swiftly waved his right hand, and with a blink, his figure vanished, reappearing behind the beast. The enormous body of the pushing mountain pig continued its charge for several zhong before, with a puff, its entire form split cleanly in 2, its vibrant innards spilling onto the ground. Han Li had utterly severed it with his invisible thread artifact. Gathering the intangible thread, he glanced at the lifeless pushing mountain pig, shook his head lightly, and promptly ascended a tree to vacate the area. He was acutely aware that the stench of the beast's blood would soon attract a host of other keen-sensed demonic creatures, and it was prudent for him to make a hasty retreat. Having wandered through the dense forest of the crater for several hours, Han Li had encountered 4 demonic beasts in such a brief span. Among them, 3 were low-tier, which he easily dispatched without hesitation. However, the mid-tier flying feather peacock, with its colorful long feathers capable of autonomously pursuing and defending against attacks, proved to be quite a headache for him. Fortunately, despite being a bird, its speed was not particularly swift. Thus, he decided to enhance his agility, swiftly evading it until it vanished from sight, thereby avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Now, as Han Li leaped gracefully among the trees, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He had finally grasped the extent of the demonic beasts inhabiting the crater. Currently, he remained on the outskirts, mostly encountering lower-tier beasts, which were manageable. However, as he ventured deeper into the heart of the crater, it was likely that he would encounter a multitude of mid-tier and upper-tier beasts, at which point, aside from a hasty retreat, he could scarcely conceive of any means to extricate himself. No wonder there was so little information regarding the locations of spiritual herbs in the materials. Fearful that the disciples who ventured into this mountain previously spent the majority of their energy merely evading these monstrous beasts, Han Li lamented that the remaining time would only allow for a cursory examination of perhaps 7 or 8 locations, leaving him uncertain about the likelihood of fruitful discoveries. It appeared that his hopes of gathering a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs were rather dim. Presently, Han Li raced towards a concealed cave known for its production of purple monkey flowers. According to the records, this site held little significant value, as it had been harvested over a century ago and was now likely home to only immature seedlings, far from being ready for medicinal use. Seedlings? A faint smile crossed Han Li's lips at the thought. What he required were precisely these untouched seedlings. His willingness to brave the dangers of a forbidden area, with such confidence that he could seize the treasures of nature amidst numerous skilled practitioners, stemmed primarily from his initial focus on the yet-to-mature spiritual herb seedlings. By doing so, he could minimize conflicts with disciples from other sects, allowing him to traverse multiple locations and gather what others deemed worthless. Once he returned with these seedlings, he could utilize the mysterious green vial to accelerate their growth. This approach would yield results akin to directly harvesting mature spiritual herbs. Although Master Ma had mentioned that these seedlings would not survive long outside the Forbidden Realm, only a year or 2 at best, this time frame was sufficient to hasten their maturation. After all, as the primary ingredients for foundation-building pills, they required merely 400 to 500 years to be viable for medicinal use. Now, the only concern was whether the remaining 3 days would suffice for him to collect an adequate quantity of spiritual herbs. The locations of these seedlings were scattered, and with the potential hindrance of monstrous beasts and conflicts with other disciples, Han Li felt a rising sense of uncertainty. Volume 3. Chapter 197. The Giant Centipede Cough. Today, I tested my limits. An entire day of unceasing effort yielded a maximum of 6,000 words. The thought of writing more only slowed me down further, and I am reluctant to dilute quality. Thus, for those friends urging for more, let us settle on 5,000 words as the most substantial support for this book. Thank you, Wang Yu. At last, is this the cave? After 2 hours, Han Li stood atop a black rock, half his height, surveying the several Zhanghai cave entrance not far away. It appeared rather unremarkable. Han Li refrained from recklessly charging inside. Instead, he meticulously observed the vicinity for a moment. Despite the urgency of time, he could not afford to be careless and place himself in peril. This secret cave, as described in the records, indeed appeared inconspicuous from the outside, resembling the wild caves he had encountered along the way, lacking any striking features. How the original discoverer found this place was a source of admiration for Han Li. After a brief moment, Han Li became convinced that no beasts or humans lay in ambush nearby, and he cautiously approached the cave entrance. The cave entrance was entirely a natural formation, composed of pale blue stones, devoid of any signs of human chiseling. Upon entering, Han Li cast a glance at the cave walls on either side and quickly reached this conclusion. Then, with a swift motion, he quietly slipped into the depths of the cave. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted again, for the area ahead had succumbed to darkness after rounding a corner. Han Li furrowed his brow and reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a moonstone the size of an egg. The moment this object appeared, its gentle white light illuminated the surroundings, rendering them clearly visible. Han Li, seeing this, could only shake his head in resignation. His original intention was to stealthily delve deeper into the cave to ascertain if any monstrous beasts were guarding the area. Should he encounter any, he could deliver a swift, silent strike to avoid unnecessary exertion. Yet now, with the moonstone's glow, he had transformed into a conspicuous target, thwarting his plan for a surprise attack. Holding the softly glowing moonstone in one hand, he hesitated for a moment before casting an earth attribute shield around himself with the other hand. He then proceeded cautiously, taking shallow steps. The cave was far narrower than the open wilderness, which limited his speed. Thus, having a layer of protection provided a sense of security. Although this diminished his agility significantly, Hanli understood the age-old adage of sacrificing one thing for another, so he had no cause for complaint. The cave was exceedingly long, and after walking for a quarter of an hour, he had yet to see any signs of an end. This began to stir doubts within him, leading him to wonder if perhaps he had stumbled into the lair of a formidable beast. Fortunately, after traversing several dozen zhang and rounding another corner, his fears were alleviated. There, from the bend, faint glimmers of white light filtered through, indicating that his objective was near. Overjoyed at this discovery, Hanli swiftly stowed the moonstone and quietly crept forward. Since there was already light in this area, and given its location around the corner, it seemed his original plan could still proceed. As Hanli cautiously peered around the corner, he was initially elated by the sight before him, only to later find himself inwardly lamenting. Indeed, he had reached the end of the cave, which opened into a spacious natural stone chamber. The chamber was adorned with numerous glittering stalactites, and nestled against the innermost part of a small purple stone wall were 3 or 4 slender-stemmed, pale blue flowers. These flowers, about an inch in size, had petals that bizarrely curled in the same direction, collectively forming a unique shape that, from a distance, resembled a group of comical little monkeys hanging about, truly a sight to behold. Without a doubt, these were the renowned purple monkey flowers. Though the color of their stems and leaves was blue, it was evident that they had not matured fully. Upon spotting these flowers, Hanli felt an immediate surge of excitement. However, when his gaze shifted to the ground beneath the purple stone wall, his expression soured. There lay a massive centipede, measuring several feet in length, sprawled out on the ground. Behold the glossy, jet-black shell of the creature before him, its antennae extending several feet, and its menacing, grotesque form instilled in Hanli a deep sense of trepidation even before he made a move. Though he had never slain a venomous insect-type beast, he had heard plenty of their notorious reputation. According to others, these venomous creatures were far more formidable than their ferocious beast and avian counterparts of the same rank, often employing obscure yet devastating toxic arts that could swiftly lead to a fatal demise. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, it was wise to avoid provoking such beasts altogether. The centipede before him was of such considerable size that it was at least a mid-tier monster, and it was not inconceivable that it could be of a higher echelon. This realization made Hanli gasp in disbelief, his teeth gritting for quite some time. Presently, it was not he who sought to provoke the creature. Rather, this centipede had taken on the role of guardian for the purple monkey flowers. To attempt to harvest the spiritual herbs from the stone wall without neutralizing this colossal venomous insect was nothing short of a fool's errand. Hanli stifled his aura and cautiously retracted his head, striving to minimize movement so as not to rouse the seemingly slumbering giant centipede. Pressing against the stone wall, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, devising a comprehensive strategy to confront this beast. While relying on the power of several top-tier magical artifacts and engaging in a reckless confrontation was feasible, he was confident that summoning the golden brick talisman would enable him to crush the beast with a single strike. However, such a battle would undoubtedly deplete a significant portion of his magical energy, leaving him unable to maintain his optimal state. The journey ahead was still long, and the dangers he would face would only escalate. Moreover, pressed for time, he could not afford to spend half a day in meditation to replenish his energy. Therefore, he was reluctant to exchange a significant drain of his power for a potential victory. After much contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Hanli's mind, leading him to a promising idea. Before taking action, he cautiously extended his head to glance at the centipede, relieved to see it remaining motionless in its original position. With a slight smile, he vanished into the darkness of his previous path. Before long, Hanli returned with a beaming countenance. This time, the protective shield that had adorned him was absent, and he no longer moved stealthily. Instead, he boldly turned and strode into the hall where the centipede resided. If the centipede had not detected Hanli's significant commotion, it would have ceased to be a magical beast and instead been a simple fool. Thus, the giant insect, measuring about 10 feet in length, immediately became alert, raising its head toward Han Li. Its long antennae swaying incessantly while emitting a hissing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, Han Li remained silent, raising his hand as several small fireballs swiftly launched forth, striking the creature's head and producing a series of explosive sounds. Once the flames subsided, Han Li could clearly see that the centipede's head, though struck by the fireballs, remained glossy and unscathed, leaving not a single mark on its shell. This revelation left him astounded. Indeed, the reports he had heard were not unfounded. These venomous insect-type beasts were extraordinarily formidable. Although the giant centipede had not sustained any injuries, it was thoroughly incensed by Han Li's provocation. As the two sharp fangs parted at its mouth, a torrent of crimson toxic mist erupted violently forth, surging menacingly towards Han Li, intent on transforming him into a mere puddle of poison. Han Li, however, was not foolish enough to remain stationary, allowing such evidently lethal vapors to ensnare him. Unburdened by any protective barrier, he propelled himself with a swift push of his toes, retreating from the hall at a speed slightly greater than that of the poisonous fog, and then turned to flee down the path, as if in abject terror of the creature's noxious emissions. The giant centipede, unwilling to relinquish its prey so easily, began to writhe its numerous limbs with astonishing speed, pursuing Han Li out of the hall like a gale, its velocity rivaling that of Han Li's frantic escape. This startling turn of events caused Han Li to glance back in alarm, prompting him to hasten his pace, creating a sufficient distance to momentarily elude the monstrous beast before vanishing into the corridor. The centipede emitted a series of low, hissing shrieks and, without hesitation, followed closely behind. Having traversed this passage countless times, it was far more familiar with the terrain than Han Li, and before long, it had caught up, clearly spotting Han Li's retreating figure. Elated, the creature propelled itself forward with renewed vigor, its limbs thrashing wildly in a fervent charge. At that moment, Han Li abruptly halted, turning to face the beast with a mischievous grin, seemingly abandoning any thought of escape. In an instant, the giant centipede leapt within mere yards of Han Li, poised to revel in its triumph by tearing him to shreds with its fangs. Yet, without warning, a searing pain erupted from its abdomen, causing it to falter and writhe in agony, rolling wildly upon the ground as a torrent of black, venomous blood gushed forth, staining the earth beneath it. Unbeknownst to the creature, its most vulnerable underbelly had been cut open with a razor-sharp blade, delivering a grievous wound that rendered it in excruciating torment. Han Li, standing nearby, recognized the opportunity to strike while the creature was down. He raised his hand, unleashing a circular beam of golden light along with a shimmering blue dagger, aimed directly at the centipede's long, coarse antennae. With a resounding clash, the two superior-grade artifacts only managed to create minor gashes in the antennae before they were repelled away, leaving Han Li momentarily astonished. How remarkably resilient. It was nearly comparable to the quality of medium-grade artifacts. Han Li silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not employed some clever tactics, subduing this giant centipede would undoubtedly have required considerable effort. Recognizing that his dagger and golden orb had yielded little effect, Han Li retrieved them. Despite suffering grave injuries, the creature's tenacious vitality allowed it to continue thrashing about, indicating that it would not succumb easily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he swiftly darted past the head of the monstrous beast, choosing not to dwell on its fate, and made his way back through the cavernous passage to the stone hall. Inside the hall, a few clusters of azure-purple monkey flowers remained intact, filling Han Li with immense joy. He took out several similarly sized jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the ground. Then, he summoned his flying dagger, meticulously excising the purple monkey flowers along with their small patches of purple stone, and carefully lifted them back into his hand with the dagger, sealing them within the jade boxes with great care. Once all the spiritual herbs had been diligently harvested and securely stored, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Stretching his limbs, he casually surveyed the stone hall, ensuring that nothing had been overlooked before he leisurely exited the area. As Han Li passed the site where the giant centipede had suffered a grievous wound, he found the beast lying motionless on the ground, utterly dead, its large pool of toxic black blood spreading a nauseating odor throughout the cavern. The stench caused Han Li to feel somewhat lightheaded. Realizing that the noxious blood had released its toxins into the air, he quickly consumed some cleansing powder to alleviate his discomfort. He paused about 7 or 8 paces away from the centipede's corpse, releasing his flying dagger to poke at the carcass several times. When it remained utterly still, he felt reassured and continued on his way. However, after taking just a few more steps, Hanli suddenly halted, bending down to retrieve a dark, short blade from the ground. He gently wiped the black mud off the blade's edge with his fingers, and it immediately gleamed with golden light, revealing it to be one of the subblades of the golden beetle mother blade. It turned out that Hanli had effortlessly split the abdomen of the centipede beast during the time he had vanished by having all 8 subblades of the golden beetle mother blade plunged into the ground along the passage, arranged in a line, with their front halves exposed and razor-sharp, to prevent the beast from detecting the brilliant gleam of the golden blades. Hanli had coated the edges with black mud to blend them seamlessly into the dark cavern, rendering them nearly undetectable. Thus, when the giant centipede, crawling close to the ground, pursued Hanli into this section of the cave, it unwittingly impaled its abdomen on the concealed golden blades, meeting its untimely demise in this manner. It was truly a tragic fate for such a formidable upper-tier poisonous insect beast, whose lethal abilities had yet to be unleashed before falling victim to Hanli's cunning trap. Although Hanli was unaware that the centipede he had slain was an upper-tier beast, he certainly recognized that even if it were not, it was undoubtedly among the most formidable of mid-tier creatures. Thus, he felt a great sense of satisfaction at having so easily dispatched this toxic insect. After taking several steps, bending down each time, he finally wiped all the golden blades clean and retrieved them. He then prepared to leave the area, but after catching a glance at the giant centipede's corpse, he hesitated for a moment before walking over to it. As Hanli approached the corpse of the colossal centipede, he unceremoniously thrust the golden blade into the creature's head, back, and tail. He quickly discovered that the toughest part was the back, where the blade barely penetrated half an inch. Only with persistent effort could he gradually carve deeper. Observing this, Hanli hesitated no longer. He promptly released the 8 golden blades he had just retrieved, laboriously commencing to slice through the centipede's robust exoskeleton. In a short while, several sizable fragments of the hard shell, each several feet across, were forcefully severed and meticulously stowed away in his storage pouch. These materials, capable of withstanding even the mightiest strike from a top-tier magical artifact, were indeed rare treasures. If fashioned into a rudimentary inner armor, they would undoubtedly serve him well. In truth, Hanli wished he could harvest the entire exoskeleton of the centipede, but such an endeavor would be exceedingly time-consuming, and time was a scarce commodity for him at present. Thus, with a tinge of regret, he exited the cave and swiftly made his way to the next predetermined location for gathering medicinal herbs, where he anticipated the presence of some yet unripe celestial spirit fruits. While Hanli diligently pursued his plan to collect various immature spiritual herbs, fierce conflicts erupted among elite disciples at several renowned locations where these herbs had matured. After all, only a handful of places could accurately predict the ripening of spiritual herbs, making confrontations between the adept practitioners from various sects inevitable. In a tranquil valley to the southeast of Hanli, 3 individuals were locked in a standoff over 2 prized purple monkey flowers, which Hanli had recently acquired. These flowers were no longer a pale hue, but rather a strikingly vibrant purple, emanating a rich and exotic fragrance. Before these 2 remarkable blooms lay a peculiar deer with a fiery red horn, its body severed and lying in a pool of blood, long deceased. Not far from the beast's carcass, 3 individuals, each adorned in distinct garments, formed a triangular formation, yet none dared to strike, seemingly wary of one another. "What is your intention?" "I was the one who single-handedly killed this fiery-horned deer, so the spiritual herbs rightfully belong to me." At last, one of them, a young man clad in blue, spoke with visible anger. He was in his 20s, with a handsome visage and a tall stature. One hand wielded a green flying fork, while the other held a yellow orb, both radiating dazzling spiritual light, indicating their status as top-tier magical artifacts. No wonder he was capable of defeating such a formidable upper-tier beast alone. "Fellow Taoist, I never expected to meet you again this year. We truly seem to be fated," spoke an elderly man in a blue robe, leaning on a staff. Though his countenance appeared kind and amiable, he paid no heed to the young man's accusation and instead engaged in conversation with another middle-aged Taoist. "Indeed, I too did not anticipate encountering Master Li again this year," remarked the Taoist, who bore a simple sheathed long sword on his back, his demeanor calm as he too ignored the young man. The young man from Tiankei Fortress was infuriated. Possessing exceptional talent and an illustrious lineage, he had always been the center of attention wherever he went. However, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of these two individuals ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. Yet, before he could utter another word, the elder and the Taoist's subsequent remarks transformed his countenance, leaving him in a state of alarm. Let us not dwell on the past. We have two spiritual herbs here, and it would be prudent for us to divide them equally, one for each of us, the elder stated, extending an invitation to the Taoist from Qingshu Valley to join forces in their pursuit of the herbs. The middle-aged Taoist, upon hearing this, showed no surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, our strengths are comparable, and a conflict would likely result in mutual destruction. Thus, I have no objections." The young man listened intently to their exchange, feeling a mix of astonishment and fury. Although he was confident in the potency of his magical artifact, he recognized that he would not stand a chance against their combined strength. Reluctant to abandon the spiritual herbs within his grasp, he resolved not to yield easily. In a sudden burst of determination, he propelled himself towards the two herbs, intent on seizing them and making a hasty escape, seeking death. As soon as the young man took off, the elder's expression darkened. He raised his hand and flung his cane, which transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the youth. The speed of this azure light was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it reached the young man, blocking his path. Startled, the youth wondered what kind of artifact this was, marveling at its swiftness. However, with no time to ponder further, he raised his green spear to counter the attack while maintaining his forward momentum, determined to obtain the herbs at all costs. "My young friend, it's already too late. You would be wise to depart swiftly and avoid forcing me into a killing spree today." The Taoist's calm voice echoed behind him, as if he were right at his heels, sending the young man into a state of sheer terror. Turning pale, the young man glanced back only to see the Taoist standing merely a few paces away, gazing at him with a smile. No longer voicing any protest, he swiftly changed direction and fled towards the valley's exit, not daring to cast another glance behind. He understood the vast disparity in power between himself and these two, realizing that pursuing the herbs would be tantamount to courting death. It was already a remarkable stroke of luck that they had spared him. "Oh, your fox step technique has improved immensely, truly remarkable," the elder remarked, observing the Taoist's decision to let the youth go. His curiosity piqued. He refrained from intervening and instead offered his praise. "Nothing extraordinary, merely a trivial skill," the Taoist replied, casting a leisurely glance at the retreating figure of the young man. "Masterly, do you find it curious that I allowed this individual to leave?" After a moment of silence, the middle-aged Taoist suddenly spoke. "Indeed, I do find it somewhat intriguing. That young fellow possesses quite a fine artifact. It has stirred my interest," the elder responded with a hint of admiration. The elderly man did not conceal his thoughts, speaking directly and candidly. "It would be wise for you to abandon this notion. This individual is not to be trifled with." The Taoist furrowed his brow, issuing a subtle warning. Upon hearing this, the old man's face manifested a flicker of surprise, yet he refrained from inquiring further. He understood that, given the nature of his interlocutor, a clarification would soon follow. "Indeed," the Taoist continued in a monotone, "this person is intricately linked to my Yunlong of Tianke Fortress. It is prudent to avoid provoking him." The old man, upon hearing this, was visibly moved and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly that my Yunlong, the one who has been most likely to reach the golden elixir stage in over a century?" The Taoist offered a wry smile and sighed. "Who else could it be? I have encountered this individual on several occasions. The falling dust pearl he holds is indeed that person's renowned magical artifact. There can be no doubt. Thus, this young man is certainly closely associated with my Yunlong, and it would be wise to steer clear of him. Indeed, I am grateful for your warning. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave error. Ahem. We should promptly collect the spirit herbs and avoid any unwelcome guests." The old man finally regained his composure and promptly proposed. The Taoist readily agreed. And after each securing a purple monkey flower, they parted ways. Similar events unfolded in several other locations simultaneously, though their conflicts were far from peaceful, igniting intense confrontations. Beside a stone dwelling on a ridge of a circular mountain, for individuals divided into two factions, wielding various magical artifacts in fierce combat. Among them, a man and a woman clad in yellow garments were disciples of Huangfeng Valley. The man, in his 40s, exuded an air of scholarly demeanor, wielding a glimmering silver brush and a resplendent golden tome. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of silver talismans, overwhelming his adversaries, who were drenched in sweat and pale with fear. The beautiful young woman, while also directing 2 flying swords, one blue and one yellow, to assist, was clearly outmatched. Her capabilities paled in comparison not only to her formidable companion, but even to their opponents, often necessitating her partner's rescue. Their opponents, however, were not from the same sect. One, with a green aura surrounding him, commanded a snake as thick as a bowl and a swarm of massive hornets, desperately countering the golden onslaught from the Huangfeng Valley disciple. This ugly man was none other than Zhong Wu from the Spirit Beast Mountain, who had previously exchanged information with Han Li. The other, a delicate-looking young man in blue, appeared to be a disciple of the Blade Refinery. The 2 radiant red flying daggers that danced before him were clearly not ordinary tools. Though designed for offense, they had transformed into 2 large screens of light, straining to repel the countless silver talismans raining down like stars. Stop. No more fighting. We concede. The young man from the Blade Refinery finally surrendered, exclaiming, "You win, Chun. The spirit herbs within this stone dwelling belong to you." The unsightly man, Zhong Wu, beside them, listened intently. Though a flicker of discontent crossed his visage, he refrained from voicing any objections, tacitly accepting the young man's words as he summoned the flying serpent and swarm of bees back to his side. "Humph. You concede defeat merely by saying so. Such an easy outcome is hardly acceptable." The weakest of the Huangfeng Valley women, with a toss of her long hair, expressed her discontent. Having been overlooked moments earlier, she could no longer suppress her frustration, her tone turning decidedly hostile. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to eradicate us completely? I dare say you lack the capability." The man from the knife-carving workshop shouted in anger, his voice rising to match the startled pitch of the woman's. This elicited a shiver from the other 3. "Certainly not. My 7th sister merely speaks in anger. You 2 may leave without concern. I, Chun, shall not make things difficult for you." The middle-aged man from Huangfeng Valley furrowed his brow slightly, quickly silencing the woman's harsh remarks with a glance, and then spoke to Zhong Wu and the others with a calm demeanor. "He, Brother Chun, you truly embody the grandeur of the Chun family's eldest son. Your demeanor is unlike that of some petty girls. Then we shall take our leave." The young man from the knife-carving workshop suddenly regained his composure, his voice reverting to a normal masculine tone, transforming him into an elegant figure, much to the astonishment of those around him. Having uttered these words, the young man and Zhong Wu exchanged lingering glances with the stone house before departing with heavy hearts, vanishing behind the rugged rocks. "Elder brother, why did you not eliminate those 2? With just a bit more effort, we could have obliterated them." The beautiful woman, after watching them leave, could no longer restrain herself and turned to the middle-aged man with her query. "Seventh sister, I have noticed that since that incident, you have grown somewhat extreme. You hastily desire to take lives. Do you know who those 2 are? They hail from renowned families. Though they do not compare to our Yin and Qin super families, they should not be taken lightly. It is wise to avoid forging enmities recklessly. Furthermore, even if one were to kill them, success would be far from guaranteed. Understand that, despite the apparent advantage provided by the power of the golden brush and silver pen, which seems to place them in a precarious situation, this is only so because they lack the inclination to flee. Should they truly feel threatened, they are not fools, and they would surely escape. In such a case, no matter how potent my golden brush and silver pen may be, I would be unable to act against them, merely inviting enmity." The middle-aged man from Huangfeng Valley, first chastising the young woman in a tone of fondness, then elaborated on the reasons for his reluctance to take lethal action, bringing her to a sudden understanding. "By the way, 7th sister, that lad from the Liu family has not shown his face since he attempted to harm you. It appears he has indeed been slain by your savior. If that is the case, he is fortunate. Otherwise, he would have faced a fate worse than death." Learning the terror of daring to lay hands on a member of the Qin family. The identity of your rescuer, however, is quite intriguing. I expended considerable effort searching for disciples absent from our valley during those days, yet found no one capable of posing a threat to that lad from the Liu family. It is important to note that although the power of that scoundrel is negligible, his azure banner is indeed a remarkable top-tier magical artifact. The fact that he could rescue you indicates that his strength should not be underestimated. Could it be that he is merely a transient cultivator passing through our sect? The elder brother of the young woman suddenly adopted a tone of affection as he addressed the seventh sister mentioned by him. This seventh sister is none other than the previously cold Chinshimi, who, in the presence of her middle-aged brother, seemed to have regained some of her former nature. Upon hearing his words, she immediately blushed and playfully retorted, "Why bring up that scoundrel? He rescued me, yes. But he left me stranded in the wilderness while he made off with my foundation-building pill. I dare say he is hardly a good person." There was a palpable bitterness in Chinshimi's words. In truth, what angered her the most was not this incident, but the memories it stirred of that embarrassing night when she was feverish and vulnerable. The rough hands that had roamed her body and the overwhelming masculine aura of that individual still lingered vividly in her mind. Although she was filled with shame and anger, she tried not to dwell on these thoughts, burying them deep within her heart. However, hearing her brother mention the matter brought those feelings rushing back, causing her face to alternate between crimson and pale as she fell into contemplation. When Chinshimi finally snapped back to reality, she found her brother gazing at her with a knowing smile, as if he had completely unraveled her secrets. This made her blush even more intensely. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she stamped her foot and declared, "I'm going to gather herbs," before hastily heading towards the stone house, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. The middle-aged man watched the retreating figure of his beloved younger sister and couldn't help but smile faintly, already formulating a plan in his mind. He then followed her. In a secluded grove, a girl clad in green was biting her lip, directing a small white eagle as it struggled against a two-headed serpent. The battle was fierce and evenly matched. Behind the serpent stood a towering tree ablaze with fiery red hues, its branches adorned with several fist-sized crimson fruits. Deep within a narrow underground cave, a group of men and women donned in white moved silently, numbering around 15 or 16. They were the surviving disciples of the Tsangyu sect from the Forbidden Area, and leading them was the ethereal girl who had once glimpsed Han Li from afar. Finally, this chapter is complete, and I must admit, my progress has been painfully slow. 5 hours, and I have barely managed to write 3,000 words. I can only sigh at my own pace. Nevertheless, I shall strive to produce the next chapter for everyone this evening. In light of my efforts, I hope you will kindly show your support. The white-clad girl, though appearing innocent and pure, now bore a solemn demeanor, enveloped in an enigmatic silver glow that rendered her even more mysterious and eerie. Most astonishingly, the individuals clad in white who trailed behind the maiden exhibited an air of trepidation, not daring to utter even a whisper, their gazes towards her retreating figure suffused with reverence. Among them was the once arrogant woman from the sandy terrain, accompanied by her cultivation partner. However, the haughtiness that once adorned her countenance had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of remarkable meekness, as she dared not even draw a breath louder than the others. Suddenly, the leading elven maiden halted, prompting the entire entourage behind her to come to an abrupt stop as well. Before them lay a verdant deep pool, its surface gleaming under the light, revealing several black rocks jutting above the water, adorned with a dozen lustrous, jade-like fungi that stood out conspicuously. "Is this the place?" the elven maiden inquired with an air of curiosity, her voice delicate and melodic, as she gazed at the pool without turning back. "Indeed, ancestor, the top-tier beast, the azure water crocodile, dwells within this pond. During previous herbal foraging expeditions in this forbidden realm, one of our disciples met a tragic end within the belly of this creature. However, another managed to escape with their life." A slightly older woman from the group of disciples of the Hidden Moon sect stepped forward, bowing respectfully as she replied to the elven maiden. "Ancestor, should other disciples from the six sects have overheard this, their jaws would likely have dropped in astonishment. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, which delineate ranks based on levels of mastery, this elfin maiden should only be addressed as such by a cultivator of the core formation stage. Yet, was it not prohibited for those at the foundation establishment stage and above to enter this forbidden area? What could possibly be the explanation?" Observing the expressions of the other disciples from the Hidden Moon sect, who appeared unfazed, it was evident they were already privy to the underlying mystery. "Understood. Proceed," commanded the elven maiden with an air of authority that belied her youthful appearance. She then addressed her companions. "Prepare yourselves. Once I lure the azure water crocodile to the surface, you shall unleash the newly refined joint technique, the yin-yang attraction art, in pairs. I am certain that the destructive power capable of rivaling a full-force strike from a foundation establishment disciple will suffice to eliminate this beast." Subsequently, we shall venture to the lair of the next top-tier beast, continuing our harvest of these previously untouchable spiritual herbs. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with conviction. And the male and female disciples, upon hearing her words, displayed no signs of doubt, all responding in unison. As the elven maiden turned, she opened her mouth, and a pink circular ring, about the size of a thumb, slowly emanated from her lips. It swiftly expanded in the breeze, soon reaching the size of a head. Emitting a low humming sound, its brilliance dazzling, resonating with profound spiritual energy. The manner in which this ring materialized, the radiance it emitted, and the immense spiritual power it contained left no doubt that it was indeed a genuine magical artifact. Could it be that this maiden truly was a core formation stage cultivator? Before long, within the depths of the secret cave, which extended several yards into the ground, a resounding crash echoed, followed by a series of roars akin to the low bellowing of a water buffalo, brimming with fury. Yet, this was quickly succeeded by a cacophony of thunderous rumbles, causing the initial growls to diminish almost immediately after an initial surge of intensity. With a series of thunderous roars and explosive sounds echoing through the air, the cries eventually became completely drowned out, never to resound again. Several hours later, the elven maiden emerged from a hidden cave, accompanied by the male and female disciples of the Moon Concealment sect. Each disciple bore expressions of exhilaration, their faces radiant with the glow of spring. It is no wonder, for the opportunity to slay a peak-tier demonic beast is not something these nascent cultivators in the chi refinement stage encounter lightly. Having dispatched the fearsome aqua crocodile without expending much effort, their excitement was palpable. Of course, had it not been for the elven maiden wielding a circular magical artifact that deflected most of the beast's attacks, they could not have concluded the battle unscathed. Thus, their admiration for the maiden's silhouette grew ever more profound. Unperturbed by the gazes of her companions behind her, the maiden continued forward with an air of nonchalance, as if vanquishing a peak-tier demonic beast were a trivial matter to her. Moments later, the disciples of the Moon Concealment sect vanished into the nearby thicket, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in other locales, disciples from various sects continued to slay demonic beasts and seize spiritual herbs, occasionally clashing over the coveted resources. Strangely, however, instances of life-threatening conflicts were few and far between. Generally, the side that recognized its disadvantage retreated, while the victorious party refrained from pursuing too aggressively, hastily collecting the spiritual herbs before departing for the next location. Most were acutely aware of this tacit understanding. With limited time remaining, it was more prudent to seek out other opportunities rather than engage in bloody disputes. The true moments of desperate struggle for spiritual herbs would undoubtedly arise on the final day, when all would return laden with treasures, ensuring a scene drenched in blood. Starkly contrasting the preceding days of leniency, Hanli possessed a modicum of awareness regarding these matters. Seizing the opportunity during these 2 days of mutual restraint among the sects, he tirelessly traversed from one site to another. Encountering mid-tier or higher demonic beasts en route, he adeptly circumvented them, unwilling to allow even a moment of entanglement. Perhaps fortune favored Hanli, for aside from his initial foray into a cave where he encountered a rare venomous centipede beast, he encountered no other guardian beasts in the subsequent 4 locations, allowing him to gather spiritual herbs with ease and without expending unnecessary effort, much to his elation. If the remainder of his endeavors continued thus, amassing a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs would certainly pose no difficulty. At this moment, the 3rd day within the Forbidden Grounds had nearly elapsed. Hanli was swiftly leaping among the treetops, encountering 2 lower-tier demonic beasts, the iron-arm apes, which he dispatched effortlessly with a few deft flicks of his hand, reducing them to mere fragments. Now, he was hastening towards his final destination for the day, approaching a small stone pavilion near the mountain's peak. It was said that within this haven grew a variety of extraordinary spiritual herbs, and the coveted celestial spirit fruit he sought was among them. However, although the ripening period of the celestial spirit fruit has not yet arrived, several other varieties have indeed matured and await harvest. Consequently, Hanli speculated that the guardian spirit beasts must be present, and it was even possible that disciples from other sects had arrived before him. Yet, Hanli was indifferent. He would even prefer others to arrive first to clear the path for him, saving him the trouble of doing so himself. After all, these individuals would surely have no interest in unripe spiritual herbs. Just as Hanli was in high spirits contemplating this, He finally caught sight of the shadow of the stone palace from afar. As expected, it was not particularly large. However, before Hanli could approach, a fierce sound of battle echoed towards him. His heart leaped with joy. It seemed someone was indeed paving the way for him. Thus, his form became enigmatic. And after a few swift movements, he silently approached the stone palace. In the clearing before the stone palace, instead of witnessing the grand battle between a valiant warrior and a monstrous beast as he had envisioned, he instead beheld a square-faced man in black, barefoot, wielding a massive silver sword, mercilessly pressuring a slender woman clad in green, nearly suffocating her. The only means of defense available to this woman was a shimmering yellow silken scarf, yet it appeared dull and was utterly overpowered by the silver sword, leaving her to struggle in vain. Nearby, the ground bore witness to the lifeless forms of a bisected red wolf and a white young eagle, their blood pooling beneath them, saturating the air with a pungent scent, indicating they had perished not long ago. Witnessing this scene, Hanli could not help but gasp silently in astonishment. Not at the battle itself, but at the recognition of the green-clad maiden as the very one who had sold him the golden bamboo brush. This revelation was utterly shocking, for Hanli had discerned her profound lack of skill when the disciples of various sects had gathered outside the forbidden area. She was merely at the 10th level of cultivation. Thus, he had surmised she would either have perished soon after entering the forbidden land or would be hiding away somewhere in secrecy. Yet here she was, in the very heart of the circular mountain, fiercely battling against a disciple of the formidable sword sect, wielding a top-tier magical artifact. How could this not leave Hanli utterly astounded? Little girl, it is not too late to withdraw now. You must understand that I have always shown you leniency. However, my reluctance to harm women does not imply I am incapable of doing so. If you persist in this folly, you shall meet the same fate as that white eagle. The barefoot man, growing impatient, uttered these chilling words filled with murderous intent. It must be noted that he had been engaged with this girl, who had unexpectedly appeared from the Spirit Beast Mountain, for over half an hour, and his last vestiges of patience had long since evaporated. Should she continue to be obstinate, he might truly resort to ruthless measures. The girl's face was ashen, yet after a determined bite of her lip, she stubbornly declared, "If you refuse to hand over the few solar flowers inside, I shall not leave, even at the cost of my life." Volume 3, Chapter 201. The Martial Enthusiast. Alas, I am utterly exhausted and cannot muster the spirit to continue writing. This shall suffice for today. I will upload these 2,000 words for everyone to peruse in the meantime. The barefoot man, upon hearing her words, was filled with furious wrath. The woman, struggling for her own survival, continues to provoke her limits. Very well. In a fit of rage, he uttered the word good thrice. Then today, you shall perish here. With that, he pointed at the silver giant sword, which immediately erupted in dazzling brilliance, emitting an intensely radiant sword light that descended with the weight of a mountain, mercilessly aimed at the girl's head. Seeing this, the girl clenched her silver teeth and swiftly commanded her silk scarf to transform into a wheel-sized yellow disc to intercept the attack. With a piercing sound, this nearly exhausted top-tier magical artifact was shattered into countless fragments by the fully unleashed silver giant sword, scattering throughout the air. The silver sword, glimmering with fierce light, continued its relentless descent towards the girl, who wore a grim smile. Suddenly, with a clear clang, the silver sword was halted a mere yard above the girl's head by a golden flying blade that shot in from the side, swirling in a circle of golden light above her, resolutely preventing the silver sword from descending further. Who dares to show themselves? The barefooted man's expression darkened as he beckoned to retract the silver sword, his gaze like lightning as it fixed upon a massive boulder. For he clearly perceived that the golden blade had emerged from that very spot. Ha! What a splendid day it is. Why must we resort to violence? Would it not be better to sit down and converse? A figure emerged from behind the stone, revealing an ordinary-looking young man in a yellow robe. He scratched his head and glanced at the sky, chuckling awkwardly, yet his face bore an expression of helplessness. It was none other than Hanli who, upon witnessing the girl's dire plight, could not help but intervene to save the girl in green. As Hanli beheld the girl's distressing visage, he could only look skyward in silence, lamenting his impulsive action that so starkly contradicted his usual principle of self-preservation. He had unwittingly embroiled himself in this predicament, truly a case of beauty bringing disaster. However, Hanli understood that this was primarily due to the profound impression she had left on him. and he could not remain indifferent as a woman he found appealing faced death right before his eyes. Evidently, his heart was not as hardened as he had believed. He was not a ruthless tyrant devoid of kinship. With a bitter smile, Han Li's thoughts wandered. Yet, having already attracted trouble, he had no choice but to muster his spirits to confront the situation. Fortunately, after his encounters with the treasure-seeking girl and Feng Yu, he had gained some confidence in contending with these elite disciples. Thus, he remained calm, already grasping several items in hand. "Is it you?" The girl in green finally recognized Han Li's face and gasped in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Han Li, noticing her realization of his identity as her savior, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Nevertheless, he merely nodded lightly at her before turning back to the barefooted man, saying, "What say you to my proposal? Would it not be wise to grant this young lady her freedom? You may pursue your own path, and I shall tread mine, allowing us both to coexist in peace, thereby avoiding unnecessary conflict." Han Li still harbored a glimmer of hope that he could resolve the situation without resorting to violence. Thus he uttered the aforementioned words. After all, engaging in a fierce battle with a formidable opponent for no apparent reason, which could potentially jeopardize his life, was hardly a prudent course of action. However, Han Li was utterly unprepared for the fact that the barefoot man across from him paid no heed to his words. Instead, he seemed intensely fascinated by the golden blade in Han Li's hand, as if that weapon held far greater allure for him than Han Li himself. This behavior incited a flicker of annoyance within Han Li. He stifled his displeasure and was about to speak once more when the man suddenly broke his silence, leaving Han Li momentarily stunned with his inquiry. "That golden blade you hold must be part of the same set of magical artifacts as the one in the air, correct? Moreover, it managed to withstand my silver sword's attack without sustaining damage for an extended period. This must be a top-tier magical artifact. Am I right?" The barefoot man from the giant sword sect spoke with an intense gleam in his eyes, his aura suddenly surging to an astonishing level. Han Li blinked, momentarily bewildered, unsure of the man's intent. Nevertheless, he responded casually, "You are indeed correct. They are part of a top-tier magical artifact set, and that is sufficient. You may proceed." He continued, "If you can defeat me, not only will I relinquish the girl's life, but all the spiritual herbs within this stone chamber will be yours as well." Before Han Li could finish his sentence, the man interrupted him with fervor, uttering words that left Han Li utterly astounded. This man was indeed a fanatic of the cultivation world. At this realization, Han Li felt a wave of frustration wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Prepare yourself." The burly man did not wait for Han Li's response. He commanded his silver sword to pivot from the girl's direction and charged aggressively towards Han Li. With the knowledge of his opponent's capabilities, Han Li understood that further discussion would be futile. He swiftly shook the golden blade in his hand, causing the remaining 7 subblades to emerge from his storage pouch, transforming into 7 streaks of golden light that boldly met the oncoming silver giant sword. However, Han Li refrained from summoning defensive talismans to bolster his protective barrier. This was due to his awareness, after witnessing the silver sword shatter the girl's silk scarf, that the power of the silver sword was truly terrifying. Ordinary shields would shatter under its strike, leading to certain death. Thus, it was better not to employ defensive spells at all, allowing him instead to rely on the unpredictability of his movements to counter the man's sudden assault. As Han Li contemplated this, aside from the golden blade guarding the girl, the remaining 7 subblades had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the silver giant sword. Entwined like 7 golden serpents wrestling with a massive python, neither side yielding. Volume 3. Chapter 202. Silencing the witnesses. As soon as Han Li commanded the 7 subblades to engage the silver sword, he immediately sensed the overwhelming strength of his opponent. The giant sword alone exerted such dominance that it pressed down on all the golden blades, rendering the defensive golden net formed by the 7 golden lights utterly ineffective against the fierce onslaught of the silver giant sword, which shattered their formation effortlessly. Under the assault of the silvery sword light, the radiance emanating from the golden blade swiftly dimmed, unmistakably signaling the impending collapse of the weapon. It seemed inevitable that it would meet the same fate as the silk scarf of the young maiden, only a matter of time. Yet, this did not astonish Han Li, who had previously witnessed the might of the silver sword. His golden flying blade, in terms of power, was but a mediocre artifact among the top-tier weapons. It was entirely expected that it would falter against the opponent's silver sword, thus eliciting no surprise from him. Consequently, Han Li pointed towards the aerial melee, intending to separate two entangled golden blades and direct them towards the burly man, hoping to test the defenses of his adversary and see if an opportunity might arise. After all, if one were to perish, what worth would even the most formidable magical artifact hold? As the two golden beams, under Han Li's manipulation, veered towards the barefooted man, the latter's colossal sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant silver light. It began to whirl rapidly around its hilt, transforming into a vast silver disc that emanated countless strands of suction from its center, rendering all nearby golden blades immobile, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The two golden blades attempting to escape were not spared from this fate, leaving Han Li utterly astonished at the spectacle before him. Upon regaining his composure, Han Li hastily glanced at the burly man, who was indeed performing an unusual incantation, his hands moving rhythmically as if orchestrating a grand wheel. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li swiftly retrieved a blue flying dagger and a golden flying disc from his storage pouch, launching them directly at the man without pausing for a moment. Though the barefooted man was not idle, he keenly observed Han Li's actions. With a cold smirk, he altered his incantation, freeing one hand to point towards the incoming flying dagger and golden disc, lightly tapping them twice from a distance. In that instant, Han Li felt a sudden severance of connection with the two magical artifacts he had been controlling. To his astonishment, the two superior-grade artifacts were yanked away from him across a distance of 7 to 8 zhang by the spinning silver disc, forcibly drawn into its very center. With two resounding thuds, as soon as the superior-grade artifacts entered the disc, they were caught in a violent whirlpool. They barely had time to endure before exploding into fragments like fireworks, scattering beautiful shards that resembled a stunning meteor shower. Han Li's mouth went dry in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the opponent's technique and the silver sword could be so extraordinary. Not only had his golden flying blade been ensnared, but even his two superior-grade artifacts had been effortlessly obliterated without having the slightest impact. This revelation left him profoundly shaken. A subsequent explosion echoed, startling Han Li, who quickly focused his gaze once more. Indeed, among the originally 7 golden flying blades, only 6 remained, while a dazzling rain of golden stars emerged from the center of the silver disc. Under the burly man's control, the disc began to methodically absorb the golden blades, destroying them one by one. If Han Li had initially felt merely astonished at the destruction of his superior-grade artifacts by the silver sword, the disappearance of a golden blade now struck a painful chord within him. After all, this was a pinnacle magical artifact. Moreover, due to the nature of the complete set, the loss of even a single piece would significantly diminish its power. With a pang of regret, Han Li ceased his hesitation, his right hand flipped, revealing the small mirror he had acquired from the hands of the treasure girl. He swiftly infused it with spiritual energy, aiming it towards the sky. In an instant, a verdant glow erupted from the mirror's surface, immediately reverting the silver disc formed by the giant silver sword back into the shape of the sword itself, ensnaring both the sword and the remaining golden blade in the emerald light, rendering them immobile in midair. The barefooted man, who had previously exuded confidence and fervor, was suddenly struck dumb upon witnessing Han Li's small mirror, his expression transforming dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Qing Ning mirror. How could it be in your possession? Is this not the protective artifact of the moon-covering twin beauties? Have you perhaps slain one of them?" Upon uttering these words, the man gazed at Han Li with incredulity, as if he had committed an act of unspeakable treachery, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. From the man's tone, it seemed that possessing such a supreme artifact would lead to considerable trouble, prompting Han Li to momentarily pause, eager to hear more. "What do you mean? I did not kill that woman. I obtained it from the hands of a man named Feng Yu who did." Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Huh. You should direct such explanations to the grandmother of the moon-covering twin beauties. Do you think a core formation elder would heed the words of a mere chi refinement disciple like you?" The barefooted man scoffed derisively. A sense of dread washed over Han Li as he realized that if the man's claims were true, there would indeed be no way to elucidate the situation. He possessed no evidence to assert that he was not the one who had committed the act. Rather, the sinister woman's artifact had ended up in his possession. Thus, the elder of the moon-covering sect would likely not let him, the perceived murderer, go unpunished. This predicament was undeniably dire. The mere thought of a core formation expert constantly fixated on his life filled Han Li with bitterness, to the point where he felt the urge to spit blood in frustration. Ironically, he was quite wronged. Not only had he not been responsible for the woman's death, but by killing Feng Yu, he had avenged that wicked woman. Yet now, he faced the prospect of being hunted by a core formation cultivator, rendering any justification futile. After all, to them, the death of a mere chi refinement disciple was akin to squashing an ant. Why would they bother to listen to his defense? Moreover, his own sect, the Yellow Maple Valley, would likely not risk offending an elder of the moon-covering sect over an insignificant nobody like him. The more he pondered, the bleaker the future appeared, and the consequences seemed increasingly grim. Was it truly the case that upon exiting this forbidden land, he would have to flee, adopting a new identity and living in exile abroad? Han Li found himself in a state of uncertainty. The barefooted man noticed Han Li's grim expression and could not help but burst into a hearty laugh, reveling in his misfortune. Just as the man's laughter grew louder, and Han Li's countenance darkened further, a timid voice chimed in from the side. "What if we all keep it a secret and do not tell anyone?" The girl in green, who had been listening intently, hesitantly interjected. "Keep it a secret?" Han Li and the burly man were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances before falling into a profound silence. The young girl, about to speak, was instantly frightened into silence by the peculiar atmosphere between the two men, her eyes darting nervously without daring to utter a word. In the midst of this tense quietude, Han Li suddenly clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly around the vicinity, his movements swaying gently. Meanwhile, the burly man fixed his gaze intently on Han Li, his expression grave and solemn. This heart-pounding stillness endured for the duration of a tea break until it was shattered by the barefooted giant, who spoke with a serious demeanor. "I never anticipated that we would be reminded by a mere girl. It seems the saying the observer sees more than the participant holds true. Are you planning to silence us for good? Indeed, if there were another way, I would not harbor any intentions of harm towards you. Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable, deserving of great admiration." Han Li sighed, finally halting his steps and facing the burly man with a sense of resignation. "It appears you do not believe in my solemn oath." The burly man fell silent for a moment, then his eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke forcefully. "Indeed, I only trust that the dead will not divulge secrets." Han Li's expression darkened as he retorted with a voice as cold as steel. "Very well. Since that is the case, let us dispense with pleasantries and settle this once and for all," the barefooted man declared, his brow arching with newfound vigor. "Settle this? No. It should be said that your demise is inevitable." Han Li replied with a peculiar smile, shaking his head lightly. "Nonsense. Do you think that merely trapping my silver radiance sword momentarily ensures your victory in this battle? You have yet to witness the full extent of my capabilities." The burly man, enraged by Han Li's words, erupted in a furious tirade, raising his arm to reveal a shimmering blade of light, identical to the one above. "You have yet to realize that we are already within 10 zhang of each other," Han Li remarked with an unusual expression, sighing as he spoke. Suddenly, his form blurred and vanished into thin air. "As long as we are within 10 zhang, and you have not cast a protective spell, your life and death rest entirely within my thoughts." Han Li's voice echoed in the void, and just as he materialized behind the panicked, burly man, he uttered his final words. "And you are now a corpse." Han Li gently retracted the thread he had just manipulated, murmuring softly. The burly man stood frozen, his gaze fixed ahead until a slender line of crimson appeared around his neck, and with a swift motion, his head rolled off cleanly, his death remarkably absolute. Han Li turned to observe the decapitated body of the burly man, a fleeting glimmer of pity crossing his features. This man's strength was surely not beneath that of Feng Yu. Yet he had erred gravely by allowing himself to be drawn into such close quarters. His death was not entirely unjust. "Are you also intending to kill me to silence me?" Han Li suddenly heard a faint voice, laced with wariness, doubt, and fear. Volume 3, Chapter 203, The Worry-Free Needle and the Forgetting Dust Pill. I apologize. I only completed this chapter late last night and finished the editing this morning, which is why it has been delayed. I hope everyone can understand. Today, I intend to combine the 2 chapters into one for a trial, so it will only be uploaded in the evening. Please do not be anxious. Han Li let out a bitter smile. Although he had dealt with the formidable foe from the giant sword sect, there remained a significant dilemma yet to be addressed. The slender figure of the girl in green, her pale and fragile visage, along with the look of panic in her eyes. vividly imprinted in Han Li's mind as he cast a brief glance in her direction. It was evident that she had been genuinely frightened. He did not respond to the girl's inquiry. Instead, he bent down to retrieve the storage bag from the corpse of the burly man. With a flick of his fingertip, a small fireball struck the body, instantly reducing it to ashes. Then, he collected the azure light that had ensnared the silver sword and golden blade with the azure mirror, liberating them and stowing them away in his bag. Only then did Han Li turn around, approaching the girl with an impassive expression. Upon seeing him draw near, the already pallid girl turned even more ashen, instinctively shrinking back and retreating a few steps in fear. "What do you want? If you come any closer, I want to hold back." The girl in green finally mustered her courage, drawing a small black sword from her storage bag and aiming it at Han Li. However, with a mere glance, Han Li discerned that this sword was nothing more than a mediocre magical artifact. It appeared that the yellow silk scarf was the only top-tier artifact in her possession. Is this how one reciprocates a life-saving grace? Han Li suddenly rubbed his nose and smiled warmly, saying a life-saving grace. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident as she struggled to reconcile the contrast in Han Li's demeanor. "Indeed, young lady, it seems you have a tendency to forget. Were it not for my timely intervention just now, saving you from that man's sword, I would have no need to resort to such lethal measures," Han Li remarked, both amused and exasperated. "Oh, I am truly sorry. I had forgotten in my fright." The girl finally grasped the situation, her face flushing crimson as she stammered an apology, evoking a sense of compassion from those who witnessed her flustered state. "Not at all. It is quite remarkable that we have crossed paths once more after our brief encounter at the Southern meeting." Han Li waved his hand dismissively, speaking kindly. For some reason, upon seeing the girl's bashful demeanor, he felt an unusual sense of familiarity, as if he were addressing a younger sister. "I am Han Li. May I inquire your name, young lady?" Han Li asked casually. I am Han Yunji." The girl hesitated before shyly revealing her name. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at disclosing her name before this young man. "Han Yunji? That is a beautiful name, quite befitting of you." Han Li repeated her name with a gentle smile. "Is it?" A fresh wave of blush washed over Yunji's face. "However, how does Miss Yunji come to be associated with Spirit Beast Mountain and participate in the blood trial?" Han Li inquired with a hint of curiosity. A look of hesitation crossed Han Yunji's face as she faltered and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Since it seems inconvenient, then there is no need to share it with me. I merely inquired out of casual curiosity," Han Li said with understanding, which greatly touched Han Yunji. "By the way, let us proceed to the stone cottage to gather the spiritual herbs. It is better to act swiftly and avoid any unforeseen interruptions from others." After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the young woman, Han Li suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Han Yunji nodded repeatedly, but then, feeling somewhat bashful, she softly remarked, "Brother Han, could you allow me to take those few fiery sunflowers? I only wish for these flowers. I shall not request anything else." "Of course, that is no problem at all. Even if you had not mentioned it, my intention was to do so," Han Li replied with a smile. "Thank you so much, Brother Han." The young girl's face lit up with joy, her gratitude towards Han Li deepening further. "In that case, it would be best for you to gather the fiery sunflowers first. I wouldn't want to accidentally collect them myself." Han Li chuckled lightly, suggesting with a calm demeanor. "Very well," the young girl conceded, finding some logic in his words. She bowed her head in acknowledgement to Han Li before turning to make her way towards the stone cottage. However, just as she turned her back, Han Li let out a sigh. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her neck, and darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed towards the ground. Yet, just before she hit the ground, she was caught from behind. It turned out that Han Li had seized the opportunity as she turned, swiftly approaching her and gently striking her unconscious before cradling her delicate form in his arms. As Han Li embraced the young girl, inhaling her subtle fragrance, his heart stirred involuntarily. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her fragrant cheek. However, reason swiftly returned. He bit his tongue slightly, waking himself from the reverie. Looking at the young girl's exquisite features, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He gently leaned her against the wall of the stone cottage before slipping inside. Moments later, having thoroughly cleared the herbs within the cottage, Han Li emerged again, lifting the young girl once more and swaying slightly before vanishing into a nearby cluster of stones. Within a natural cave near the summit of the circular mountain, Han Li laid the young girl down on the ground, and then sat beside her, closing his eyes to meditate. Eventually, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing through them. Employing his swift movement technique, he managed to regain some of his energy. He then retrieved a small, exquisite silver box from his storage pouch. Hanli gazed at the silver box, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he silently opened the lid, revealing a neatly arranged row of silver needles inside. These were the acupuncture tools he had frequently utilized during his time at the Qishuan sect. Hanli raised his fingers, gently caressing the silver needles. The figures of Dr. Mo, Li Feiyu, and others came vividly to his mind, and the memories of life at Saisha Mountain and Shinsho Valley felt as if they were mere yesterdays. This reflection stirred a wave of emotion within him. After a spell of wandering thoughts, Hanli finally returned to the present. He steadied his mind, deftly drawing forth a slender silver needle between two fingers with practiced ease. Then, Hanli glanced at the young girl, and then at the silver needles in his hand. A look of helplessness etched upon his brow. Miss Han, were it not for this set of worry-free needle techniques, capable of erasing short-term memories, I truly would be at a loss regarding how to handle the matter of confidentiality. Although I trust that you will sincerely keep my secret, the world is rife with unforeseen occurrences. You might inadvertently let something slip, or be unwittingly compelled by someone using secret methods to divulge this matter. I must take precautions, Hanli murmured to himself. He then retrieved a red porcelain vial from his storage pouch, pouring forth a fragrant, fiery red pill, which he unhesitatingly placed into the girl's mouth. Fortunately, he had brought along the forgetting dust pill he had previously concocted, allowing him to employ the worry-free needle techniques without concern. Though there might still be some danger, it was unlikely to pose a significant problem. She would merely forget everything that had transpired in the last half-day. He never anticipated that the needle technique he had learned from Dr. Mo's relics would find application in the world of cultivation. Hanli tenderly stroked the girl's silky hair and said affectionately. Several hours later, Hanli emerged from the cave, his complexion pale, and quickly concealed himself behind a nearby large tree, focusing intently on the cave entrance. A quarter of an hour later, Han Yunji emerged, cradling several blazing sunflowers. Her expression one of bewilderment. After glancing around the entrance a few times, she shielded her eyes with one hand, a strange expression gradually appearing in her eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something significant, hastily placing the sunflowers into her storage pouch before hurriedly departing towards the mountain's base. Not long after her departure, Hanli leaped from the tree. Watching the direction in which the girl vanished, he sighed deeply and began to walk slowly into the dense forest on the other side. The third day in the forbidden area had finally passed, and the arrival of the fourth day was far from as smooth for Hanli as the previous one. He faced obstacles ranging from encounters with formidable beasts to erroneous information about the locations of spiritual herbs that did not yield what he sought. Moreover, the number of guarding beasts had abruptly increased. In just over half a day, Hanli had already slain 3 mid-tier beasts and 2 high-tier beasts, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted both physically and spiritually. Now, standing beneath a massive rock, Hanli assessed his gains. Although the quantity of the 3 types of spiritual herbs had yet to meet his expectations, it was still barely sufficient. Even if he were to leave the forbidden area at this moment, it would not be an unacceptable outcome. Furthermore, the records regarding Huangfeng Valley clearly indicated the existence of locations with unripe spiritual herbs, with no additional sites remaining. The remaining information he could find were numerous details exchanged from the ugly man Zhong Wu. However, Hanli had previously hesitated to visit these locations due to his fear of false information, apprehensive that it would waste his time. But now, upon revisiting this external information, he quickly discovered that not far from his current position, there indeed existed a hidden locale abundant with spiritual herbs. Not only were there unripe herbs, but there should also be many mature ones. This revelation stirred a sense of eagerness within Hanli. According to his calculations, even if the mature spiritual herbs in that location had not been taken by Zhong Wu, they should have been seized by others long ago. However, the immature herbs should still be present. Since it was still early and he lacked a precise destination, it would be wise to make the journey and investigate. Even if the information proved to be false, he would incur no loss. Once this thought crossed Hanli's mind, he could no longer contain his excitement. After a brief moment of rest, he took off. Volume 3, Chapter 204, The Stone Hall and the Underground Passage originally. He intended to merge 2 chapters into one for everyone that evening. However, He found himself in a lackluster state over the past 2 days, feeling mentally drained, and could only muster the words for a single chapter. Once his state of mind improved, he would find a way to make it up to everyone. The place Han Li was heading to was situated within a small basin in a ring-shaped mountain, surrounded by towering, oddly shaped stones that rendered the area impervious to wind and rain. At the center of the basin stood an ancient, massive stone hall. Despite its grandeur, the entrance was pitifully small, allowing only 2 people to pass side by side. This disparity gave Han Li, who stood atop the rocky outcrop gazing at the sight, an unsettling sense of incongruity. Furrowing his brow, Han Li leaped down from the stone and approached the entrance, slowly lifting his gaze to scrutinize the stone hall. As he observed, his expression became increasingly perplexed. Whether it was a trick of the light, he could not tell, but he felt as if a faint azure glow occasionally flickered across the surface of the stone hall. However, every time he attempted to focus on it, he could discern no peculiarities. After several attempts, he began to murmur to himself. Could it be that some sort of forbidden magic had been cast upon this place? Lowering his gaze, he scanned the ground nearby, finding no signs of anyone having visited, which caused him to narrow his eyes. There was definitely something amiss. Although this basin was somewhat secluded, a stone hall of such magnitude should not have gone unnoticed. Moreover, the information he had was provided by that scoundrel Zhong Wu. How could he have never visited this location? In an instant, countless thoughts swirled through Han Li's mind, and he instinctively felt that something was amiss. Yet, he was reluctant to leave without further investigation. Taking a few steps back, he reached into his storage bag, producing a golden blade that he tossed into the air. It transformed into a streak of golden light, striking fiercely against a particular stone on the hall's entrance. With a resounding thud, the azure light surged from the stone, remaining unscathed, while the golden blade spun and tumbled, being deflected several yards away. Shaking his head, Han Li turned to leave the site. To avoid unnecessary danger, his primary objective was to exit the forbidden area alive. Given the hall's eerie nature, it was prudent to refrain from entering, Han Li thought to himself, maintaining an impassive demeanor. However, just as he took 2 steps away, his expression changed dramatically. In a flash, he disappeared into thin air, only to reappear within the hall, before vanishing once more inside. At that moment, a group of disciples from the Inua sect suddenly appeared atop a nearby stone. Leading them was a seemingly youthful, yet actually ancient, elfin girl, the sect's founder. She cast a curious glance at the spot where Han Li had vanished before her. It seemed she sensed the presence of someone nearby, but upon inspection, found the area deserted. Had she misperceived the situation? The young maiden stood her ground, somewhat skeptical of the supernatural. With a gentle closing of her eyes, she unleashed her vast spiritual sense. To her relief, aside from her group, she detected no other cultivators in the vicinity of the basin. However, as her consciousness swept across the stone hall, it was abruptly repelled by an unseen force, startling her momentarily, yet soon filling her with elation, a smile breaking across her face. At first glance, she had discerned that the stone hall was ensnared by a restriction. This revelation did not astonish her. After all, several of the beast lairs she had previously scoured were similarly warded. Nonetheless, the barrier here was impenetrable even to her spiritual perception, an unprecedented encounter that far surpassed the superficial restrictions she had faced earlier. In a surge of excitement, the elven maiden chose to disregard her earlier concerns, convinced that even if a few disciples from rival sects were lurking nearby, they would pose no threat to the multitude from the moon-concealing sect. Thus, she led her companions toward the stone hall. Meanwhile, Han Li found himself in a state of frantic agitation within the hall's grand chamber. He had intended to make his departure, instinctively extending his spiritual sense to gauge his surroundings before preparing to flee. To his astonishment, he sensed a significant number of cultivators in close proximity, causing his blood to run cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped into the stone hall. Regardless of which of the 6 sects those outside belonged to, it was evident what awaited him should they discover his presence. Had it not been for his severe fatigue from the past few days, he could have effortlessly employed his swift movement technique to boldly evade those cultivators. Regrettably, in his current state, he could barely manage the technique a few times, and escaping far was certainly out of the question. For the moment, he found himself secure within the stone hall, yet simultaneously pinned in by the encroaching cultivators, unable to make his exit. Moreover, the design of this hall was rather simplistic. Upon entering, he traversed a winding corridor, only to arrive at this empty chamber devoid of any hiding spots. Judging by the demeanor of the group outside, it was evident they were intent on this stone hall. Hoping they would refrain from entering was pure folly. However, to assert that there was absolutely no refuge was not entirely accurate. In the center of the hall, there lay a dark passage surrounded by jade railings. The entrance was flanked by a set of steps leading steeply downward, from which a warm, humid breeze relentlessly emanated, making it difficult to fathom where it might lead. Nevertheless, Han Li could easily surmise that this passage was no sanctuary. It surely harbored perils beyond imagination, which explained his hesitation to descend. Yet, the grand hall offered no alternative hiding places, causing beads of cold sweat to break forth on his forehead. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, indicating that the group of cultivators had breached the stone hall and would soon enter the chamber. Sensing the imminent danger, Han Li let out a resigned sigh, steeled himself, and lightly vaulted over the railing into the passageway. Upon entering the cavern, Han Li was engulfed in darkness. He reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a moonlight stone, illuminating his surroundings. The passage was modest in size, constructed entirely from blue stone, barely allowing a single person to pass through. As he brushed his hand against the stone wall, he felt a damp, slick surface. Not daring to linger, fearing pursuit from behind, he cautiously descended. After traversing several hundred steps down the stone staircase, the once constricted passage gradually widened, accommodating two individuals side by side without issue. However, the humid breeze that greeted him became increasingly oppressive, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, drenching him in no time. After descending nearly 100 more steps, Han Li estimated he was over 100 feet beneath the surface, and the bluestone corridor finally came to an end. Upon emerging from the tunnel, he was met with a peculiar marshland. This subterranean realm rose only about 30 feet high yet spanned several miles in circumference. All around him lay a mire bubbling with dark water. The sweltering breeze above the swamp seemed to materialize out of thin air, rapidly flowing out through the tunnel behind him, while cooler air from outside rushed in, creating a balance of convection. Surrounding the swamp were towering mounds of black earth, and on one edge grew numerous extraordinary flowers and spiritual herbs of various hues, including several types of celestial medicines Han Li sought in ample supply. Yet, what captivated Han Li's attention the most was a small pavilion of white jade situated in the center of the marsh. Suspended within it was a colossal golden chest, measuring 12 feet in length and 5 feet in width, its lid firmly sealed. The chest emanated a flowing golden light, immediately suggesting its extraordinary nature. Han Li stole only a few glances before averting his gaze, not due to a lack of desire for the treasures within, but because a large group of formidable figures was rapidly approaching from behind. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. That was of utmost importance. Otherwise, what good were treasures if his life were forfeit? With a few agile movements, Han Li darted away to a mound of earth far from the tunnel's entrance. There, he stilled his breath and unleashed his concealment technique, lying motionless atop the mound. After activating the technique, he blended seamlessly with the surrounding black soil, making it nearly impossible to detect him from a distance. Just as Han Li secured his hiding place, a figure emerged at the top of the steps leading from the tunnel. The elven maiden surveyed her surroundings with a composed demeanor, yet her expression shifted to one of astonishment upon sighting the golden chest within the white jade pavilion, her eyes igniting with fervor. Although she had heard her disciples describe the golden chest, witnessing it in person was far more breathtaking. The maiden gracefully descended the steps, standing enchantingly at the marsh's edge. Following her, a throng of disciples from the Moon Concealment sect, both male and female, surged forth, forming a line behind her. Han Li observed this scene from a distance, his heart racing with curiosity about the identity of the youthful leader. Was the black-scaled python concealed here? The delicate voice of the young girl resounded, yet it was imbued with an indescribable authority. Master Ancestor, the enormous python lurks within the marsh, having devoured over a dozen disciples from various sects who sought the treasure chest, earning a notorious reputation that has rendered this place a forbidden ground for the disciples. However, this beast is undeniably far stronger than an ordinary top-tier demon beast. I implore you to exercise caution. A female disciple replied respectfully, her head bowed. Humph. Do you believe that I cannot handle even a first-level demon beast? The young girl's fair complexion darkened as she assumed a comically mature demeanor, which, however, caused the white-clad woman to change her expression drastically, repeatedly exclaiming her fears. You may leave now. Everyone, proceed according to the original plan. No matter how formidable this black-scale python may be, it shall never rival the yin-yang guiding technique. Regardless of its strength, it remains merely a first-level demon beast. The girl spoke with an undeniable tone, invigorating the spirits of the disciples behind her. After issuing her commands, the girl turned her gaze back to the marsh, murmuring softly, "It seems that the item should be within this chest. The previous attempts were in vain. All I obtained were worthless scraps." Her voice was barely audible, perceptible only to herself, while the other disciples were consumed with excitement for the impending battle. Following the girl's orders, the male and female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect immediately stood alongside their cultivation partners, skillfully extending a hand to clasp one another. In an instant, their overlapping hands emitted a peculiar glow of blue and red, which then coursed through their arms and enveloped their bodies, creating an extraordinary spectacle where the 6 pairs of dual cultivation disciples were adorned in a radiant red for the males and a brilliant blue for the females. The remaining 3 disciples, 2 females and 1 male, having lost their partners, could only retrieve a few magical artifacts from their possessions for basic preparations. Hanli lay atop a mound of earth. Although he did not hear the girl's murmured words, he distinctly caught the female disciple addressing her as Master Ancestor. This revelation startled him so profoundly that he nearly bit his tongue. The Master Ancestor of the Hidden Moon sect. What an astonishing concept. Hanli was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation and understood this clearly. She was akin to the master of his own sect, a golden core expert. The appearance of such a powerful figure in a place forbidden to cultivators above the foundation establishment stage left him utterly bewildered. At this moment, the youthful girl, satisfied that her disciples were adequately prepared, sprang into action. With her lips slightly parted, she exhaled her magical treasure, the vermilion bird ring. Upon its release, it soared above the marsh, spinning rapidly until it grew to a size akin to that of a house. Then, the girl performed a hand gesture, directing a beam of red light from her hand towards the ring, which instantaneously shifted in color from pink to a brilliant fiery red. Within the inner circle of the ring, flickering sparks of Mars began to materialize, multiplying and growing brighter by the moment. In a short span, hundreds of fist-sized orbs of intense heat coalesced within the grand circle, causing the temperature of the subterranean realm to surge abruptly. Hanli stood atop a mound of earth, utterly astonished. Such a display of power and grandeur could not possibly be anything other than a magical artifact. He would not believe otherwise even if one were to kill him. The fact that a young girl could wield such an artifact indicated, without a doubt, that she was a cultivator at the core formation stage. However, a series of questions swirled in Hanli's mind. How had she infiltrated this forbidden area? And why did her magical prowess seem to peak only at the refinement stage? Despite his repeated pondering, he found no answers. Before the girl could take her next action, the swamp below began to stir. Centered around a specific point in the mire, the mud began to churn violently, expanding its reach and rising ever higher, gradually forming an imposing mound that appeared remarkably formidable. The girl, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily wore a look of confusion. In her recollection, the black-scale python did not possess such overwhelming momentum. Yet, recognizing that the beast was on the verge of revealing itself, she hesitated no longer. With a precise gesture of her hands, she executed the orchid seal, and the colossal vermilion bird ring, connected to her consciousness, commenced to whirl in the air. In an instant, it became a blur due to its rapid rotation, and the hundreds of fireballs within coalesced into a vast sea of crimson flames, merging into one entity. Suddenly, the incantation from the girl's lips solidified, and the rotation of the ring came to a jarring halt. The fiery sea within transformed into a massive column of swirling flames, forcefully shooting downward toward the elevated mound in the swamp. However, before the fire could reach the mire, a thick jet of black water erupted from the mound, perfectly countering the oncoming flames. Instantly, a sizzling sound resonated, and large plumes of mist erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a dense fog that obscured all visibility. This was not the black-scale python. The girl, initially puzzled, paled upon witnessing the ink-black water jet and exclaimed in alarm. As if in response to her words, a bizarre, piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the thick mist, followed by a sudden gust of fervent wind that swept away the white vapor, unveiling the true form of the beast. Before the onlookers appeared a serpent-like creature, dark as night and adorned with massive scales. Though its size was relatively modest, spanning only 3 to 4 zhang, it was shrouded in a faint black mist, exuding an eerie aura. Its appearance resembled that of an ordinary black python from head to tail, save for its lustrous, obsidian scales, which set it apart. The girl gasped as she recognized the creature, exclaiming, "The ink flood serpent." Her expression reflected a mix of concern and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the dozen or so disciples standing behind her were left bewildered. Had it not been the black-scale python? How had it transformed into this so-called ink flood serpent? The young maiden, unhesitant to clarify matters with her fellow disciples, was keenly aware that the monstrous beast, floating several feet above the ground, had identified the source of its disturbance. Its small green eyes glinted with ferocity, and with a swift opening of its maw, a torrent of black water surged towards the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Beast, seeking your own demise. The maiden understood the formidable nature of the Mo Jiao. Despite its apparent youth, she dared not underestimate it. With urgency, she pointed at the vermilion bird ring suspended in the air, which immediately radiated a vibrant red glow. In an instant, it flashed and positioned itself before her, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that intercepted the oncoming deluge. Bind, restrain, confine, lock. The maiden formed a crescent shape with her hands and solemnly intoned these 5 words. The colossal vermilion bird ring trembled rapidly in response, emitting a low hum before vanishing from sight, momentarily bewildering the newly awakened Mo Jiao. Yet, the next moment, the ring reappeared above the beast, producing a resonant buzz as it descended rapidly, shrinking in size. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird ring encircled the creature's midsection, igniting with flames that engulfed half of its body. Act swiftly. I cannot hold the Mo Jiao for long. Although the ring had securely ensnared the beast, the maiden's expression bore no semblance of relief. Rather, a hint of urgency colored her commands to the disciples behind her, the members of the Hidden Moon sect. Though puzzled by how the black-scaled serpent had transformed into the Mo Jiao described by their ancestor, were undeterred. Under the guidance of a more senior woman clad in white, several beams of red and blue light surged forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, striking the immobilized beast with precision. A series of thunderous explosions ensued as the beams reached the creature, only to be repelled by a thin veil of black mist enveloping it, producing a cacophony of violent detonations. Continue the assault. The Mo Jiao's protective mist cannot endure for long. The maiden, with keen perception and swift command, urged her comrades. Simultaneously, she intensified the flames from the vermilion bird ring, urging the fire to blaze more ferociously around the beast. Under the maiden's relentless directives, the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect launched a continuous barrage of red and blue beams into the air, striking the beast. Though the layers of black mist remained unbroken, they incited the creature into a frenzied state, its jaws snapping and tail thrashing as it desperately sought to escape the confinement. Yet, under the maiden's unwavering control, the ring remained steadfast in the air, firmly locking the beast in place. Han Li, observing from the sidelines, was captivated by the spectacle. He had never witnessed such a coordinated assault by a multitude of cultivators, especially with the advent of magical artifacts against a formidable beast. This remarkable display expanded his horizons profoundly. However, Han Li had resolutely made up his mind that, regardless of whether the demon beast triumphed over the enemy or the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect vanquished the beast, he would silently slip away only after the great battle had concluded. This was certainly not the time to recklessly expose his whereabouts. Just as Han Li was lost in his thoughts, the Mo Jiao suddenly emitted a long cry, its voice magnified several times, filled with an essence of pain. Startled, Han Li quickly focused his gaze. He observed that the black mist enveloping the demon beast had entirely dissipated, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its armored body, evidently inflicted by the red and blue beams of light. This only made the demon beast struggle more frantically in agony. It appeared that the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were indeed superior in skill. Han Li thought to himself, "This is bad. You all must be cautious. I can no longer restrain the Mo Jiao." At that moment, a young girl's voice rang out, causing Han Li to pause in surprise. It seems the outcome of this conflict is still uncertain. Volume 3. Chapter 206. Unexpected Events. We watched the Olympics yesterday, hence the missed chapter, but I clearly remember and will make it up to everyone. This chapter contains 6,000 words. I wonder how it will turn out. So let us give it a try. The girl's words evidently startled the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Based on their experiences from the previous days, a top-tier demon beast ensnared by their esteemed ancestor should not be able to escape the circular artifact's constraints in a mere moment. How could this demon beast free itself so swiftly? Although filled with confusion, they dared not disregard the girl's warning and immediately heightened their vigilance, intensifying their attacks with the red and blue beams of light. In the blink of an eye, the Mo Jiao's body was pierced with several more blood holes, its crimson blood staining a vast expanse of marshland below. This enraged the beast further. It opened its mouth and emitted a heart-wrenching, continuous wail that reverberated throughout the underground world, leaving everyone present dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, a peculiar tearing sound echoed through the air. When the crowd regained their senses and focused their gazes, their expressions shifted dramatically. The circular artifact remained suspended, motionless in the air, yet the Mo Jiao, ensnared within it, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a tattered piece of black scale that swayed precariously on the ring. The demon beast had astonishingly shed its skin to escape. Not only were the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect bewildered, but the young girl, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. Her earlier shout to warn her fellow disciples was not due to any foresight of the Mo Jiao's skin-shedding escape, but rather because the beast's strength had proven too great, and her magical power was insufficient to keep it contained. Surely, the demon beast must have sensed the diminishing constraints of the Zhuke ring. Why then would it undertake such a drastic and energy-draining action? Could it be? The girl's heart raced as a dreadful thought crossed her mind, her face paling instantly as she hurriedly searched for the Mo Jiao, hoping to confirm her terrible suspicion. There, a sharp-eyed disciple of the Hidden Moon sect was the first to spot the demon beast, now gliding along the ceiling of the underground world, transformed and bearing little resemblance to its former self. The once obsidian body has transformed into a snow-white, scaleless form, stretching from 3 to 4 zhang to an impressive 5 to 6 zhang, with an increase in girth as well. The wounds it bore have faded into faint scars, barely perceptible. Most astonishingly, on its triangular head, black, sharp horns have sprouted, glistening subtly, while its abdomen now boasts a pair of white claws, exceedingly sharp. This beast has indeed metamorphosed from a snake into a dragon-like creature, resembling the legendary Jiao. The members of the Yinhua sect, upon witnessing the current form of the Black Jiao, were naturally filled with a sense of disbelief. Yet, before they could take any action, the girl standing at the forefront, her complexion ashen, issued a command that left them utterly astonished. Everyone, retreat immediately. The Black Jiao has evolved to the second tier. Its power now rivals that of an intermediate foundation establishment cultivator. Combined, we stand no chance against it. We must flee this place at once. I can hold it off for a brief moment. After solemnly delivering her words, the girl beckoned, summoning the Zhuke ring back to her side, positioning herself in a defensive posture. Upon hearing her words, the male and female disciples hesitated. Although the so-called Black Jiao had shed its skin and undergone a dramatic transformation, they had just inflicted severe wounds upon it. It was difficult to believe that such a beast could undergo such a drastic change in strength in the blink of an eye. However, that fleeting moment of hesitation was enough to lead some to lifelong regret. For in an instant, the white Jiao surged forward, moving with lightning speed above the Yinhua sect members, and opened its maw, unleashing a continuous stream of purple liquid. Quick, evade. Do not confront it, the girl shouted urgently, her face etched with anxiety. Simultaneously, the Zhuke ring expanded several times in size, intercepting a significant portion of the violet deluge. Some astute disciples, upon hearing her warning, hastily retreated into the green stone passage from whence they came, while others took a few steps forward to position themselves within the protective range of the circular artifact. Yet, 5 or 6 disciples, overconfident in their formidable artifacts, chose not to flee. Instead, they activated a couple of gleaming treasures to shield themselves, seemingly intent on facing the onslaught head-on. Fools! The girl's expression darkened in frustration as she observed her fellow disciples ignoring her warning. Yet, constrained by her limited magical power, she was unable to extend the protective range of the artifact and could only allow them to face their fate. As anticipated, what transpired next confirmed the girl's words. The violet deluge, having bypassed the protective ring, violently struck the heads of those few disciples, while the artifacts, clearly not of mundane quality, flickered momentarily before emitting wisps of smoke, vanishing entirely under the onslaught of the purple tide, utterly obliterated. The disciples, left with only time for a startled cry, were consumed by the impact of the violet liquid, leaving behind only a deep pit, several zhang in diameter, where they had stood, rendering the remaining members of the Yinhua sect pale with terror. At this moment, the beast, having dispatched those disciples, exhibited a slight reduction in its ferocity, finally ceasing its spray and fixing its cold gaze upon the girl. It seemed to recognize that the true adversary of the Yinhua sect was this formidable ancestor. What are you waiting for? Hurry and evacuate. The beast had just transformed from a mere snake into a formidable dragon, and its precious elixir was likely running low, making it less inclined to expel its venomous breath. The young girl, undeterred by the menacing gaze of the black dragon, wore a frosty expression and coldly commanded her companions. She muttered to herself with indignation, "How audacious of this newly ascended second-tier serpent to act so brazenly before me. Had I regained my former powers, I would have long since captured you to guard my lair." While the girl seethed with discontent, the other disciples of the Zhangyue sect, upon witnessing the grim fates of their comrades, dared not linger any longer. In a hasty retreat, they all scrambled back into the passageway, fleeing in a panic. Soon after, the air was filled with the menacing roars of the demonic beasts, the girl's sharp commands, and the thunderous sounds of battle. As they tumbled down the steps in a frenzied rush, their hearts raced with trepidation. Their revered ancestor had made it clear that they could only delay the beast for a brief moment, should they tarry and allow the black dragon to catch up. Facing its terrifying purple breath within this narrow passage would spell certain doom. At that moment, the young girl was drenched in sweat, darting gracefully through the air while engaging the black dragon in a fierce skirmish. She adeptly wielded the vermilion bird ring, provoking the beast into a frenzy of roars. Yet for the time being, it could not lay a finger on the agile girl. Clearly, she was holding back, with one hand deftly manipulating the ring. Her other hand clutched a red fire spirit stone, continuously absorbing spiritual energy in an attempt to restore her powers. After a while, feeling that the moment was ripe, the girl stowed the fire spirit stone and produced a resplendent golden talisman. Without hesitation, as the black dragon was entirely captivated by the vermilion bird ring, she raised her hand, and the talisman burst forth in a beam of golden light, shooting towards the beast. As it approached, the golden light split into countless slender golden threads, swiftly ensnaring the creature, rendering it completely immobile, much to its furious dismay. The girl, witnessing this, allowed a fleeting glimmer of mockery to flicker in her eyes. With a reluctant glance at the golden chest suspended within the white jade pavilion, she gritted her teeth and soared toward the passageway's entrance. She understood all too well that this mid-tier golden thread talisman would not hold the beast for long. It was wise to depart this place swiftly. As for the treasures within the golden chest, she could devise a means to acquire them later. As she descended and lifted her foot to step into the azure stone passage, a deafening thunderous roar emanated from within, growing closer and more imposing, causing the girl to hesitate, her poised foot momentarily frozen in place. A dazzling azure divine light suddenly erupted within the passage, surging forth like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the azure stone passage seemed to come alive, desperately squeezing toward the center until, in the blink of an eye, the once spacious passage was entirely sealed with not a single gap remaining. Overwhelmed by the sight, the girl stumbled back several steps, her voice escaping in a panic. The lesser 5 elements Shumi sealing technique. Her complexion turned ashen as she beheld the vanishing entrance, the confidence she had maintained dissipating into thin air in an instant. At this moment, in the air behind the girl, the golden threads entwined around the ink dragon began to fracture inch by inch, signaling that the beast was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. As the girl snapped back to reality and turned to witness this scene, her heart sank, akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair. In the hall of the stone palace outside the passage, a dozen disciples from the Hidden Moon sect were fixated on a woman clad in white, the very same girl who had boasted of being one of the Hidden Moon twins. However, her complexion was now ashen, and she wore a look of utter bewilderment. "Zhao sister, what exactly have you done? After you threw that peculiar talisman inside, the entrance vanished. Are you attempting to harm our esteemed Master Nangong?" The disciples, faces etched with alarm, demanded answers. This was no trivial matter. If their revered ancestor were to remain trapped indefinitely due to this incident, they would face dire consequences. Upon returning, they could be stripped of their cultivation, expelled from the sect, or worse, lose their lives and endure the torment of disintegration. The loss of a cultivator at the core formation stage was a grave matter for any sect, and they all understood the weight of this reality, which only heightened their anxiety. I did nothing wrong. I merely affixed a mid-tier minor 5 elements talisman at the entrance, intending to activate it when the beast pursued us. To teach it a lesson, the white-clad girl stammered in panic. She understood well that in the face of such calamity, even her formidable backing would be of little help. The terrifying consequences of the girl being unable to return sent chills through her limbs. Enough with the excuses. Let us see if we can breach the underground passage and rescue Master Nangong. An elder male disciple retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, the other disciples were immediately reminded of their task. They hastily produced a variety of colorful magical tools surrounding the spot where the entrance used to be, relentlessly striking to attempt to break the enchantment and save the girl. Several hours later, in the subterranean realm dozens of feet below, the girl opened her wide eyes in disbelief as she beheld the sudden appearance of another figure. This person commanded 7 golden blades to assault the ink dragon with one hand, while using a black iron shield in the other to protect both himself and her from the beast's onslaught. To her astonishment, this individual was someone she had encountered before, a curious young lad from Yellow Maple Valley. He had emerged unexpectedly to save her at a time when her own powers were nearly depleted from evading the ink dragon's relentless attacks. Hanli, while struggling to fend off the ink dragon's assaults, cast a glance at the astonished girl, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He had been leisurely observing the Hidden Moon sect's battle against the ink dragon, even remaining unperturbed when the beast transformed and advanced. However, when the girl attempted to retreat and the entrance to the greenstone passage abruptly vanished, he could no longer remain passive. The disappearance of the passage entrance signified that regardless of the outcome between the girl and the beast, he would be trapped here as well. This realization sent waves of panic through Hanli. At that moment, the freed ink dragon resumed its battle with the girl, and it was evident that the esteemed ancestor of the Hidden Moon sect was entirely at a disadvantage. Even though she relentlessly urged the circular artifact to assail the inked serpent, the newly molted beast exhibited an astonishing level of defense, rendering her efforts futile. Neither the blazing flames emitted from the artifact nor the direct strikes from its very essence inflicted significant damage upon the creature. At most, they charred a portion of its hide or caused slight bruising, which only incited its fury further, driving it into a more frenzied pursuit of the maiden, cornering her into dire straits multiple times. However, the matriarch of the Hidden Moon sect, adorned with a plethora of intermediate talismans, was a sight to behold for Hanli, who marveled at the rare array of talismans such as the Earth Escape Talisman, Water Prison Talisman, and Firebird Talisman, each of which he observed in turn. Whenever the maiden was on the verge of harm from the beast, she would produce a talisman, which would yield miraculous effects, turning peril into safety. Alas, it was evident that the maiden lacked talismans of substantial lethality, forcing her to merely preserve her own safety. It seemed impossible for her to inflict harm upon the inked serpent with such talismans. As Hanli witnessed the maiden being relentlessly pursued to the brink of despair, an internal struggle stirred within him. Had the passage remained intact, he would not have concerned himself with the fate of this matriarch of the Hidden Moon sect. However, with the passage inexplicably vanished, the area had transformed into a dead end, shifting Hanli's perspective dramatically. After all, he had distinctly heard her invoke the 5 elements exile sealing technique, suggesting her profound understanding of the restriction that had caused the passage's disappearance. Thus, any hope of escaping from the depths lay in her hands. He was utterly ignorant of such restrictive arts, and this esteemed maiden could not perish. Yet, Hanli refrained from acting hastily, wary that she might possess some hidden trump card. It was only when the maiden appeared utterly exhausted, with a handful of talismans still in her possession and despair etched upon her face, that he swiftly intervened to rescue her. The maiden, taken aback by Hanli's sudden arrival, felt a mix of astonishment and joy, tinged with a hint of irritation at his delayed intervention in her battle with the inked serpent. Regardless, the immediate concern was to confront the ferocious inked serpent, prompting the maiden to take a brief respite before silently activating her artifact once more. As Hanli engaged with the inked serpent, he inwardly lamented. Previously, while observing the maiden's confrontation with the beast, he had failed to grasp the full extent of its menace. Now, as he participated firsthand, he truly comprehended the terror that the creature embodied. His golden insect mother blade, a fine specimen among top-tier artifacts, was rendered ineffective. As soon as the golden light approached the inked serpent, it was casually swatted away by its claws and tail, sending it flying back several dozen feet without any capacity for resistance. Even when Han Li relied on sheer numbers, coordinating several blades to strike simultaneously, only one or two managed to land a glancing blow on the serpent, leaving merely a white mark with no further consequence, leaving Han Li utterly speechless. Moreover, he could not afford to be careless against the serpent's counterattacks. Not only did he avoid allowing its claws and tail to touch him, but he also meticulously blocked every drop of the black water it occasionally spewed forth with his iron shield. Thus, this mystical artifact, which had saved Han Li on numerous occasions, has been severely eroded by the seemingly inconspicuous black water, leaving it pockmarked and uncertain of how much longer it can endure. The terrifying power of this black water is indeed formidable. One can only imagine how much more outrageous the effects of the even more malevolent purple liquid would be. It is no wonder that the disciples of the Moon Concealment sect met such a swift demise, as their artifacts proved utterly ineffective. As Han Li and the Ink Flood Dragon engaged in battle, their alarm grew. They relied almost entirely on their agility to evade the relentless onslaught of the beast, as their golden blades could barely impede its advances. It is no surprise that the young girl commanded her disciples to vacate the area. Aside from those exceptionally agile individuals like himself, Han Li could hardly identify any Chi refinement disciples capable of contending with such a formidable creature. At that moment, the girl's vermilion bird ring arrived, significantly alleviating Han Li's pressure. After all, this circular artifact could inflict some pain upon the Ink Flood Dragon, instilling a degree of caution within it. Little one, why have you been hiding there for so long? Had you acted sooner, I might have had the chance to severely injure this beast, the girl exclaimed, her irritation evident as she directed the artifact to attack. I feared you would kill me and seize my treasures. Han Li replied candidly, leaving the girl momentarily speechless. He understood that despite her youthful appearance, her true age could easily surpass his, making it prudent to refrain from employing any tricks. It would be best to lay all thoughts bare, enabling both parties to unite against their foe without hindrance. As for the disparity in their cultivation levels and his own status, Han Li chose to feign ignorance. After all, given her current power, she could not pose a threat to him. Han Li felt no fear towards the girl, whose magical power had waned significantly. Such a young child, yet with such limited thoughts. Do you not fear for your longevity? The girl remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Han Li chuckled softly, refraining from retorting, yet inwardly mused. If my thoughts were any fewer, I might have perished long ago, and what then would there be to discuss about the future? Seeing Han Li fall silent, the girl's anger subsided a bit, allowing her to contemplate strategies for their confrontation. Do you possess any methods to severely injure this dragon? If so, please share them promptly, she asked, having fought alongside Han Li for a brief time, yet still finding herself relentlessly pursued by the Ink Flood Dragon, with no opportunity to counterattack. There is a method, but it requires immobilizing the beast for a brief period. It must not be allowed to move. Han Li responded hurriedly, dodging another spray from the Ink Flood Dragon while leaping to increase the distance between them. Very well, I shall expend my remaining magical energy to temporarily restrain it. I hope it will suffice for your purposes. But is your method reliable? The girl inquired, her eyes brightening as she struck the dragon's head with the vermilion bird ring. Urgency in her voice. I possess a highly powerful talisman that can undoubtedly breach this dragon's defenses, Han Li declared confidently, fully believing that the creature could not withstand the full force of his golden light brick talisman. Upon hearing these words, the young girl felt a surge of joy within her. She had never anticipated that the little creature from Huangfeng Valley could procure such a rare item. Although she possessed one or two magical talismans herself, their potency paled in comparison to her vermilion bird ring. Given the confidence displayed by her counterpart, it seemed evident that this treasure was purely of destructive nature, a truly rare find. Understanding that Han Li's method was indeed feasible, the girl promptly halted in midair and invoked the incantation that had previously ensnared the serpent, tightening the vermilion bird ring around the beast once more, eliciting its furious thrashes. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li swiftly positioned the flying shield before him, retrieving the golden brick talisman with a deft motion, and then sat cross-legged. In the third volume, Chapter 207, The Slaying of the Serpent and the Spoils. Under Han Li's command, the golden brick talisman soon manifested into its physical form. A golden brick approximately a foot long floating in the air, radiating brilliance. The spiritual energy within Han Li surged forth like an overflowing river, continuously pouring into the brick. And in a short while, a third of his magical power had been absorbed. This caused the golden light emanating from his head to become even more dazzling, almost blinding to behold. As the young girl exerted all her strength to confine the ink serpent, she closely observed Han Li's every move. Upon witnessing the emergence of the golden brick, her previously anxious heart finally found solace, realizing that Han Li had indeed spoken the truth. This talisman could breach the beast's defenses. The ink serpent seemed to sense the impending danger as it clawed desperately at the sides of the ring, struggling with increasing ferocity, causing the vermilion bird ring to tremble ominously. Alarmed, the girl called out to Han Li, "Hurry, it's about to break free." Heeding her words, Han Li did not hesitate. He pointed at the talisman above his head, and in an instant, the golden brick shot toward the ink serpent, unexpectedly enlarging mid-flight into a form resembling a small mountain, crashing down upon the serpent with great force. Still writhing in its struggle, the ink serpent recognized the dire situation. However, its green eyes suddenly gleamed with ferocity. With a swift motion, it opened its mouth, unleashing the feared purple liquid, which met the descending golden brick and temporarily halted its descent. Both the girl and Han Li were taken aback. Han Li, unable to act as he was focused on controlling the brick, could only watch helplessly. The girl, biting her lip in determination, retrieved a yellow orb from her robe and hurled it at the beast, which was locked in a standoff with the golden brick. With a soft thud, the orb made contact with the serpent's head, exploding instantly and enveloping the area in a cloud of yellow mist, causing the ink serpent to emit a distressed growl. Naturally, the previously spraying purple liquid ceased. With the purple liquid no longer obstructing its path, the now slightly diminished golden brick descended forcefully, crashing squarely upon the serpent's head, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the underground realm, illuminating it momentarily before fading back to normalcy. The golden brick then reverted to its original size, transforming back into a streak of golden light, returning to Han Li's side. In the air, only the beleaguered beast remained, barely clinging to life. At this moment, the head of the black serpent was utterly mangled. One of its eyes completely burst from its socket, having been sent flying to an unknown location. The other eye, though still present, wept a steady stream of blood, rendering the entire creature a pitiful sight. It was evident that this beast was on the brink of demise. The young girl, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy and hastily retrieved a small crystal vial from her storage bag. She began to chant softly over the vial, then pointed towards the serpent. As a result, several wisps of dark energy shot forth from the opening of the vial, menacingly wrapping around the serpent's body. Before long, a diminutive green serpent, identical in form to the black one, was forcibly drawn out from within. Despite its desperate thrashing, it was gradually pulled into the vial. Once the girl secured the cap, she examined the tiny serpent with delight, her face brimming with joy and a radiant smile. Her keen eyes then lingered on the lifeless body of the black serpent, and she fell into a contemplative silence. Observing her actions, Han Li instantly understood that she had extracted the creature's primordial spirit. Although he was unaware of the spirit's purpose, her exuberance suggested it was of considerable worth. At that moment, the girl extended her hand, retracting the vermilion bird ring into her being. The serpent's corpse plummeted from the air, landing directly before Han Li. "Since I have taken its spirit, you may have its body, for we have slain it together," she declared with generous candor as she landed beside him. Han Li, upon hearing this, glanced at the satisfied girl and then shifted his gaze to the serpent's remains, feeling a pang of frustration and inwardly grumbling. How easy it is for her to say that the body is mine. She likely assumes I have no means to utilize it, given the serpent's tough shell. It seems she merely wishes to witness my predicament. With this thought in mind, he conjured a glimmering silver sword into his hand, the formidable artifact once wielded by the barefooted man. Without uttering a word, he brought the sword down with force. With a squelching sound, the silver blade embedded itself 3 inches into the serpent's body. Though the cut was not deep, it had breached the creature's defenses, leaving the girl momentarily agape in astonishment. Seeing her expression, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle, continuing to wield the sword, intending to strike again. "Wait, let me see that sword," the girl exclaimed, her astonished gaze fixed on the silver weapon, causing Han Li to pause in surprise. "What is the matter? I am a cultivator of the core formation stage. What treasures have I not encountered? It's just that your sword seems a bit peculiar, and I am simply curious," she remarked, rolling her eyes at Han Li's hesitation, her tone somewhat irritable. Though she appeared youthful, the allure in her eyes caused Han Li's heart to race uncontrollably. This sword indeed possesses some mystery. For some reason, after acquiring it, I have been unable to wield it effectively. Otherwise, I wouldn't have appeared so clumsy against the serpent just now. As the young girl expressed her thoughts, Han Li found himself compelled to reluctantly hand her the sword. Explaining slowly, he was not yet ready to fall out with her. After all, her calm demeanor in the face of adversity suggested she must have a solid plan for their escape. The girl appeared completely at ease with him, seemingly aware of his intentions and unafraid of any potential treachery. Remarkably extravagant. Upon receiving the silver sword, she examined it meticulously, her face revealing an expression of lament as she spoke regretfully. "What is going on?" Han Li asked, noticing that the girl seemed to discern something significant. "Nothing much. This silver sword is so sharp merely because it contains refined silver used in the crafting of magical artifacts, and there is quite a substantial amount of it, making its quality comparable to that of an ordinary magical treasure." The girl nonchalantly returned the sword to Han Li, her tone indifferent. "Refined silver?" Han Li was slightly taken aback. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Only cultivators at the core formation stage and above can extract such precious materials from pure silver. My Zhuke ring also contains this substance," she replied with a hint of impatience. Hearing this, Han Li could not help but inwardly scoff. "If I knew, would I be asking you?" Although he noticed her reluctance to elaborate further, he pressed on. "Why can others wield this sword in battle while I cannot seem to control it at all?" The girl, slightly annoyed by his relentless questioning, responded coolly. "The original master of this sword refined it using a very peculiar method, making it impossible for outsiders to wield. Unless the sword is reforged, it would be nothing more than a useless object to anyone else." Han Li's expression darkened. He had held high hopes for the sword, and if what she said was true, those hopes were dashed. Useless? Not necessarily. It serves its purpose now, does it not? After a brief silence, he retorted sharply. Without hesitation, he swung the silver sword violently at the serpent, swiftly disemboweling it. The girl, taken aback by Han Li's brutal demeanor, frowned and stepped back, creating distance between them. Yet, she calmly remarked, "Although this serpent has only just evolved to the second tier, its entire body is composed of valuable materials. The serpent's hide can be crafted into excellent armor. Its sharp horns and claws are ideal for creating top-tier magical artifacts. And the remaining essence is essential for concocting certain precious elixirs." For reasons unknown, the girl provided Han Li with a detailed explanation, leaving him both astonished and uneasy, unsure of her true intentions. What a pity. If this serpent had evolved to the third tier, the serpent core within its head would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among core formation cultivators, being extremely useful for both alchemy and artifact crafting. She suddenly lamented. "Serpent core? What color is it? Is it this?" Han Li suddenly extracted a fist-sized red orb from the belly of the ink flood dragon. Holding it delicately, he addressed the astonished young woman beside him. "What is this? Is it taken from the ink flood dragon?" The girl, visibly surprised, leaned closer to Han Li for a better look. Indeed, it bore some resemblance. However, considering that the ink flood dragon had only just evolved to the second tier, it was implausible for it to have produced a dragon core. Moreover, being a water attribute malevolent creature, its inner core should rightfully be blue. "Let me touch it and see what is going on," she said, unable to contain her curiosity. After examining it for a moment, she finally took the soft orb from Han Li's hands and gently caressed it. Yet, at that moment, the orb unexpectedly burst open with a soft pop, enveloping both the girl and Han Li in a haze of pink smoke. In the third volume, Chapter 208, Union, Han Li felt as though he had indulged in an exquisite and sensual dream, wherein he engaged passionately with an enchanting beauty whose visage remained elusive, allowing him to taste the sweetness and tenderness of a woman for the first time. The woman, seemingly insatiable, beckoned him repeatedly, drawing him deeper into a realm of gentleness from which he could not extricate himself. However delightful the dream may have been, the time to awaken inevitably arrived. After an unknown duration, Han Li finally emerged from his vivid reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a stunningly beautiful face and a pair of icy, snow-like eyes. This exquisite visage was both unfamiliar and familiar, causing Han Li's heart to sink with a sudden jolt. "You are awake." The woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. It was then that he realized his own nudity, closely embraced by the equally unclad beauty. Clearly sensing his discomfort, the young woman's face flushed crimson before her brows furrowed in anger, her delicate features instantly clouded with frost as she coldly demanded, "Enough. Retract your hands and release me at once." Startled, Han Li instinctively withdrew his hands, letting go of her. The striking beauty, upon gaining her freedom, swiftly pushed herself up with one hand, her curvaceous form rising from his embrace. However, as soon as her slender waist straightened, she winced in pain, her radiant countenance paling as she swayed and fell back into Han Li's arms, allowing him once more to experience the softness of her presence. Though Han Li considered himself neither a villain nor a paragon, when the enchanting woman once again sought his embrace, he could no longer restrain himself. Awakened to the moment, he wrapped his arms around her tightly and gently kissed her luscious lips, rendering her intended rebuke into a breathless gasp. Gradually, her furrowed brows softened, and she succumbed to the intoxicating warmth of his kiss. What followed unfolded seamlessly, as Han Li and the woman savored the exquisite pleasures of their union in a wordless communion. This experience, teetering on the edge of consciousness, captivates them far more deeply, driving them to madness and forgetfulness. Presently, the enchanting maiden rests with her eyes closed against Han Li's chest, her cheeks flushed and her bosom rising and falling irregularly. Evidently, still not fully recovered from the overwhelming stimulation. Time slipped by unnoticed until the alluring woman's breath finally steadied. Her complexion returned to normal, and she gently opened her eyes. Without uttering a single word to Han Li, she swiftly brushed aside his wandering hand and, with an air of icy composure, rose to her feet, striding towards a nearby storage bag. Han Li, momentarily taken aback, hesitated but did not impede her. The woman retrieved a gown of purest white from the bag and donned it with grace. In no time, her appearance transformed, exuding an aura of regal elegance. At that moment, she glanced back at Han Li, momentarily stunned, for he stood not far behind her, impeccably attired, gazing at her with an appreciative expression, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her heart. "You know who I am, and I believe you are well aware of our circumstances. What transpired between us was merely a mistake. Let us consider it but a dream," she said, lightly gathering her hair, her tone subdued. "I understand," Han Li replied after a brief silence, rubbing his nose, his voice calm. "If a third party learns of today's events, I shall kill you," the breathtaking woman declared sharply. "I will remain tight-lipped. Should any rumors arise, feel free to end my life," Han Li responded with a gentle smile. "Humph, just as long as you know." The woman, despite her initial relief at Han Li's agreement, felt a twinge of annoyance, her tone growing increasingly unfriendly. With those words exchanged, the two fell into a silent stalemate, neither willing to break the quiet. Although she was a cultivator at the core formation stage, her life had been consumed by her training, leaving her naive regarding matters of intimacy, much like an ordinary young woman. Thus, despite her instinct to compel Han Li to keep their encounter secret, she felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Likewise, Han Li found himself in a perplexing predicament, never having anticipated that his first intimate encounter would be with a core formation female cultivator of such extraordinary beauty. A stark contrast to his mental image of a gentle and demure lady, eliciting a bittersweet smile from him. He pondered whether this unexpected romance would prove to be a blessing or a curse. Regardless, Han Li discerned that the woman harbored no malicious intent toward him, which relieved him, fostering a burgeoning fondness for the stunning beauty with whom he shared such an intimate bond. However, it remained merely a fondness. Should she choose to turn hostile, he was resolute that he would not remain passive. "What precisely is that orb? What could it possibly be?" Han Li ventured to inquire, but fell silent mid-sentence, trusting she would grasp the meaning behind his words. "That is the breeding sac of the ink serpent. I had not anticipated that this beast was a rare male serpent, and in my moment of negligence, I completely overlooked this fact. The pouch is filled with an aphrodisiac mist, which will immediately erupt upon contact with any female. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her face, recalling the moment when her touch had caused the pouch to burst. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hanli suddenly comprehended. The enigma within his heart unraveled. "But why do you appear different now?" he inquired. "I practice a unique technique known as the Su Nu reincarnation art. This method, while marvelous and capable of preserving youthful beauty, undergoes a cycle every few decades. When the magical essence is renewed, one naturally reverts to their youthful visage. However, after our encounter, my technique was momentarily disrupted, causing me to age slightly," the woman explained, her tone casual yet reflective. "Will you be all right?" Hanli found himself asking, unable to suppress his curiosity. "I am perfectly fine. My technique has reached completion, even if I lost my virginity. It would only cost me 5 or 6 years of magical essence, which is insignificant to me," she replied, casting a complex glance at Hanli, her voice cold. Upon hearing this, Hanli fell silent, realizing that she harbored a considerable resentment for having lost her purity to him, leaving him at a loss for words. This woman felt truly aggrieved. She had stolen glances at him again, reaffirming that this disciple from Huangfeng Valley was, in both appearance and aptitude, utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable qualities. How could she, who had always held herself in high esteem, not feel utterly disheartened to find herself entwined with such a man? Yet, the thought of taking his life to assuage her heart's bitterness seemed too much to bear, for he was, after all, the man who had taken her maidenhood. And she held an inexplicable sentiment towards him, inciting both fury and hatred. "What time is it now? Surely, we haven't surpassed the 5-day return period?" Hanli suddenly recalled, speaking aloud without thinking. The woman, who had been lost in thought, was jolted by his words, but quickly regained her composure. "It won't be that long. The aphrodisiac gas from the Mo Jiao contains very little of the intoxicating substance. We will only be unconscious for 5 or 6 hours at most. However, we must prepare to leave immediately. This place is not easy to escape from," she remarked, furrowing her brow. "Before we proceed, I intend to take this golden treasure chest. You have no objections, I trust?" She shot a cold glance at Hanli, her lips slightly parted. Hanli could only manage a bitter smile. Although he could not discern the depth of her magical power, it was undoubtedly above the foundation establishment stage, leaving him no courage to contest her claim to the treasure. Observing his silence, the woman scoffed lightly and soared towards the white jade pavilion, effortlessly retrieving the golden chest and returning to Hanli's side. "What about those spiritual herbs?" Hanli asked in curiosity as he noticed she had not collected them. "I have no need for them. If you desire them, feel free to take them all," she replied, casting him an irritable glance. Upon hearing these words, Hanli felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been troubled by the scarcity of spiritual herbs to present to his sect after emerging from the forbidden area, fearing that it might raise suspicions among others. Without hesitation, he swiftly rushed over and, in the blink of an eye, gathered dozens of spiritual herbs. The woman stood silently, observing Hanli's actions with a cold gaze, remaining utterly speechless. Once Hanli returned from foraging, she finally spoke with a solemn tone, stating that in order to break the barrier and leave this place, their combined efforts were imperative. Without one of them, escape would be impossible. In the vast stone hall of the surface temple, a thunderous noise echoed continuously as the disciples of the Yanyue sect exerted themselves, using various magical tools to strike a deep pit several feet in depth. However, regardless of the tools employed, only small fragments of stone were dislodged, causing the disciples to grow increasingly disheartened. After several hours, all the male and female disciples sat numbly on the ground, staring at the pit in silence, their faces etched with despair. At that moment, they had all but lost hope of rescuing their revered ancestor, and began contemplating the dire consequences of her potential loss, searching for an escape route for themselves. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside the temple, followed by a tremor that suggested something monumental was occurring outside, leaving the disciples momentarily stunned. What was happening? Glancing at one another, 2 male disciples quickly exited the stone hall to investigate. "Ancestor!" Moments later, the joyous exclamations of the 2 disciples echoed back from outside the hall. Their voices were so loud that even those remaining inside could hear them clearly, prompting a wave of astonished glances before they rushed outside in a frenzy. 10 paces from the temple entrance, a large hole approximately 10 feet in diameter had appeared, and standing near the opening was a breathtaking woman dressed in white. resembling an older version of their youthful ancestor. At that moment, this revered figure of the Yin sect gazed coldly into the distance, her expression devoid of warmth, entirely ignoring the two male disciples who stood behind her. The disciples, initially elated, were suddenly doused with cold water of realization. Did their ancestor intend to interrogate them about the disturbance of the barrier? The thought sent a wave of dread through them, causing them to glance at the female disciple among the Yin twins, whose complexion turned ashen, overtaken by fear. After observing the surroundings for a quarter of an hour, the white-clad woman gradually turned back to face the gathered disciples, issuing a chilling command: "Depart." Meanwhile, Han Li was leaping swiftly from one tree to another, moving with the agility of a monkey, his speed rivaling that of flying through the air. At present, he was brimming with spiritual energy, possessing the formidable power of the 13th layer of magic. This remarkable surge of power was intoxicating to Han Li, though he was aware that this excess of energy would not last long, likely dissipating within a few hours. In order to escape from the subterranean marsh, the woman, who had forged a profound bond with him, employed a certain secret technique to temporarily bestow her restrained magical power upon Han Li. This act enabled him to elevate his strength from the 11th layer to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Subsequently, one utilized the vermilion bird ring while the other wielded the golden light brick talisman, and together they forcefully excavated a tunnel from beneath the earth, leading directly to the surface. During this endeavor, whenever Han Li's magical energy was depleted, the woman would silently transfer her power to him. Thus, when they finally emerged from the depths, although Han Li's golden light brick talisman had exhausted its efficacy and become naught but a scrap of paper, the young woman had expended 2 or 3 decades worth of her cultivation, resulting in a significant loss. It is noteworthy that the woman's sovereign female reincarnation technique is indeed peculiar. Within the cycle of reincarnation, she could transmit her restricted magical energy to another male. Yet she was unable to lift her own restrictions or pass the energy to a female, and the transferred power was subject to the limitations of the male's cultivation level. Since Han Li was merely at the Qi refinement stage, the energy he received was confined to the 13th layer of foundational techniques, precluding his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. As they breached the final barrier of the surface, Han Li had just received the woman's magical energy, thus allowing him to retain a fleeting semblance of the 13th layer's power, granting him a moment longer to relish this extraordinary sensation. Nangongwan. Han Li silently murmured to himself. This was the name he had inquired about before parting ways with the woman. Yet, reflecting upon her seemingly reluctant revelation of her name, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. He understood well that even if he were to attain the foundation establishment stage, there would be no possibility of any further connection with her. After all, the disparity in their lifespans and standing within the realm of cultivation was indeed vast, and thus, he could only accept with a bitter heart the coldness she displayed upon their separation. Han Li possessed a keen self-awareness. He felt some confidence in achieving the foundation establishment stage, but the golden core stage remained a distant aspiration, one that he could merely gaze upon in admiration. In a vast realm such as the Yellow Maple Valley, with over 10,000 cultivators, only a handful had reached the golden core stage, leaving Han Li, aware of his own limited aptitude, devoid of any confidence. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a sudden heaviness washed over his countenance, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared in the same spot, now with a storage bag in hand. Nearby, a headless corpse of a disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain lay draped over a tree. Han Li briefly surveyed the contents of the storage bag, shook his head slightly, and then leapt away. On the 5th afternoon following their entry into the forbidden area, the various sects waiting outside the boundaries finally took action. 7 Golden Core practitioners, with great effort, reopened the entrance and, gazing into the darkened passage, awaited the emergence of the first individual. It was evident that this time, the application of the spell to break the restrictions was considerably easier than 5 days prior. Once the passage appeared, the 7 retracted their magical artifacts, and astonishingly, the tunnel did not vanish, but instead remained steadfastly leading into the forbidden domain. Behind the 7, a dozen or so foundation establishment leaders exhibited expressions tinged with anxiety. After all, this matter directly pertained to the distribution of the next batch of foundation establishment pills, an issue of profound significance to those in charge. The enigmatic elder of the Yin sect appeared on a nearby boulder, observing the crowd with a jovial expression. He seemed quite invested in the outcome of the bets being placed. After half an hour, the passageway opened, and a middle-aged Taoist emerged, his demeanor calm and composed. His robes were dust-laden, with several noticeable tears and bloodstains, suggesting he had endured a fierce battle before his emergence. Once outside, he bowed respectfully to the golden core cultivator from the Qing-Su sect and quietly seated himself in meditation nearby. The golden core cultivator regarded him with a smile and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Li Shizu maintained a tranquil expression, revealing little emotion, while the elder from the Yin-Yu sect rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction with a faint grunt. Subsequently, disciples from various sects, the androgynous figure from the Blade Forge, the unsightly man Zhong Wu from the Spirit Beast Mountain, the blue-clad youth from the Tian Cave Fortress, and the Qin siblings from Huangfeng Valley, emerged one after another, each bearing signs of weariness and injuries, making their way to their respective elders to rest in meditation. After another meal's time, a new wave of disciples emerged. Unlike the previously solitary figures, these individuals traveled in pairs or trios, each displaying a distinct emotional state, some exuberant, others visibly dejected, and a few bearing expressions of fortunate relief. In total, over 20 disciples from the 7 sects had emerged, yet no members of the Yin-Yu sect were in sight, eliciting astonishment from the other 6 sections. However, the elder and the enchanting fairy from the Yin-Yu sect remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. As another half-hour passed, aside from 2 disciples from other sects, the members of the Yin-Yu sect still had not appeared, with only 1 hour remaining before the passageway would close. At this moment, the elder and the enchanting fairy exchanged glances, revealing a hint of unease. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the passageway, a youth from Huangfeng Valley, who bore a nondescript appearance yet was neatly attired. It was Han Li, who had arrived after swiftly dispatching several foes. Initially, the Yin-Yu sect members had brightened at the sight of movement at the entrance, but their expressions fell into disappointment upon realizing it was a disciple from Huangfeng Valley. Han Li surveyed the situation outside the passageway before making his way to his sect's position, following the seating order of those who had emerged before him. Coincidentally, he found himself seated beside the Qin siblings. The surviving disciples from Huangfeng Valley were notably numerous among the 6 sects. Besides the Qin siblings, there was also an elder and a young man, bringing their total to 5, significantly more than the 3 or 4 from other sects, and certainly surpassing the mere 2 from the Greatsword sect. This made Li Shizu's joy evident, his demeanor brightening. The Qin siblings and the others, upon witnessing Han Li, an 11th layer disciple, emerge unscathed from the forbidden grounds, displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet, it seemed a realization dawned upon them, and they swiftly replaced their surprise with disdain, casting a brief glance at Han Li before ignoring him entirely. Evidently, they all perceived Han Li as timid, having hidden away without participating in a single conflict, undoubtedly yielding no gains. As the time for the passage's closure drew near, a member of the Yin-Yu sect appeared, causing both the elder Qiong and the fairy Enai Chong to become visibly restless, their expressions betraying their concern. This scenario elicited quiet amusement from Master Li and the Taoist nearby. It seemed the Yin-Yu sect had indeed encountered misfortune. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow in surprise. How could it be that the Yin-Yu sect had not yet arrived, when he had clearly escaped the underground marsh alongside Nangong Wan? A sense of worry for her began to creep into his mind. Suddenly, Han Li recalled another young woman he had encountered within the Forbidden Land, and he glanced toward the direction of Spirit Beast Mountain, only to find Han Yunji sitting serenely on the ground, her countenance tranquil, which brought him a sense of relief. As the time for the passage's closure approached, the expressions of the Yin-Yu sect members grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the other sects, although outwardly feigning concern for the Yin-Yu disciples, were secretly elated. After all, the Yin-Yu sect, being the foremost sect in the state of Yu, had long been the subject of envy. Any opportunity to slightly diminish their power was welcomed by these onlookers, as if the thoughts of these individuals had an adverse effect. When there was only a quarter of an hour remaining until the passage's closure, a flash of white emerged from the portal, and a neatly organized group of over 10 disciples from the Yin-Yu sect stepped forth, with the stunningly beautiful Nangong Wan leading the way. Upon their emergence, Elder Qiong merely let out a long sigh of relief, whereas Fairy Enai Chong could not restrain herself and rushed forward, grasping Nangong Wan's arm with great concern etched across her features. This scene did not escape the notice of the others, who were left in a state of bewilderment. It was understandable. Although Nangong Wan had previously encountered these golden core cultivators on several occasions, she had always worn a veil, never revealing her true visage. Thus, they were unaware that the enchanting young woman before them was indeed the renowned Nangong fairy, with whom they had shared previous encounters. Han Li felt immense relief seeing her emerge safely, for she was the first woman in his life with whom he shared a fated connection. Even though he knew that further romantic entanglements were unlikely, he could not help but feel a deep concern for her well-being. However, the expressions of Master Li and the Taoist were somewhat strained. It was no wonder, setting aside how many spiritual herbs the Yin Yu sect had harvested. The mere fact that their number of survivors exceeded the total of both their sects combined was enough to leave them feeling utterly disheartened. Well, it seems all the disciples should have emerged now, the leader of the Spirit Beast Mountain remarked, clearing his throat to speak. However, before he could finish his words, a figure tumbled out from the soon-to-be closed passageway. It was none other than the wily elder Xiang Zhili from Huangfeng Valley. Strangely, the burly swordsman from the giant sword sect and the young Taoist who had been with him to gather herbs were nowhere to be seen. As the old man crawled out of the passage, a tremor reverberated from the forbidden area, followed by a flash of azure light, and the passage shattered into fragments, ultimately vanishing without a trace. At this moment, even if there were still individuals trapped within the confines, they could only meet a fatal end. For those who failed to emerge in time had never reappeared upon the next opening of the forbidden ground, disappearing for reasons unknown. This was precisely why others dared not delay. Nonetheless, it was indeed unexpected that an elder from Huangfeng Valley, possessing only the 10th layer of cultivation, managed to escape with his life, which astonished the seasoned cultivators present, prompting them to scrutinize Xiang Zhili with renewed interest. Brotherly, I did not expect your esteemed valley to be so richly endowed with talent. Not only did an 11th layer disciple emerge from the forbidden ground, but even a 10th layer disciple managed to survive. Your sect truly excels in its teachings. I am genuinely impressed. The cultivators from the giant sword sect, observing that only 2 of their own had emerged from the forbidden area, and that their most hopeful candidate, the barefoot man, had also failed to make it out, felt a surge of frustration and could not help but utter a few sarcastic remarks regarding the situation. Hearing this, Master Li's expression darkened. He shared the sentiment that both Han Li and Xiang Zhili were merely opportunists who had been hiding, and he shot a resentful glare at the old rascal. However, he felt compelled to defend the two, stating, "These young ones possess shallow skills. If they manage to preserve their lives, it is a stroke of fortune for them. As for the methods they employed, it is not for us, as elders, to criticize further." Humph. The high-ranking figure from the giant sword sect found Master Li's pretense quite irksome, and as he prepared to retort, the elder Qiong interjected impatiently. "What is there to argue about between you two? The fact that they survived is a testament to their capabilities. Would you have them recklessly charge into danger knowing they were ill-equipped? However, young Li, quickly ascertain the outcome of our wager. If I had known sooner, I would not have lingered here at my age." The elder's demeanor was clearly one of condescension. But both the giant sword sect members and Master Li dared not provoke his displeasure, exchanging glances before diplomatically moving past the matter. To incur the wrath of such an ancient being would surely invite calamity. Thus, under the elder Qiong's invitation, the Taoist Fu Yunzi from Qingshu sect and Master Li begrudgingly approached him. They then summoned the disciples from the 3 factions who had emerged from the forbidden ground to reveal their gains, in order to determine the outcome of the wager. This time, only 4 Taoists from Qingshu Valley emerged from the forbidden area. Yet, as the first middle-aged Taoist displayed his spiritual herbs, the expressions of all present shifted noticeably. 300-year-old blood orchids, 2 300-year-old heavenly spirit fruits, and 3 400-year-old jade spirit mushrooms were laid out before them. The Taoist continued to present an impressive array of 11 to 12 types of spiritual herbs, the sheer volume of which left the onlookers astonished. Only the one who had placed the wager, Fu Yunzi, wore a self-satisfied smile, appearing quite pleased with the bewildered expressions of the others. At the outset, the elder from Huangfeng Valley, a male disciple of the Yin Yu sect, presented a meager display, far inferior to what was expected, with only a handful of herbs. Subsequently, the second Taoist from the Qingshu sect showcased his collection, which, while not as extravagant, still boasted 7 or 8 spiritual herbs, significantly surpassing the usual yield. This development stirred unease within Master Li, causing the usually jovial Cheong Laogwai to adopt a rare solemnity. The other 4 sect's eminent figures, intrigued by the gambling affair, approached to witness the spectacle, all quietly astonished by the unfolding events. However, the Chen siblings' contribution of nearly 20 herbs brought some relief to Master Li, as their harvest closely rivaled that of the 2 Taoists. Meanwhile, the yield from the individual from Qingshu sect returned to normalcy with only 4 herbs, and the Yin Yu sect maintained its average performance, with 3 individuals presenting fewer than 5 herbs each, prompting a collective sigh of relief from both the Taoists and Master Li. Yet, when the next young disciple from Huangfeng Valley hesitated and shamefully revealed only 3 herbs, Master Li nearly lost his temper, nearly resorting to curses. He had not anticipated any significant contribution from Han Li and the slippery old man. As per the order, Han Li was expected to present next. However, unexpectedly, the old trickster stepped forward and reverently produced 2 purple monkey flowers, which took Master Li by surprise, slightly brightening his demeanor, albeit only marginally. Despite having a slight edge over Qingshu sect, Master Li remained pessimistic, believing that as long as the last participant presented an average yield, he would be doomed to defeat. He had low expectations for Han Li, assuming he would manage only 2 or 3 herbs, which would merely meet the basic responsibilities of these junior disciples. Contemplating this, Master Li glanced at Fuyunzi, who appeared restless and met his gaze momentarily before they both averted their eyes to refocus on the gambling scenario. The final Taoist to step forward was a venerable elder with white hair, who approached leisurely, methodically retrieving his herbs, much to the exasperation of onlookers. However, when he laid out 5 spiritual herbs and reached into his storage bag again, Master Li's expression darkened, while Fuyunzi's countenance brightened. The 2 disciples from the Yin Yu sect momentarily set aside their concerns for the elder. In an unexpected turn, the white-haired Taoist produced 7 spiritual herbs, astonishing the gathered crowd. Master Li's face turned a deep shade of anger, while the Taoist shifted his attention to the disciples of the Yin Yu sect, convinced that victory belonged to Huangfeng Valley. At that moment, Han Li stepped forward. The others merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before shifting their focus entirely to the Yin Yu sect, thoroughly disregarding him. Master Li, witnessing this scene, also refrained from acknowledging Han Li, believing that his chance for redemption had vanished. The disciple of the 11th level of cultivation was merely destined to embarrass himself, and Master Li had no intention of offering him any semblance of goodwill. Han Li disregarded the actions of others, harboring no intention of relinquishing his mature spiritual herbs. This was due to the fact that each sect's accompanying officials brought with them 1 or 2 scenting beasts, creatures resembling squirrels that could detect any concealed spiritual herbs over a century old within a radius of 3 zhang, even those hidden within storage bags. Consequently, each disciple emerging from the forbidden grounds was required to voluntarily submit their spiritual herbs and undergo a thorough sniffing by these small beasts before being permitted to depart, to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from smuggling herbs. Upon reaching the designated area, Han Li promptly retrieved a storage bag he had meticulously prepared. Without hesitation, he flipped it open, and a brilliant flash of white light erupted, revealing an impressive array of over 20 varieties of spiritual herbs scattered across the ground. Cough. It was unavoidable. There was a power outage at home yesterday, and electricity was not restored until after 11 at night. I hastily completed this chapter and hope for your understanding. Such occurrences happen during the Olympics, which is rather frustrating. Look over there. What is this? The sudden appearance of such a plethora of spiritual herbs caused several sharp-eyed individuals to exclaim in disbelief. Their astonished cries swiftly drew the attention of others, including Master Li and Master Floating Cloud. However, when the 2 discerned the spiritual herbs at Han Li's feet, the Taoist's previously cheerful demeanor froze, while Master Li, after a moment of astonishment, erupted into joyful laughter, exhilarated by this unexpected windfall. Once Master Li realized his lapse in composure and ceased his laughter, he scrutinized Han Li with a beaming gaze, finding him increasingly agreeable. In stark contrast, the Taoist's face turned pale, struggling to believe he had lost so decisively, and his gaze towards Han Li became decidedly unfriendly. Brother Dao, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly intending to intimidate a junior? Upon perceiving Floating Cloud's expression, Master Li snorted and stepped protectively in front of Han Li, his face stern. Given that Han Li had just achieved a significant feat for him, Master Li could not allow this junior to be threatened in front of so many witnesses, Otherwise, his own reputation would be severely tarnished. The Taoist, confronted with Master Li's words, realized that it was highly inappropriate for someone of his standing to scrutinize a disciple in the Qi refinement stage, as it could be misconstrued as intimidation or personal vendetta. He hastily redirected his gaze, forcing a strained smile towards Master Li. Master Li has misunderstood. I merely found it astonishing that this young practitioner could gather such an abundance of spiritual herbs. I only wish to observe a moment longer. Despite his efforts to maintain a nonchalant facade, thoughts of the bloodline serpent's inner core caused his heart to bleed internally, leaving his complexion far from normal. Master Li chuckled coldly, opting not to pursue the matter further, as he had just emerged victorious in their wager and did not wish to provoke the Taoist with further words. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed about how Han Li had acquired such a vast quantity of spiritual herbs. Yet, with so many representatives from other sects present, Master Li chose to ignore the matter, pretending not to see. Moreover, at this moment, his heart burned with fervor. If he could overcome the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, his expedition to the Forbidden Grounds would undoubtedly yield great rewards, rendering trivial matters inconsequential. As long as he emerged victorious in the wager, he cared little for how Han Li had cunningly acquired the spiritual herbs. The Taoist, observing the expression on Master Li's face, understood his intentions perfectly. Frustrated and pained, he resigned himself to the role of an onlooker, awaiting the outcome of the contest between the opponent and the old monster Qiong. However, Qiong's demeanor was hardly more favorable. The spiritual herbs submitted by the previous disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were utterly ordinary, leaving him unable to muster a smile. Just as Master Li was filled with ambition, the situation took a sudden turn. The last few disciples of the Hidden Moon sect submitted an astonishing number of spiritual herbs, exceeding a total of 10, surpassing the combined offerings of the Clear Void sect and the Yellow Maple Valley by 5 or 6. They had, indeed, triumphed in the final wager. This unexpected blow left Master Li in a state of shock, while Qiong let out a sigh of relief, chuckling with glee. Bring forth the inner Dan of the bloodline flood dragon. I have the perfect use for it in crafting a fine potion. This inner Dan serves as an excellent catalyst. Without hesitation, Qiong demanded the wager from the Taoist Fuyunzi. Upon hearing this, Fuyunzi managed a forced smile, opening his mouth as if to say something. Yet the words remained unspoken. Qiong, noticing his hesitation, glared at him, displeased. What? The famed Fuyunzi of the Clear Void sect wishes to renege on his debts? Reneging? Am I daring enough to default on my obligation to you, old monster Qiong? Fuyunzi was not genuinely retracting his promise. The precious item weighed heavily on his heart, and he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, upon Qiong's insistence, his face flushed with embarrassment, and after a frustrated stamp of his foot, he tossed a pale, round orb to his adversary, turning away to avoid seeing the exchange. This orb was none other than the inner Dan of the bloodline flood dragon. Qiong caught the inner Dan with a swift motion, inspecting it closely, and then his face broke into a broad smile, although he muttered, "It seems the quality is rather lacking. The spiritual essence is insufficient. I suppose I shall have to make do." This remark caused the Taoist opposite him to turn crimson, almost bringing him to the brink of bloodshed from indignation, prompting him to hastily distance himself to preserve his peace of mind. Li Taoist, I will ensure that 2 pieces of iron essence are delivered within 20 years. Master Li, displaying commendable forthrightness, interjected before Qiong could finish his statement. He, Li Taoist, your candor is refreshing. I have nothing further to add. Qiong nodded in satisfaction, then sauntered back to the side of the Hidden Moon sect. The twists and turns of this wager left the onlookers from various sects in astonishment, and they secretly reveled in the misfortune of Master Li and Fuyunzi, who had ultimately been outmaneuvered. After all, who would dare to gamble with such a formidable entity? Regardless, this expedition to the Forbidden Grounds had come to a close. The leaders of the various sects collected the spiritual herbs from their disciples, and, after allowing their sensing beasts to conduct inspections, took their leave, gradually leading their groups away. The disciples of the Moon Concealment sect were the first to depart. After exchanging farewells with members from other sects and boarding the celestial moon vessel, Han Li could not help but glance at Nangongwan among them. Yet, throughout the entire journey from the divine vessel to their final departure, she never cast a single glance in his direction, leaving Han Li with a sense of unease. However, being a person of resolute spirit, he soon regained his composure and continued to observe the departures of the other sections. as Han Yunji departed alongside the Beast Mountain disciples. She glanced at Han Li and offered a kind smile, which brought a warmth to his heart, as the Huangfeng Valley, being a significant sect, was the last to leave. It found itself alone after the other 7 sects had departed, leaving only its members outside the forbidden ground. Yet, Master Li did not lead his team away but instead gazed silently toward the direction of the forbidden zone. The others, aware that their master had just lost a bet and was in a foul mood, refrained from urging him, choosing instead to wait patiently behind him. After a considerable time had passed, Master Li's mood seemed to improve slightly. Although he had yet to turn around, he finally spoke, directing his first words toward Han Li. "What is the name of the disciple who has contributed the most spiritual herbs, and how long have you been in the valley?" Upon hearing this, the others could not help but display expressions of envy. To be acknowledged by such a revered master would undoubtedly lead to significant benefits in the future. Han Li was taken aback, but did not hesitate to respond respectfully. "I am Han Li, and I have been in the valley for nearly 3 years. Han Li." Master Li repeated his name slowly, seemingly deep in thought, which caused those behind him to exchange puzzled glances, uncertain of their master's intentions. However, the next words from Master Li sent a chill through Han Li, sharpening his focus. "Han Li, tell me about the process of obtaining these herbs. I wish to hear your tale." Although Han Li felt a sense of alarm, he had long anticipated that others might inquire about this matter and remained calm. He replied with composure, "Yes, Master. This matter is indeed a stroke of luck. On that fateful day, although I ventured into the ring-shaped mountain, I regret to say I had little success. However, on the afternoon of the 4th day, I stumbled upon a remote valley where 2 individuals were fighting over several stalks of jade marrow fungus. One was a disciple of the giant sword sect, barefoot with a silver sword, while the other, scarred all over, hailed from the heavenly threshold fortress. I concealed myself, and thus." Han Li vividly recounted a tale of the crane and the clam vying for advantage, with a fisherman benefiting from their conflict, embellishing his good fortune to the utmost, inciting envy among the Chen's siblings and other disciples who listened intently. After hearing Han Li's account, Master Li nodded subtly, finding the explanation plausible. Otherwise, how could a disciple with such low cultivation possibly gather so many spiritual herbs? It seemed that fortune had indeed favored him, a mere coincidence. Satisfied that he had grasped the essence of the matter, Master Li chose not to pursue further inquiries. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned serious and addressed Han Li. "Han Li, you have made a significant contribution to our sect this time. Although I did not win the wager, I still intend to bestow upon you a generous reward. I plan to take you under my wing as my named disciple. I wonder if you would be willing to accept?" Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to respond. The others from Huangfeng Valley, upon hearing these words, were initially taken aback, but soon their gaze fixated on Han Li, revealing expressions of disbelief. It was utterly astonishing. They could not have misheard. Their venerable master was so hastily considering this individual as a disciple. This person, in terms of both technique and aptitude, was utterly unremarkable, leaving them perplexed as to what could have captured their master's attention. Logically speaking, being chosen as a disciple by a cultivator in the Jedon stage is an extraordinary honor that low-ranking cultivators could scarcely dream of. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Li, despite his astonishment, instinctively sensed something amiss. Given his qualifications and techniques, such a fortuitous event should never befall him. As for the notion that he had rendered great service to Huangfeng Valley and deserved a reward, Han Li was even less inclined to believe it. If the venerable master had won the bet and, in a moment of excitement, decided to take him, the esteemed benefactor might have shown some sincerity. However, the fact that he had lost so profoundly, yet still sought to take him as a disciple, was indeed intriguing. As Han Li pondered countless thoughts, Li Shizu grew displeased. After making the declaration to accept Han Li as his disciple, he had anticipated an overwhelming expression of joy from him, an immediate affirmation. Yet, to his surprise, Han Li stood there, dazed and astonished, failing to respond promptly, which irked him slightly. Nevertheless, maintaining the demeanor befitting a venerable master, Li Shizu calmly continued, "Han Li, if you are unwilling to be my disciple, simply state so, and I shall not press you. I can instead grant you several magical artifacts as compensation." Upon hearing this, Han Li realized the beauty of the words spoken, yet felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. He understood well the potential consequences of offending this venerable master and did not need to think deeply to grasp the gravity of the situation. Moreover, it was simply illogical for a mere chi refining stage disciple to refuse the invitation of a Jedon stage cultivator. He feared that a refusal would invite even greater trouble. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth, deciding to navigate this predicament first before questioning the master's intentions. It was evident that refusing would yield no favorable outcome for him. To be accepted as a disciple under the venerable master was undoubtedly an honor, and he had simply been so overwhelmed with joy that he momentarily forgot to respond. He implored the venerable master for understanding. His face flushed with excitement as he feigned a return to his senses, speaking in an eager tone. Subsequently, Han Li, with keen awareness, bowed several times to Li Shizu, promptly performing the ritual of apprenticeship. Excellent. From this day forth, you are my disciple, Li Huayuan. This magical artifact, the Bai Guang Dao, shall serve as a welcoming gift from your master. A broad smile graced Li Huayuan's face as he assisted Han Li to his feet and presented him with a shimmering green long sword, undoubtedly a top-tier magical artifact. Han Li solemnly accepted the long blade with both hands, bowing once more in a gesture of respect before rising to his feet, seemingly overwhelmed with joy. The surrounding disciples, rendered speechless, gazed at him with fiery eyes, their expressions filled with envy. They wished fervently that it was they who had received the artifact, rather than Han Li, whom they had long regarded with disdain. Although Han Li was oblivious to their thoughts, the searing gazes directed at him allowed him to surmise their sentiments, leaving him in a state of bemusement. If it were possible, he would have preferred that this esteemed ancestor had chosen someone else over him, the unfortunate soul. He vividly recalled the lesson imparted by his previous master, Dr. Mo, and now, another formidable master with ulterior motives had appeared, leaving Han Li utterly speechless. After some time, should you succeed in establishing your foundation, I shall bring you to my side and accept you as my formal disciple. If you do not succeed, do not worry. I will still guide you in your cultivation, Master Li instructed Han Li. Yes, master, Han Li replied earnestly, harboring no objections. Very well, it is getting late. Let us return to Huangfeng Valley, Master Li remarked, glancing at the sky. Subsequently, the group mounted Master Li's silver-armored horned python and, after several days of travel, returned to Huangfeng Valley. Upon entering the valley, Master Li, accompanied by 2 attendants, proceeded to the council hall, while the others dispersed to their own quarters, awaiting the rewards to come in a few days. Within a humble cottage of the 100 Herb Garden in Huangfeng Valley, the elderly Master Ma stared wide-eyed at Han Li, as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered incessantly, "This is impossible. Not only are you alive, but you also stumbled upon a windfall in the forbidden area, returning with over 20 spiritual herbs, and have been accepted as a registered disciple by Master Li. Indeed, Master Ma, does this not signify that I am blessed with profound fortune and remarkable opportunities?" Han Li replied with a playful smile, feigning pride. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Master Ma's expression returned to normal, though a peculiar gaze lingered as he scrutinized Han Li, making him feel uneasy, unsure of the old man's intentions. "Young Han, your expedition to the forbidden area has yielded unexpected rewards, far beyond my expectations," Master Ma sighed deeply. "I did not anticipate it myself," Han Li casually replied. "However, do you understand the true intention behind Master Li accepting you as a registered disciple?" Master Ma's next words, tinged with regret, momentarily stunned Han Li, who then felt a surge of joy. Yet, he restrained his excitement, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Master Ma, could there be another reason for Master Li's acceptance of disciples?" "Master," chuckled the old man, "now that you have pledged yourself to Master Li, you may simply refer to me as Brother Ma from now on. I dare not claim the title of Master any longer." Master Ma gently shook his head, speaking at a leisurely pace. "Cough. Why should Master Ma jest with your disciple? Everyone knows that in the world of cultivation, hierarchy is based on one's cultivation level. As long as I have not yet entered the foundation establishment stage, you will always remain my elder," Han Li stated with utmost sincerity, promptly pouring a cup of herbal tea for the old man and offering it to him. Indeed, you are a promising student. It appears that you have not yet been overwhelmed by these matters, so allow me to enlighten you in advance. In truth, even if I were to remain silent, you would inevitably learn of it in 3 or 4 days." The old man nodded in satisfaction, speaking in a calm tone. Han Li, taken aback momentarily, listened intently to the words that followed. It is worth noting that he had been in a state of apprehension regarding Master Li's sudden decision to take him as a disciple. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to uncover the underlying details. What do you think you will receive in reward for submitting such a multitude of spiritual herbs? The old man's tone shifted abruptly as he inquired. Perhaps I could exchange for 2 foundation establishment pills. I have inquired beforehand, and it seems that submitting around 10 spiritual herbs warrants 1 such pill, Hanli replied, understanding that the old man's question was laden with purpose. Humph. In just a few days, when the rewards are distributed, you will find yourself fortunate to receive merely 1 foundation establishment pill. Do not indulge in dreams of acquiring 2. The old man remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What? How can this be? Is there truly someone who would withhold rewards? Hanli nearly leaped in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. Withholding is not the issue, and no one dares to do so. The reduction in rewards applies solely to you. Everyone else will receive their full share. Otherwise, who would participate in the blood trial next time? The old man shrugged dismissively. Is it because of Master Li? After pondering for a moment, Hanli spoke earnestly. You are not entirely foolish. You have quickly grasped the essence of the matter. It is indeed due to Master Li taking you as a disciple. A fleeting look of appreciation crossed the old man's eyes as he nodded. There is an unwritten rule within our sect. When a clear master-disciple relationship exists, the master is entitled to claim half of the offerings submitted by the disciple as a token of gratitude, though this is limited to a single occasion. The spiritual herbs you gathered from the forbidden area are considered a form of offering to the sect. Thus, I estimate that Master Li's eagerness to take you as a disciple is likely motivated by the 10 or so herbs you have provided as a token of thanks. Hence, only half of the rewards will reach you, and consequently, you should no longer indulge in hopes of obtaining 2 foundation establishment pills, the old man explained meticulously. Hanli furrowed his brow, yet he did not exhibit any signs of anger or dissatisfaction. Instead, he merely lowered his head in silence, which took the old man by surprise. He was unaware that Hanli, far from being enraged, was actually relieved. Having set aside the anxiety that had been weighing on him, the fact that his new master had taken an interest in his spiritual herbs was unexpected. Yet it provided Han Li with a sense of reassurance. 1 foundation establishment pill, in the face of his imminent alchemical endeavors, was truly inconsequential. As long as he succeeded in his alchemical pursuits, a single pill would hold little significance. The old man, oblivious to Han Li's mindset, misinterpreted his silence as the manifestation of suppressed frustration. He chuckled softly and sought to comfort Han Li. Though you may be receiving 1 less foundation establishment pill, being accepted as a named disciple by Master Li is a commendable achievement, and it is not a loss in any significant sense. You must understand that your aptitude is rather lacking. Even with 2 foundation establishment pills, the likelihood of successfully establishing your foundation remains slim. Rather than relying on a mere grain, it would be far more prudent to seek the favor of Master Li, a formidable ally. Even should one remain in the Qi refinement stage, the members of our sect would hardly dare to insult you. For although Master Li may not genuinely take you as his disciple, you nonetheless bear his name. Generally, who among the disciples would dare to trouble you? Moreover, as far as I am aware, Master Li is quite protective of those he favors. Han Li felt a warmth in his heart. He had perceived the old man's kindness when he gifted him 2 vials of elixirs during his journey to the forbidden area. It was evident that beneath his cold exterior, the old man possessed a warm heart, a truly admirable individual. This recent discourse struck a deeper chord within Han Li, reinforcing his belief that the old man was indeed worthy of forging a close bond. While Han Li contemplated this, he maintained an outward demeanor of reluctant persuasion, offering a wry smile before finally engaging in conversation, exchanging a few casual remarks. Seeing that Han Li seemed to have recovered from his earlier setback, Master Ma felt a surge of joy and soon took his leave. Naturally, the 100 Medicine Garden was entrusted back to Han Li, Volume 3. Chapter 213. Preparation at long last. I have finished composing this chapter. Now, it is time for a much-needed rest. If anyone has votes to spare, do share a few. Though the expedition to the forbidden area lasted merely 10 days, Han Li felt as though several years had passed. Thus, as he lay in the warmth of his bed within the 100 Medicine Garden, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and nostalgia. Having returned from this perilous journey with his life intact, and having achieved his goals flawlessly, he surrendered to a deep and peaceful slumber. Blissfully unaware of the worldly conflicts that surrounded him, Han slumbered until noon the following day. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated and immediately began to plan for the future. His first task was to hasten the maturation of the 3 primary herbs in his possession for preservation, while the arrangement of auxiliary materials would be addressed later. However, preparing all necessary items was no small feat. Han estimated it would require at least several years to ensure everything was in order before he could officially commence alchemy. Thus, with an ample supply of spiritual herbs at his disposal, Han was in no rush. Instead, he took the opportunity to organize the other treasures he had acquired from the forbidden area. To his delight, he discovered more than a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, a plethora of spiritual artifacts of various ranks, several exoskeletons of centipede demon beasts, various materials from the ink flood dragon, a discarded silver sword, among others. However, 2 particular items captivated Han's attention most profoundly: a doll wielding a bow and arrow, and a shimmering silver page. The doll, intricately carved from wood, bore lifelike features: ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, fully adorned in remarkably realistic iron armor and helmet, with a longbow crafted from bronze in its hands. This object was the superior-grade puppet archer that Han had stealthily obtained from his sect. Since acquiring this artifact, Han had never attempted to utilize it. As it required the mastery of a mysterious technique, one must infuse a trace of their consciousness into the puppet to operate it. Yet, few would cultivate such a skill before reaching the foundation establishment stage. It is well known that only cultivators at or above the foundation establishment level possess the mental acuity needed to endure the trials of dividing their consciousness. Otherwise, the meager spiritual consciousness during the chi refinement stage would likely lead to a complete mental breakdown before one could even achieve the division of the spirit. The oft-repeated notion among cultivators about using spiritual consciousness to survey the surroundings or scan objects does not truly reflect the essence of spirit division. It is merely a superficial technique to project one's existing consciousness. However, after mastering certain secret arts, the division of spirit equates to possessing one or several additional incarnations of consciousness, primarily employed to manipulate multiple magical artifacts simultaneously. The greater the number of spirit divisions, the more magical tools one can command at once. It is crucial to note that disciples in the chi refinement stage can typically wield no more than 2 magical artifacts in combat. Exceeding this limit would hinder their ability to control them effectively. Otherwise, who among them does not possess 5 or 6 magical artifacts? If they were to throw them all at once during a confrontation, it would be futile, albeit it could create a moment of chaos for their adversaries. Han toyed with the doll for a while before setting it down and picking up the silver page. This silver page was a spoil he obtained from the barefooted man of the giant sword sect, adorned with peculiar patterns that lent it an enigmatic aura. After pondering over it for quite some time without yielding any insights, he decided to take a break. Thus, in the days that followed, Han devoted himself to studying the silver page while awaiting news from the higher-ups. Curious to see if his reward was indeed as discounted as the old man had suggested. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Uncle Wang and another unfamiliar steward sought out Han, bringing with them a singular reward in the form of a foundation establishment pill. Their words echoed those of the old man with little deviation, except for the alteration of the explanation regarding the confiscation of Master Li's spiritual herbs, which was now framed as a disciple's duty of filial piety. Han, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. However, he maintained an outward demeanor of acquiescence, much to the relief of the 2 stewards who had anticipated a lengthy explanation. They departed with smiles, relieved. After watching them leave, Han chuckled to himself and carefully stored the newly acquired foundation establishment pill. Now was not the time to consume it. It would be wiser to refine his own pills and take them all at once. After all, as long as he had not completed the alchemical process, he could not find peace in his seclusion. Thus, the months slipped by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han's preparations for alchemy were finally complete. During this not insignificant span of time, several noteworthy events transpired. During this period, junior sister Chun, after consuming a reward foundation establishment pill and undergoing a year of arduous cultivation, successfully established her foundation 2 years ago. In contrast, her brother faced misfortune. Despite consuming his second foundation establishment pill, he failed to break through and remained outside the foundation establishment stage. It was rumored that this young master of the Chun family had completely lost faith in the path of immortality and had chosen to bid farewell to his sect, returning home to manage family affairs. Additionally, Han Li's reputation surged unexpectedly in the Yellow Maple Valley, and he had garnered a modest degree of fame. The tale of his fortunate encounter in the Forbidden Land, where he acquired numerous spiritual herbs and was accepted as a named disciple by Master Li, circulated throughout the sect during the first year following his return. The gossip stirred an intense jealousy among the lower-ranking disciples, nearly igniting their envy into flames. It wasn't until the second year that the fervor began to subside. However, a minor incident occurred during this period. The elder Yi, who had previously taken advantage of him, unexpectedly sent a messenger to deliver all the items he owed, even providing a little extra. This gesture allowed Han Li to relish the comfort of being sheltered under a great tree, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet satisfaction. It seemed that his status as a named disciple of Master Li proved to be quite advantageous at times. Yet, when it came to discussing his newly appointed master, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Apart from sending a fellow named disciple to deliver a handwritten copy of the Qingyuan sword technique, there had been no further communication over the past 3 years, as if he had been completely forgotten. Aside from a few muttered complaints, Han Li was quite content with the current situation. He devoted himself entirely to the refinement of foundational elixirs, eager to avoid any disturbances. Nevertheless, this semi-reclusive existence came to an end today. 3 days prior, he had successfully matured the final required auxiliary herb. Everything was in place, save for the proverbial east wind. After several days of preparation, Han Li gathered all the matured herbs and made his way to the Yuelu Hall. The hall appeared unchanged from his visit years ago, though the guardians of the teleportation array had been replaced by 2 other foundation-building cultivators. The same procedures and their impatient expressions elicited a silent chuckle from Han Li. Yet he was nonetheless able to enter the inner sanctum of Yuelu Hall without issue. Traversing the unmarked passageways, Han Li encountered the unpleasant figure of the ugly man, who was soundly asleep in a stone chamber. Han Li frowned, pondered for a moment, then retrieved a bell-shaped artifact. He approached the slumbering figure and gently jingled the bell near his ear. The sound, though unremarkable to Han Li, startled the ugly man awake as if he had been set ablaze. He jumped up, mumbling incoherently, "What is happening? Who is there? Hey, what do you want?" Clearly still caught between sleep and wakefulness, the ugly man refrained from responding rudely to Han Li. Seizing the moment, Han Li introduced himself, stating, "I am under Master Li Huayuan. I require the use of the earth fire. Kindly open the door." The mention of Master Li's name elicited an immediate reaction from the ugly man, who recognized the esteemed title and jumped in surprise, hurriedly affirming his compliance while turning towards the stone door. However, just 2 steps away, he seemed to ponder something and turned back, regarding Han Li with a suspicious gaze. Observing this, Han Li instantly understood the man's thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the book Qingyuan sword technique that Li Huayuan had sent over and placed it before the ugly man. The book bore the personal signature of Master Li. To his surprise, the ugly man not only recognized Master Li's name, but seemed to even discern the handwriting. After glancing at the book, he respectfully returned it to Han Li and immediately donned a smiling countenance, inquiring, "Pray tell, are you planning to refine weapons or concoct elixirs? I shall surely make the necessary arrangements for you." Han Li had originally intended to leverage Master Li's name to seek special consideration regarding the earth fire. Noticing the other party's perceptiveness in addressing him, he relaxed his expression and replied, "I intend to refine some elixirs. Thus I hope to be allocated a chamber with stable and gentle earth fire. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter." Prior to his arrival, Han Li had inquired with the old man about the general conditions of the earth fire locations and understood that the usage was organized by rooms, hence his request. "This is quite manageable. I will arrange it for you immediately," the ugly man said, though he seemed somewhat troubled by the procedural fees. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled slightly and produced a mid-tier spirit stone, presenting it to the ugly man while stating, "I shall, of course, pay the standard fee for the required spirit stones. Given that the alchemical process will take some time, consider this mid-tier spirit stone as a deposit. Any excess or deficiency will be adjusted later." Chapter 214. The House of Earth Fire. It seems we shall be burning the midnight oil tonight. We truly find ourselves at a loss for words. Alas, I do not wish to become a night owl. Haha, very well. I shall make the arrangements for you at once. The ugly man beamed upon receiving the mid-tier spirit stone. It is worth noting that while the exchange rate of 100 low-tier spirit stones for a single mid-tier stone is widely acknowledged in the cultivation world, very few are willing to trade mid-tier stones for low-tier ones. After all, it is common knowledge that mid-tier spirit stones absorb spiritual energy at a much faster rate than their low-tier counterparts. For this reason alone, everyone prefers to retain mid-tier stones, viewing low-tier stones with indifference. The same principle applies to the exchange of high-tier stones for mid-tier ones. With a broad smile, the ugly man accepted the fire attribute spirit stone, and his attentiveness towards Han Li increased markedly. He promptly led Han Li to an enormous, multicolored stone door and retrieved a purple arrow-shaped token from his robe, brandishing it towards the door. The purple token flickered with red light, unleashing a beam of radiance that struck the door, causing the colorful lights to swirl rapidly. After several resounding creaks, the stone door slowly ascended, revealing a dark passageway behind it. This passage stood roughly 10 feet high and was square in shape. Brother, beyond this stone passage lies the chamber with the earth fire. Let us proceed, the ugly man said with a forced smile, eager to please Han Li. Han Li nodded noncommittally and stepped into the passage first. Although this stone was not an uncommon material, it was certainly not mundane either. The ability to source such a quantity and utilize it for constructing passages and rooms was a considerable achievement accomplished through the diligent efforts of several grandmasters from previous generations. However, it is precisely due to the extraordinary resilience of the dockstone against high temperatures and its peculiar ability to withstand the molten earth fire that this region, since its opening, has never witnessed any major accidents. The burly man, leading the way, spoke with an air of pride. Han Li, intrigued by this, could not help but reach out to touch the black stone wall beside him, only to find it smooth and cold to the touch. Where does this dockstone originate? It is truly remarkable that it can resist earth fire, which is 3 times more potent than true fire. Han Li rarely spoke in agreement, casually inquiring further. As for that, I've heard that while it is not an exceedingly rare material, our nation, the state of you, does not produce it. It is all brought from foreign lands in the far west by our ancestors, which is quite troublesome, the burly man explained. Thus, Han Li followed closely behind the burly man, swiftly passing through 2 more similarly grand stone doors, and finally emerged from the dockstone passage into an enormous circular hall. This hall was also constructed from dockstone, yet its diameter spanned 40 to 50 zhang, and its height exceeded 10 zhang, an astonishing sight. Surrounding the hall, evenly distributed, were numerous white stone doors, over 30 in total. At that moment, the hall was devoid of any presence, save for the burly man and Han Li. After Han Li curiously surveyed his surroundings, he heard the burly man cheerfully remark, "This hall sits above the most vigorous gathering place of earth fire, which is why our sect has established 36 chambers here for refining tools and concocting elixirs, with the finest alchemy rooms being number 18 and number 19. However, no, 18 has already been claimed by a senior uncle, so my junior brother, you may use room 19. Although it is slightly inferior to number 18, its firepower and stability are exceedingly remarkable." As he spoke, the burly man led Han Li to a door adorned with the golden characters 19. Han Li remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Observing this, the burly man promptly produced a white jade token and pressed it against the door, causing the white stone door to swing open automatically. Subsequently, both he and Han Li entered the room. The chamber was square in shape, relatively modest in size, measuring only 7 or 8 zhang. Yet at its center stood a circular platform approximately 1 zhang wide, with a gourd of fist-sized proportions hanging from each wall. Not far from the corner of the room lay a verdant mat. The circular platform was also crafted from dockstone, remarkably flat, standing only half a foot tall. However, the exterior of the platform was adorned with 8 miniature dragon heads, vividly lifelike, their mouths slightly raised as if poised to unleash a fiery breath toward the center of the platform, creating a strikingly realistic impression. After taking in the room's layout, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise, but before he could voice his inquiries, the burly man had already approached the circular platform, eagerly offering an explanation. "Junior brother, this is the earth fire outlet of this chamber. The earth fire needed for alchemy emanates from these 8 dragon heads. Furthermore, according to necessity, one can adjust the size and height of the flames with the specific methods inscribed on the exterior wall of the stone platform," the burly man elucidated, gesturing towards the circular platform. However, he then pointed to the 4 gourds on the wall and said, These gourds are filled with Martian sand, which can temporarily enhance the power of the earth fire. If you feel that the temperature of the earth fire is insufficient, you may use this to temporarily amplify its potency, although the effect will not last long. Additionally, please keep this jade token safe. Once the door is closed, all connections with the outside world will be severed. Unless several core formation cultivators work together, no one can enter from outside, so you need not worry. You will not be disturbed. Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt a surge of joy within him. Such a thoroughly secluded environment was precisely what he required, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. At that moment, the ugly man, sensing that the explanation was sufficient, tactfully took his leave. Han Li watched as the man exited the room, then promptly activated the jade token to seal the stone door once more. With great enthusiasm, he approached the circular altar, circling it several times before closely examining the 8 dragon heads that spewed forth. In the past few years, Han Li had devoted considerable time to researching alchemy in preparation for refining foundation-building pills. Consequently, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the art of alchemy. He understood that the success of a pill largely depended on the control of the fire during the refining process and the timing of retrieving the pill. As for the composition and quantity of the raw materials, countless practices by predecessors had already clarified the formula, so there was no need for further consideration. Of course, it was permissible to slightly increase or decrease the quantity of pills produced, provided that the proportions of the raw materials were adjusted accordingly. However, while this may sound simple, the execution is fraught with immense difficulty. Accurately controlling the temperature of the alchemical furnace and perfecting the timing to open it are challenges that have stymied many so-called masters of alchemy. Even the most renowned alchemists of the present age must admit that even with their direct involvement, the success rate for producing pills would not exceed 50%, particularly for those they are most adept at crafting. Therefore, one can only imagine the plight of ordinary alchemists. Thus, the success of a pill's refinement hinges entirely on the alchemist's wealth of experience. The more frequently an alchemist refines pills, the higher their chances of success become. Consequently, alchemists rank alongside talisman makers as 2 of the most financially demanding professions within the realm of cultivation, and undoubtedly, they are also the most coveted careers. Han Li was quite aware of these matters and knew that, as an inexperienced novice, it would be sheer folly to expect to refine a foundation-building pill in one attempt. Hence, he had devised a plan from the outset to refine the pills one by one. In this manner, even if he faced numerous failures initially, he would not be overly distressed about the precious spiritual herbs. The quantity of spiritual herbs he had prepared was ample enough to allow for over 100 attempts, and he believed that such an abundance of materials would provide him with sufficient experience to build upon. With his mind made up, Han Li committed the method for controlling the dragon heads to memory. He then performed the required hand seals and unleashed 8 beams of red light upon the dragon heads. The dragon heads immediately absorbed the red light, and their mouths slightly opened, releasing purple flames the thickness of chopsticks. Instantly, the air within the room was filled with a sweltering heat that left Han Li astonished. Subsequently, Han Li endeavored to manipulate the thickness of the flames and the height of the dragon's head's fiery breath, engaging in subtle adjustments until he attained mastery over the control. Only then did he extinguish the earth fire emanating from the dragon's head. Following this, he approached the meditation cushion and sat cross-legged, gathering his energy and fortifying his spirit. Han Li remained in this position for the better part of the day, and once he felt that both his mental acuity and physical vitality were at their peak, he opened his eyes and rose, prepared to commence the alchemical process. Fortunately, having advanced his cultivation technique beyond the 10th level, he was able to abstain from food, rendering sustenance unnecessary. Now, Han Li retrieved the silver silk cauldron he had purchased earlier that day from his storage bag. He cast a floating spell upon it, causing it to hover effortlessly above the circular platform. This particular spell had been specially cultivated by Han Li for this occasion, consuming a considerable amount of his time. Once again, he directed a beam of red light towards the dragon's head, igniting the purple earth fire contained within. As the cauldron had yet to receive any materials, Han Li meticulously controlled the fire, ensuring it remained diminutive, akin to a thread's width. He then instructed the silver silk cauldron to begin a slow, gradual rotation under the warmth of the 8 strands of fire. After a quarter of an hour, the silver silk cauldron had become intensely heated, radiating an astonishing temperature. Observing this, Han Li pointed at the small cauldron, causing its lid to soar upward and reveal the opening. With a deft motion of his right hand, a white jade vial materialized, filled with a precisely measured quantity of spiritual medicine powder. Controlling the vial, Han Li poured the entire contents into the silver silk cauldron, promptly discarding the empty vial before retrieving another from his storage bag, continuing the same procedure. In this manner, Han Li added dozens of types of spiritual medicine powders into the silver silk cauldron, finally replacing the lid once again. The first step was thus completed flawlessly, without any apparent errors. Chapter 215. Alchemy and Foundation Establishment. The 8 strands of purple fire emitted from the dragon's head, under Han Li's control, thickened to the girth of a finger, while the rotation of the silver silk cauldron gradually slowed, beginning to tremble slightly within the flames. As time passed, an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the cauldron, invigorating the senses. However, Han Li was acutely aware that it was still premature for the formation of the elixir. At the very least, a more vigorous earth fire was required for the instant condensation of the pill, which was essential for forming a true elixir. With this thought in mind, Han Li intensified the brilliance of the purple fire under his command, expanding it to the width of a bowl, engulfing the entire silver silk cauldron in flames. From a distance, the cauldron resembled a massive fireball, and the fragrance of the medicinal concoction grew increasingly potent. Without needing to speculate, Han Li understood that the powder was beginning to coalesce into a pill, thus he became even more focused. Yet, at that moment, a muffled explosion resonated from within the cauldron. Although the sound was not loud, it caused Han Li's heart to sink and his expression to darken. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li sighed and extinguished the earth fire. With a flick of his hand, he opened the still scorching cauldron and peered inside. Within lay several shards of pale blue solid, indicating the unformed remnants of failed pills. Shaking his head, Han Li retrieved a jade box and placed it on the ground, then deftly overturned the silver silk cauldron, emptying the failed pills into the box before securing it carefully. Although these were merely discarded pills, they were still composed of various precious medicinal powders, which Han Li could not bear to throw away, for they might prove useful in the future. After completing these tasks, Han Li returned to his mat to meditate, not resuming his alchemical endeavors until the silver-threaded cauldron had completely cooled. He followed the same steps, utilized the same raw materials, and employed the same fire control techniques. However, regrettably, he once again failed at the crucial stage of pill formation. This time, Han Li's expression remained stoic, and once he had adjusted his state, he silently commenced another round. A month elapsed, and the burly man was taken aback by Han Li's prolonged stay in the earth fire chamber, though his surprise was eclipsed by excitement, as each passing moment meant greater potential profits for him. 2 months later, with the stone door of the 18th chamber still closed, the burly man felt a mix of delight and astonishment. 3 months passed, and then 6, with no sign of Han Li's emergence. By this time, the burly man's initial joy had completely vanished, leaving only a visage marked by worry and a heart heavy with unease. Half a year was by no means an unusual duration for alchemical or forging endeavors. He had witnessed others spend even longer within the chamber. However, those who lingered for such an extended period were invariably disciples at the foundation establishment stage or higher. Han Li, a mere qi refinement disciple, staying so long to refine pills was a first for him. Moreover, the fasting period for qi refinement disciples typically lasted only a month. Could it be that this disciple of Master Li had managed to bring along provisions to sustain him through this ordeal? The burly man pondered, filled with confusion. Inside the earth fire chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged on his mat, gazing thoughtfully at the 20 or so Azure Foundation establishment pills that floated before him. These pills represented the culmination of his relentless effort over the past 6 months. The journey to acquire them had been exceedingly arduous. In the initial 20 attempts, Han Li had been unable to pass the crucial stage of pill formation. Witnessing the repeated failures caused him immense heartache, nearly leading him to abandon his quest in favor of learning formal alchemical techniques from other alchemists before attempting to refine the foundation establishment pills again. Although such a delay would be considerably protracted, it seemed preferable to squander precious medicinal herbs. Yet, just before his departure, he inexplicably decided to try refining once more. Miraculously, he succeeded in forming pills this time, and during the extraction, he astonishingly retrieved a pill on the first attempt, marking the creation of his very first foundation establishment pill. This particular pill, while slightly smaller than the other 3, was otherwise identical in quality, which greatly invigorated Han Li's spirits. Encouraged by this success, Han Li resolutely dismissed the thought of returning and calmed his mind to continue. Indeed, with this newfound experience, his chances of successfully forming pills skyrocketed, achieving a success rate of 1 in 3 attempts. Remarkably, Han Li exhibited an unexpected talent for extraction, managing to successfully retrieve over half of the pills on his first try, an outcome he had never anticipated. During this period, whenever Han Li felt a pang of hunger in his belly, he would consume a single pill of fasting elixir obtained from the old man, allowing him to endure for another month. This precious elixir was acquired through the exchange of several rare century-old herbs he had skillfully procured from the outside. Now, it was proving to be quite useful. Thus, when Han Li had exhausted his initial materials, he emerged with an astonishing quantity of foundational pills, far exceeding his original expectations. Initially, upon hearing of the arduous nature of pill refining, he believed that securing 7 or 8 pills would be quite remarkable. Yet, it now seemed that the process of alchemy was not as exaggeratedly challenging as the tales within the cultivation community suggested. Could it be that those alchemists were misleading other cultivators, or was it possible that he possessed a natural talent for alchemy? Han Li found himself somewhat perplexed. In truth, Han Li had misjudged the situation. The art of alchemy was indeed threefold more challenging than the external narratives portrayed. A moderately skilled alchemist requires at least 2 to 3 decades of diligent practice and a substantial fortune to cultivate their craft. Yet now, Han Li's proficiency in refining foundational pills had already positioned him among the upper echelons of ordinary alchemists. The occurrence of such an incredible feat was entirely due to his relentless dedication to refining the same type of pill over the past 6 months. It is worth noting that even the wealthiest sects could hardly afford to provide any alchemist with an abundance of rare materials for the same pill daily, let alone sustain this for half a year. Such a scenario might only be feasible for low-grade pills, where the stakes are not as high and one could afford to experiment repeatedly with inexpensive materials. Unaware of this nuance, Han Li did not dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he was suddenly overtaken by the compelling urge to consume the foundational pills and initiate his foundational cultivation on the spot. This thought was so fervent that he began to seriously contemplate the possibility of secluding himself within the fiery chamber to achieve this goal. 11 months later, within the fiery chamber where Han Li resided, the stone door remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. One day, a rather ugly man stared vacantly at the number 19 stone door, his face etched with worry. At this moment, he was convinced that something had gone awry with Han Li inside. Otherwise, even a foundational stage cultivator would have emerged by now. His concern was not for Han Li as a person, but rather a genuine fear that Master Li would direct his ire towards him should anything happen to his disciple. Although he was a close relative of the sect leader and managed this place by virtue of that connection, the ugly man was acutely aware that if Master Li were to become truly enraged, this powerful ally would not come to his defense. Just as the ugly man was engulfed in his worries, the stone door before him suddenly flickered with a white light and, without a sound, swung open. From within emerged Han Li, his face radiating joy after nearly a year of seclusion. It took the ugly man a moment to process the scene before him, and he was immediately filled with astonishment and delight. He hurried forward a few steps, his mouth filled with complaints as he exclaimed, "Junior brother, why have you only just emerged? You must know that had you remained any longer, I would have, you." As the unattractive man spoke just a few words, his eyes suddenly widened in terror, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Han Li, utterly speechless. "What is the matter? Have I done something amiss?" Han Li inquired, casting a glance at the man, a glimmer of light flashing across his face as he smiled. Your cultivation technique. How can it be? Could it be that you have achieved the foundation establishment stage?" The man finally regained his senses after a lengthy pause, his expression a mixture of confusion and dread as he stammered his question. "Indeed, after refining my elixirs, I found the environment here quite conducive. So I consumed a foundation establishment pill and entered seclusion for a while. As a result, I successfully broke through. And I am indeed now a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage." Han Li responded nonchalantly, stretching his limbs and speaking with an air of casual grandeur. "Establishing foundation here?" The man glanced at the geothermal room behind Han Li, then at Han Li himself, still in disbelief. It was his first time hearing of someone achieving foundation establishment in a specialized room for alchemy and artifact crafting. Yet, despite his urge to voice his doubts, he held back. After all, not only was this person a disciple of Masterly, but his current status as a foundation establishment cultivator rendered him someone beyond the reach of this chi refining stage disciple. Is that a problem? Hanli remarked lightly, casting an unceremonious glance at the man. Instantly, the unique pressure radiating from a foundation establishment cultivator enveloped him, compelling the unattractive man to retreat several steps. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Of course not. There are no such unreasonable regulations. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Master Uncle. The man quickly responded, nodding and bowing with a smile, promptly changing his address from junior brother to Master Uncle. Since Hanli had successfully established his foundation, he would now be regarded as a senior. And it was only fitting to show a bit of deference. The man exhibited a remarkable capacity for understanding this hierarchical system of the cultivation world. As Hanli observed the man's excessive caution and obsequiousness, he felt a twinge of guilt for having intended to reprimand him. He decided to abandon that notion, realizing that aside from the previous rudeness, the man had not committed any grave offense. With this in mind, Hanli's expression softened as he spoke lightly. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed gracefully from the scene. The unattractive man watched Han Li's receding figure for quite some time before letting out a long sigh, murmuring to himself, "This is utterly absurd. Others can casually attain foundation establishment within the geothermal room, while we sought a quiet chamber and gathered numerous auxiliary elixirs, yet failed to break through. No wonder this person was accepted as a disciple by Masterly. It seems his talents are truly extraordinary." The man inadvertently regarded Han Li as a prodigious genius, an assessment that would likely elicit a wry smile from Han Li if he were to overhear it. Meanwhile, Han Li had already exited the Yuelu Hall. The guards at the teleportation array had been replaced. Otherwise, upon witnessing Han Li's sudden transition from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. Han Li steered his flying artifact, gliding serenely through the sky, his spirits soaring as he reminisced about his journey into the foundation establishment stage. 5 months prior, after refining a foundation establishment pill and contemplating his options, he concluded that undertaking this endeavor within the confines of the Earth Fire Chamber was indeed a splendid idea. At the very least, he would not have to worry about unexpected intrusions that could disrupt his seclusion and thwart his progress. With his resolve firmly set, Han Li consumed one of the 3 foundation establishment pills he possessed, then began to circulate his energy, initiating the process of assimilating the medicinal effects. The potency of the pill manifested swiftly. Within mere hours, he felt a surge of intense fire igniting in his dantian, while his limbs grew inexplicably cold, creating a stark contrast of sensations. However, this peculiar feeling was fleeting, as the fiery energy in his dantian abruptly vanished without a trace, and his limbs returned to their normal warmth, leaving Han Li momentarily bewildered. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, quickly replaced by alarm as a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his dantian, akin to multiple daggers twisting within him. Caught off guard, Han Li's complexion paled dramatically, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his jaw, his body instinctively curling into a bow. In his agony, as he writhed on the ground, he cursed inwardly, lamenting that no one had ever warned him about the excruciating nature of consuming a foundation establishment pill. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, the intense pain in his dantian erupted into a torrent of heat that coursed through his meridians, pervading his entire being, even penetrating to the marrow of his bones. Almost immediately, this heat transformed into an unbearable itch, as if countless ants were scuttling over his skin, compelling him to bash his head against the wall in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. This maddening ordeal persisted for what felt like an eternity, only beginning to abate after what could be described as a meal's duration. Finally, Han Li managed to lean against the wall, barely able to stand upright. At this moment, he was drenched in perspiration, his body cloaked in an inexplicable gray substance that was sticky and emitted an indescribable odor. Yet, he paid little heed to these disconcerting details. What truly mattered to him was that his cultivation had advanced to the 12th layer, and a comforting warmth enveloped him, leaving no part of him in discomfort. Evidently, the foundation establishment pill had significantly enhanced his constitution, allowing him to undergo a transformation of his marrow and muscles. The warmth he felt was likely the residual potency of the pill, which remained to be absorbed to augment his spiritual power. This necessity for seclusion for 3 months following the ingestion of the pill was clear. Otherwise, the medicinal effects would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Initially, Han Li diligently followed the established procedures of others in their foundation establishment process, earnestly meditating to absorb the residual medicinal energy. However, he soon discerned that the latent power within him would only deepen his spiritual energy, offering no further enhancements to his physical constitution. With but a single foundational pill, it is only natural that anyone who has undergone the cleansing of their marrow and the fortification of their muscles would seize this rare opportunity to enhance their magical prowess. They would not easily relent without dedicating 3 full months to fully absorb the medicinal properties. However, Han Li was different. He possessed a substantial supply of foundational pills and held little regard for the residual potency of these remnants. His primary concern was how many more improvements to his constitution he would need to undergo before he could step into the foundational stage. After all, the cleansing and fortification represented the crucial barrier to success in establishing a foundation. After several days of meditation, Han Li came to a thorough understanding of this matter. Naturally, he lacked the patience to wait several months before consuming a second foundational pill. He reasoned that taking a second pill consecutively should not pose any significant issues. At worst, it would merely mean an excess of residual potency, which was inconsequential. After much contemplation, Han Li ultimately decided not to delay further and ingested the second foundational pill. The familiar agony and tingling returned, yet Han Li, having prepared himself, endured the pain once more. However, he sensed that this time, the discomfort seemed slightly less intense. Still, a considerable amount of impurities was expelled from his body, indicating that his innate talent was indeed quite lacking. Following the ingestion of 2 foundational pills, Han Li did not perceive any adverse effects from the residual potency within him. Although the warm sensation intensified slightly, it caused him no detriment. Moreover, his magical energy surged forward, reaching the 13th level, the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. With this, Han Li felt a sense of relief and proceeded to consume 1 foundational pill after another. Each pill exerted the same cleansing effect, expelling batch after batch of gray impurities from within him. However, beginning with the 3rd pill, Han Li clearly sensed a notable decline in the cleansing effect of the foundational pills, as the expulsion of impurities diminished. Simultaneously, the magical essence within him began to undergo peculiar changes. Originally in a gaseous state, the essence gradually thickened and exhibited a tendency towards liquefaction after several doses of the foundational pills. By the time he consumed the 7th pill, the essence within him had transformed into a state indistinguishable from liquid, save for a small core within his dantian. Yet, after taking the 7th pill, the residual potency within Han Li approached a state of saturation. The warmth that had enveloped him transformed into an almost scalding heat, leaving him in a state of indecision. He was uncertain whether consuming an 8th pill would unleash an overwhelming surge of potency, potentially causing chaos. Nonetheless, Han Li also sensed that he was on the verge of entering the foundational stage, likely requiring only 1 or 2 more pills. After a moment of contemplation, his fervent desire to establish a foundation prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he consumed the 8th foundational pill. However, as soon as the pill entered his system, the residual potency that he had been able to control erupted violently, causing his entire being to ignite with heat, rendering him unconscious in a haze of confusion. When Han Li awoke, his body ablaze with heat, he was astonished to discover that he had successfully breached the barrier while unconscious and had entered the foundational stage. Overwhelmed with joy, Han Li was eager to rise and express the exhilaration swelling within him. As he rose, a sudden surge of heat coursed through his body, causing him to collapse once more to the ground, startling him greatly. Although he had successfully established his foundation, the residual potency of the 8 foundational pills within him had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it flooded his entire being, posing a grave danger. Given the current predicament, he had no choice but to immediately circulate his energy to absorb this medicinal force. Otherwise, there was a constant risk of an explosive resurgence. Though Han Li understood the solution to his crisis, he remained inwardly distressed and unable to find joy in his situation. Apart from the Qingyuan sword technique, he possessed no other cultivation methods of foundational level or higher. That very sword technique, carelessly bestowed upon him by his newly acquired master, clearly indicated its inferiority. Han Li had perused this text several times and even sought information from others regarding its merits. Indeed, the sword technique was rather mundane. Nearly every disciple at the foundational level in Huangfeng Valley had practiced at least 2 or 3 layers, yet none had ventured to cultivate beyond the 3rd layer. The precise reasons for this remained unclear to Han Li, but the technique's mediocrity was evident. In light of the circumstances, even if Han Li was reluctant to train, he had no option but to steel himself for the task. With no alternative, he retrieved the Qingyuan sword technique, laid it flat before him on the ground, and sat cross-legged to begin his practice. The technique comprised 9 layers. The first 3 layers were accessible to disciples in the Qi refinement stage, while the middle and latter layers were reserved for those in the foundation establishment and core formation stages. Upon mastering each set of 3 layers, one could wield a unique supernatural ability of the sword technique. Once the first 3 layers were completed, one could project a sword light approximately 10 feet long using only one's palm, a force potent enough to rival that of a typical high-grade magical artifact. The mastery of the middle 3 layers enabled the instantaneous manifestation of a protective sword shield, although its defensive power was comparable to that of a basic intermediate defensive spell. This shield possessed a counterattack feature, automatically retaliating with sword light to any who dared assault it. As for the final 3 layers, the culmination of the sword technique bestowed the practitioner with an ability known as the sword shadow splitting technique. The prerequisite for this technique was the possession of a flying sword-type magical artifact, though a flying dagger would suffice as well. Upon its completion, this ability allowed the wielder to conjure an illusionary sword shadow identical to the flying sword's brilliance during combat, thereby bewildering the enemy's sight and launching simultaneous attacks alongside the physical sword. Initially, the sword shadow bore only 1/10 of the original's power, but as the practitioner ascended through the layers, its might could increase, ultimately reaching 1/3 of the original strength by the 9th layer. Furthermore, from the 7th layer onward, each advancement permitted the manifestation of an additional sword shadow, culminating in the perfect mastery of the Qingyuan sword technique, allowing the simultaneous creation of 3 identical sword shadows, each possessing 1/3 of the original's power. Thus, it appears that the technique of sword light division is quite remarkable and seems to be worthy of further cultivation. However, Han Li is already aware that among the numerous foundation establishment cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, none have truly delved deeply into its practice, indicating that there must be some hidden intricacies involved. Consequently, he greatly regrets not having inquired thoroughly into the reasons behind this, mistakenly believing that the Qingyuan sword technique would not be cultivated, leading him to carelessly overlook it. Now, despite his understanding that this method harbors significant issues, he feels compelled to persevere in its practice, hoping that it does not lead to any dangerous repercussions akin to losing control. Nevertheless, he reflects that although others have not practiced it extensively, they seem to have grasped at least 2 or 3 layers of it. Thus, it appears that engaging in a modest amount of practice may not pose any substantial problems. Embracing this self-reassuring thought, Han Li reluctantly began to absorb the rapidly surging medicinal energy within him according to the principles of the Qingyuan sword technique. After merely completing a single cycle of this technique, he felt an explosive surge of energy, as the absorption of this medicinal power caused his spiritual energy to swell dramatically, almost eliciting an involuntary exclamation of delight. Enveloped in this exquisite sensation, Han Li found himself repeating the technique in a trance, gradually losing his awareness of the surrounding world. After an indeterminate period of meditation, when Han Li finally absorbed the last vestiges of medicinal energy, he awakened from this blissful experience. Slightly dazed, he stood up without a moment's hesitation. Squinting thoughtfully and tilting his head, he suddenly raised his arm and gestured in front of him, causing a shimmering blade of azure light to burst forth from his fingertips, radiating an icy aura and exuding an impressive sharpness. Upon witnessing this chilling brilliance, rather than feeling elated, Han Li found himself smiling wryly. With a sudden flick of his arm, the azure light surged dramatically, extending to over 10 feet in length, nearly embedding itself into the stone wall opposite him. This was unexpected. He anticipated that the residual medicinal energy would be so potent, enabling him to forge the 4th layer of the sword technique. He pondered anxiously about the potential consequences. No matter, he muttered, I can always refrain from practicing this sword technique in the future. With that, he relaxed his arm, causing the azure sword light to vanish. However, driven by curiosity, Han Li picked up the Qingyuan sword technique manual and examined the section regarding the protective sword shield, committing it to memory several times. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes and then abruptly opened them again, revealing a peculiar shield surrounding him. This shield was entirely azure, similar in size to an ordinary defensive barrier. Yet its surface was not smooth but adorned with spiky protrusions resembling a hedgehog, exuding a faint aura of menace. Is this the protective sword shield? Han Li observed his spiked shield with a hint of astonishment. The technique indicated that this shield could autonomously unleash sword light to counterattack foes. Alas, he lamented the inability to test it at present. Subsequently, Han Li moved his limbs and meticulously examined his internal true essence, finding no abnormalities, allowing him to leave the fire chamber with a sense of relief. Just then, he fortuitously encountered the ugly man. As Han Li reminisced about the astonished expression of the ugly man upon their encounter, a knowing smile crept upon his lips while he soared through the air. At this moment, dawn had just begun to break, and Han Li returned to the 100 Herb Garden, having not encountered a single soul. He had initially excused himself by claiming the need to find a secluded place for his foundation establishment, naturally returning the garden to the old man, who had been quite displeased, grumbling and glaring at him for some time. Upon entering the garden, Han Li found the old man meditating before the thatched cottage, diligently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Though his eyes remained closed, he accurately called out Han Li's name. This was hardly surprising, as aside from the old man, Han Li was the only one permitted to enter and exit the garden freely. However, the moment the old man uttered Han Li's name, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes wide. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Han Li. Had he truly succeeded in establishing his foundation? Master, I have indeed fortuitously entered the foundation establishment stage. Han Li bowed respectfully and spoke with a gentle smile. The old man, although initially taken aback, gradually regained his composure. Yet, he continued to mutter in astonishment. This is truly incredible. You have actually entered the foundation establishment stage. After a few murmurs, his expression abruptly shifted to seriousness, and he said solemnly, since we are both cultivators of the foundation establishment stage, there is no need to address me as master anymore. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. I am merely a bit older. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Ma. Han Li nodded with a smile, not opposing this change. Such distinctions based on cultivation rank were customary in the world of cultivation, leaving little room for modesty. Subsequently, the old man, now Brother Ma, joined Han Li inside the cottage, where they sat at a table and brewed a pot of fine tea. Before long, the old man eagerly inquired about Han Li's journey to foundation establishment. Naturally, Han Li would not divulge the complete truth, but he did not conceal the matter of establishing his foundation in the earth fire chamber, honestly sharing this with the old man. A cursory investigation would easily reveal this information. He merely stated that he had rented a room in the earth fire chamber of the Yuelu Hall and had consumed the foundation establishment pill rewarded by his sect, retreating for nearly a year, ultimately achieving success through sheer luck. The old man listened intently to Han Li's account, his eyes widening in wonder. After hearing Han Li's alternate version of events, he blinked and remarked, Brother Han, from what you've described, your process of foundation establishment seems rather similar to that of others. With such qualifications, to succeed in foundation establishment, I can only say that you must be exceedingly fortunate, managing to beat the odds of even 1%. Having become quite familiar with Han Li over the past few years, the old man spoke candidly, betraying his envy, with a hint of jealousy flickering across his features. I can only attribute this to my fortunate stars. I never anticipated that I would enter the foundation establishment stage so effortlessly. Han Li chuckled, grinning widely. Nonetheless, now that you have succeeded in foundation establishment, you must pay a visit to the sect leader to register your name. This way, your status will be elevated to that of a senior disciple, and the spirit stones you receive annually will be quite substantial. The old man jestingly remarked, Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he sincerely replied, It is nothing. The old man waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, After all, we have been together for many years, so I will do my best to remind you of any pertinent matters. In truth, the most significant benefit granted after establishing one's foundation is the privilege for foundation-building disciples to independently cultivate in any location within the Taiyuan mountain range. Subsequently, The old man elaborated on numerous essential aspects that Han Li should heed and pay attention to after entering the foundation building stage, prompting Han Li to nod in agreement. However, once the old man had finished his explanations and exchanged a few casual words with Han Li, he could not resist inquiring about the Qingyuan sword technique. Upon mentioning the Qingyuan sword technique, the old man's face exhibited a flicker of surprise. Yet, after casting a thoughtful glance at Han Li, he refrained from probing further and instead began, "I have indeed heard some accounts regarding the Qingyuan sword technique and have practiced up to the 3rd layer. This sword technique is not originally from our Huangfeng Valley. It is an extraordinary martial art from the Xinjian sect, which was extinguished many years ago. Originally, it comprised 13 layers, not 9. It is said that when the Xinjian sect faced annihilation, their leader intended to destroy the technique. But several of our sect's ancestors swiftly intervened and managed to seize half of the manual, while the remaining portion was ultimately destroyed and lost to time. Therefore, the version of the Qingyuan sword technique that we possess is merely a fragment. It can at most be cultivated to the Jidan stage, with no subsequent techniques available. The complete version of the sword technique was rumored to even include methods suitable for the Funshin stage, but the truth of that remains uncertain." The old man shook his head as he spoke, lifted his teacup for a small sip, and continued. "Although the incomplete Qingyuan sword technique falls short when compared to other first-rate techniques, its potency is still commendable. Particularly noteworthy are its instantaneous sword radiance and protective sword shield features, which have garnered significant admiration from many foundation-building disciples. Consequently, should the cultivation of this technique prove manageable, numerous individuals within our sect would be willing to adopt it as their primary practice. After all, the methods for the Yuan-ing stage feel exceedingly distant to us and are simply unattainable." As the 3rd volume continued, in the 218th chapter, titled Flaws and Advantages, Brother Ma paused momentarily, a tinge of regret appearing on his face before he added, "Unfortunately, as one delves deeper into the cultivation of this sword technique, an unbearable flaw emerges. From the 4th layer onward, when utilizing the Qingyuan sword technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a peculiar phenomenon occurs every few days. Some of the mana refined through this method inexplicably dissipates. This leaves one utterly perplexed. In the 4th layer, the rate of loss is not excessively alarming, with merely 1/10 of the newly cultivated mana dissipating, with a bit of extra effort. Most cultivators can generally make up for this loss. However, should one venture into the 5th and 6th levels, the depletion of spiritual energy would become quite alarming, escalating at a rate of 1/10 for each level, causing the painstakingly cultivated mana to continue to dissipate. In essence, the sword technique at the 5th level would lose 1/5 of the newly refined mana, while the 6th level would incur a loss of 3/10. Under such circumstances, how could anyone dare to practice the Qingyuan sword technique? Furthermore, the disciples of this sect had previously only managed to reach the 6th level. Beyond this, only those in the core formation stage could attempt to cultivate it. Yet, upon reaching the 6th level, nearly 1/3 of the spiritual energy would already be lost. Such esteemed practitioners would surely hesitate to take such a perilous risk. If the Qingyuan sword technique continued to exacerbate the loss of spiritual energy beyond the 7th level, would it not be an egregious injustice for them? It is well known that advancing through each level of cultivation post-core formation is fraught with immense difficulty. The Qingyuan sword technique is notoriously hard to master, demanding decades of effort, making it an unwise endeavor for anyone. Moreover, this technique is incomplete and lacks the divine essence of immortal arts, offering insufficient incentive for them to undertake such a gamble. Nevertheless, the sword light conjured by this technique possesses undeniable practicality, rendering its abandonment regrettable. Thus, some opted to cultivate only the first 3 levels of the Qingyuan sword technique, effectively utilizing it as a supplementary method. This way, they could avoid the fear of energy dissipation while still harnessing the prowess of the sword light. Of course, even mastering the sword light alone necessitated 4 to 5 years of dedicated practice with this technique. After listening to the elderly man's lengthy discourse, Han Li found himself utterly astounded. Once he regained his composure, a swirl of conflicting emotions filled him. Could it be that he had already attained the 4th level of the sword technique? If that were the case, any further attempts to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique would result in a 1/10 loss of the mana he would produce. Moreover, as he progressed to higher levels, the depletion of mana would only increase. How could he possibly continue his cultivation under such circumstances? However, given the clarity of this revelation. He would not be foolish enough to persist in his practice of this sword technique. His pursuit of the Qingyuan sword technique would cease here. Just as Han Li resolved to halt his efforts, the old man's subsequent remarks stirred something within him, evoking a sense of surprise. Despite the significant flaws of the Qingyuan sword technique, it still harbored unique merits. Otherwise, it would not have become the cornerstone technique of a sect in the past. The elderly man pressed his lips together, suddenly expressing a sentiment of contemplation. I have heard it said that, although the cultivation of this sword technique is excruciatingly slow, each level attained remarkably enhances the meridians and deepens the dantian. Those who practice the sword technique will find their mana to be more profound than that of their peers at the same cultivation stage. However, the extent of this enhancement is contingent upon the level of the sword technique achieved. According to the account of the only senior disciple who successfully cultivated the Qingyuan sword technique to the 6th level, he claimed that upon reaching the 6th level and entering the later stage of foundation establishment, his mana exceeded that of other practitioners by nearly 1/3. This surplus of mana precisely corresponds to the current loss ratio associated with practicing the Qingyuan sword technique. Such a coincidence. It must be said that this sword technique indeed possesses a certain profundity. The old man seems to have extensively studied the Qingyuan sword technique, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. Eventually, he became quite animated, gesticulating wildly and speaking with fervor. To prevent him from continuing down this path, Han Li hastily changed the subject, successfully diverting the conversation away from the Qingyuan sword technique, which allowed the elder to regain some semblance of normalcy. For Han Li, regardless of the technique's potential intricacies, he had no intention of practicing it. One must understand that his innate aptitude was already lacking. To deliberately train in such a slow and incomplete method would be akin to insanity, unless he had completely abandoned the aspiration of forming his Dan. Even with the more conventional methods, Han Li believed that should he uncover some elixir recipes, perhaps the formation of his Dan in this lifetime would not be entirely out of reach. After conversing with the old man for a while longer, Han Li took his leave. Now that he had successfully established his foundation, he could no longer allow the elder to see his medicinal garden. Thus, he returned to his humble abode, tidied up a bit, and then gracefully departed. The sky was brightening, marking the perfect moment for him to attend to matters at the council hall. The excitement within Han Li, freshly established in his foundation, had not yet subsided. He was wholly focused on accomplishing his tasks so that he could swiftly carve out a space for his own cave dwelling, a prospect he had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. After all, having his own territory would mean he could conduct his affairs openly, without the need for furtive actions. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. And before he knew it, he had soared to the council hall on his flying instrument. The two young disciples guarding the entrance clearly did not recognize Han Li. However, they were acutely aware of his status as a foundation establishment cultivator. As such, they dared not show any disrespect due to his youth. They promptly stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Esteemed Uncle Master, is there anything we can assist you with?" "Uncle Master?" Han Li chuckled inwardly upon hearing this address. A year ago, he would have had to refer to these two as senior brothers. Now, with his newly elevated status, he was being regarded as an elder, an adjustment that felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, it was indeed gratifying to receive such respectful greetings from those of similar age. "Is Master Zhong available? I have matters to discuss," Han Li proclaimed with casual confidence. Upon hearing his words, the two Qi refining disciples exchanged glances before one of them replied, "Master has gone to the Baiji Hall on business, but should return shortly. Would you like to wait in the hall for a moment, Uncle Master?" Han Li furrowed his brow slightly but quickly regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall wait then." "Certainly. This way, Uncle Master." The other disciple was quick-witted, stepping back a couple of paces to lead Han Li onward. Following this disciple, Han Li traversed the main hall and was guided into a somewhat larger chamber. The room was not only impeccably tidy, but also adorned with various calligraphy and paintings on the walls, exuding an air of cultured elegance. "Please rest here for a moment, Uncle Master. As soon as the master returns, I will promptly inform him." After the young man skillfully brewed a pot of fragrant tea for Han Li, he quietly exited the room. Han Li glanced at the retreating figure and nodded, only to shake his head moments later. His initial nod was a response to the youth's demeanor and comportment, which he found exceedingly satisfying. There was not a single flaw to be found. It was evident that such remarkable poise was the result of rigorous training. However, his subsequent shake of the head stemmed from a sense of sorrow for these lower-ranking disciples. It was lamentable that a cultivator, instead of diligently refining their skills in seclusion, was relegated to serving in a manner akin to mundane servants, delivering tea and water. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Han Li realized that had he not used a foundation-building pill to win over the elderly Yi, his situation might not have been much better than that of the young man. He too would have had to bow and scrape, perhaps even facing greater misfortunes. As Han Li savored the fragrant tea, lost in thought, the esteemed master Zhong soon returned. Upon learning from the guarding disciple that a young foundation-building cultivator was seeking him, he felt a flicker of surprise. The disciple's description left him puzzled, as he did not recognize anyone among the hundreds of foundation-building disciples fitting the description, about 25 or 26 years of age, with somewhat dark skin and an ordinary appearance. Who could this be? With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, Master Zhong hurried toward the parlor where Han Li was. Upon entering, he saw a young man of medium stature, clad in the attire of Huangfeng Valley, engrossed in a vivid floral painting on the wall. However, it was clear that the sound of Master Zhong's entrance caught the young man's attention, prompting him to turn and bow respectfully, declaring, "Master, I am your junior disciple Han Li, paying my respects." Hearing this name, Master Zhong felt a twinge of familiarity, as if he had heard it before. Yet, upon a closer look, he could only discern a vague sense of recognition, failing to recall who this individual truly was. A bead of sweat formed on his brow, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. "Junior brother Han, please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. As your senior, I have been caught up in various matters, causing my delay. I hope you will not take offense," he said, artfully deflecting the awkwardness of failing to recognize Han Li. A seasoned fox in the realm of experience, Han Li was not surprised by Master Zhong's inability to recognize him. After all, their last encounter had been 5 years prior, when he was merely a lowly chi-refining disciple, unlikely to have left a lasting impression. If Master Zhong had recognized him immediately, Han Li would have been far more astonished. Volume 3, Chapter 219. The Discussion Master. I am fortunate to have succeeded in building my foundation a few days ago, and thus I have come to report this matter to you, hoping you might grant me the right to establish a cave dwelling, Han Li stated directly. Cutting to the chase without unnecessary preamble, Master Zhong was initially taken aback, but then a look of understanding dawned on him. Receiving the foundation-building pill but not consuming it immediately, instead waiting until one deems the moment ripe to partake in the elixir of success. This is not an uncommon precedent. Master Zhong regards Han Li as one among these fortunate individuals. Congratulations, junior brother Han, on entering the foundation-building stage. It is indeed a joyous occasion to see our sect gain another high-ranking disciple. Master Zhong Lingdao remarked with a smile, twirling his long beard. Han Li humbly responded, "I am but fortunate, and it is largely due to the foundation-building pill bestowed by our sect." Upon hearing Han Li's modest words, Zhong Lingdao smiled lightly and scrutinized Han Li once more. The more he observed Han Li, the more familiar he seemed, as if they had met before, yet the specifics of when and where eluded him. Thus, Zhong Lingdao found himself nodding thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Han Li, amused by this, chose not to disturb him and instead lifted his teacup, savoring the tea. Moments later, a spark of realization flashed in Zhong Lingdao's mind as he suddenly recalled the matter of the ascension token. The young man who stood in the discussion hall, and the composed junior brother before him, effortlessly merged in his memory. As he recalled Han Li's background, Zhong Lingdao abruptly looked up, astonished, and exclaimed, "It is you, the disciple who entered the valley holding the ascension token. You have actually succeeded in foundation building? Master Zhong, you still remember me?" Han Li replied with a calm smile. "I must extend my gratitude to you for enabling my entry into Huangfeng Valley." Recognizing that Han Li was no longer merely a wandering disciple, but rather a fellow cultivator of the same rank in the foundation-building stage, Zhong Lingdao's surprise quickly faded. Returning to his usual composure, he replied gently, "It is nothing. I merely acted according to protocol years ago. However, it is indeed remarkable that you managed to succeed in foundation building with a pseudo-spiritual root. If this were to spread, you would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the cultivation world." Even though Zhong Lingdao appeared to have regained his composure, his words betrayed the astonishment he felt within. It was no wonder, for he was well aware of Han Li's initial circumstances. The fact that someone with a four-element pseudo-spiritual root could achieve foundation building was indeed hard for him to accept. Hanli chuckled and, in a half-joking tone, remarked, "I too did not anticipate that consuming a single foundation-building pill would lead to such success. I can only say that it seems heaven has lent a hand. Perhaps I am simply a fool blessed with good fortune." This playful banter genuinely amused Zhong Lingdao. However, junior brother Han, wasn't that foundation-building pill initially given to the nephew of senior brother Yi? Where did you procure a new one? After a few chuckles, he recalled this puzzling detail and inquired. Hee, Master Zhong, it just so happens that this foundation-building pill was indeed given to me by you. Hanli replied with a cheerful smile. Zhong Lingdao was utterly bewildered, unable to recall such an event. Perhaps the sect master has forgotten that among the few who emerged alive from the forbidden area, 3 have been awarded foundation establishment pills, and I am one of them. Hanli finally withdrew his smile and spoke earnestly. You are that Li Shu, the one with the registered disciple? Zhong Lingdao could no longer maintain his composure and showed signs of astonishment. Indeed, I am the disciple collected by Master Li Huayuan during that expedition to the Forbidden Grounds. Hanli affirmed without hesitation. Now it makes sense. No wonder the name Hanli sounds so familiar. So, you are the disciple who caused quite a stir in the valley 2 years ago. The astonishment in Zhong Lingdao's eyes deepened, yet his tone grew more amiable. Zhong Lingdao's intentions were clear. Since Hanli had successfully established his foundation, it was nearly certain that he would become a formal disciple of Li Shu, and naturally, he did not wish to create enmity with Hanli. Furthermore, he privately pondered. It seems this Han Shidi was quite fortunate to have succeeded in establishing his foundation. Otherwise, with his aptitude, achieving such a feat would be nearly impossible. Though Zhong Lingdao harbored inner doubts, he maintained a polite demeanor towards Hanli, allowing him to wait for a moment while he retrieved the register. Hanli readily agreed and patiently awaited his return. After the passage of a cup of tea's time, Zhong Lingdao finally entered, holding a white jade tablet. In Hanli's presence, he used a golden brush to inscribe Han Li's name among the numerous others at the bottom of the tablet. At last, he was officially registered. Seeing this, Han Li's heart swelled with joy, realizing that he could now rightfully claim a cave dwelling. Zhong Lingdao, accustomed to handling such matters for newly established disciples, could guess Han Li's thoughts from the smile on his face. With a faint smile, he retrieved 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 small flags enveloped in a thin white mist from his storage bag and handed them to Hanli. What are these? Hanli could comprehend the mid-grade spirit stones as a form of reward for newly established disciples, but he was perplexed by the purpose of the 5 palm-sized flags. Their peculiar appearance and spiritual energy suggested they were not ordinary artifacts and seemed rather mysterious. Before Han Li could voice his inquiry, Zhong Lingdao flipped his hand and presented a jade slip to Han Li, explaining, "These spirit stones are a one-time reward granted to each newly established disciple. Additionally, each year, you will receive another mid-grade spirit stone without needing to perform any chores. As for these few misty flags, they are essential for establishing a cave dwelling. Although the misty formation they create is merely a basic small-scale array, it is sufficient to ward off intrusions from mortals or beasts. Of course, if you are already proficient in formations, you may not need these flags. Moreover, this jade slip contains the techniques for setting up the array and the methods of manipulation, along with some important considerations for after establishing your foundation. You may review it thoroughly once you return. Thank you, Sect Master Shixiao." Han Li received the items with both hands, expressing his gratitude profusely. These were indeed the very things he needed most at present, filling him with uncontainable joy. After concluding their matters, Han Li and the esteemed Master Zhong conversed for a while longer before taking their leave from the council hall. Upon exiting the stone hall, Han Li initially intended to soar out of the Yellow Maple Valley to personally seek a suitable location for establishing a cave dwelling. However, midway through his journey, after perusing the jade slip provided by Zhong Lingdao, he promptly altered his course, directing his flying apparatus towards another destination. The name Qilin Pavilion exudes an impressive resonance, standing as one of the most significant sites within the Yellow Maple Valley. This location is dedicated to the breeding and taming of spirit beasts, which are essentially magical creatures. Once subdued by cultivators, these magical beasts are referred to as spirit beasts. Within the Qilin Pavilion, most of the spirit beasts are merely first tier, and while a few second-tier magical spirit beasts may be present, they are typically entrusted to this place by others and cannot be commanded at will. Nevertheless, even first-tier spirit beasts provide substantial assistance to the disciples of the valley, offering services such as transportation, guarding the premises, searching for spiritual herbs, and aiding in combat. Han Li, in particular, was drawn to a specific creature known as the double-pupil rat. This spirit beast, resembling an ordinary mouse yet endowed with extraordinary vision, was recommended by Zhong Lingdao in the Jade Slip. It serves as the ideal companion for locating cave-dwelling sites. This intermediate first-tier magical beast possesses the unique ability to effortlessly penetrate mists, rivers, and tree cover that obstruct the vision of ordinary cultivators. And it naturally gravitates towards the densest areas of spiritual energy to burrow and create nests. With a bit of training, the double-pupil rat becomes an exceptional scout for locating sources of spiritual sight, greatly favored by the valley's disciples. This was not Han Li's first visit to the Qilin Pavilion. He had previously hurried past its entrance on several occasions while attending to other matters. Thus, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the place. As he descended from the sky and landed on the welcoming platform of the Qilin Pavilion, located on the verdant Qilin Mountain, a junior female disciple approached him, greeting him respectfully. "Esteemed Uncle Master, have you come to rent a spirit beast?" With a bright and clear voice, the 16 or 17-year-old disciple displayed a hopeful expression. In response, Han Li offered a faint smile and replied, "Are there any double-pupil rats available on the mountain? I wish to rent one for 2 days." "Yes, indeed. I shall fetch one for you at once," the young disciple exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his request. After she departed to retrieve the spirit beast, Han Li patiently waited at the welcoming platform, occasionally surveying the surrounding restrictions. Aside from the mountaintop where Han Li stood, the remainder of the Spirit Beast Mountain was partitioned into various Spirit Beast habitats by colorful restrictive formations. Each enclosed area served as a breeding ground for different spirit beasts. An entry was forbidden to anyone other than the rotating disciples of the Qilin Pavilion. This precaution was to prevent disturbances to the spirit beasts or potential harm from untamed creatures to outsiders. Thus, although the Spirit Beast Mountain appeared tranquil, it was home to nearly 1,000 different spirit beasts, a testament to its impressive scale. The female disciple did not keep Han Li waiting for long. After a meal's time, she emerged from a certain restricted area, cradling a small beast the size of a fist, and made her way directly towards Han Li. This creature was a double-pupil rat, available for rental at the cost of 1 lower-grade spirit stone per day. Gently stroking the soft fur of the small beast, the disciple addressed Han Li respectfully. "Here are 3 spirit stones. I will need it for 3 days." Han Li replied to her with an air of indifference. "After 3 days, as long as you release the double-pupil rat, it will return to the Qilin Pavilion on its own. In the meantime, I hope you can treat this creature kindly. This bag contains its favorite earth pear fruit. Please feed it a few when you have the chance." The young girl accepted the spirit stones and handed the spirit beast to Han Li, producing a small white pouch to present to him. Han Li nodded slightly and took it with a composed demeanor. Subsequently, he departed with his flying device under her watchful eyes. Han Li soared into the northwest sky. As he traveled, he could not help but observe the obedient double-pupil rat nestled in his arms. At first glance, this yellow creature could easily be mistaken for a common ground rat, sharing the same petite size, yellow fur, and slender tail. The only distinguishing feature was its large eyes, which were strikingly different from those of a typical rat. This solitary difference rendered the creature exceedingly endearing, especially as its eyes shimmered with a hint of 5-colored radiance, accentuating its mysterious charm. Even someone as aloof as Han Li found himself petting the creature, a thought of perhaps keeping one for himself stirring within him. However, Han Li was well aware that despite the creature's currently docile demeanor, it was indeed a genuine first-tier, mid-level demon beast. In addition to its remarkable double pupils, it possessed steel teeth capable of chewing through copper and iron, and forepaws that could pierce stone. It was far from the harmless appearance it projected. With this in mind, Han Li playfully tugged at the creature's small ears, eliciting a few amusing twitches that brought a smile to his face, stirring a long-buried sense of childlike innocence within him. Flying with the beast for an entire day, Han Li finally halted at the northwestern outskirts of the Taiyue mountain range. 100 miles further north lay the territory of the Yuanwu Kingdom, home to the prestigious celestial sect, the Tianqing sect, which also established a market that stood in subtle opposition to the Huangfeng Valley's market. To the west, 200 miles away, was the border of Shizhou, the smallest county shared by the Jianzhou and Yu kingdoms. This county was uniquely uninhabited by any of the 7 major sects, as it comprised vast expanses of desert, covering more than 3/4 of Shijo, aside from its lush highlands. With a population of merely over 100,000, it lacked the resources and manpower to attract the attention of the prominent sections. Han Li chose this vicinity to establish his cave dwelling for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, it was situated in a relatively desolate area of the Taiyue mountain range, bordering the Yuanwu kingdom and close to Shijo, a place rarely traversed by fellow disciples or other cultivators, ensuring that his cultivation would remain undisturbed. Moreover, this location is not far from the market of the Tianqing sect, making it convenient for him to sell medicinal herbs or procure various items without the fear of being recognized. With these considerations in mind, Han Li chose this spot. Even though it was not the most abundant in spiritual energy, unlike the residences of other Foundation establishment disciples, which were densely clustered in areas rich in spiritual essence. Upon landing, he carefully secured a slender rope around the neck of the double-pupil mouse to prevent it from darting away too quickly, ensuring he would not lose track of the little creature. He then retrieved a yellow, round fruit from his small bag and offered it to the little beast, which eagerly began to gnaw on it. Moments later, the double-pupil beast, having devoured the fruit, seemed invigorated. It chirped softly a couple of times before swiftly darting into the nearby underbrush, vanishing from sight. Han Li, unhurried, followed the rope slowly, standing beneath a perilous peak. He gazed at the towering cliff across from him, which soared over 100 feet high, momentarily lost in thought. The rope in his hand extended through an exceedingly narrow crevice, leading directly into the mountain wall opposite. It was now the afternoon of the 2nd day. After nearly 2 days of diligent searching, the double-pupil mouse had suddenly bolted with fervor upon nearing this peak, hastily guiding him to this location before it squeezed through the crevice. Intrigued by the taut rope in his grasp, Han Li felt a surge of curiosity. He promptly tapped his storage bag, summoning a silver giant sword into his hand. Gripping the rope with one hand and wielding the sword with the other, he swiftly widened the narrow gap into a rough opening large enough for a person to slip through, akin to slicing through tofu. Once inside, he immediately conjured a protective shield around himself and began to meticulously carve his way through the mountainous stone, advancing step by step along the rope. The debris and dust scattered by his efforts were held at bay by his water attribute shield, preserving his cleanliness. After over an hour of laborious exertion, a rudimentary stone path several dozen feet long gradually took shape, just as Han Li swung his sword down once more. A loud crack echoed as the stone wall finally gave way. Overjoyed, he exerted every ounce of strength, striking a few more times until the wall was completely cleaved apart, and he stepped through with a quick stride. Before him lay a natural cave, roughly 10 feet in size. As Han Li entered, a rich surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, leaving him astonished. Nonetheless, his gaze instinctively followed the rope, which extended into the very center of the cave. There, he discovered a small spring, continuously bubbling with water, and the double-pupil mouse was lounging contentedly in the midst of this waterbed, swimming leisurely. What is this? Han Li was genuinely taken aback, for the abundant spiritual energy within the cave emanated almost entirely from this spring. He hurriedly approached, cupping a handful of spring water for a closer examination. This was undoubtedly the Spirit Eye Spring. Without much effort, Han Li confirmed his suspicions. Although the spiritual energy contained within the spring may not be as exaggerated as the legends suggest, this spring is indeed a rare gem in the world. Han Li plunged his hands into the water, murmuring in disbelief. He then closed his eyes, savoring the wisps of spiritual energy emanating from the water, his face reflecting a delightful mixture of surprise and joy. When discussing spiritual springs, one cannot overlook the concept of spiritual veins and spiritual eyes in the realm of immortality. The distribution of spiritual energy across the world is not uniform. Some areas are rich in energy, while others are sparse. Over time, these regions of concentrated spiritual energy typically give rise to spiritual veins, which can stretch for thousands of miles or be as diminutive as a few miles, often appearing pitifully narrow. Regardless of their size, once these spiritual veins form, they will automatically emit a gentle flow of spiritual energy, ensuring a perpetual cycle that never depletes. However, the quality of the spiritual energy varies across different locations within these veins. The densest concentrations of spiritual energy are most suitable for cultivators to meditate and practice, earning them the designation of spiritual eyes. Generally, spiritual eyes are formless and colorless, perceived only through the sensations of the cultivators. Any location deemed a spiritual eye indicates it is the richest source of spiritual energy from the nearby vein, an irrefutable fact. While spiritual eyes are typically intangible, if the spiritual energy becomes excessively dense and sustains itself over time, it may gradually materialize into entities such as spiritual eye pearls, spiritual eye stones, or spiritual eye springs. There are even legendary spiritual eye trees, though the emergence of such materialized spiritual eyes is exceedingly rare, requiring tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, along with fortuitous circumstances to form. Thus, the spiritual energy emitted by these tangible entities far surpasses that of ordinary spiritual eyes, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of those who meditate nearby. The finest spiritual eye entities can accelerate a cultivator's progress by nearly 20 to 30%. Moreover, once these entities are formed, such as the spiritual eye trees and springs, they can be relocated by magical means without diminishing their efficacy. In the realm of immortality, the wondrous nature of spiritual eye entities drives those who seek the Tao into a frenzy. Each appearance of such entities incites a tempest of chaos within the local cultivation community. However, in the current realm of cultivation within the state of Yu, these spiritual eye entities have long since fallen into the hands of the 7 major sections. After all, even a small sect acquiring these treasures would only invite their own demise. For instance, the Huangfeng Valley possesses a spiritual eye stone and 3 spiritual eye springs, all of which have been ruthlessly divided among several cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above, leaving even the esteemed headmaster Zhong without a single piece for himself. Naturally, the elder ancestor at the nascent soul stage claimed the lion's share. In this present time, Hanli could hardly have anticipated that, accompanied only by an ordinary double-eyed mouse, he would effortlessly discover a spiritual eye artifact after just over a day's search in the vicinity. Although it was merely the most rudimentary type of spiritual eye, a diminutive and seemingly insignificant spiritual spring, the benefits of such an artifact were undeniable. Even if it merely enhanced his cultivation speed by half a degree, it was still a boon. However, amidst his astonishment and delight, Hanli was somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that spiritual eye artifacts could only form in areas where spiritual energy was exceedingly dense? Yet, the spiritual energy around this mountain peak was far from abundant. How could such a tiny spring come into existence here? This realization mingled his joy with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, recognizing the fortuitous gift that had fallen into his lap, he resolved not to let it slip away. While the spiritual eye spring could be relocated, such a feat was reserved for cultivators at the core formation stage, a level Hanli had yet to attain. Thus, he decided to construct his cave residence in this very spot, designating the spiritual spring cavern as his secret training room. Without delay, he commenced the expansion of the tunnel he had created, wielding his silver sword in one hand while deftly maneuvering several golden blades with the other, diligently working on the development of his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the double-eyed mouse had plunged into the spring, refusing to emerge, and promptly fell into a deep slumber within the waters, relying on the sharpness of his silver sword and the number of golden blades at his disposal. Hanli toiled for half a day, and a spacious cave began to take shape. He had carved out 13 rooms of varying sizes and 3 expansive halls. Although the walls of the cave were still rough and had not undergone meticulous finishing, they were at least suitable for habitation. This realization brought a sigh of relief from Hanli as he paused his endeavors. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the double-eyed mouse and hurriedly returned to the spring. Grasping the slumbering little beast by the nape of its neck, he took flight for several hundred miles before releasing it, allowing it to return to the Qilin Pavilion on its own. The cave Hanli had constructed currently featured only a single exit. Upon his return, he promptly set up a small concealment array at the exit using 5 small flags and a dozen low-tier spirit stones, following the instructions in his jade slip. This array completely obscured the exit, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding mountain wall. Having established this basic layer of protection, Hanli then fashioned a simple stone bed with his silver sword and hastily lay down, succumbing to sleep, utterly exhausted. In the subsequent days, Hanli remained tirelessly occupied. He first sought a secluded plot of level ground near his cave and scattered seeds of spiritual herbs upon it. These included both ordinary medicinal seeds he had brought from the mundane world and exotic flora seeds he had gathered over the years from the 100 Herb Garden. This area was destined to become Han Li's own medicinal garden, where seedlings of spiritual herbs would thrive in the future. In the remaining time, Han Li managed to procure some relatively hard blue stones from the mountain, which he skillfully carved into various furnishings such as stone tables and chairs, placing a complete set in each room. Ultimately, he meticulously smoothed all the walls and inlaid them with moonstone, illuminating the cave dwelling as brightly as day. Thus, Han Li's cave abode was initially constructed. However, it was evident that the defensive capabilities of this dwelling were woefully inadequate, failing to instill in Han Li the peace of mind necessary for cultivation. In his view, at the very least, a comprehensive array of protective formations akin to that of the 100 Herb Garden was essential. Otherwise, should an external threat invade during his training, it would be catastrophic. Han Li, being a novice in the realm of formations, could not even set up the most fundamental arrays, let alone the more formidable prohibitive formations. Nonetheless, he had no intention of learning. It is well known that the study of formations is as vast as the ocean. To divert attention towards it would demand no less than a decade or two to achieve any semblance of mastery. Moreover, his own cultivation would undoubtedly suffer, a loss that Han Li could ill afford. While there may exist prodigies capable of delving deeply into the study of formations without hindering their own cultivation, perhaps even geniuses who could elevate their cultivation through the mastery of formations, Han Li was acutely aware that he was not among them. Any distraction towards this pursuit would surely extinguish the last flicker of hope he had of entering the core formation stage. Fortunately, the world also offered formation flags and discs, practical and portable artifacts for setting up formations. Although such methods generally could not establish powerful prohibitive formations, Han Li only required a standard level of defensive array to safeguard his cave, which would grant him considerable peace of mind. Moreover, if necessary, he could always arrange multiple layers of prohibitive formations to compensate for any defensive shortcomings. Coincidentally, the Tianqing sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom was renowned for its formations throughout the nearby cultivation realms. Each year, numerous formation flags and discs of prohibitive nature were refined and flowed into the cultivation world, exchanged for essential spirit stones and materials. Han Li thus set his sights on the market of the Tianqing sect, certain that he would find the restrictive artifacts he needed. In the ensuing days, after waiting for several medicinal herb seeds to sprout, Han Li promptly began to hasten their maturation with a green liquid. He planned to use a millennium herb to barter at the Tianqing sect's market for the necessary items. This time, he intended to only release a single millennium herb to avoid arousing suspicion and unnecessary troubles by exposing too much. In a mere 2 months, Han Li successfully matured the millennium herb. He then set off towards the north, carrying the herb along with other items for exchange, such as the complete materials from the ink serpent and the hard shell of a centipede. If the price was right, he would not hesitate to trade, as he had no intention of diverting his focus to the art of crafting. As Han Li flew with his artifact, he donned a cloak, just in case. After a little more than half a day, he arrived at a location over 100 miles away, which was a short journey for someone with his enhanced magical prowess. Once he entered the Yuanwu Kingdom, Han Li began to survey the surroundings from the sky. He saw both the market of the Tianqing sect and was filled with curiosity about everything in the Yuanwu Kingdom. However, from what he observed, it appeared that the scenery bore little difference from that of the Yu Kingdom. The Yuanwu Kingdom, akin to the Yu Kingdom, is classified as a medium-sized nation within the neighboring regions. Although neither of these realms rivals the vastness of the mighty Tianluo Kingdom and Fengdu Kingdom, each being a third larger, they undoubtedly surpass the smaller states such as Jiang Kingdom and Cheyenne Kingdom in terms of strength. In this vicinity, while only 2 major powers exist, there are more than a dozen medium-sized nations. Furthermore, the smaller entities are densely scattered across the area, numbering in the dozens. Whispers suggest that even further afield, there exist superpowers of staggering magnitude, almost beyond belief. In the realm of cultivation within Yuanwu Kingdom, the righteous and demonic factions maintained an equal footing, resulting in a stalemate. The Tianqing sect stands as one of the core entities among the righteous sects, boasting strength that rivals that of Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li pondered the affairs of the Tianqing sect, the leaf-shaped artifact beneath his feet suddenly dipped, gradually descending towards the ground as if it had momentarily lost its flying capabilities. Rather than being taken aback by this unfavorable turn of events, Han Li revealed a hint of delight. It appeared he had arrived near the marketplace of the Tianqing sect. Otherwise, such a flying prohibition would not be in effect. Upon landing, Han Li ventured northward for 7 or 8 miles, where he encountered a complex of buildings even larger than the marketplace of Huangfeng Valley. The Tianqing sect's marketplace is remarkably unique, starkly contrasting with that of Huangfeng Valley. It is centered around a towering edifice of 20 to 30 zhang, with surrounding structures only 1/10 its height, arranged in a radial circular layout. The plaque on the central building was so grand that Han Li could discern the 3 massive silver characters spelling Xingqian Pavilion from a distance of 1 or 2 miles. It was evident without question that this pavilion was indeed the establishment of the Tianqing sect. In the blink of an eye, Han Li traversed the 1 or 2 miles. Adhering to customary caution, he refrained from making any rash moves, instead leisurely strolling around the periphery of the marketplace to gain a better understanding of the local conditions. To his surprise, he discovered several shops that piqued his interest and enticed him to explore further. One shop specialized in artifact refinement, readily accepting materials from cultivators to forge various magical tools according to the specifications of the material's owner. The shop boldly claimed to fabricate items ranging from low-tier artifacts to top-tier ones. Moreover, in the event of failure, they offered to return double the value of the materials in spirit stones. Of course, for those without materials wishing to commission a custom artifact, the price would certainly not be inexpensive. Another shop focused on talisman crafting, offering similar services as the artifact refinement shop, accepting custom orders for spirit talismans. Additionally, there was a rather unusual establishment, a spirit beast sanctuary, dedicated to the sale of various domesticated magical beasts, including a few first-tier advanced beasts. Acquiring one as a guardian spirit beast seemed like an appealing prospect. At this moment, the marketplace was not particularly crowded. Han Li observed only 2 or 3 dozen cultivators around the periphery, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Was everyone congregated within the central Xingqian Pavilion? Han Li mused to himself. However, he had no immediate intention of heading to the Xingqian Pavilion, as the claims of the artifact refinement shop were rather audacious. The shop dedicated to rune crafting intrigued him greatly, as the only consequence of failure was a refund equivalent to the materials used. Thus, after completing his circuit, Han Li could not resist stepping inside. The establishment was modest in size, comprising merely 3 rooms and a small courtyard. Upon entering the front hall, Han Li encountered a middle-aged scholar engaged in conversation with an elderly man, whose hair was as white as snow, yet whose complexion glowed with vitality. Beside them stood a burly man with dark skin, exuding an air of respect. Although the middle-aged scholar and the old man were deeply engrossed in their discussion, they paid little heed to Han Li's arrival. In contrast, the burly man diligently approached him, courteously inquiring, "Are you here to purchase a magical artifact or to commission a custom piece? I would like to first peruse your selection of magical artifacts before deciding on a commission." Han Li replied calmly, "Very well. Would you prefer to see mid-tier artifacts or high-tier ones?" The burly man's face brightened at the prospect of business. "High-tier artifacts, and I seek only the finest among them." Han Li's voice was soft, yet this declaration left the burly man momentarily speechless. The previously animated discussion between the 2 others came to an abrupt halt as they turned to regard Han Li with astonishment. "Sir, you wish to see high-tier artifacts, and only the exquisite ones?" The burly man, regaining his composure, felt compelled to confirm, unable to believe his ears. High-tier artifacts were not within the reach of the average person, often costing hundreds of low-tier spirit stones. Most cultivators, even after a lifetime of saving, might never afford such an item. Han Li's request for the finest among the high-tier artifacts was indeed shocking. "Xiaohei, return. Do not disrespect this esteemed guest." The elderly man, having discerned Han Li's foundation-building status, quickly approached to admonish the burly man. "This old man is the proprietor of the shop. Please, esteemed guest, feel free to express your needs." Clearly, both the elderly man and the scholar were merely at the qi refining stage of cultivation, and the sudden presence of a distinguished figure like Han Li in their humble shop made them rather anxious. "Nothing much. I simply wish to see if you have any superior magical artifacts. If I find something suitable, I may purchase 1 or 2, Han Li stated. Upon hearing this, the old man exhaled a sigh of relief, though his expression remained somewhat awkward. "I fear I may disappoint you, esteemed guest. Although we possess a couple of high-tier artifacts, they are merely for show and not of exquisite quality." The old man, realizing he could not conceal the truth from a foundation-building cultivator, spoke candidly. Han Li felt a pang of disappointment at this revelation. However, He also chastised himself for his naivety. Regardless of how grandly the sign outside proclaimed their capabilities, it was merely a marketing tactic. How could he have taken it at face value? Shaking his head, he turned to leave. Yet, as he approached the door, he glanced back, voicing his dissatisfaction. So, is it true that the claim of being able to forge high-tier artifacts is merely a hollow boast? No, esteemed guest, you have misunderstood. Our shop values integrity in business. Every word on our sign is true, with no exaggeration. As long as suitable materials are available, the aged can indeed forge top-tier magical artifacts. The old man, aware that it pertained to the shop's reputation, hurriedly defended himself. You can forge top-tier artifacts? Han Li expressed his astonishment, a fleeting glance of skepticism crossing his eyes, his tone laden with doubt. He had assumed that another person was responsible for the crafting of artifacts, never anticipating it would be this elder. It is no wonder Han Li was incredulous. Forging top-tier artifacts is not as simple as crafting mid-tier ones, which can be accomplished with mere worldly flames. It necessitates the use of innate true fire or earth fire, akin to refining foundational elixirs, to achieve success. Yet, this elder is merely a chi-refining cultivator, lacking innate true fire. And this place does not appear to harbor any earth fire. How then could this individual forge top-tier artifacts? It is quite normal for a senior to be unfamiliar with Brother Su's shop on their first visit. Brother Su, a descendant of a prestigious lineage in the art of crafting, assured that his skills in artifact forging were certainly on par with those of renowned sect artisans. Moreover, the Su family has, for centuries, nurtured a level 2 initial stage fire crow, whose fiery breath surpasses innate true fire by threefold, rendering the forging of top-tier artifacts a worry-free endeavor. The middle-aged scholar, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected to clarify for the elder. Yet this only deepened Han Li's confusion. Demonic fire? I have only ever heard of true fire and earth fire being used for forging artifacts in alchemy. I have never encountered anyone mentioning demonic fire. Han Li furrowed his brow, still finding it difficult to believe. Esteemed senior, you may not be aware. Utilizing demonic fire for forging artifacts or alchemy requires special techniques, and is not formally acknowledged by the great sections. It is regarded as an unorthodox method, its dissemination being quite extensive. Were it not for our family's fortuitous acquisition of such a fire crow, we would not have dedicated ourselves to studying this path. The elder elaborated, providing Han Li with some elucidation. I see, Han Li replied, though he remained somewhat skeptical, having yet to witness this phenomenon firsthand. Could it be that you wish to commission a top-tier artifact? The elder, noticing Han Li deep in thought, could not help but inquire curiously. If provided with sufficient materials, how confident would you be in forging a top-tier artifact? Han Li raised his head, his inquiry noncommittal. That depends on the quality of the materials and your specific requirements for the artifact. If the materials are mediocre and the requirements are modest, I would have a 1/3 chance of success. However, should the forging of a top-tier artifact fail, the shop will not compensate for the materials, as the failure rate is exceedingly high. The double compensation policy only applies to mid-tier and upper-tier artifacts. Otherwise, I fear this old man would have long since gone bankrupt. The elder, sensing Han Li's inquiry as a positive sign, responded with a sense of delight. It is vital to understand that artisans like him are most in need of high-quality materials for practice. The process of forging top-tier artifacts would significantly enhance his crafting skills. And this individual, though his voice suggests youth, is indeed a foundational stage cultivator. He must possess something extraordinary, which piqued the elder's anticipation immensely. I do possess some materials that may allow you to attempt forging. However, I must be present to observe during the process. However, rest assured that I shall not interfere with you, and upon successful refinement, I will generously offer you a portion of the materials as remuneration. You will not labor in vain. After a moment of silence, Han Li resolutely expressed these words. For Han Li, it seemed far more fitting to directly forge a suitable magical artifact rather than exchange those precious Imo Jiao materials for spirit stones. It is worth noting that although he possessed a top-tier magical artifact, it was still abundant among the chi-refining stage disciples. Yet it left him feeling uncertain when compared to fellow Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he suspected that others would not have fewer than him. Of course, elder, shall we commence the refinement now? The old man, upon realizing that Han Li truly intended for him to forge a top-tier magical artifact, became instantly exhilarated and readily agreed to Han Li's condition, brimming with anticipation. I still have some items to procure. Let me complete my errands before we begin here. Han Li replied, shaking his head. Very well. I shall await your return, esteemed elder. The old man, sensing that Han Li was not inclined to commence immediately, felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained his composure, responding respectfully. Seeing that everything was settled, Han Li was unwilling to linger any longer. After a casual farewell, he turned to leave the shop. However, just as he was about to exit the building, he heard the voice of the scholar calling from behind. Esteemed elder, please hold on for a moment. Han Li paused, hesitated for a moment, and then stopped. Turning around, he saw the scholar approaching him, a broad smile adorning his face. Is there something you need? Han Li inquired, a frown creasing his brow, his tone cool. He was not particularly fond of being interrupted without cause. I would like to inquire what you intend to purchase at the market, esteemed elder. I am Wang Xiling, a resident of this market, and perhaps I can assist you, saving you considerable time. Upon hearing this, Han Li regarded the scholar with mild surprise, and then chuckled lightly, saying, Are you Feng Xingzi? Although the scholar's cloak obscured his expression, the mirth in Han Li's voice was unmistakable, causing him to relax as he hastily replied, You have guessed correctly, esteemed elder. I only do this occasionally, and am not specifically employed by any shop, so you need not worry. Han Li nodded indifferently, but replied calmly, While I do not mind whether or not you are employed by a shop, I am seeking to acquire some formation flags and discs, and it seems that only the Stardust Pavilion would be the best choice. It appears I do not require assistance. As evening approached, we shall continue to work late into the night to produce another chapter for everyone, ensuring there is reading material for tomorrow morning. However, I urge everyone to continue supporting with votes. The scholar, upon hearing Han Li's words, was momentarily taken aback but soon broke into a grin, cheerfully responding, Esteemed elder, I am fortunate you mentioned this. Otherwise, I might have made a fruitless trip. Though the Heavenly Star Sect's formations are renowned, it does not guarantee that the Stardust Pavilion possesses superior formation flags and discs. In the present-day Stardust Pavilion, although there is an abundance of flags and formations, and a variety of types available, these are merely common goods intended for small cultivating families and wandering practitioners. The truly exquisite array devices are not meant to be circulated outside the Tianqing sect, as the mastery of formations is fundamentally their foundation. Casually disseminating superior flags and discs would expose flaws in their techniques to outsiders, an unwise trade-off for them. As the scholar explained this to Han Li, he furtively observed him. However, the hood shrouding Han Li's face concealed all expressions, leaving the scholar with a sense of frustration at his inability to gauge the man's reaction. It seems you believe you can procure what I seek. Han Li responded. Although surprised by the scholar's statements, his tone remained calm and composed, betraying no hint of astonishment. Upon hearing this, the scholar glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in earshot, before lowering his voice and conspiratorially stating, If the esteemed senior trusts me, I can indeed introduce you to a little-known secret shop. The wares there, while a small portion may have questionable origins, are undeniably top-tier treasures seldom seen in the outside world. I believe you will find satisfactory array devices there. A secret shop? Although Han Li's voice remained steady, he was genuinely taken aback by the scholar's words. He had heard whispers of such secret shops over the past few years and recognized that if what the scholar said was true, this could be a rare opportunity to broaden his horizons. It seems the esteemed senior is somewhat familiar with the rumors of these secret shops. The scholar replied with a sly grin. That is splendid. It saves me the trouble of further persuasion. There is about 2 or 3 hours until the monthly auction at this shop. If you wish to attend, you must decide promptly. I can lead you there immediately. Seeing that Han Li did not express any aversion to the notion of a secret shop, the scholar felt a surge of joy, confident that he had secured a promising client. It is not too far, is it? Han Li suddenly inquired. Not far at all. It is right here in the market. Do you agree to go? The scholar's excitement was palpable, as bringing a potential client to this secret shop could yield a substantial commission. Let us proceed. Han Li exhaled softly, his voice turning suddenly cold. I shall lead the way. The scholar, beaming with delight, took the lead. After navigating through a series of winding paths, he brought Han Li to a solitary, dilapidated small house. The door was firmly shut, and there were no markings to distinguish it, rendering it rather inconspicuous. However, after the scholar rhythmically tapped on the wooden door a few times, it creaked open to reveal a woman in her 30s. This woman bore an unremarkable appearance. and her cultivation seemed to be merely at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement, making her quite unassuming. Madame Zhang, I have brought a new guest who wishes to participate in this auction, the scholar hurriedly announced, stepping aside to reveal Han Li, his excitement evident. Yet, upon hearing the scholar's introduction, Madame Zhang did not exhibit any joy. Rather, she frowned, seemingly displeased by the arrival of a new guest. However, upon closer inspection, the woman's demeanor shifted when she realized that Han Li was a foundation establishment cultivator, a subtle smile gracing her features. This guest was indeed more fitting, a senior practitioner of the foundation establishment stage. Unlike the previous visitors, who were of varied quality, this esteemed individual was a welcome change. Please, come in, senior. The woman's cultivation level was modest, yet she displayed no sign of reverence towards Han Li, treating him as an ordinary guest. I can only escort you this far. I must take my leave. The woman's words left Wang Xiling with a faint blush as he hurriedly bid farewell to Han Li and departed. Han Li cast a brief glance at the retreating figure of the scholar before the woman stepped aside, allowing him to enter the small room. Inside, various low-quality materials for alchemy and crafting were haphazardly strewn about, resembling an ordinary supply shop. As Han Li meticulously observed his surroundings, the woman, having closed the door behind her, adopted a solemn expression and said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." With that, she swiftly moved to a corner of the room and pressed her hand against the ground. A flash of yellow light erupted, and the floor lit up, revealing a large hole. The woman beckoned Han Li and descended the staircase first. Han Li hesitated momentarily, but after a brief contemplation, he cautiously followed her down the tunnel, remaining vigilant, as always. The passage was short, leading to a modest stone door after a distance of about 10 zhang. Two figures clad in black stood guard on either side, their faces obscured by menacing masks. Han Li's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the guards. To his astonishment, they were also foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom appeared to be in the middle stage. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation regarding the strength of this secret establishment. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the black-clad figures, pushed open the stone door and led Han Li inside. The guards showed no inclination to intervene. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback. A lavish hall unfolded before him. Crimson carpets, pristine white jade walls, and elegantly suspended palace lanterns epitomized opulence, suggesting that the proprietor of this place was indeed an extraordinary individual. The hall was oval in shape, spanning several dozen zhang in diameter. Rows of wooden chairs lined the space, occupied by dozens of cultivators adorned in various attires. Opposite them stood a solitary empty table, with 3 sandalwood chairs arranged nearby. As Han Li and the woman entered, the seated individuals cast glances in their direction. A chill ran down Han Li's spine as he realized that the majority of these individuals were also foundation establishment practitioners. It dawned on him why the woman had not shown him any deference. In this gathering, he was merely one among many. What a coincidence! The trading event is about to commence. I must excuse myself, as I have matters to attend to above, the woman remarked, turning to leave him behind. Han Li, feeling somewhat helpless, surveyed the multitude of cultivators in the hall before quietly seeking a secluded corner to sit down. At this moment, he noticed that the monks here, like himself, concealed their true identities with masks and cloaks. It seemed that none were foolish. Everyone wished to remain unrecognized. Although there were many individuals within the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, thickening the air with a palpable tension. Observing this, Han Li sat quietly. Aside from harboring malicious thoughts about the possibility of encountering familiar faces, he focused intently on a wooden door behind the long table. It appeared the host was preparing within. After sitting idly for 2 or 3 hours, the wooden door finally creaked open, revealing 3 figures. Their attire mirrored that of the 2 black-clad guards at the stone door, making it impossible to discern who was master and who was servant. They stood in a row behind the long table, and the person on the right spoke first in a hoarse voice. "Welcome, esteemed cultivators of the immortal realm, to our trading event. This gathering includes both loyal patrons and newcomers alike. However, it matters not. All shall be treated equally in this establishment." As soon as the figure on the right finished speaking, the individual on the left quickly interjected, "The rules of this trade remain unchanged. We will announce a base price in spirit stones, and participants shall compete using spirit stones. Should any lack sufficient spirit stones, equivalent items may be pledged." Their value will be appraised collectively by the three of us. In essence, the highest bidder shall claim the auctioned item. This voice, in stark contrast to that of the right figure, was sharp and grating, likely produced with a false tone, causing discomfort to those who heard it. Finally, once the auctioned items are sold, there will be a period for free trading. Should anyone wish to exchange or sell items, they may present them for autonomous negotiation. We shall not interfere in the slightest, merely providing the venue. With that said, let the auction commence. The middle figure's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. As the words left his mouth, the three figures stepped aside, vacating their positions behind the table, and took their seats upon three sandalwood chairs. Simultaneously, a tall, slender middle-aged man emerged from behind the wooden door, his expression shrewd and calculating. He approached the table, cleared his throat a few times, and began, "I shall preside over this auction. The first item for bidding is a top-tier magical artifact, the Fire Cloud Sword." Hanley was somewhat taken aback to find that the first item for auction was indeed a powerful top-tier artifact. Particularly, the eloquent, slender man extolled its unparalleled qualities, claiming it to be unmatched in the heavens and rare on the earth, prompting even Hanley to feel an urge to procure spirit stones for purchase. It was no wonder that other cultivators in dire need of top-tier artifacts reacted promptly. As soon as the base price of 200 spirit stones was announced, 3 or 4 eager individuals hastily began to place their bids. In the blink of an eye, the Fire Cloud Sword was raised to over 300 spirit stones, extinguishing the bidding ambitions of others who had considered participating. Although the sword's accompanying fire cloud attack was commendable, it was evidently a far cry from being a top-tier premium artifact. Spending 300 spirit stones on it would render it rather redundant. However, the reluctance of some to purchase it only meant that others were willing to be the unwitting benefactors. For those inclined to buy, although the subsequent items available for auction might be superior, they were unlikely to secure them. Thus, acquiring this reasonably decent top-tier artifact was far more practical. Consequently, the Fire Cloud Sword was successfully sold amidst the competition among several Chi refinement stage cultivators for just over 400 spirit stones. The cultivator adorned with a doll mask approached, exchanged spirit stones, and returned to his seat, cradling the sword with the fervor of someone intent on preserving it as a family heirloom, much to the amusement of the other cultivators present. Once this individual settled back into his seat, a tall, lean man cleared his throat and announced, "The second item up for auction is a favorite among weapon refiners, a top-tier red luo alchemical furnace. This furnace has circulated through the hands of many renowned refiners and has been instrumental in producing several exquisite top-tier artifacts, such as the illusory Sound Sword, the Azure Flood Flag, and the Black Flame Pearl, among others. It is said to enhance the refining process of artifacts, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain to us. Thus, starting at the base price of 400 spirit stones, this is indeed a bargain." As he spoke, the man retrieved a fiery red alchemical furnace from his storage pouch and placed it on the table for all to admire. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall ignited with enthusiasm. Although no one yet raised their voice, many cultivators were fixated on the furnace with intense interest. Hanley sat quietly in a corner, observing everything with a cool detachment. However, upon learning that his own Azure Flood Flag was also crafted using this furnace, he felt a flicker of surprise, though it was merely that, surprise. Lacking any expertise in refinement, he was unaware of the true worth of the furnace. Yet, he steadfastly resolved not to bid on anything that he could not utilize himself. Furthermore, while he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, he intended to reserve them for crucial moments. 450, 470. I bid 500 spirit stones. Regardless of Han Li's contemplations, the red luo alchemical furnace swiftly escalated to a staggering price. 780 spirit stones, shouted a plump individual draped in a yellow cloak, gritting his teeth as he made his offer. 800. A nearby female cultivator, unperturbed, raised the bid further, inciting the fat man to clench his fists in frustration. At this point, the price had reached what could only be described as exorbitant, prompting others to withdraw from the competition. Watching with discontented expressions as the two affluent foundation establishment cultivators continued to escalate the bids. 850 spirit stones. If you can raise it by another increment, the furnace shall belong to you. The fat man glared with indignation at the female cultivator as he spoke. 851. As soon as the plump monk uttered those words, The female cultivator let out a cold laugh and deliberately announced a bid that exceeded his by a mere fraction, causing the plump monk's face beneath his cloak to flush crimson. However, after casting a few venomous glares at her, he surprisingly refrained from making any further bids. Thus, this female foundation-building cultivator purchased the renowned alchemical furnace at an exorbitant price, leaving one to ponder whether it was truly worth such a sum. Perhaps the intense competition had ignited the nerves of the assembled cultivators, as the previously quiet atmosphere in the hall suddenly became vibrant, with numerous eager cultivators snatching up high-tier artifacts and rare materials. Yet, after the auction of the 20-level items, Hanli had yet to see any offerings related to formation flags or discs, which began to instill a sense of impatience within him. Hanli couldn't help but contemplate that if this auction truly lacked such items, he would indeed have to make another trip to the Stardust Pavilion. Even acquiring a few basic formation artifacts would be preferable to having none at all. While Hanli was deep in thought, the tall, thin man at the front announced the name of the next item for auction: a pair of upper-tier puppet mechanism beasts. Their strength was comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator, and they were utterly loyal, fearlessly devoted. Purchasing them would be akin to having 2 personal bodyguards. The starting bid was merely 100 spirit stones. Puppet mechanism beasts? Wasn't his own upper-tier artifact also referred to as a puppet archer? Could they be similar? Han Li's interest piqued, and he straightened in his seat, paying serious attention. The slender man had already revealed 2 pitch-black, doll-like creatures on the table. They were only the size of a fist, resembling a mix between a lion and a tiger, yet neither fully represented either creature, leaving one to wonder what bizarre monster had inspired their design. Many guests likely had little or no familiarity with the art of puppet mechanisms. This technique, stemming from artifact crafting yet distinctly different, was rarely known in this region, though it thrived in the far west, where a sect known as the Qian Bamboo sect had been established solely around this art, elevating it to great heights. It was said that top-tier puppet mechanisms could even rival foundation-building cultivators in strength. Furthermore, classifying these mechanism beasts as upper-tier artifacts was merely the shop's internal designation. According to the formal grading of mechanism arts, they should rightfully be referred to as second-level puppet beasts. Seeing that the cultivators below seemed uninterested in the mechanism beasts, resulting in a lull in bidding, the man hastily recited prepared information in hopes of piquing their interest. However, after his speech, while some curiosity was stirred, none were willing to spend 100 spirit stones on 2 doll-like creatures. Moreover, what utility would bodyguards of the 9th layer of chi refining hold for those present? 100 spirit stones. A voice emerged from a corner, and it turned out someone was indeed willing to purchase this oddity. Instantly, the gazes of the cultivators turned towards that corner. Yet, the speaker was not Han Li, but rather a masked individual sitting at another corner, comically obscured by an oversized gray cloth bag that covered his entire head. A truly ludicrous sight. 150 spirit stones, as other cultivators deemed the peculiar individual exceedingly extravagant. A voice with a strange accent and stilted enunciation rang out within the hall. The assembly of cultivators was taken aback, their gazes shifting towards the new bidder. A robust figure, adorned in a green cloak, was seated in the last row with arms crossed. The new bid emanated from this individual. When the multitude of cultivators turned their attention to him, he met their stares with a cool indifference, revealing no trace of discomfort. 200 spirit stones. The figure with the bag over his head seemed determined to secure the prize, promptly raising his voice again. I bid 300. The robust man remained resolute. 400. 600. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a verbal duel that escalated the price of the puppets to an astonishing level. At this moment, even the most oblivious cultivators in the hall sensed something amiss. Could this pair of puppets possess some extraordinary secret? Such thoughts surged in the minds of all present. After exchanging glances, the cultivators' hearts raced with excitement. A few wealthy and impatient individuals even joined the bidding war. However, some of the more seasoned cultivators, though intrigued, harbored doubts. Could these two be pawns sent by the secret store? Perhaps they were deliberately inflating the price of something worthless to ensnare them into becoming unwitting fools. Many cultivators entertained this notion, and Han Li was among the skeptics, maintaining a detached demeanor, showing no signs of interest. I offer 900 spirit stones, plus this item. The robust individual, noticing the increasing number of bidders, grew anxious. He fished out a dark, seemingly worthless object from his storage bag, striding over to the tall, slender man and placing it on the table. With a stiff tone, he declared, "This item is worth thousands of spirit stones. It is more than sufficient to exchange for these puppets. Hand them over to me at once." As the situation appeared to spiral out of control, the slender man had already shrewdly returned the puppets to his storage bag. Now, observing the robust man brandishing a grimy object that resembled a piece of scrap metal, he could not help but roll his eyes and retorted without reservation, "You would do well to remain calm. We will assess the value of your item in due course. But for now, it is best for you to return to your seat. Otherwise, our establishment will consider your actions disruptive, and we shall respond accordingly." Upon hearing the slender man's threatening words, the robust individual was initially incensed. He was a person of considerable standing, one whose commands were heeded within his sect. He had never before endured such indignity. Clenching his fists, he was ready to retaliate. However, as he glanced at the bag-headed figure, he found the man unperturbed, gazing at him with a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. This stirred something within him. Upon a moment of reflection, he managed to suppress the raging fury within him and abruptly turned back to his seat. Certain cultivators, anticipating a splendid spectacle, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The auction of the puppet beasts was destined to proceed. However, that obscure black object had already been transferred into the hands of the trio seated on the sandalwood chairs. At this moment, they were engaged in hushed discussions regarding the item. Although their masked faces concealed their expressions, their exceedingly cautious demeanor was unmistakable to all present cultivators. After scrutinizing the palm-sized, seemingly cast-iron object several times, the three finally reached a consensus. Then, the individual clad in black at the center rose and declared loudly, "A piece of superior iron essence, valued at 2,000 spirit stones." With that, he returned to his seat without uttering another word. Iron essence. The mere mention of this term startled all the cultivators present. Those who had intended to bid immediately fell silent. Each person was aghast, pondering whether this individual might indeed be a master at the core formation stage. After all, where could one acquire iron essence? This material could only be refined using the alchemical fire of a core formation cultivator. Moreover, under ordinary circumstances, cultivators would promptly incorporate such materials into their own magical artifacts to enhance their power. They would never allow these resources to circulate freely. If such iron essence were to be mixed into an ordinary magical tool, even a modest amount could significantly amplify its potency, possibly elevating its rank as well. Consequently, the value of such materials soared. Was the burly man from earlier perhaps a core formation cultivator deliberately masking his true strength, feigning the realm of foundation establishment? It is known that lower-tier cultivators cannot discern the depth of a core formation practitioner. Just as all the cultivators were engulfed in suspicion and trepidation, the tall, slender man, at the behest of the three seated individuals, finally spoke again. "Is there anyone willing to bid spirit stones above 2009? If not, this pair of puppet beasts shall belong to this esteemed brother." The slender man seemed intent on raising the price further, deliberately prolonging his speech, clearly stalling for time. Yet, within the hall, who dared to call out a price? Those present at this auction were undoubtedly exceptional figures. They were either important members of immortal cultivation families or accomplished foundation establishment cultivators. Before a suspected core formation practitioner, who would dare to court disaster? Even if this individual were not truly at the core formation stage, it was certain that he had a formidable core formation expert backing him. Thus, even if they were tempted by the secrets of the puppet beasts, none were willing to be the first to take action, left only to watch helplessly. The eccentric individual who had initially been confrontational now sat silently, whether out of intimidation by the iron essence or simply lacking the requisite spirit stones to make such a bid. When Hanley heard the term iron essence, he too was taken aback. His somewhat inexpensive master had lost 2 pieces of iron essence in a wager against that ancient fiend. The dejected expression on his master's face at the time indicated just how precious this material truly was. Thus, without any dispute, the puppet beast fell into the hands of the burly man. As he took possession of the creature, his hands trembled with excitement. This only intensified the curiosity and desire of the onlooking cultivators, most of whom yearned to snatch the object away for a closer examination of its mysteries. The cloaked figure, upon acquiring the puppet beast, immediately rose from his seat and strode towards the stone door. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that the stone door had been securely locked from the outside. He pushed against it forcefully a couple of times, yet it did not budge. What could this mean? Were they not even allowed to leave with their purchases? His voice turned grim, and the already peculiar tone became increasingly unsettling. Certainly not. Once the trading session concludes, we shall promptly open the doors to allow your exit. However, that is not an option at present. The speaker was no longer the tall, thin man overseeing the auction, but rather the sharp-tongued figure clad in black on the far left. What? How can this be justified? I demand to leave this place at once. The man's anger escalated, his voice rising in intensity. Regrettably, that is indeed the policy of our establishment. It is merely a precautionary measure to prevent any unfortunate incidents from occurring. Surely, you can wait just a moment longer? Came the low, ominous voice of the black-clad man on the right. Humph. Of course, I can wait. Am I to fear you? I am merely curious to see what other treasures might emerge. The man's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he swaggered back, much to the astonishment of others present. They were left bewildered, questioning his motives. Did he not realize that lingering here only increased his own peril? At this moment, most of the cultivators had discerned that this individual was indeed at the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed. However, it seemed that the secretive shopkeepers had known the true nature of the burly man from the outset and showed no signs of retreat. With the burly figure refusing to leave, the auction resumed. Yet, the thoughts of the majority remained elsewhere, resulting in an eerie silence where 2 consecutive items received no bids, leaving the tall, thin man quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, the auction was nearing its conclusion, and the true piece de resistance was about to be unveiled. Behold, a top-tier spiritual herb, a millennium-old Huangjing mushroom. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as I believe you are all well aware of its value. As soon as the thin man finished his statement, a jade box of vibrant green appeared in his hands. After casting a knowing glance at the cultivators, he noticed that their attention was completely captivated by the mention of the millennium herb. He could not suppress his delight as he continued. This herb is one of the rarest discoveries in the past century. Acquiring it to refine into a spiritual elixir is undoubtedly your best opportunity to break through your current boundaries and enhance your magical prowess. Therefore, the starting bid shall be 500 spirit stones. Upon concluding his words, the thin man drew back the lid of the jade box and raised it towards the cultivators. Instantly, a rich fragrance of herbs filled the entire hall, leaving the cultivators both astonished and elated. To everyone's astonishment, no one could have anticipated the appearance of such a remarkable treasure at this auction. The joy of possibly acquiring it for alchemical purposes was palpable. It would indeed surpass any pinnacle artifact, as it would enhance one's own cultivation rather than relying on external forces. Consequently, as soon as the slender man announced the starting bid, eager voices erupted from the crowd. 1,000 spirit stones. The first bidder immediately doubled the price of the rare herb, causing frustration among those who had planned to bid later. Nevertheless, the bidding continued to escalate. 1,200 spirit stones. One by one, bidders raised their offers, quickly surpassing the 2,000 mark. Meanwhile, Hanley stood transfixed, gazing at the millennium herb on the table, lost in thought. Initially, he had dismissed the significance of the millennium herb, assuming it was merely discovered elsewhere. However, when the slender man revealed the millennium Huangjingzi from the box, Hanley immediately recognized it as one of the top-tier spiritual herbs he had sold to the Wanbao building. Having personally nurtured it, how could he possibly mistake it? Yet, since the spiritual herb was now in the possession of Wanbao building, Hanley had no intention of concerning himself with their dealings. After a brief moment of distraction, he returned to observing the fervent bidding of the other cultivators, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. After all, to see something he had nurtured cause such excitement in others was indeed a source of pride. Soon, some cultivators found themselves short on spirit stones and began to offer increasingly rare items as collateral, each more exquisite than the last, leaving Hanley quite dazzled. I will exchange a complete set of the reversed 5 elements array's magical artifacts for this spiritual herb. A sudden voice pierced through the chaotic chatter, causing the previously noisy crowd to fall silent. It was not merely the volume of the speaker that commanded attention, but the sheer notoriety of the reversed 5 elements array, which was known far and wide. In many respects, it was held in even higher esteem by cultivation families and sects than the millennium spiritual herb itself. This array, renowned for its magical properties, offered not only the ability to conceal and confuse enemies, but was also comparable to the protective formations of major sects, albeit on a smaller scale. If a family or sect possessed such a wondrous array for protection, it would undoubtedly provide significant security. However, it was generally understood that such a formidable array could only be established by a master of formations, requiring years of arduous labor and considerable resources. Not to mention, the process of transforming this extraordinary array into artifact form was no small feat. If this claim were true, then this auction would indeed be a spectacle, offering an abundance of marvels. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he turned to regard the speaker. A young man wearing a tiger-headed mask, short and stout in stature, appeared utterly unremarkable, hardly someone one would expect to possess such extraordinary items. Yet, the anxious glimmer in his eyes suggested otherwise. Do you possess an array formation device capable of reversing the 5 elements? The tall, slender man, after a moment of surprise, regained his composure and scrutinized the youth with a gaze full of skepticism. Although he had doubts about the authenticity of the claim, if the young man truly had such a forbidden artifact, the millennium-old herb would undoubtedly belong to him. Other cultivators, upon hearing this, shifted their attention toward the youth's response. Indeed, I have such a device, but it is not yet perfected. It can only manifest 1/10 of its potential power. However, if you are willing to part with this herb, I assure you that I can enhance the device's efficacy several-fold within a few years, at the very least reaching half of its intended power. The youth, overwhelmed by the gazes of the crowd, felt a flutter of panic. Yet the significance of the millennium herb compelled him to stammer his words. Ah, so it is not fully operational, merely an experimental prototype. Many cultivators, upon hearing this, were greatly disappointed. They had intended to procure a set of these artifacts at any cost if they were genuine. Now, however, with the revelation of its incomplete state, their interest waned. In the realm of cultivation, array masters were even rarer than alchemists or artifact smiths. Delving deeply into this field often meant relinquishing the possibility of attaining the great Tao. After all, one's energy is finite, and it is impossible to simultaneously pursue profound array studies and cultivation within a limited time frame. Consequently, some began to plot to approach the youth's array master after the trading event concluded. After all, the individual capable of studying such remarkable array devices would undoubtedly be able to lay down the formations in practice. For certain families and smaller sects, the ability to protect their vital points with such an extraordinary array was paramount. Whether it could be transformed into an artifact or carried easily was of little consequence. Are you jesting? This is an auction. We cannot wait years to see results. The tall man, realizing the youth's words were mere fabrications, darkened his expression and retorted harshly. The stout young man, seeing this reaction, opened his mouth beneath the mask, seemingly wishing to say more. Yet, the auctioneer turned away, disregarding him, prompting a sigh of resignation from the youth as he returned to his seat. Han Li observed this scene, narrowing his eyes as he meticulously memorized the youth's appearance and attire. At that moment, the Millennium Herb was acquired by a foundation-building cultivator who bid 2,000 spirit stones along with several illusion moonstones. Thus, the auction at the secret store concluded. The remaining time was designated for free trading among the attending cultivators. Should anyone find nothing of interest to exchange, they were free to exit through the recently opened stone door. The imposing figure who had traded iron essence for a puppet beast did not rush to leave, but remained leisurely seated, seemingly intent on participating in the free trading as well. Instead, the mysterious figure in the hooded cloth bag hurried away as soon as the grand stone door swung open, leaving some observant onlookers in a state of perplexity. Han Li, however, did not expend any energy pondering these matters, as he had his own affairs to attend to. He had originally planned to seek out the stout young man as soon as he had some free time, hoping to inquire whether the young man could transfer the array apparatus to him. Although the so-called inverted 5 elements formation's magical tools possessed only a mere 10th of the original array's efficacy, this was more than sufficient for Han Li. After all, he had long heard of the renowned peculiar formation and believed that even this limited power would be excessively lavish for his exceedingly rudimentary cave abode, more than adequate to safeguard his modest territory. However, Han Li did not anticipate that just as he had set his sights on the young man, the latter was swiftly encircled by 4 or 5 other cultivators, seemingly engaged in a discussion. This unexpected turn of events left Han Li feeling a bit frustrated and somewhat anxious, wondering if these individuals, like himself, were also interested in acquiring the array tools. Nevertheless, his concern proved unfounded, as after a brief exchange with the young man, The group suddenly glanced at one another, shook their heads, and departed, leaving only the stout young man standing despondently in place. Han Li's spirits soared at this turn of fate, and he quickly approached the young man, clearing his throat in preparation to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, the young man cast him a disinterested glance and lethargically remarked, "If you don't possess a millennium-old spirit herb, please do not disturb me. The array master behind me is in dire need of such herbs for survival. I cannot possibly design a grand array for you now." Taken aback by this revelation, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. "If I had a millennium-old spirit herb, I wouldn't be seeking an array master for a formation, would I?" He jested with a grin aimed at the young man. The youth, appearing to be merely in the 10th layer of chi refinement, did not instill much apprehension in Han Li, allowing him to speak so casually. "Senior, do you truly possess spirit herbs?" The young man's demeanor instantly brightened, his face alight with hope as he gazed at Han Li. Han Li did not respond immediately, but instead surveyed his surroundings, noting that no one seemed to be paying attention to them. The other cultivators were engrossed in observing an individual showcasing an interactive magical artifact ahead. "Shall we discuss this elsewhere? It's rather crowded here," Han Li suggested, pointing discreetly to an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Of course, the stout young man readily agreed without hesitation. They made their way to the indicated corner, where they paused, now distanced from the nearest cultivator by several yards. Han Li then casually set up a soundproof barrier, alleviating any concern about eavesdroppers. Since successfully establishing his foundation, Han Li had found that he could effortlessly learn previously inaccessible minor spells, a stark contrast to his past struggles, which had brought him much joy. The soundproof barrier was one of the more commonly used minor spells he had recently mastered. "Senior, do you genuinely have spirit herbs? They must be over 1,000 years old. Herbs aged 7 or 800 years are worthless," the young man exclaimed eagerly as soon as Han Li completed his setup. Revealing his evident anxiety, Han Li cast a fleeting glance at his counterpart, remaining silent. He retrieved a box containing spiritual herbs from his storage bag. Although it did not hold the renowned Millennium Yellow Ginseng previously sold, it did contain the equally valuable Millennium Purple Osmanthus. Since the other party had not specified the required herb, it appeared that any herb over 1,000 years in age would suffice. Han Li surmised that the young man was most likely seeking the Millennium Spiritual Herb as a catalyst, hence his lack of particularity. The youth gazed intently at the box, his face alight with anticipation. Indeed, it contained the Millennium Herb. However, before unveiling the contents for inspection, a discussion regarding the exchange for this spiritual herb seemed necessary. Han Li spoke with a frigid tone, indicating that if the other party sought his assistance, a generous offering would be expected. Such a rare formation artifact was something Han Li desired to acquire multiple sets of for future use. "What does the esteemed senior wish for?" the youth inquired, momentarily taken aback and feeling somewhat awkward. "Do you truly believe that a mere incomplete formation artifact could be worth a millennium spiritual herb?" Upon hearing his words, Han Li displayed no signs of disappointment, maintaining his earlier composure. The stout young man scratched his head, realizing the inappropriateness of his offer. "Tonight, I must retire early," he continued. "I have endured 3 sleepless nights, and I can no longer bear it. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to ensure that the next chapter is completed by noon. And let us not forget to cast our votes. We are so close to reaching the 6th position on the new book rankings. Everyone's support is crucial to me." Chapter 227. The Heart of Friendship. "May I inquire if you have any interest in the art of artifact forging?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the stout youth suddenly articulated this, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. "What do you mean?" Han Li questioned, perplexed. "Are you suggesting that you wish to impart your forging techniques to me?" "You have guessed correctly. The only asset I possess is my expertise in artifact forging," the youth replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. His intention was merely to procure a few more sets of formation flags and discs. He had no desire for the youth's forging skills. Moreover, the youth seemed to overestimate the rarity of his knowledge. It should be noted that there were numerous cultivators in the immortal realm skilled in the art of forging. However, due to ancestral teachings, I can only share my compiled insights on forging with you, and cannot teach you the art in person, the youth hastily added, stumbling over his words. Han Li blinked, left speechless. Observing Han Li's silence, the youth grew increasingly anxious, shedding any pretense of concealment, and fervently confessed, "My ancestor was an elder of the Divine Armament sect, a master of artifact forging. My skills were meticulously taught to me by him. By sharing my insights today, I am already violating ancestral mandates. As for how much you may benefit from them, that entirely depends on your own fortune. I can assure you, these are secrets that have never been divulged in the immortal realm. Upon hearing that the young man was a descendant of the artifact elder from the Divine Weapons sect, Hanli was finally moved. Wasn't the Divine Weapons sect one of the three major orthodox sects of the Yuanwu Kingdom, alongside the Celestial Star sect and the 10,000 Wonders Pavilion? The crafting techniques of this sect, renowned in the nearby realms, were indeed illustrious, comparable to the formations of the Celestial Star sect and the talismans of the 10,000 Wonders Pavilion. It seemed, therefore, that the young man's insights into artifact crafting were truly exceptional. Although Hanli was unlikely to pursue this path, having such knowledge at hand would serve as a valuable bargaining chip. Who knows when it might come in handy? Resolute in his decision, Hanli nonetheless posed another question. Is it truly possible to further improve this inverted 5 elements formation? Absolutely. My friend has reached an extraordinary level in the art of formations, and coupled with my skills in artifact crafting, refining this formation device will pose no significant challenges. The young man, realizing Hanli's apparent agreement, beamed with joy and patted his chest in assurance. Hanli nodded, refraining from further comments, yet opened the lid of the box he held. Instantly, a fragrant aura of spiritual medicine filled the soundproof enclosure. The young man took a few gentle whiffs and scrutinized the contents with keen eyes, his expression brightening with excitement as he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Seeing this, Hanli smiled faintly and extended the box towards him. The young man, filled with delight, eagerly reached out to grasp it. However, as he seized a corner of the box to pull it back, it felt as though the box had taken root in Hanli's hand, refusing to budge. This left the young man momentarily stunned, surprise evident in his eyes. Noticing the young man's bewildered gaze directed at him, Hanli sighed softly to himself. It appeared this individual truly had never weathered any storms as a scion of a prestigious family. Did he not grasp such an obvious hint? With no alternative, Hanli moved his lips and directly clarified. Shouldn't you present that set of formation devices and your insights into artifact crafting as well? It would be more appropriate for us to exchange goods for payment in such a manner. Oh, Venerable Senior is right. In my haste, I nearly overlooked it. The stout young man suddenly realized, his face flushing crimson as he relinquished his grip on the box and hurriedly fished a stack of items from his storage pouch. This comprised 18 formation discs and 36 formation flags, constituting the complete set of devices for the inverted 5 elements formation. As long as they were arranged meticulously according to the method outlined in this jade slip, the grand formation would activate immediately. The tome, Cloud Soaring Heart Technique, contained my insights into artifact crafting accumulated over more than 20 years. I hope, esteemed senior, that you will refrain from disseminating this knowledge, lest the Divine Weapons sect come seeking after us, for many of the methods within are closely guarded secrets of the sect. The young man elaborated in detail and even offered Hanli a significant piece of advice. After hearing these words, Hanli's admiration for the young man surged. A different thought suddenly emerged in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, Hanli promptly stuffed the box into the young man's embrace, accepting the stack of items in return. This unexpected action left the stout young man momentarily flabbergasted, unsure of how to react. Cloud Soaring Heart Technique. Cloud Soaring is your name, is it not? May I ask your surname? Hanli, shedding his initial aloofness, took the object and after a brief glance, his demeanor softened towards the young man. I am Qi Yinxiao. Do you have any further instructions, esteemed senior? After a moment's hesitation, the youth spoke, albeit uncertain of Hanli's intentions. Not much, really. I merely wish to inform you that I have accepted your manuscript, but I shall seal it with a binding technique, rendering it untouched for the next 5 years. Should you manage to improve this set of magical artifacts within that time, I will return the original manuscript without having perused a single page. What do you think? Is that true? I am profoundly grateful for your generosity, the young man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Rest assured, regarding the improvement of the 5 elements reversal array, I will ensure my friend endeavors to create a genuine grand formation for you. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the youth beamed with joy and hastily assured him. Observing this, Hanli smiled faintly, taking the manuscript titled Yinxiao Insights and placing it between his palms. As he murmured a low incantation, a series of silver runes suddenly surged forth from his hands, swirling momentarily before vanishing into the book. Concurrently, the Yinxiao Insights emitted a faint silver glow. transforming into a silvery object that could not be opened again. Well, the seal is complete. Now, leave your spiritual essence upon it. This way, when it is returned next year, we shall know if the seal has been tampered with. Hanli handed the sealed manuscript to the young man, who received it with a mix of surprise and elation. The youth hesitated briefly, then firmly pressed his essence onto the seal. His eyes reflected a blend of gratitude and uncertainty as he returned the book to Hanli. At this moment, Hanli had a near-perfect understanding of the young man's mindset. It was clear that earning his trust instantly was an impossible feat, however, after several years. When he returned the well-sealed manuscript, he believed that a friendship could blossom between him, the youth, and his array master friend. Of course, whether this individual was truly worthy of his sincere friendship would only be revealed through time. Thus, Hanli carefully stored the book away, inquiring about a means of contact before departing without uttering another word. The young man remained rooted in place, still struggling to comprehend how easily he had acquired the millennium spiritual herb. He tightly grasped the sturdy medicine box, his eyes betraying a mix of exhilaration and confusion. Meanwhile, Hanli was in high spirits as he made his way to the artifact refinement shop. Qi Yunxiao's skills in artifact crafting and his friend's identity as an array master were far more valuable than a mere manuscript. He was confident that establishing a connection with them would greatly benefit his future cultivation endeavors. Finally, Hanli returned to the shop that had taken on his business, where the elderly proprietor awaited him anxiously. Upon seeing that Hanli had indeed kept his word and reappeared, the shopkeeper's face lit up with joy, promptly instructing a burly man to serve tea and delicacies while personally accompanying Hanli to a table, calling him esteemed senior with every breath. Hearing such audacious words from Hanli, even someone as thick-skinned as he felt a slight flush creeping onto his face. Subsequently, Hanli, in the presence of the elderly man, took out the shells of the centipedes, prompting a flicker of interest in the old man's expression. He promptly picked up a small piece and began to caress and examine it meticulously. Indeed, the exoskeleton of a first-tier high-level venomous insect beast proved to be an excellent material for refining weapons, especially in a time when the number of external demon beasts dwindled, making venomous insects exceedingly rare. The wrinkles on the old man's face relaxed somewhat, and he smiled broadly, exclaiming that the materials from this individual were precisely as he had anticipated, not mere scraps of copper or iron, but rather the hard shells of rare venomous insect beasts. This was superb material for crafting protective gear or shield-type magical artifacts. As he estimated, even before refinement, these insect shells could withstand a strike from a top-tier magical artifact without sustaining significant damage. Once successfully refined, they would surely rank among the finest of top-tier magical artifacts. The white-haired elder grew increasingly delighted, eagerly grasping the shells, ready to depart. However, Hanli halted him. "Master, please do not rush. There are still more materials yet to be revealed." Observing the elder's impatient demeanor, Hanli furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt whether he had indeed found the right craftsman for his needs. More? The elder was initially taken aback, but soon became even more elated, a broad grin spreading across his face. Although he was unaware of what materials Hanli would present next, it was only natural that the best items would be saved for last. His gaze towards Hanli grew increasingly expectant, despite his reservations regarding the elder's craftsmanship. Hanli found himself at a loss for a more reliable artisan and hesitantly laid out the materials from the inked serpent on the table. However, he resolved that if the elder could not even recognize the original forms of these materials, it would indicate significant deficiencies in his knowledge and skills. In that case, he would merely have him refine the previously presented hard shells. As for the treasures from the inked serpent, he would seek a more skilled craftsman elsewhere. With such intentions, Hanli became even more attuned to the elder's expressions and actions. The moment the elder, sipping on a cup of tea, caught sight of the array of materials laid out by Hanli, he involuntarily choked, spraying the small mouthful of tea all over the floor. "This is the skin of a dragon serpent, along with its sharp horns, fangs, and even its eyes. Good heavens, did the senior single-handedly slay a malevolent serpent?" The white-haired shopkeeper, taken aback, stared in disbelief at the items before him, muttering incessantly. No wonder the elder was so astonished. Not only had dragon serpents, such formidable beasts of nature, long vanished from the nearby cultivation realm, but even if one were to exist, a creature that appeared to be a second-tier evolved malevolent serpent would rival a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How could an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator hope to contend with such a being, save for those in the core formation stage? If numerous cultivators were to join forces, the pile of dragon-like materials before them would indeed seem excessively complete. It appeared as though an entire dragon had been disassembled and directly transported here. Could it be that this individual consumed it all for himself, leaving not a shred for the other cultivators? Or perhaps this person possesses some extraordinary means to handle this dragon single-handedly. The elder, in a state of excitement, fondled and examined these materials while his mind wandered. At that moment, he truly began to develop a sense of reverence for Hanli. The shopkeeper immediately recognized these items, which was somewhat unexpected for Hanli. He had presumed that even if the other party could identify them, it would require considerable effort. Yet, the ease with which the materials were appraised instilled Han Li with a measure of confidence in the shopkeeper. "Sue shopkeeper, your recognition is swift. I feel considerably reassured. Please proceed with the refinement," Han Li said politely after contemplating for a moment. "Certainly. Rest assured, esteemed senior. I once refined dragon materials alongside my father during my apprenticeship. I possess no small degree of skill," the elder replied, nodding fervently, still clutching a black dragon's claw that he had yet to relinquish. Upon witnessing this scene, Hanli couldn't help but chuckle. However, he understood that the elder was likely one of those who were utterly obsessed with crafting artifacts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have displayed such a lack of composure, regardless of the quality of the materials. Nevertheless, this gave Han Li a greater sense of security, indicating that the elder's crafting proficiency should indeed be commendable. Thus, the elder, carrying these materials, led Han Li into the courtyard. Half a month later, Han Li finally emerged from the shop's door, casting a backward glance with a smile before gradually departing. Once he exited the flying restricted zone of the market, he raised his hand, and a delicate white vessel sprang forth from his sleeve, hovering a few feet in front of him, gently swaying. After casting an appreciative glance, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending a green spell to strike the vessel. Instantly, the small boat began to enlarge, transforming into a substantial canoe capable of accommodating several individuals. Observing this transformation, Han Li lightly shifted his body and boarded the vessel. Then, with a flash of white light, he and the boat vanished from their original spot, reappearing high in the air, several dozen feet above ground. This divine wind vessel, crafted from the dragon's fins and tail, was indeed an extraordinary flying artifact. Although it could not match the capacity of the Tianyue divine boat of the Moon Concealment Sect, nor did it possess any defensive capabilities. Its speed was unparalleled among flying artifacts. Thus, he no longer had to rely on the sluggish, tortoise-like leaf-shaped artifact. Standing at the bow of the canoe, Han Li murmured to himself, a smile gracing his face, as he suddenly infused spiritual energy into the hull of the vessel. The divine wind boat erupted with radiant white light, transforming into a white rainbow that shot forth. Its speed was such that it could leave ordinary cultivators utterly astounded. Han Li sat at the front of the boat, gently closing his eyes, savoring the exhilarating sensation of unprecedented speed. He estimated that even at the half-speed flight of the divine wind boat, he could return to his cave abode in just over an hour. As he prepared to arrange the greatly diminished inverted 5-elements array, ensuring a foolproof environment for his cultivation, Han Li was suddenly struck by an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanating from the ground beneath his divine wind vessel. Although he could not discern its origin, the sheer magnitude of the spiritual energy suggested that if it were to strike his vessel, destruction and demise would undoubtedly ensue. Alarmed and furious, Han Li's eyes snapped open. In an instant, his vessel surged forward, doubling its speed and leaping several dozen zhang away. Simultaneously, a colossal yellow beam of light shot through the very spot he had occupied, darting far away without scattering. This turn of events darkened Han Li's expression. Could it be that someone was aware of his passage and had laid an ambush? In a tempest of anger and confusion, these thoughts raced through his mind. He swiftly retrieved 2 dual-colored spheres, one red and one blue, and lightly tapped them together. With a muffled explosion, a thick cloud of crimson and azure smoke billowed forth from the spheres, rapidly enveloping Han Li and expanding into a massive cloud with a diameter of over 10 zhang, completely obscuring his figure within the mist. With the protective shroud of the cloud, Han Li felt a slight easing of his anxiety and calmly gazed down at the ground below. Upon discerning the scene on the ground, Han Li's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Below, a fierce brawl was underway. 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were struggling against nearly 100 foes who had them surrounded. Their opponents, expressionless and lifeless, were none other than mechanical beasts resembling puppets of tigers and leopards. Among them were also figures akin to the puppet archers in Han Li's possession. Though these puppets moved with a sluggish grace that suggested they could be easily dealt with, each time a puppet fell to the cultivator's magical artifacts, several new ones emerged from the nearby woods, maintaining the relentless tide of attackers. Moreover, the offensive from these puppets was exceedingly fierce. Whenever these mechanical beasts opened their maws, they unleashed massive beams of light, as thick as a bowl, identical to the one that had nearly struck Han Li, though theirs shimmered in a myriad of colors, signifying various attributes. It was indeed such a beam that had accidentally wounded Han Li. As for the puppet figures, they proved even more formidable. Among them were archers resembling Han Li's puppet archer, each loosing arrows of 5-colored light, as thick as a finger. Although their power paled in comparison to that of the mechanical beast's beams, they were relentless and continuous. Had it not been for the cultivators uniting to conjure a colossal protective barrier, they would likely have perished beneath the relentless bombardment of beams and arrows. Yet, the greatest source of their distress came from the melee puppets armed with blades and spears, clad in heavy armor. These figures wielded weapons that glimmered with genuine low to mid-tier magical essence. Though there were only a handful of them, they encircled the protective barrier, relentlessly slashing and stabbing with blades and spears, causing the shield to tremble precariously, flickering between light and darkness. Had it not been for the constant presence of 2 cultivators, who tirelessly replenished the barrier's energy with their own spiritual power, it would have surely been shattered countless times already. This was not to say that the cultivators were utterly powerless against these puppets. After all, they were post-Foundation stage practitioners, brimming with abundant spiritual energy and wielding formidable magical artifacts. In just a brief moment, 3 or 4 dozen puppets had been rendered immobile by their assaults. Yet, no matter how potent their weapons, the puppets in the forest seemed inexhaustible, continuously replenishing their ranks and engaging the cultivators in a war of attrition, which only deepened their despair. Meanwhile, Han Li, concealed amidst the swirling azure and crimson clouds, watched in astonishment, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. It appeared that the beam of light had merely been a stray shot. At last, one of the cultivators, unable to contain himself, suddenly enveloped himself in layers of defensive spells and, wielding a banner-like protective artifact, broke away from the great shield and soared outward, evidently intent on fleeing the scene. The other cultivators, witnessing this, could not help but curse him vehemently. However, as soon as their words escaped their lips, a colossal beam of light, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter, erupted from the woods, striking the airborne cultivator with blinding speed, silencing him instantly and reducing him to a fiery orb that plummeted to the ground, his fate unknown. Without further ado, the moment was critical. The request for monthly votes was made. They would continue to burn the midnight oil to produce more chapters for everyone. Readers could expect another installment in the morning. In the second volume, Chapter 229, the giant tiger initially irked by their companion's hasty departure, the remaining cultivators found their curses evaporating into thin air. After exchanging glances, they discerned a flicker of fear in each other's eyes. Despite their previously dire situation, they had felt only a mild frustration and no real concern, believing that even if they could not defeat the mechanical puppets, escaping into the sky would be a trivial matter. However, the fate of their fleeing companion abruptly shattered their illusions. Despite his numerous protective spells and defensive artifact, he had been unable to withstand even a fraction of the beam's might, sending shivers down their spines. Moreover, cultivators of their caliber, having reached the post-Foundation stage, were particularly averse to the thought of death. Having managed to live longer than the average person, perhaps even longer still, how could they willingly resign themselves to such a fate? Nevertheless, the terrifying beam of light was overwhelmingly powerful. Had it been directed at them rather than at the fleeing cultivator, they would have harbored no confidence in their ability to endure the onslaught. The more they contemplated this, the more anxious they became, engulfed by a sense of trepidation. They found themselves torn between the desire to retreat and the realization that their adversaries would not relent now that they held the upper hand, leaving them in a precarious predicament. High above them, concealed within the clouds, Han Li was equally astonished by the overwhelming power of the superlative beam of light, which sent chills coursing through his body. The fear of revealing himself intensified, yet he was reluctant to depart entirely. Relying on the swiftness of the divine wind vessel he had recently acquired, he believed he could escape even if detected. Thus, Han Li lingered in the air, observing the unfolding events. However, the azure and crimson cloud formed by his magical artifact was undeniably conspicuous, hovering above the cultivators and their puppets. Fortunately, Han Li had ascended to a considerable height during his flight, more than 100 feet above the ground. Consequently, he had yet to be discovered by the encircled cultivators or the puppeteers hidden within the woods. Yet, he understood this could not be a sustainable strategy. Retracting the cloud would leave him utterly exposed in the sky. Moreover, the top-tier magical artifact, the azure fire miasma, crafted from 2 dragon eyes, not only concealed his figure, but also rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to pinpoint his exact location. Furthermore, the azure and crimson mist contained remnants of the Mojiao-S elixir, capable of inducing dizziness and a slow, unnoticed poisoning in anyone who inadvertently came into contact with it. Such a defensive and deceptive magical tool was not something Han Li would easily forsake. In a moment of desperation, he noticed a low gray cloud floating not far above him. An immediate surge of joy filled his heart as he gradually moved closer, ultimately plunging into the cloud along with his protective mist. At last, Han Li's whereabouts were thoroughly concealed. Freed from concerns, he could now watch the conflict unfolding below with ease. Evidently, the recent superlative beam of light had shattered the confidence of the foundational cultivators. Although they continued to unleash various magical artifacts, their efforts lacked the earlier vigor and cohesion, revealing their individual trepidation to confront their adversary collectively. While Han Li shook his head in contemplation, an elder cultivator within the protective barrier seemed to sense the precariousness of their situation. He suddenly called out loudly toward the woods, "Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? We are disciples from several sects within the Yuanwu kingdom. Killing us would mean incurring the wrath of the entire Yuanwu cultivation community. Are you not afraid of inviting calamity upon yourself?" "Huh, calamity?" The adversary scoffed. "Had you uttered those words before I eliminated the fleeing cultivator, I might have considered them. But now that one has perished, offending one is akin to offending all. It is better to eliminate you all. Perhaps no one will ever know of this incident. We harbor no ill will. If you are willing to cease hostilities and negotiate, we swear to keep this matter secret." A noticeably younger cultivator hastily vowed. "Humph, a vow. I do not trust such empty promises. You have lurked behind me in secrecy for so long, and you claim no malice? Do you intend to invite me for a meal instead? Furthermore, I am not even from your Yuanwu kingdom. What do I care if I offend your cultivation community? Do you wish to follow me back to the Qian Bamboo sect to seek justice? If that is indeed the case, I must commend the audacity of your esteemed elders." A voice, as rigid as it was familiar, emerged from the depths of the forest, causing Han Li to feel a sense of astonishment. "Is it he?" Han Li pondered silently. The voice was unmistakably that of the robust man who had purchased the puppet mechanical beast at the auction. Their conversation revealed that these individuals had clandestinely followed him after the auction concluded, harboring intentions to uncover the secrets of the puppet beast through dubious means. Little did they know, the fellow from the Qian's Hujio had already sensed their presence and had set a trap, ensnaring them all here. Faced with this man, it was evident that he intended to silence them permanently. The initial speaker, not lacking in wit, spurred the other cultivators to muster their courage for a desperate confrontation with this individual. "Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to challenge me? You cannot even best my puppet subordinates, yet you speak of fighting to the death. I have grown weary of this charade. It is time to send you on your way." The robust man's voice remained as unyielding as ever, yet the murderous intent within was unmistakable. As soon as his words fell, a sudden tremor echoed from the forest, followed by the resounding thuds of heavy footsteps drawing nearer. The cultivators within the protective barrier and Han Li, suspended in the air, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what was unfolding. Despite the weight of the footsteps, their pace was astonishingly swift, and in an instant, they reached the edge of the woods, revealing the source of the disturbance. A colossal puppet tiger, towering 5 to 6 zhang, emerged from the tree-line, with the cloaked man seated upon its massive head. The sight of such a formidable puppet tiger filled several cultivators with trepidation, reminding them of the immense light column they had just witnessed. It was evident that this beast had been the source of that radiant display. Upon revealing himself, the robust man wasted no words and swiftly struck the tiger's head. Instantly, the puppet tiger began to lower its jaw, and a glimmer of white light coalesced within its cavernous mouth. Meanwhile, the other puppets assaulting the barrier immediately ceased their attacks and retreated a few paces in unison. The cultivators recognized the gravity of the situation and, almost in unison, pressed their hands against the barrier, their sole means of survival. Though the thought of fleeing from the barrier crossed their minds, the lessons of past failures kept them rooted in place, none daring to act rashly. The massive white light column reemerged. This time, through the combined efforts of the cultivators, they managed to withstand the onslaught with the aid of the barrier, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Despite Han Li's elevated vantage point, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern that the faces of these cultivators bore no signs of relief from their successful defense. Rather, as their spiritual energy drained into the barrier, their expressions turned pallid. However, Han Li was confident that such a powerful attack could not endure indefinitely. It would surely dissipate soon. The cultivators within the barrier seemed to share this understanding, gritting their teeth and persevering through the ordeal. Indeed, the light column maintained its intensity for but a brief moment before gradually narrowing and vanishing from the tiger's maw. The surviving cultivators, having narrowly escaped disaster, finally displayed expressions of relief, retracting their hands from the protective barrier and exhaling deeply. However, the burly man merely sneered at this sight. Suddenly, he revealed a concealed compartment on the tiger's forehead and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a mid-tier fire attribute spirit stone into it. Instantly, the previously extinguished white light emanating from the tiger's mouth reignited, leaving the onlooking cultivators utterly astonished. Han Li gaped in disbelief at this extravagant display, realizing that a single strike from this puppet tiger required the consumption of an entire mid-tier spirit stone. Words failed him. This was not a contest of skill. It was a blatant assault with heaps of spirit stones being hurled at these cultivators. Clearly, the distant Qian Bamboo sect was truly affluent, overflowing with spirit stones. As Han Li pondered this, the once cooperative cultivators, now faced with overwhelming peril, scattered in disarray. Their remaining mana was nearly depleted, and persisting would only delay their inevitable demise. Thus, it seemed far more prudent to accept their fates and flee separately. Indeed, the burly man commanded the giant tiger to advance, and with a swift sweep of its massive beams of light, it obliterated two of the fleeing cultivators, leaving them charred and lifeless, much like the first. Meanwhile, the other two cultivators hastily retreated, vanishing into the sky within moments. The burly man remained atop the giant tiger, unmoving, coldly observing their escape without any intention of pursuing them. Han Li, concealed among the clouds, found this behavior peculiar. Given the man's previous ruthlessness, he would surely not let them go so easily. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Just as Han Li was lost in speculation, the cold voice of the burly man echoed below. My esteemed guest, having watched this spectacle for so long, isn't it time for you to seize the opportunity and make your move? Han Li was taken aback. Could it be that he had been discovered despite hiding so high above? The thought made him swallow hard, his heart racing to his throat. After witnessing the might of those mechanical puppets, he had no desire to become a target for the giant tiger's assault like the other cultivators. The speed and power of that super beam were terrifying. Han Li estimated that facing it directly would only allow for survival through relentless evasion aboard the divine wind vessel. Otherwise, escaping the colossal beam's wrath would be nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Han Li felt an urgent need to retreat from the skies to avoid provoking a fatal disaster. Yet, upon glancing at the burly man's actions, his resolve quickly dissipated. The puppets beside the burly man had redirected their weapons, not towards his lofty perch, but rather at a nearby small mound. Han Li was astonished, nearly biting his own tongue in surprise. It appeared there was yet a third individual present, one he had failed to notice. A sudden sound of soil being overturned echoed, and indeed, a figure emerged from the small mound, revealing the peculiar individual with a gray cloth bag upon his head, who had previously confronted the burly man. It is truly you. Who are you exactly? You seem to possess some knowledge about the secrets of these puppet mechanisms. The burly man's gaze was icy and penetrating, glaring fiercely at the strange figure. Huang Long, it has been many years, yet your temper remains as fiery as ever. The bag-headed stranger remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly uttering words that left both the burly man and the eavesdropping Han Li in utter astonishment. How do you know my name? Who are you to Huang? The burly man, taken aback by the immediate recognition, wore an expression of disbelief. However, with his identity now exposed, further concealment was futile. He decisively ripped off the cloak from his head, letting it fall to the ground, revealing a fierce visage with short, straw-colored hair. Why have you traveled all this way, abandoning your role as the protector of the Qianju sect? Is it merely because of the half-completed Dianju concealed within the puppet beasts? The peculiar man seemed unperturbed by the burly man's actions, speaking leisurely. If you do not reveal your identity, do not blame me for being impolite. Huang Long, sensing the stranger's probing into his most guarded secrets, changed his expression and sternly reprimanded. Have you forgotten who secretly imparted to you the first layer of the Dianju? The peculiar man hesitated for a moment before uttering a phrase that caused the burly man's countenance to drastically alter, retreating several steps. You are Senior Brother Lin? No, that cannot be. Senior Brother Lin has been deceased for many years. How dare you play tricks on me? I shall take your life. The burly man, after a moment of shock, erupted in furious rage. His expression turned menacing as he gestured with his hand, prompting the 100 or so puppets to advance and surround the peculiar man. Ah, Huang Shidi, it warms my heart to see you have not forgotten our past. The peculiar man suddenly spoke with a gentle gaze, then pulled off the cloth bag to reveal his true identity. Senior Brother Lin, Master Lin. The burly man and Han Li, who had been closely observing the situation, exclaimed almost in unison. However, while the burly man spoke directly, Han Li's astonishment was unvoiced. This peculiar individual was, in fact, the elderly Lin, who had been fond of carving and whom Han Li had encountered in the stone house upon entering Huangfeng Valley. The lifelike and adorable carvings of little monkeys had left a profound impression on Han Li, allowing him to recognize the old man at a glance. Indeed, it is Senior Brother Lin. How have you aged so? I cannot believe it. The burly man, despite having vocalized his surprise, continued to scrutinize the old man in disbelief. After a moment of ecstatic recognition, he rushed forward to grasp Lin's hands, his expression filled with overwhelming joy. Haha, Huang Shidi, I merely faked my death. What purpose would it serve for me to truly perish? Lin, the uncle of Han Li, had originally spoken with a smile, but his expression suddenly changed to one of alarm and anger as he violently shook off the burly man's hands, revealing 2 deep blood holes the width of chopsticks on his wrists, from which dark, viscous blood flowed continuously, evidently laced with a strange poison. Has Senior Brother Lin's mind not remained intact during these years of evasion? How careless of you to injure your wrist at the hands of your junior. TSK. That black silkworm was procured with great difficulty from the goo poison sect, and its removal will not be an easy task. This misfortune lies with you, Senior Brother. Since you chose to feign death, you should have remained incognito instead of attempting to contact your former associates in a misguided effort to pilfer the latter half of the Great Yin formula. This has displeased the current Golden Sect leader, necessitating that your junior take on the task of eradicating the roots of this issue. Huang Long chuckled darkly, dripping with sarcasm. Ah, truly, my junior brother exhibits boundless enthusiasm. In the face of rage, Lin, the senior brother, quickly regained his composure. He swiftly performed a technique, expelling some toxic blood from his body, then retrieved a green jade vial and emptied its contents of yellow powder into his mouth. Fixing his icy gaze upon the golden-haired giant before him, I presumed that the information conveyed by my esteemed subordinate was utterly false. The latter half of the Great Yin formula is not contained within the puppet beasts. This has merely been a trap to lure me out. However, I am perplexed by how the secretive store's personnel have been so compliant with you. Wealth can move hearts. This adage resonates within the realm of cultivation just as it does in the mundane world. As long as our sect offers sufficient benefits, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Huang Long smirked. He then turned his head, calling into the nearby woods. Come forth, everyone. Witness the once handsome Lin sect leader's son, Master Lin. I have heard much about Master Lin's illustrious name, but alas, I joined the sect too late to meet him. A delicate female voice chimed in, accompanied by the booming voice of a man filled with jealousy. The pair emerged from the thicket. Allow me to introduce my senior brother. These two are the newly appointed guardians of our sect, the Dharma Kings. Huang Long intended to mock the senior brother who had long overshadowed him. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin, now aware of the trap he had fallen into, suddenly spun around, his hands wildly gesturing. A multitude of shimmering black dots erupted from him, scattering around his vicinity. Instantly, countless lights flickered on the ground, and fully armed puppet soldiers appeared, growing from small to large, numbering over 200, an awe-inspiring sight. Be cautious. This individual has achieved the third tier of the Great Yin formula, capable of commanding such a multitude of puppets. We must ensnare him. He must not escape. Once the toxins within him take effect, even with extraordinary abilities, he will be rendered helpless. Huang Long commanded, directing his puppets to attack. Upon exchanging glances, the duo released more than 200 puppet beasts, launching their assault simultaneously. Thus commenced a captivating battle of puppets, with beams of light shooting forth and soldiers clashing in a spectacular display. The spectacle left Han Li, who watched from above, utterly astonished. Although Han Li has not fully grasped the situation, he has developed a vague understanding of the events that transpired. It appears that senior brother Lin, before entering the Yellow Maple Valley, was originally from the Qian Bamboo sect, and notably, he is the son of the sect leader. However, it is evident that he has lost his power and has been hiding in the Yellow Maple Valley ever since. Now, with aspirations for the Great Yin decision, he has incited the new sect leader's wrath, resulting in the dispatch of former comrades to eliminate him completely. Reflecting on these connections, Han Li could not help but sigh. Observing the fierce battle below, he realized that this was no conflict in which a foundation-building cultivator like himself could participate. It would be prudent to depart swiftly to avoid any unintended consequences. Having understood the stakes, Han Li promptly retracted the azure fire mist and activated the divine wind boat beneath his feet, transforming it into a long white rainbow that soared into the heavens. The commotion he caused did not go unnoticed by the four combatants below, who were taken aback and involuntarily slowed their skirmish. They had not anticipated that someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation, suggesting that their secrets had been partially divulged. However, upon seeing Han Li's prudent retreat, realizing he was not an ally, they exchanged glances and resumed their fierce battle. With all his might, Han Li swiftly returned to his cave dwelling. Without delay, he retrieved the array formation jade slip that Qi Yunxiao had entrusted to him and immersed his mind in its contents, meticulously studying the usage of the array formation artifacts. He resolved to set aside other matters and prioritize the establishment of the protective formation for his cave, as the proximity of the previous conflict instilled a sense of insecurity within him. The arrangement of the reversed 5 elements formation was remarkably straightforward. By accurately positioning the array flags and array discs and embedding them into the ground, along with arranging several spirit stones into a compact formation at the array's focal point, he could provide ample spiritual energy for the entire array. Once established, the formation would become operational, and the array master, with a basic understanding of manipulation techniques, could utilize the main array flag to activate various configurations to ensnare and bewilder foes. Han Li meticulously positioned the artifacts as required, embedding them deeply, and with a determined resolve, he affixed several mid-tier spirit stones. This amounted to half of his entire spirit stone reserve, causing him considerable anguish. Yet, to ensure the formation's potency remained uncompromised, he had no choice but to endure the sacrifice. Although he could easily exchange some aged medicinal herbs for a significant quantity of spirit stones at the market, doing so would increase the risk of exposure and capture. Leading to interrogation, he pondered that if he were not cautious, he might find himself in the same precarious situation he had witnessed today. After testing the array's operation, Han Li found it to be quite satisfactory. Yet, the specific efficacy of the enemy containment and defense would only be verified when external threats emerged. However, it alone could envelop the vicinity of the cave dwelling, spanning dozens of acres, without revealing the slightest anomaly from the outside, which greatly pleased Han Li. Now that he felt a sense of security, he returned to his chamber and began to ponder his cultivation issues. To have even a fleeting chance of fortuitously entering the core formation stage, one must possess an exceptional cultivation method, rare talent, and immense opportunities, among many other necessary conditions, to harbor even the slightest hope. Comparatively, the difficulty of foundation establishment was insignificant. After all, with sufficiently good aptitude and a couple of foundation-building pills, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation were considerably high. In contrast, even with all the aforementioned conditions met, the number of cultivators who could genuinely succeed in core formation remained exceedingly scarce. Thus, the emergence of each core formation cultivator was almost always an occasion for their sect to host grand celebrations, quickly reverberating through the local cultivation community. The reason the Moon Concealment sect could ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation factions in the state of U was not solely due to their thousands of foundation-building disciples, which far surpassed other sects, but also because they boasted a significant number of core formation cultivators, numbering over a dozen, enough to look down upon the remaining 6 sects. Han Li was acutely aware of his own woeful aptitude, which was undoubtedly inferior to that of other foundation-building disciples. To date, he had only acquired a rather mediocre technique, the Qingyuan sword art, which he could not even cultivate. Opportunities, being ethereal and capricious, were left to the whims of fate. In light of this, it seemed that, at present, everything was stacked against Han Li. Yet, after some reflection, he believed that while his aptitude was dismal, the possession of a mysterious vial that could expedite the maturation of spiritual herbs and allow him to refine pills was not an insurmountable disadvantage. Moreover, since opportunities lay beyond the realm of human control, he need not dwell upon them. Thus, the only path he could strive to enhance his chances of core formation was to seek out a superior cultivation method that suited his needs. With the thought of finding a cultivation technique, Han Li's mind immediately turned to his modest master, Li Huayuan. Since the latter had accepted him as a registered disciple, it was high time he imparted some techniques to him. After all, having successfully achieved core formation himself, perhaps he could offer some guidance in choosing a suitable method. With this resolve, Han Li decided to return to Huangfeng Valley the following morning to inquire about his master's cave dwelling, hoping to seek his counsel. The master likely remained unaware of his disciple's successful foundation establishment. It was quite amusing to think about. Ever since Li Huayuan had taken him in, he had not summoned Han Li even once, practically treating him as if he did not exist over the years, which left Han Li feeling quite disheartened. Of course, in his frustration, Han Li would not actively seek him out, lest he appeared overly presumptuous. Yet now, having successfully established his foundation, he truly needed to approach his master. It was rather embarrassing that he, as a disciple, found himself having to inquire about his master's whereabouts from outsiders. After a moment of self-deprecating thought, Han Li chuckled bitterly and gradually drifted into slumber on the stone bed. He was uncertain how long he had been asleep when an abrupt and violent tremor jolted him awake from his dreams. Still in a state of semi-consciousness, he momentarily failed to grasp the situation, nearly mistaking the tremors for an illusion of his own mind. However, another violent jolt shattered the last remnants of his drowsiness. Besides the shaking of the ground, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the cave, unmistakably indicating that someone had breached his protective barriers and was forcefully assaulting the array. Han Li felt a surge of both alarm and fury. He swiftly dashed out of his chamber, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. Upon emerging, the sight of a multitude of radiant arrows and beams of light, along with the plethora of mechanical puppets hovering ominously above, nearly caused Han Li to bite his own tongue in astonishment. What was happening? In an effort to avoid trouble, he had deliberately refrained from intervening the previous day. Yet now that he had returned to his abode, they had come seeking him. Their aggressive demeanor left little room for doubt regarding the absence of misunderstanding. Had he been followed after his departure yesterday, perhaps through some nefarious means? In this critical moment, Han Li's mind became remarkably clear, and a myriad of counter-strategies surged to the forefront of his thoughts. Listen well. Surrender the person who fled here. As long as you hand them over, we shall cease to disturb the master of this domain. Why must you incur the ire of our Qian Bamboo sect by shielding another from their fate? Perhaps witnessing their relentless assault, the formidable defenses of the inverted 5 elements array had utterly neutralized their offensive, yielding no effect whatsoever. A man's voice resonated from above, the very voice of the Huanglong. Upon hearing this, Han Li instinctively turned his gaze upward. There, amidst the throng of puppets, a colossal green bamboo raft floated in the air. Standing upon it were 6 or 7 individuals clad in various garments, the foremost being the Huanglong himself. Among the others, in addition to the couple Han Li had previously encountered, were 4 remarkably similar lean men, rare quadruplet brothers. It appeared that reinforcements from the Qian Bamboo sect had arrived. When Han Li heard the demand to surrender someone, he was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion as he glanced towards the inverted 5 elements array. There, at the entrance of the cave, lay a figure prone and unmoving, their fate unknown. Upon seeing this person, Han Li's myriad of questions found resolution, yet his heart sank further into despair. How could his brother Lin have wandered into such peril, inadvertently trespassing upon his sanctuary and bringing forth this significant trouble? What was he to do? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the formidable power of the incomplete array, which had managed to thwart such a violent onslaught, Hanli felt a considerable sense of reassurance, no longer gripped by the panic he had initially experienced. After furrowing his brow, he grasped an array flag, parting the formation as he approached his brother Lin. With a determined effort, Hanli turned Lin's body over, examining his face closely, only to be met with a visage that rendered him speechless. For what could one possibly say to a lifeless corpse? At that moment, Lin's face was a darkened mask, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. He had long since drawn his last breath. Hanli let out a deep sigh, hesitating briefly before reaching into Lin's clothing. Hanli was keenly interested in discovering the storage pouch of his opponent, intrigued by the tactic of overwhelming the few with the many. However, just as he lifted the corner of his robe, a luminous green orb suddenly erupted from his adversary's bosom, hurtling towards Han Li's face with the swiftness of a shooting star. Startled, Han Li instinctively recoiled. But before the orb could make contact, a flash of white light emanated from his right hand. In a lightning-quick motion, he grasped the green orb tightly, eliciting a series of anguished squeaks from the captive entity. "Spare me, junior brother. I, your senior brother, am also a victim of my enemies, forced into this predicament. If you would be so kind as to let me go, I promise to grant you a tremendous benefit." The voice of Lin, the senior brother, suddenly echoed in Han Li's mind, pleading for mercy and promising substantial compensation. "You intended to seize my body, did you not?" Han Li replied, his countenance darkening, foregoing inquiries about the promised benefits. "Indeed, that was the case. However, it was merely a moment of folly on my part. I assure you, I will make amends for the fright I have caused." Lin's voice, tinged with embarrassment, continued to apologize profusely. Upon hearing Lin's words, Han Li remained silent, his hands steadfastly clutching the spirit of his opponent, deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze and coldly remarked, "Had I been caught off guard by your spirit invasion, would you have granted me mercy? Your magical prowess far surpasses that of this mere Foundation establishment junior brother. The odds are that I would have met a fate of being devoured by you." Han Li's words carried a palpable menace. "I can reveal to you a secret, a peerless technique." Lin's spirit quaked with fear, hastily transmitting his thoughts. "A secret? A technique? Perhaps it pertains to your Qian bamboo sect's great transformation technique?" Han Li's casual inquiry caused the green light of Lin's spirit to flicker erratically, and a stammering voice of astonishment emerged. "How do you know of this? You are the one who spied on us yesterday." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin's realization dawned upon him. "Very well. Since you are aware that I am not entirely ignorant of your affairs, it would be prudent to divulge everything. You would not wish for me to destroy your spirit, would you?" While Han Li's tone remained nonchalant, it rendered Lin's spirit quivering in fear. "What more is there to say? Did you not overhear most of it yesterday?" Lin sighed deeply, speaking in a subdued manner. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the members of the Qian bamboo sect, frustrated by the lack of response from within the array after their communication, unleashed another wave of attacks with their puppets. The surrounding area erupted into chaos once more, yet the interior remained eerily calm, save for the distant sounds and vibrations that could be felt. "Junior brother, what kind of extraordinary formation is this? It can withstand such fierce assaults. It is truly remarkable." Lin, witnessing this spectacle, feigned astonishment. "Humph, do not concern yourself with the nature of my formation, nor make any rash interjections," Han Li retorted. "I harbor no interest whatsoever in the disputes among the Qian's Hujio, nor in the fracas of dogs biting dogs. What I seek to understand is whether you possess knowledge of the great yin technique and what divine powers it may bestow upon its practitioners. Should you wish to deliberately prolong this conversation, I assure you, I will not hesitate to obliterate you." Han Li furrowed his brow, his voice suddenly turning icy. He then unleashed a surge of white light from his hand, exerting a slight pressure on the finger, causing the spiritual essence of senior brother Lin to emit a wretched cry, unable to rise. The Great Yin technique is a secret art uniquely crafted by the founder of our sect, designed to enhance formidable spiritual awareness and to master the art of dividing the spirit. It is also an essential practice for our Qian's Hujio-s puppeteering. Only by mastering this technique can one tether their spiritual essence to numerous puppets, manipulating them with ease. Otherwise, no matter how many puppets we forge, if we cannot operate them simultaneously, what purpose do they serve? Having tasted Han Li's means, senior brother Lin dared not to procrastinate further, and hastily replied in one breath. Since it is the foundational technique of Qian's Hujio, why then do you seek to covet it? Moreover, you mentioned something about a half version. What does that entail? Han Li inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. There is nothing to conceal regarding this matter. Although the Great Yin technique is the foundational practice of our sect, it is also its very essence, and thus cannot be easily imparted to all disciples. Consequently, the version practiced by the current adherents of Qian's Hujio is merely a simplified first layer of the authentic Great Yin technique. While it may be easier to cultivate, its ultimate power pales in comparison to the first layer of the original. Only the upper echelons of the sect are permitted to cultivate the authentic version. Those outside must achieve the first 2 layers of the original Great Yin technique to control nearly 100 mechanical puppets simultaneously. As for me, having mastered the 3rd layer, I can command over 300, surpassing them in capability. However, the layers beyond the 3rd are traditionally reserved for the sect leader and the heir apparent. Years ago, a rebellion struck Qian's Hujio, and my father fell victim to treachery at the hands of the current leader, Jin Nantian, who absconded with the complete Great Yin technique. At that time, I was the acting deputy leader, managing sect affairs outside, and upon learning of this betrayal, I could not confront him directly. Instead, I resorted to faking my demise and fled thousands of miles to the country of Yu. Although I lacked the complete Great Yin technique, as the sole son of the leader, I was privy to the first 4 layers of the technique and compiled them into a volume of the Great Yin technique's first part. I had intended to live out my days in this place, but to my surprise, the Great Yin technique has recently begun to stir, yearning to break through the 3rd layer, igniting my desire for revenge. In a moment of folly, I reached out to some of my loyal subordinates from those days, hoping they could pilfer the incantations for the latter 3 layers, but unexpectedly, I met with such a fate. I do not know whether they were captured during the theft or if they ultimately betrayed me. Senior brother Lin recounted his tale with great detail, but as he reached the conclusion, his voice brimmed with anger and resentment. Han Li coldly observed the discontent expressed by the other's spiritual essence without taking any action. Only when the other calmed somewhat did he unceremoniously press on with his inquiries. What secrets do you speak of? This, I implore you to Enough, I shall speak. I shall divulge. Lin Shixiang's primordial spirit hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating some condition. However, Han Li did not afford him the opportunity to speak, subjecting him to further torment that nearly crushed Lin Shixiang's primordial spirit. In a state of trepidation, the latter promptly altered his stance. Do not attempt to negotiate when you are merely inviting punishment. It is best that you refrain from presenting any conditions until I have heard everything I wish to know. Han Li's voice was chillingly cold. For a time, Lin Shixiang was utterly stunned by Han Li's ruthless methods, and in fear, he hastily said, in truth, this secret pertains to the Dayan technique and has long circulated among the upper echelons of the Qian Bamboo sect. Yet, the veracity remains unknown to all. However, when my father was alive, he confided in me that the likelihood of this secret being true is around 50 to 60%. It is said that, at some point, a rumor began to circulate among the past leaders of our Qian Bamboo sect. Those who cultivate the Dayan technique to advanced levels find the process of forming their golden core significantly easier, allowing them to transcend the bottlenecks encountered during cultivation. He paused before revealing the secret. An increased probability of entering the golden core stage? Han Li, who had previously been expressionless, finally displayed a flicker of interest. Indeed, if my junior brother is willing to assist me in finding a body for me to possess and cultivate anew, I am prepared to share the incantations of the first 4 levels with you. Together, we can devise a plan to reclaim the remaining techniques from that thief surnamed Jin and jointly form our golden cores. Would that not be delightful? He began to entice Han Li with his words. Han Li snorted, remaining silent as he once again pondered deeply, leaving Lin Shixiang's heart filled with unease. Only a 50 to 60% chance to enhance the probability of forming a golden core? Han Li suddenly raised his head, furrowing his brow as he murmured. My junior brother, a 50 to 60% probability is considerable, especially when it concerns the formation of a golden core. It warrants exploration. Lin Shixiang, seeing this, hurriedly urged him. In truth, what his father had originally conveyed was not a 50 to 60% chance, but merely a 30% possibility. Yet, by the time it reached his lips, the probability had doubled. Is the Dayan technique difficult to cultivate? Aside from enhancing one's consciousness, does it also bolster one's power? Furthermore, When precisely did Lin Shixiang successfully establish his foundation, and how long has he been practicing this Dayan technique? Han Li suddenly raised an eyebrow, coldly inquiring. The cultivation speed is reasonable. It seems to enhance power slightly. As for my foundation establishment, that occurred over 100 years ago, when I was just over 20. Lin Shixiang replied. I began cultivating the Dayan technique after establishing my foundation. By the way, why does my junior brother inquire about these matters? Lin Shixiang was taken aback by the sudden barrage of questions. Caught off guard, he could only stammer through responses to the first two queries, while answering the latter two with clarity. Han Li's expression softened, seemingly satisfied with the answers. However, the hand that grasped Lin Shixiang's primordial spirit suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, and with a fierce grip, he closed his fingers. In an instant, Lin Shixiang's primordial spirit could only emit a wretched cry before it transformed into countless starlights, completely vanishing from this world. What an unfortunate turn of events. What I detest most in life is when others attempt to usurp my being, as it evokes painful memories. While I admit to having a genuine interest in the great transformation technique, the cultivation of this method is arduous and does not enhance one's spiritual power. How could I possibly regard it as my primary practice? One must understand that if one's spiritual power has not reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, no matter how profound my mastery of the great transformation technique may be, it would be of little consequence. Your innate talent is commendable. Yet after nearly 100 years of practicing this technique, you have merely reached the peak of the third layer, and your spiritual power, due to distractions, lingers in the mid-foundation establishment stage. One cannot expect to attain both fish and bear's paw so effortlessly. Moreover, the past leaders of the Thousand Bamboo sect, who managed to balance both aspects and successfully form their golden Dan, are certainly exceptions. They must be unparalleled geniuses, rare among thousands. This greatly diminishes the credibility of the great transformation technique in increasing one's chances of forming the Dan. I do not consider myself such an extraordinary talent, and I harbor no confidence in mastering both the great transformation technique and my spiritual power to a profound level. To make matters worse, you do not possess the complete great transformation technique and wish to involve me and a member of another sect in confrontation, which seems like a path to self-destruction. Even if I were to show you mercy today, who could guarantee that you would not harbor resentment over this encounter and seek vengeance in secret? With all these reasons at hand, how could I possibly let you go? Han Li glanced at his right hand, which had just ended the life of a foundation establishment cultivator, and murmured to himself. We've just concluded the closing ceremony, so my response is a bit delayed. I hope everyone can forgive me. Please continue to support with monthly votes. The competition for the monthly vote rankings for the new book is quite fierce. In this third volume, chapter 333, regarding the crisis of the monthly vote ranking, I humbly request substantial support in monthly votes. It is worth noting that this marks the second time Han Li has extinguished a cultivator who had separated their primordial spirit. Most cultivators, in the midst of conflict, would not resort to utilizing their primordial spirit to preserve their lives. For such a process requires a considerable amount of time to execute, during which the cultivator is rendered immobile. However, in typical confrontations among cultivators, who would allow the time necessary for you to cast spells and escape, long before your primordial spirit can leave your body, you would have already been vanquished multiple times. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage and beyond can utilize the nascent soul to enable an instantaneous separation of the primordial spirit. This unfortunate brother Lin shares a similar fate to that of the earlier Yu Zitong. He originally intended to traverse above Han Li's cave abode, seeking aid from Huangfeng Valley, but inadvertently stumbled into Han Li's grand formation, where he was ensnared by illusions and transformations, unable to escape even a step. He could only watch helplessly as he succumbed to his own poison, ultimately compelled to separate his primordial spirit. This led to Brother Lin harboring a deep-seated resentment toward the master of the formation, coupled with his dire need for a physical form to be reborn. Thus, upon encountering Han Li, he struck with lethal intent, disregarding all else in his attempt to usurp. Little did he anticipate that Han Li would act with such swiftness, unexpectedly subduing his primordial spirit and rendering it utterly obliterated. Now that the individual has perished, Han Li naturally sees no reason to invest any further thought into the deceased. Outside the cave, he was beset by a multitude of troubles awaiting resolution. Despite the astonishing onslaught from the Qianzhejio, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance as he observed no signs of the great formation being breached. He firmly believed that these intruders would not dare to linger for too long. For although this location lay on the periphery of the Taiwa mountain range and was relatively secluded, it still fell within the realm of Huangfeng Valley's influence. Given the uproar they had stirred, Han Li was certain they harbored some trepidation. It seemed they had become ensnared in a predicament, unable to retreat now that they had engaged in their assault on the formation. In truth, Han Li had occasionally entertained the notion of surrendering Lin's body to the adversaries to hasten their departure. However, the unmistakable signs of the soul's departure from the body would only incite their relentless pursuit. Thus, it was wiser to remain within the protective confines of the array, akin to a turtle retracting its head. After all, the attackers lacked the capability to breach the inverted five-element formation. Reflecting on the situation, Han Li felt a twinge of admiration for his foresight in establishing the formation ahead of time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly found himself a prisoner. Yet, even though the formation appeared secure for the moment, Han Li refrained from returning to the cave for a prolonged rest. Instead, he retrieved a stone bench from within and sat upon it, closing his eyes to meditate. Perhaps the adversaries' reliance on puppets for their assault contributed to the prolonged nature of their attack, which left Han Li somewhat vexed. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the formation underwent its first transformation. The previously tranquil array began to shimmer with a faint azure light, enveloping the expanse above and causing the light arrows and beams to strike against it, creating ripples akin to water. Upon witnessing this development, the members of Qian's Hujio grew increasingly exhilarated. Such a change indicated that the formation was not indestructible and that they could intensify their efforts to break through. Had the formation retained its initial calm, the likes of Huang Long would have seriously contemplated retreat, just as the Qian's Hujio plotted a more formidable assault. And as Han Li's expression subtly shifted, a thunderous roar emanated from the distance. Who dares to act so recklessly in the Taiwa mountain range? Attacking the cave of my disciples? If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. This voice reverberated through the protective formation, causing Han Li's ears to ring and his complexion to pale. The few members of Qian's Hujio who stood outside the formation were directly confronted by the sound. They stumbled, nearly toppling from their bamboo rafts. It's a core formation cultivator. We must retreat. Huang Long, despite his brutish appearance, was the most cunning among them. Thus, upon hearing such a formidable voice, he was alarmed and prepared to flee. However, it was evident that Huang Long had underestimated the flight speed of a core formation practitioner and the unfathomable power of their magic. As they hurriedly attempted to flee with the puppets in tow, a sudden clap of thunder echoed across the distant horizon, illuminating the sky with a blinding flash. In an instant, a streak of silver light surged towards them, catching the group completely off guard. Fear gripped their hearts, and they abandoned the remaining puppets, leaping into the air to escape. However, the colossal silver beam, measuring over 10 feet in length, offered them no reprieve. It abruptly split into 6 or 7 smaller beams of silver light, encircling each member of the Qian's Hujio who had ascended into the air. "Spare us, esteemed senior," Huang Long exclaimed, terror-stricken, as he hurriedly attempted to plead for mercy. Yet, the silver beams showed no signs of hesitation. They simply twisted inward with a gentle motion, followed by a few faint rumblings of thunder. In an instant, those desperate to survive were reduced to ashes, and Huang Long was no exception. As all the silver beams converged once more, they revealed a corpulent figure, a rotund man whose eyes were nearly obscured by layers of flesh. His chin hung in folds, and his waist was as thick as a barrel, making him the most corpulent individual Han Li had ever encountered. Astonishingly, this figure was a cultivator at the core formation stage, employing a lightning attribute technique from an unusual spiritual root, which left Han Li utterly astonished. Regardless, this individual had effectively liberated Han Li from his predicament and was, in fact, a senior member of the Huangfeng Valley. Thus, upon witnessing the annihilation of the Qian's Hujio members, Han Li wasted no time in activating the grand formation and swiftly approached on his flying instrument. Upon reaching the rotund man, Han Li halted, bowing respectfully and stating, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to Uncle Master. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Since Han Li took flight, the rotund man had been scrutinizing him through his narrow eyes. Observing Han Li's respectful demeanor, a faint smile graced his large face, indicating that his first impression of Han Li was favorable. I am your Uncle Master, Lei Wanche. You may simply address me as Uncle Master Lei. The rotund man replied. Why did those Qian's Hujio individuals attack your cave dwelling without provocation? Have you somehow offended them? With this single inquiry, Uncle Master Lei pinpointed the crux of the matter, revealing himself to be a discerning individual not easily deceived. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he maintained a calm facade as he recounted the events to his Uncle Master, omitting any mention of his visit to the Tianqing sect's marketplace or the demise of Senior Brother Lin's primordial spirit. Uncle Master Lei remained composed until he learned of Senior Brother Lin's untimely death due to poisoning in the formation. His expression shifted as he remarked, so it was that scoundrel from Qian's Hujio. I had foreseen that bringing him into Huangfeng Valley would invite trouble. Yet, I did not anticipate that after all these years, he would still fall victim to pursuit and meet such a fate. The heart of that Jin de sect leader is indeed remarkably narrow. Uncle Master Lei displayed no signs of sorrow, merely expressing a slight lament before continuing. Where's the body of Junior Brother Lin? Lead me to see it. Understood. Uncle Master. This way, please. How could Han Li dare to refuse the other party? He hurriedly led him into his grand formation. As he walked, he silently rejoiced in his heart, thankful that he had been preoccupied with the people from the Qin Bamboo sect just moments ago, allowing him to neglect any items such as the storage pouch on Lin's body. Otherwise, the situation could have been far more dire. This formation of yours is quite extraordinary. It seems that even without my intervention, those rascals would find it challenging to deal with you. Lei Wanho, upon entering the reversal of 5 elements formation, quickly discerned its intricacies. This is merely a set of high-tier formation flags that my dear nephew acquired at great expense from the marketplace. How could it possibly catch the eye of my esteemed uncle? Han Li, though pleased by the praise from the plump man beside him, feigned humility. No, this formation must have an impressive origin. Even if I were to attempt to break through it forcefully, it would require considerable effort to navigate it. Lei Wanho vigorously shook his head in disagreement. At that moment, the two had arrived at their destination, where Lin's body lay undisturbed. Upon seeing this, the plump man raised his hand, and the corpse was swiftly lifted into his grasp. Lei Wanho then proceeded to examine it without any hesitation. It appears you were indeed speaking the truth. He succumbed to the poison of the Gu sect from the extreme western lands, the plump man remarked after his inspection, which startled Han Li. However, he should have managed to escape with his primordial spirit before his body completely perished. I wonder if my nephew Han witnessed that? The plump man casually tossed the lifeless form to the ground and inquired with a leisurely tone. Wang Yu feels quite helpless, having only spent 2 days in 6th place, only to be overtaken by 2 others. Since others are striving so hard, we cannot fall behind. With a firm resolve, I shall compress my sleeping hours and attempt to produce 3 chapters for everyone. If I succeed, I hope for your generous support with monthly votes. Thank you all in advance. Volume 3, Chapter 234, Restrictions, Spiritual Herbs. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly thought, indeed, he has inquired about this matter. Yet on the surface, he feigned astonishment, saying, Primordial spirit? I have not seen any primordial spirit. Could it be that Lin's spirit departed from his body before his demise? Han Li had already resolved that, should the other party question him about the spirit, he would adamantly deny any knowledge. Otherwise, he might inadvertently reveal that this individual sought to seize the spirit, only to have it extinguished by himself. Not seen. The plump man regarded Han Li with a knowing smile that sent a chill down Han Li's spine, his heart racing uncontrollably. Well, since he did not see it, it's possible that Lin's primordial spirit became lost within the formation and dissipated on its own, the plump man remarked after a moment as contemplation. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he understood well that the other party would not believe such a statement. Yet, judging by Lei Wanho's seemingly indifferent attitude toward Lin's life and death, it appeared unlikely that he would delve deeper into the matter. After all, it is well known that the first action a cultivator takes after their primordial spirit leaves the body is to seize control of another's body to be reborn. However, apart from Han Li, there is no other cultivator present in the formation, which means that the only target for possession must be Han Li himself. Given that Han Li appears to be in perfect condition, it suggests that this senior brother Lin must have failed in his attempt to seize control, resulting in the annihilation of his primordial spirit. As for whether Han Li's body was overtaken by senior brother Lin's spirit, It is evident that the current actions are indeed those of senior brother Lin acting through Han Li's physical form. This is quite apparent, for the act of possession is severely damaging to the primordial spirit. Even if the possession were successful, one could not wield another's body freely without a period of seclusion and recovery, which would inevitably reveal flaws to Master Lei. Thus, both Han Li and Lei Wankong are well aware of the fate that befell senior brother Lin's spirit. Nevertheless, this rotund fellow, having formed a relatively positive first impression of Han Li, was too indifferent to inquire about such trivial matters, allowing Han Li to pass without scrutiny. Meanwhile, Han Li feigned ignorance, as regardless of the circumstances, should the matter become known, he would be unable to escape the charge of harming a fellow disciple, which would be highly disadvantageous to him. However, this situation made Han Li find Master Lei far more agreeable than his own master. This disciple's cave abode is rather too rudimentary, isn't it? How can one host guests in such a manner? Although cultivators do not place great importance on such matters, it must at least be somewhat presentable. For reasons unknown, Master Lei did not leave immediately after addressing the situation, but instead lingered at the entrance of Han Li's cave, leisurely offering his critique. Hearing this, Han Li could only manage a wry smile. He had hurriedly constructed this cave over the past few days, and it was hardly refined. Nonetheless, inspired by the comment, he recalled a matter of importance. After a brief smile, he respectfully addressed Lei Wankong, expressing his desire to consult him on various matters and inquiring if Master Lei could rest in his humble abode for a moment, allowing Han Li to elaborate. Furthermore, he mentioned possessing some aged medicinal herbs that he wished for Master Lei to authenticate, seeking reassurance for their use in alchemy. Medicinal herbs. The rotund figure remained unperturbed when Han Li first mentioned his intention to consult him and invited him into the cave. However, upon hearing about the aged herbs, a faint smile flickered across his face, and he nodded in agreement. Consequently, Han Li ushered Lei Wankong into the exceedingly spacious hall, whereupon he excused himself to retrieve the herbs, asking him to wait briefly. He hurried to his storage room, retrieving 2 specimens of medicinal materials that had aged 600 to 700 years before returning to the hall. Han Li had refrained from placing these herbs into a storage bag for personal transport, opting instead to preserve their medicinal properties over an extended period. 4. Using jade boxes or similar artifacts for storing spiritual medicines is merely a temporary measure. Over time, their potency gradually diminishes. Thus, nearly every cultivator's cave is equipped with such a specially warded storage room to permanently safeguard the integrity of their spiritual herbs. However, Han Li, wary of Master Lei's exceptional perception, ensured that the contents of his storage room and the spring of spiritual essence remained thoroughly concealed from view. The early activation of the unique transformation within the forbidden divine sense of the inverted 5 elements great formation has indeed transpired. At this moment, it is likely that Master Lei, feeling quite vexed, wishes to pry into certain matters. The jade slip clearly states that such a transformation of the forbidden divine sense is remarkably simple and straightforward, allowing it to possess the same formidable power as the authentic version without any diminishment. This indeed represents the sole efficacy capable of rivaling the original grand formation. After establishing the formation, Han Li had previously tested the power of this transformation. Indeed, his divine sense could only traverse a mere few feet around him, failing to extend further. Master Lei, a cultivator at the core formation stage, undoubtedly surpasses him in this regard and is unlikely to penetrate even the vast expanse of the hall. This is precisely why Han Li felt emboldened to invite him in. Otherwise, should Master Lei sweep his divine sense over Han Li's storeroom and the other sealed spiritual spring, it would likely provoke unwelcome suspicions. Had Han Li refrained from inviting Master Lei, it would have been even more detrimental, only serving to raise further doubts. After all, it is indeed unusual for a senior to arrive at a junior's abode without an invitation. Even if the senior initially overlooked this, a moment of reflection could lead to far worse consequences. Moreover, Han Li genuinely sought to consult this corpulent master and hoped to cultivate a rapport with him. After all, forming a friendship with a cultivator at the core formation stage could yield significant benefits in the future. As he contemplated this, Han Li quietly approached the hall while cradling 2 medicinal boxes, which he then opened before Master Lei, inviting him to conduct an appraisal. At this juncture, Master Lei felt an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, while Han Li was retrieving the medicinal materials, He had extended his divine sense to gauge the size and scope of the cave. This was not born of ill intent, but rather an instinctive action typical of a cultivator at the core formation stage. Yet, when his divine sense ventured beyond a mere tenajong, it was as though it were shackled, unable to extend even the slightest bit further. This revelation left a look of astonishment upon Master Lei's broad face. Though he had encountered similar restrictions before within the residences of several close cultivator friends, those were all core formation practitioners, and such barriers within their abodes were not surprising. However, this disciple of his was evidently still at the foundation establishment stage, and the cave appeared to have been constructed only recently. The presence of such a barrier here was indeed peculiar. Master Lei did not connect the emergence of this restriction with the grand formation outside. From his perspective, the formidable defensive capabilities of the outer formation were already impressive. If it were to also exhibit additional transformations that could sever divine sense, it would render the formation comparable to the grand protective formations of some lesser sections. It was inconceivable that such a powerful prohibitive formation would manifest outside the dwelling of a foundation establishment disciple. The esteemed Lei Wanhe could hardly have anticipated that Han Li's grand formation was, in fact, a simplified version of the renowned inverted 5-elements array. Even if it possessed merely 1/10 of the original formation's power, it would still rival those so-called sect-defending arrays. Thus, when Han Li opened the medicinal box for him to examine, Lei Wanhe's mind was elsewhere, and he did not immediately cast his gaze upon its contents, adopting an indifferent demeanor. However, when his eyes finally fell upon the two herbs, aged 600 or 700 years, the languor that had enveloped him vanished in an instant. At that moment, all thoughts of prohibitions and spiritual awareness were cast aside. In Lei Wanhe's eyes, only the two spiritually potent herbs remained. These two spirit herbs had been procured by a disciple at considerable expense, yet due to the disciple's limited experience, they had been unable to ascertain their precise age and thus had not been utilized. Now, with the arrival of Master Lei, the opportunity to have them appraised had finally presented itself. Lei Wanhe, scarcely heeding Han Li's words, murmured a few disinterested responses before cautiously lifting one of the spirit herbs to scrutinize it closely. Han Li discreetly observed the shift in his demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for it appeared that he had indeed chosen wisely with these herbs. He had long heard that cultivators at the core formation stage yearned for spiritual herbs even more than those at the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching the core formation realm, the challenges of refining pills into infants and elevating one's magical power to the next tier became daunting endeavors. Thus, consuming vast quantities of medicinal pills became the customary method for core formation practitioners to enhance their magical prowess. In this world, ordinary medicinal pills had lost their efficacy for those at the core formation stage. Only those crafted from herbs aged hundreds of years and certain naturally occurring spiritual herbs could accelerate their cultivation speed. Consequently, much of a core formation practitioner's time during travels was devoted to scavenging for exceedingly rare materials. This was precisely why Li Huayuan, upon encountering Han Li, who emerged from the Forbidden Land with such an abundance of spiritual herbs, was so eager to take him as a disciple. The allure of these heavenly herbs was simply irresistible to him. In truth, even if it had not been Li Huayuan leading the expedition, but rather Lei Wanhe or other core formation practitioners, they likely would not have overlooked Han Li's share of spiritual herbs. Most would employ similar tactics. However, Li Huayuan's approach was rather stingy, only willing to accept Han Li as a nominal disciple. Nevertheless, consuming medicinal pills is merely an auxiliary means to enhance magical power, serving only to shorten the time required for meditation and the absorption of spiritual energy. Diligent practice remains the true path to transforming spiritual energy into one's own magical power. Otherwise, no matter how many medicinal pills one consumes, if time is not dedicated to refining the spiritual energy contained within them, it amounts to nothing, yielding no increase in magical power. After all, external spiritual energy and one's own magical power are fundamentally distinct entities. There have even been instances where individuals consumed celestial elixirs discovered in ancient ruins, resulting in an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy within their bodies, leading to catastrophic explosions. Thus, indiscriminately ingesting pills that far exceed one's cultivation level is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Moreover, when confronted with a bottleneck, many cultivators resort to the potency of medicinal pills to break through, a method widely employed and proven effective. Those rare cultivators who can transcend these barriers without any external aid from elixirs are few and far between, often regarded as prodigies of the cultivation world, appearing only once in a century. It is the practitioners with heavenly spiritual roots who are acknowledged as possessing such exceptional talent. Even those with extraordinary spiritual roots find themselves compelled to resort to medicinal pills when faced with cultivation bottlenecks, rendering them no different from ordinary cultivators in this regard. This particular cultivator, Lei Wanka, is currently grappling with such a dilemma. To concoct auxiliary elixirs, he has only just returned from a quest for herbs in the outside world. However, fortune has not favored him this time. Aside from acquiring 2 herbs over 400 years old, he has returned empty-handed, leaving him in a state of simmering frustration. This is the primary reason he harbored intentions of violence upon encountering the disciples of the Thousand Bamboo sect. He felt an urgent need to vent his pent-up emotions, lest his mood remain sour for an extended period. It can only be said that Huang Long and his companions were exceedingly unfortunate to cross paths with such a tempestuous figure. At this moment, Lei Wanka's thoughts were in tumult. After over 300 years of cultivation, he has encountered all manner of herbs. Upon seeing the 2 spiritual herbs, he immediately assessed their precise age, causing a surge of delight within him. He needed spiritual herbs over 500 years old to refine the yuan-enhancing pill, which had led to his year-long expedition. Yet, despite scouring every market and apothecary in the entirety of the Yu Kingdom, he had failed to find a single satisfactory ingredient. He was left with no choice but to settle for the 2 lesser herbs, for 100 years old, to use as a makeshift substitute. However, he was acutely aware that using herbs of insufficient age to concoct the yuan-enhancing pill would likely diminish its efficacy, providing little assistance to him. Yet, with no suitable primary ingredient at hand, what could he do? Continuing the search would only waste time, for if a quality herb truly appeared somewhere, it would have already been snatched up by local sects or cultivation families. By the time he arrived, he would be left with nothing. As for seeking out nearby cultivation realms in other countries, given his unfamiliarity with the terrain, the prospects seemed even more bleak. Thus, when he overheard his disciple mention the availability of somewhat aged herbs outside his cave, his heart stirred, prompting him to enter the exceedingly humble dwelling with a sense of cautious curiosity. In truth, Lei Wanka held little expectation that a foundational disciple would possess any valuable herbs. At most, he anticipated only those of 200 or 300 years maturity. After all, despite his extensive travels, he had only managed to obtain herbs aged 400 years. And that was only because others refrained from competing with him, recognizing him as a master at the core formation stage. Before him stood 2 rare spiritual herbs, each boasting an impressive age of 6 or 7 centuries. The sight was so astonishing that he could scarcely believe his eyes, yet he was overwhelmed with joy. Although he appeared to be meticulously examining the herbs in his hands, as if appraising their age, his true thoughts were already occupied with how to acquire these precious materials from his disciple. After all, it felt far too wasteful to leave such rare treasures in the possession of another. It would be far better for the esteemed Master Lei to refine them into elixirs, thereby maximizing their efficacy. However, being a seasoned practitioner with many years of experience behind him, he quickly concocted a plausible excuse. Clearing his throat, he reluctantly placed the herbs back into their box, and then turned his almost imperceptibly thin neck to address Han Li with a congenial demeanor. Dear disciple, these 2 herbs are truly exceptional treasures, aged over 6 or 7 centuries. It must have taken you considerable effort to procure them. Indeed, it was quite a struggle for me to secure them at a secret auction, Han Li responded, half in jest. At that time, there was also a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb for sale, but alas, I lacked the means to purchase it and could only watch as it was taken away by someone else, which left me quite regretful. Astonished by the mention of a secret auction and the existence of a 1,000-year-old herb, the rotund man nearly leapt from his stone seat. To him, this was not merely a matter of regret. It felt akin to having a piece of his heart wrenched away. As a nascent golden core cultivator who had exerted great effort in search of spiritual herbs, having visited several secret shops, he couldn't fathom how such a fortunate opportunity had eluded him. Had he been present, he would never have allowed such a rare treasure to slip through his fingers, no matter the cost. The mere thought of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity being lost to the young man before him stirred feelings of indignation within him. Yet, he was aware that, given Han Li's status as a foundational disciple, it was entirely reasonable for him not to afford such exorbitantly priced items. Well, it is what it is. Perhaps there will be another opportunity in the future. The rotund man finally managed to calm himself and, somewhat insincerely, offered Han Li a few comforting words. After all, he still harbored intentions towards the two spiritual herbs in Han Li's possession, which he could not let slip away. Master Han, what do you intend to do with these two spiritual herbs? Are you considering handing them over to the alchemists within the sect? However, as your elder, I must caution you that the alchemical skills of our Huang Feng Valley's alchemists leave much to be desired. Entrusting such valuable items to them would indeed be a grave misstep, and you would incur significant losses. The rotund man advised with a tone of sincere concern. How could I possibly let them handle it? Han Li shook his head vigorously. I actually plan to exchange these spiritual herbs for something of greater utility. You must understand. I nearly exhausted my entire fortune to acquire these herbs. There is no way I would squander them. His unexpected declaration caught Lei Wanhao off guard, halting the carefully prepared words he had intended to say. However, upon reflection, the rotund figure realized that this disciple of his sought to exchange herbs for something of value. Was this not precisely to his advantage? Given his status as a core formation cultivator, could there be anything, aside from the exceedingly rare alchemical and crafting materials, that he could not procure for the lad? This presented a splendid opportunity to acquire goods through a legitimate exchange. With this thought in mind, Lei Wanka's eyes narrowed into a more amiable smile, rendering him even more approachable. Pray tell, what is it that you require, young disciple Han? I have amassed a considerable collection over the centuries, and perhaps I possess exactly what you seek, he said, his demeanor growing increasingly cordial. The plump disciple blinked his small eyes and, with a sudden burst of cheer, exclaimed, "Ah, does my esteemed uncle also desire this spirit herb? If so, I would gladly offer one to you, as a token of filial piety." At that moment, Han Li appeared to have a sudden epiphany and hastened to express his earnest apologies. Seeing Han Li's quick wit, which had led him to offer a spirit herb without even discussing the terms of exchange, Lei Wanka could not help but feel elated, finding the young man increasingly agreeable. Yet, the rotund figure's intention was to obtain both herbs. Thus, with a grand flourish, Lei Wanka proclaimed, "What do you mean, young disciple Han? Do you think I, Lei Wanka, am someone who covets the possessions of my juniors? Speak freely of your desires. I shall ensure a fair exchange, and you shall not suffer any loss. Do you wish to barter for a top-tier magical artifact? Or perhaps some potions that would serve you well at this moment?" Han Li's heart soared at the elder's generous words, for he had circled around this conversation in hopes of reaching this very point. Nevertheless, he feigned a thoughtful demeanor, scratching his head in apparent distress. "To be honest, esteemed Uncle Lei, I have always harbored a keen interest in the art of alchemy. However, within the storeroom of the Yuelu Hall, there exists scarcely any practical alchemical recipes. I later learned that the ancient methods of alchemy have nearly been lost to time. The techniques employed by my fellow disciples and esteemed uncles are either the result of generations of painstaking research or occasionally unearthed from ancient ruins, each one more precious than the last, seldom shared lightly. Thus, I merely wish to exchange these two spirit herbs for a recipe that would be suitable for my use." Ah, we have finally completed an update of over 9,000 words across 3 chapters. I hope everyone will generously cast their votes for this burst of creativity. I have only slept 5 hours, all to summon votes from you all. I am in dire need of your support. Chapter 236, Ancient Recipes, Vote Summon, Exchange for a Recipe? The once cheerful visage of the rotund figure immediately turned solemn. I understand that these recipes are treasures of utmost importance to my fellow disciples and esteemed uncles, so I shall not be overly selective. As long as it can slightly enhance my cultivation speed during the foundation establishment period, I shall not be finicky. Han Li spoke earnestly. Since his enlightening conversation with the old man, he had been diligently seeking to gather alchemical recipes for personal use. After all, possessing the secret method for accelerating the growth of herbs, how could he not fully exploit this advantage? However, the slightly superior recipes were all held in the hands of alchemists at the core formation stage. Even if the foundation establishment disciples possessed 1 or 2 recipes, they could only concoct inconsequential elixirs. Thus, his initial plan was to target his master, Li Huayuan. Yet upon encountering this elder Lei, Han Li promptly revised his intended target. For, in every conceivable way, this elder Lei appeared to be far more amenable than his master. This sentiment was not solely Han Li's. It stemmed from the fact that Li Huayuan was rather miserly towards his registered disciple. Moreover, their master-disciple relationship made matters even more complex. It was highly likely that the same approach applied to Li Huayuan would yield no results. A mere casual compliment regarding his filial piety could easily justify the acquisition of the two spirit herbs. Han Li would then be obliged to display a grateful demeanor, thanking his master profusely. Now, having finally encountered another core formation cultivator, he was determined to seize this rare opportunity. The prospect of exchanging recipes was indeed a cumbersome endeavor. Elder Lei's expression softened momentarily, though it soon transformed into a furrowed brow and an indecisive demeanor. Observing this, Han Li felt a surge of hope rather than disappointment. Otherwise, this Elder Lei would not exhibit such an expression. As long as the recipes proved beneficial for his disciples, any recipe could suffice. He would not unduly burden his elder. Han Li promptly lowered his expectations further. Dear disciple, there are indeed some valuable recipes here. But these are secret formulations passed down through my family and cannot be exchanged. Elder Lei shook his head, expressing regret. Upon hearing this, Han Li's disappointment was palpable, evident on his face. The rotund figure, having observed this, chuckled and said, "Although I cannot part with the family recipes, I do have a few ancient formulas on hand. Some I discovered myself in ruins, while others I obtained through exchanges with friends. I can certainly trade these with you. Really, I am immensely grateful, master." Han Li exclaimed with delight, hastily expressing his thanks. "Hold on, let me finish before you express your gratitude." The rotund figure waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are to exchange, I, as your elder, must clarify a few matters first." His serious demeanor caused Han Li to pause momentarily. "Please, master, speak freely. I shall heed your words with utmost respect." Han Li promptly responded with deference. "What teachings are there to impart? I merely wish to lay my concerns out in the open, to prevent any regrets later on." Elder Lei glanced at Han Li and stated calmly, "If the elixirs made from these ancient formulas are indeed genuine premium spirit elixirs, the crux lies in the fact that the ingredients are exceedingly difficult to procure nowadays. I truly wonder if you can gather these materials. Of course, while these ingredients may be hard to find, they certainly still exist in this world. Unlike some other ancient formulas whose materials have been extinct for countless years. In truth, most of the newly researched recipes are merely iterations of ancient formulas, continuously seeking substitute materials to experiment anew. Thus, although the materials for alchemy have been restored, their efficacy has significantly diminished. This indeed reflects the helplessness of the immortal cultivation realm." The words of the rotund man left Han Li momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he grasped the meaning behind them. What his master uncle implied was quite straightforward. Upon acquiring the recipe for the elixir, if one struggles to gather the requisite materials, one might consider seeking substitutes to experiment with. There may be a chance of success. The stout fellow earnestly conveyed this to Han Li. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he understood that this master uncle likely felt a twinge of guilt about offering a recipe that was challenging to fulfill due to the scarcity of materials, prompting him to provide an early reminder. It appeared that this master Lei was not entirely lacking in goodwill. Han Li mused inwardly. However, on the surface, he maintained a compliant demeanor, repeatedly affirming his unwavering commitment to the exchange of the recipe. Observing this, Lei Wanhe felt a mixture of happiness and guilt for having taken such great advantage of his disciple. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? You possess 2 spirit herbs. Let us exchange one for a different recipe. I shall not allow you to suffer too great a loss." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated, his fondness for Master Lei soaring significantly. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Master Wanhe, sincerity radiating from his every word. "Very well. Here is the directory of recipes. Choose 2. It contains all the necessary properties of the elixirs and their required materials. Once you have made your selections, I shall transcribe the true recipes for you." As he spoke, the stout man produced a jade slip and tossed it to Han Li. While Han Li eagerly accepted the slip, he found himself puzzled. When had this master uncle prepared this directory? However, the question flitted through his mind and was quickly dismissed. He meticulously examined the jade slip, searching for a suitable recipe. "How about the gathering spirit pill and the chi refinement powder?" Han Li excitedly declared after withdrawing his thoughts from the slip. "The gathering spirit pill and the chi refinement powder?" The stout man nodded nonchalantly, saying nothing further, and promptly retrieved 2 additional jade slips from his storage pouch, tossing them over. "All right, Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. After happily collecting the spirit herbs from the table, the stout man prepared to depart. Now that he had gathered his materials, he was eager to return and concoct his own enhancement pill. Hanli promptly rose to see him off. However, as they reached the entrance of the cave, Hanli suddenly remembered something. He inquired about the whereabouts of his current master, Li Huayuan, and the location of his cave dwelling. Upon learning that Han Li was a registered disciple of Li Huayuan, the stout man was considerably astonished, but nonetheless divulged the location before swiftly ascending into the sky, disappearing in a flash of silver light. After watching Lei Wanha vanish, Han Li, with a smile of delight, retrieved the jade slip containing the recipes and examined it for a while longer. After some time, he turned to re-enter the cave. However, as Han Li took 2 steps forward, something nearby caught his attention. To his astonishment, he beheld the corpse of Brother Lin, curled up on the ground, still maintaining the posture in which the stout man had flung him. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li approached without any further delay. Upon reaching the corpse, he began to search diligently. He recalled vividly that Master Lei had not disturbed anything on the body. Perhaps it was out of respect for him as a junior. Or perhaps he simply deemed the belongings of a Foundation establishment disciple unworthy of attention. Indeed, Han Li discovered a storage bag nestled within the corpse's embrace, which made his spirits soar. He was quite intrigued by these puppets and presumed that the storage bag would contain a veritable treasure trove. However, as he examined the contents of the bag, the smile on his face gradually faded. To his dismay, it contained not a single puppet. Instead, there were merely a few spirit stones and 2 ordinary pills, along with an inconspicuous jade slip. This sudden disappointment extinguished Han Li's fervor entirely. Given that he had once manipulated so many puppets, how could it be that none remained? Had they all been destroyed? Han Li murmured to himself, a frown etching his features. His speculation was not far from the truth. On that fateful day, Senior Brother Lin had initially controlled a multitude of puppets, engaging in a fierce battle with his adversaries. However, after the quartet of brothers from the Qian Bamboo sect eliminated the 2 fleeing cultivators, they hastened to provide support. Sensing the dire situation, Senior Brother Lin detonated all the puppets, seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to break free from the encirclement. Thus, the storage bag held not a single mechanical puppet. In his disappointment, Han Li absently extracted the jade slip. As was his custom, he probed his consciousness into it and casually glanced at its contents. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and the languid expression on his face froze. For as soon as his consciousness entered the jade slip, 3 golden characters materialized. Di Yin Ju. The first update of the day has arrived. Forgotten Words continues to strive to produce 3 chapters for everyone. However, only sleeping 5 hours a day is indeed quite taxing. Yet, in order to garner the last few days of monthly votes, we must endure. We strongly urge everyone to provide more monthly votes.